Mu Yuan's skeleton series is full of talents, not only Emperor Dead Bone, but also heroes like Bone 2, Bone 3 Wave, Nigu Lassie, and so on. Having another promising young recruit is simply the icing on the cake. He was in a good mood, but his heart had already flown to the neighboring Treeman Forest. With the first recruit having a crit mechanism, this means I can directly recruit the rare 1-star, Ancient Treeman, here in Treeman Forest. The third excellent tiered troop in the territory, who would have thought it would fall on the new troop type. Troop recruitment can actually be activated with a single thought, but after all, this was the first time. To make it feel more ceremonial, the great Lord Mu Yuan came to the Treeman Forest in the east, riding a skeleton warhorse. Stepping into the forest was a completely different experience from a skeletal cemetery. The sun passes through the lush foliage, casting mottled shadows. The scent of grass and trees pervades all around, refreshing the spirits of those who come. Without a doubt, this is an excellent dwelling place. The lush trees seemed to sway slightly as if welcoming his arrival. Walking all the way to a large arch formed by the entwined branches and leaves of two ancient trees, Mu Yuan stepped inside. Just like a mound, inside the root archway exists a large space. This is the true troop building. Around the surroundings, everything has been factually transformed by its influence. Inside the archway, it's also like an ancient forest. Under the ancient trees are the faint projections of small trees. Ding! Prompt. Current recruitable troops available is 30, subsequently, 10 units can be recruited every month, and a maximum of 100 units can be stored for recruitment. Prompt. Do you want to recruit 30 times? The total consumption of the recruitment is 1,500 grams of soul sand. Yes. The 30 consecutive draws have begun. Within the recruitment space, the projection of a small tree falls, like a luminous aura plunging into the earth. Following that, a bud breaks through the soil, growing within a dozen or so breaths. In an instant, a treeman covered in numerous tender green leaves, approximately 2 to 3 meters tall, with roots for feet, had come before Mu Yuan. At first glance, it is no different from the normal small tree if it doesn't move and roots itself to the ground. Treeman, tier. Rare 1-star, skill. Entangle, a skill that allows tree branches or roots to extend quickly and entangle enemies, even binding them to death. Mu Yuan ordered the treeman to give it a try. The treeman moves very slowly. Once it roots itself to the ground, it takes even more time to pull itself out. But when it uses the entangle skill, it extends and shoots out its roots at extreme speed. This is indeed an excellent control skill. The Lord's territory lacks strong control skills. Treemen move slowly, but as territory defense troops stationed in a stronghold, they are extremely suitable. In addition to this skill, treemen themselves possess some characteristics, such as when they root themselves to the ground, they can blend with the surrounding forest environment, making it extremely difficult for outsiders to detect them. Also, when rooted, treemen's recovery ability can greatly increase. Perhaps it even has the function of enriching the fertility of the soil. The current treeman might still be small, but as it swiftly advances in the initial stages, it can quickly grow into a towering tree. Soon enough, two treeman guards, rare 3-star troops, similar to the current treeman but with thicker branches and darker color, seeming to possess stronger defense power, have also walked out from the recruitment. Following that, an ancient treeman, with a far more robust, it may also just be a small tree 2 or 3 meters tall, but it emanates a strange air of antiquity, slowly walked out. It has bluish-green leaves with round and appetizing green fruits on it. Its roots are extremely strong, like brown pythons roaming on the ground. It swayed its branches and slightly bowed its body as if showing reverence. Ancient treeman, tier. Excellent 1-star, skills. Entangle, fruit missile. Talent. Natural breathing, can absorb the essence of grass and trees to slowly increase its basic abilities, or temporarily enhance the power of skills to a medium degree. The essence extracted from the grass and trees can also be returned to the forest. Having a natural talent, this ancient tree man is undoubtedly one of the more excellent individuals among the high-tier soldiers. But it's still not a perfect individual. It can also be completed in the process of evolution. That is, the Treeman series are at least rare 1-star troops. They are strong but limited in numbers, and continued evolution may take a considerable amount of time. However, even without evolution, leveling up this ancient Treeman would make it strong enough. It will be the guardian tree of the territory. You will stay in the forest of Treemen from now on and improve your strength as much as you can. The initial leveling speed of high-tiered troops will be faster. Mu Yuan takes out a soul crystal and hands it over. The Treeman stretches out a branch to take it, and a somewhat blurred and old face appears on its trunk. As you wish, my lord. What a surprise, it's a tree demon granny. The tree demon granny is still of a lower level. At this time, she may not be as strong as a level 9 big goblin. Naturally, for such an important area as Treeman Forest, Mu Yuan needs to arrange elite troops to guard it. Summoning undead troops won't do. Their compatibility with Treemen is too poor. Even if the troops are loyal, as a good lord, Mu Yuan would make better arrangements when conditions permit. Mu Yuan therefore dispatched several strong shooters and a group of silver slimes to patrol the area. Just after the trial ended and the official lords stepped into a new world, they were all busy. Especially Mu Yuan. Typically, newly appointed lords wouldn't use all their territories. While recruiting refugees and building various facilities, they would also slowly expand their territories. By doing this, they leave enough buffer area and can detect monsters entering their territory immediately. Mu Yuan also wanted to leave enough buffer zones, but unfortunately, the buildings of the two troop types took up too much space. This must be the trouble of being too successful. He had to disperse his troops and constantly control several Hurricane Warhawks and Battle Hawks to patrol around the territory. His Tianyuan territory was not weak in terms of military force, but after the area expanded more than 10 times, it was somewhat stretched thin. If a monster tide of thousands were to attack at this point, there would be inevitable losses. In response to this, Mu Yuan started enhancing the power of the territory. He took out 3 optional breakthrough materials from the basic gifts and thought briefly. At this point, there were not a few apprentice great perfection and half-step career level masters in the Tianyuan territory. In the Skeleton series, the bones numbered up to 20 were already full of experience. The Imperial Guard and the strong shooters, under the baptism of gifts, also reached the great perfection level. So, Mu Yuan called Hong Yi, Lulu, and 17, and left these 2 in a soul with the quota. After the mutation, Hong Yi's combat power skyrocketed, and once she broke through, she could become the 3rd strongest under Emperor Deadbone and Duo Ally. For the rest of the skeletons, Imperial Guards, strong shooters, and slimes that met the conditions, Mu Yuan sent them off for a round of cultivation in the Breakthrough Dojo. In half a month at the shortest, the professional level capability of Tianyuan territory will surge. Even now, there are 9 professional level masters here. Oh, not just that. I almost forgot about myself. As a lord, I am also at a professional level, and even the best among this level. I could easily defeat Bone 2, Hong Yi, and even Duo Ally. It's not that he is arrogant, it's just that he is actually that strong. After being promoted to the official lord players also gain a distinctive ability, the Lord's Power. There are several ways for players to wield supernatural power, of which the Lord's Power is the most promising. However, even the Lord's Power has a few minor drawbacks. Players need to be as clean as possible, especially at lower stages when the control over power is relatively limited. This is why Lord Shepherd didn't want to use the Heritage Stone or even some treasures with attribute tendencies. Lord's Power. The Lord can borrow the power of one type of his troops, and based on the troops' trust level, can exert 30%, 80% of their power. The ability can only be borrowed and switched from one troop type at a time, with a certain interval for use and conversion. Note: borrowing abilities will not affect the troop's own power. According to common theory, with troops that do not possess elementary wisdom and only act based on instinct and simple commands, the Lord naturally cannot increase their intimacy or trust. Therefore, the default is only able to borrow 30% of their power. However, 30% of a trump card's power is still not weak. It can transform a novice lord into a minor expert, easily triumphing over ordinary elite warriors. If it were me, in the Treeman Forest, Mu Yuan closes his eyes, as though he looked into the void and saw twinkling orbs of light. They differed in sizes, some were bright while others were dim. These represent his own troops with whom he trades in contracts, the absolute direct force of a lord. He reached out, understanding swiftly how to utilize this. He lightly touched the thought in front of him, the orb that was completely black but shone incredibly bright, indicating the most brilliant individual and the highest trust. The next moment, Lord Shepherd opened his eyes. His palm slowly lifted, reaching shoulder height, with his palm facing up, and he snapped his fingers. An invisible force spread out. Black fog poured out from his chest, enveloping his body in a flash. Arm guards appeared inch by inch on his arms. The silver armor in front of his body was shimmering as a black cape swayed in the wind. In the blink of an eye, Mu Yuan's light armor was replaced by silver armor that matched the dead bones, and he held a giant bone sword in his hand. It seems that exclusive weapons couldn't be freeloaded. Fortunately, he only freeloaded the armor, and his body did not turn into sinister white bones. Reminder: you are temporarily granted the professional rank, Skeleton Mortician. Reminder: you have acquired temporary skills, Cleave, Charge, Undead Resurrection, Sorrow of Skeleton, Giant Beast of Death Remains. Upgrade: you have gained the talent, Death Extraction, Undead Domination. Reminder: you have gained the hero's aura, Power. Power surged out. Great Lord Shepherd in skeleton armor version walked to an open space at the edge of the Treeman Forest, wielding his sword lightly. Moments into the swing, a several-meter-long black sword flare trailed behind, eventually striking the ground silently, leaving a sharp fissure over 10 meters long. Even Giant Beast of Death Remains, Withered Bone Land, and other abilities Deadbone created or realized, he could instinctively use. If the trust level is not high enough, you may not be able to borrow some high-level skills that are stated in the Lord's Guide. But Lord Shepherd directly maxed out, carrying 80% of the power of General Deadbone. He could almost be regarded as a mini Deadbone. No, that's not right. He himself is a professional superpower. The energy within him is endless. After borrowing the power from the Lord's power, it blends with his own power and pushes the limit. This is why the Lord needs to be as clean as possible. Otherwise, the two powers will clash. There's no danger, but some powers might cancel out and dissipate. At this time, having borrowed the power, Mu Yuan undoubtedly surpassed Deadbone in terms of physical strength, spirit, energy, etc. This was the suppression of values. General Deadbone might simply refer to himself as Little Mu Yuan. However, even though I possess all of Deadbone's skills, the techniques and experience can't be freeloaded. I have to perform it myself. Of course, my technique is not weak either. Let's just say he's at 55 with Deadbone. Mu Yuan dispelled the skeleton armor and took a break before continuing his experiment with the Lord's power. This time he borrowed the power of Duo Lai. An invisible force permeated. Unexpectedly, after borrowing it, his body armor did not change, probably because Duo Lai himself did not wear clothes, but Mu Yuan touched the back of his head. What was with this flowing long hair feeling? It couldn't be that Duo Lai's body was long-haired, could it? Later, he borrowed the abilities of generals such as Hong Yi, Lulu, 17, and so on. When borrowing Lulu's power, transforming into a royal guard, the heavy armor he wore gave him a strong sense of security. He would have to focus on cultivating Lulu in the future. The most intriguing experience was borrowing the power of Jun. Feeling like a druid, he transformed into a storm falcon soaring above the sky, mastering the power of wind. Returning, his clothes were free of dust. Lord's power, times. Transformation power, square root. On the other hand, the transformation was difficult when using Duo Lai's power. He almost transformed into a naked running man. It required skill and practice, which suggested that Duo Lai's comprehension was not bad. Lord Shepherd transformed into a storm falcon and flew back to the Mage Tower. The skeleton warhorse, which had just shown some usefulness, was tossed aside by him again. It's time to usher in the era of major construction. Although I earned a fair amount of soul crystals from this battle, throwing them into construction might not produce much impact, as there are too many areas that need money at the outset. I need to save a little. Mu Yuan pondered. He flipped through the Lord's Guide again and again, opened group chat and forums to see if there were any valuable experiences to learn from. The newcomer group got lively after half a day of silence. A lord at everyone saying, Shi Mu domain has become one of the official designated transfer points in the Twilight Plains area. If anyone wants to buy or transport something, Shi Mu domain can receive it and even deliver it to your door, with a 9.8% discount on shipping charges. This was an official lord. As one of the best among the official camp lords, he had just been promoted and received a transfer point slot, meaning a large number of trade and transportation through official channels in the nearby area would go through Shi Mu domain. Within a few months at most, Shi Mu domain would flourish, becoming the center of the surrounding territories, a hub of coming and going. According to this lord, within a week at the latest, officials would gather a batch of workers and troop types from near city to settle in and start large-scale construction in Shi Mu domain. This was an advantage of the official lords. There's always people ready and resources can be mobilized quickly. Even if they slack off or lie down doing nothing, they can still hold on to their secure job as an Iron Lord. Some lords who have accepted investments from large groups need to construct or plant requested resources according to contract requirements, but many people at this moment can obtain a batch of materials, such as seeds for special crops, etc. The second generation lord is the most extravagant of all. Although they still have limitations on transporting treasures from reality into the eternal world, they can spend a lot of money and energy to transport materials over distance and across cities in the eternal world. Nevertheless, overdistance logistics is quite difficult and dangerous, and most rich second generations at most can only purchase resources from nearby cities. Furthermore, even if their parents could send them high-rank remnant souls of troop types, these newborn strong soldiers equipped with wisdom may not necessarily be in their control. Lords are already upper middle class, they have to rely on themselves in the end. But they still have a huge advantage. It could be said that the power of Krypton Gold is truly revealed after the trial, while non-whales will find it difficult to proceed with the construction of their territory. So, what is my path to development? New independent Lord Common Player Yuan began to ponder. Being an independent lord is not necessarily a dead end. In addition to external investment, Krypton Gold, support from elders, etc., there are also some money-making methods for the lord in the early stages. For example, the lord can apply to assume the role of pioneer territory, since newly promoted territories are located on the outermost edge of the Tai-Zan Alliance. This will attract many old players to come and explore the surrounding environment and earn gold. The lord of pioneer territory can essentially earn money while lying down. Buy gold-making materials from old players at a low price. Ordinary players find it difficult to transport large quantities of materials, sell supplies at a high price, run lodging businesses, etc. If old players discover resources in the wilderness, the Lord of Pioneer Territory can obtain the priority right to own these resources after paying a reward. The cooperation between the Lord of the Pioneer Territory and the Ranger players is a win-win situation. There are drawbacks too. Pioneer Territory will inevitably mix some fish and dragons. This is obviously not suitable for Tianyuan Territory, which Mu Yuan dismissed. Besides, leasing the Lord's altar, building for cultivation, and barracks, etc., is also not suitable for him. Once Tianyuan Territory grows stronger, with enough scale and stable order, he might consider opening it to players, but at the moment, it's best to keep a low profile and grow quietly. After much thought, Tianyuan Territory seems to have to go down the path of resource export type territory. But unlike most resource territories, his Tianyuan Territory will not go down the low-end route. Well, that's not exactly right. Ordinary products such as jade crystal rice and red blood fruit can also be produced. The more profits, the better. With a gold fertile soil special building, even if he only plants ordinary crops, he can get far more returns than other lords. But high-end soil naturally matches high-end crops. Mu Yuan was pondering that he could transplant a few snake blood fruit trees from the distant Snake Man tribe here, saving a considerable amount of growth time, and then plant another batch. There's also Vitality Spring Water. The production of this special material is almost all profit. If I can get an alchemy hut and some potion formulas with Vitality Spring Water as the main ingredient, I can make even more money. Lord Shepherd pondered need while sitting at the desk in the Mage Tower, writing and drawing with his pen. After a while, he muttered and opened the territory interface. A screen full of various information immediately appeared, which was completely different from the youthful version he had seen earlier. Tianyuan Territory. Level 1 Territory. Faction. Tai Zan Alliance. Buildings. Omitted. Units. Omitted. Civilians. None. Buildable buildings. Watchtower, residential houses, fence, farmland, guiding landmark, 3/3, understanding keystone, 1/1. Upgrade conditions. After the promotion to level 1 territory, the Lord can directly construct miracle buildings remotely, and can also consume resources such as soul sand to repair damaged miracle buildings. Some buildings don't even require miracle blueprints to be built directly. The watchtower, residential houses, fences, and farmland, these 4 basic items, are the important reliance for the newly promoted Lord to build the territory. Among them, the farmland is rich and contributes to the growth of crops. It is precisely because of the miracle farmland, crops such as jade crystal rice and golden wheat are easy to plant and have a high yield. After the territory is upgraded, it can unlock new buildable buildings, such as arrow tower and turret. However, no matter how the territory is upgraded, only basic buildings can be provided. For high-level buildings of rare rank, the Lord still has to use gold coins to construct it. The number of buildings that can be built is always limited. The Lord cannot enjoy the joy of building at will, unless he can obtain the legendary, unlimited blueprints, which can be directly integrated into the territory and have an unlimited number of constructions. In the list of constructible buildings, there are 2 special buildings. The Guiding Landmark and the Understanding Keystone. The former has the function of attracting and absorbing displaced people, and only 3 can be built in a level 1 territory. The latter allows the lost people from different regions, even possibly from various lost worlds, to communicate unhindered within the territory. Over time, players, territory citizens, and awakened self-conscious troops could gradually learn the common language of the Eternal Continent. Mu Yuan quickly built it. Hint: you consumed 1 soul crystal. Understanding Keystone is under construction. Rumble. In the south of the territory, fragments of rocks appeared out of thin air. Inch by inch they came together, and in the blink of an eye formed a stele over 3 meters high, on which the faint shadow of universal text flickered. Tianyuan. Mu Yuan lightly pronounced in the universal tongue. He began to learn a little bit, finding that it was not hard, especially when he deeply gazed at the stele. He seemed to have the ability of photographic memory, and in a short while, he memorized dozens of words. This understanding keystone is kind of magical. Gurgle. Duo Lai also came here, gazing with wide eyes, and started speaking word by word. Soul sand tastes good. The taste of steel bars is not bad. The flame tastes like roast chicken. Lightning tastes a bit like mustard. Duo Lai is also learning fast. The dead bone stood in front of the understanding keystone for about 30 seconds. It didn't say anything and turned around to continue working. With the construction of the understanding keystone, the issue of the displaced people was brought up. The displaced can be recruited. Indeed, they do not have the loyalty of the troops, but most of them are solid and reliable people, because before they arrive in our territory, these displaced people have been wandering for a long time, and the Lord only needs to give a little sweet deal to turn into a heartless boss and squeeze them. Cough cough. Of course, this does not include a morally high lord like me. Most importantly, once the refugees come and join the territory, they are marked with the identity of the territory's citizens, and they will not and cannot easily go elsewhere. In his Tianyuan territory, infrastructure construction, logging, farming, making handicrafts, etc. All these ordinary tasks need common people to do. troops with initial wisdom are far inferior to ordinary people when doing these tasks. He planned to demarcate a living area in the south of the territory to provide housing for civilians. The core area and the barracks to the east and west, etc., are set as restricted areas, separated by fences and watchtowers. That should do it. However, he will only officially recruit refugees after these areas have been planned and partitioned. Tai-Zon Alliance, capital city, in a lofty tower within a loft. Smoke was curling up, an old man was holding a tobacco pipe, exhaling wisps of smoke. The smoke seemed to blend with the clouds outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, making Zhe Lao feel like he was in the midst of clouds. Not far from the old man was a young-looking man, clad in an indigo gown, his abundant long hair casually draped down to his waist. His statuesque figure and upright posture resembled a sculpture. The young man's hands were resting on his knees, and his eyes were focused in front. It seemed that he was looking not at capital Tai-Zon, but at Langsing Profound Country. Out there, a small city disappeared overnight. Most of it was destroyed by the monster tide, and a small part fell into the eternal world. The old man was still holding his tobacco pipe, looking out of the window. He could vaguely see the national destiny of Profound Country swirling amongst the clouds, vast and elusive, but still just a grain of rice in the vast ocean that is the eternal world. He said, "It is fate, at least, we cannot change it. What we can do is to try to ensure that when the merging happens, the Profound Country city falls within the range of the Tai-Zon Alliance. But there are still several vast wastelands within the Alliance's borders." After a pause, the old man looked at the young man in the gown. "Lushi, you will have to shake those territorial giants. Where life dictates. If persuasion doesn't work, then we'll have to eliminate them. Our Tai-Zon Alliance is not what it was 20 years ago." The very next day, Mu Yuan woke up on a slightly hard bed inside the Mage Tower. Opening the window, he took a deep breath, inhaling the fresh scent of Vitality spring water, greeting the new and sunny day. At this moment, he was not in consciousness mode, but had actually entered the eternal world. After the Lord trial ended, Lord players could freely switch between consciousness mode and media mode, and through the Lord's altar, they could transport themselves into the eternal world. The transdimensional fee was very low, but he could only transport himself and not other players. After some pondering, if he stayed in the real world, his projection in the eternal world would still be his Achilles heel, but if he actually entered the eternal world, wouldn't that decrease his weaknesses from 2 to 1? Thinking back to the wanted criminal from the church he encountered last time, it seemed safer to stay within the confines of his home in the eternal world. Either way, he had no intention of venturing out. Living in the Mage Tower was tolerable. He still paid long-term rent for his little villa in the real world, where he occasionally needed to pick up some items in. The unused computer turned itself on and logged directly onto the Tai-Zon forum. Even while residing in the eternal world, he found that as long as he stayed within his territory, he could still control objects in reality that had been branded with the media imprint. It could be a computer or a mobile phone. Simply put, even after truly entering the eternal world, Lord Shepard could still surf the internet. This was crucial. He usually browsed the forum for news and gathered intelligence. Surprisingly, not many players were now discussing the event of Tianyuan territory's ascendancy the day before, as another incident had attracted their attention. Big news! Langsing will finally be integrated into the eternal world? The constant appearance and expansion of the intersection region is a sign. If it cannot merge smoothly, it will be a disaster. But if it can land smoothly, opportunities may arise during the calamity. There are rumors that when ordinary people first step into the eternal world, they would randomly awaken a profession, halberd guard, strongman, and possibly militia or even little skeleton, but no matter which, all were keys to transcendent powers. Langsing might enter the era of professionals. The first generation were lords, the second generation hero rangers, and the third generation professionals. Mu Yuan scratched his hair. He had just been promoted to a lord. Why were there so many changes in the situation so quickly? If Langsing was not safe, the eternal world definitely wouldn't be either. Mu Yuan felt a bit uneasy, but since the forum was already open, he didn't want to waste it. He looked up some information related to refugees to avoid any pitfalls. It happened that the trials had just ended, and there were also many new lords asking questions on the forum. I started recruiting refugees today. I'm bold enough to ask, is it possible to recruit fair-skinned and good-looking girls? I don't expect soldier-type girls, but it seems possible with the civilians, right? What the hell are you thinking about, upstairs? What are refugees? They are people with yellowish faces and thin muscles in ragged clothes. In fact, the refugees we recruit often look like people hit by famines and disasters in ancient times. Not only are their skins coarse and bony, but they can also barely read. Most of the time, the civilians we can recruit are these people. Of course, these civilians can still do basic work such as farmer, miner, forester, transporter, etc. If they can't, they can be taught and trained more. A senior lord explained, occasionally, we can also find 1 or 2 talents among the refugees, such as teachers, herbalists, and carpenters, etc. That's roughly the upper limit of the talent cards we can draw. Any higher? Either you're an Ohuang type or you need a high-order guiding landmark. For example, official forging masters and pharmacists. These kinds of people are considered SR talents and often come with their own blueprints. If you can draw SR or SSR, it's not impossible to recruit a fair-skinned and beautiful girl. Remember 3 years ago, there was a lord of civilian origin who discovered a top talent with the appearance of a general among the refugees. This general, now known as the Invincible Hammer, is quite a powerful lord now. However, such lucky ones are rare, especially for newly ascended lords with weak foundations. Sometimes, whether or not advanced talents can be attracted is closely related to the level of development in the territory. Mu Yuan didn't care about advanced talents. He mainly wanted a group of civilians to carry out basic construction in the territory. He couldn't rely solely on miracle buildings, and the miracles that could be built were also limited. No, he didn't need the high-level talents like generals, but Lord Shepherd still needed talents from other various professions. Mu Yuan left the Mage Tower and headed south. Once he left the core area, wood fences had been constructed 200 meters south from the original soil wall. The fences were 2 meters high, with a wooden door in the middle left wide open and 2 sentries stationed there. Here was the boundary between the core area and the south area. There were boundaries to the east and the west as well. The terrain in the south area was flat and mostly barren, with only a few trees scattered here and there. These were mostly large trees that had survived the earlier sweep by the logging team, with a few trees camouflaging as treemen, standing guard in the area. There was no soldier type better suited for standing guard than treemen. Not even skeletons. Besides, there were also some newly reclaimed ordinary farmlands, and a few level 1 residences. He had built only a few residences. Not because he was reluctant to spend soul sand, but because allowing the settlers to build their own houses could improve their sense of belonging. That was how it was. Mu Yuan simply walked and observed around the area, going straight to the edge of his territory, placing 3 ordinary and 1 rare guiding landmarks at intervals, with the furthest one being several hundred meters away from the south end of his territory. This was a little trick. Placing the guiding landmarks outside the territory range could slightly increase the number of refugees attracted. The downside was the distance from the territory, making it easy for the refugees to be attacked by monsters. To counter this, Mu Yuan arranged for plenty of soldiers to patrol the surrounding area. Looking to the side, he saw Lulu, dressed in full armor but without a face mask, his eyes shining with bright lights. I leave the task of guiding the refugees to you. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask me directly through mental contact. Lulu understands. If I fail in my duties, I will kill myself here. Ah, there was no need for that. Lulu seems slightly more serious after awakening his self-consciousness yesterday. His awakening was inevitable. It happened just a few hours after his breakthrough to the professional level. Bone 2, Bone 3, Bone 4, 17, Hong Yi, and Jun. All of them also awakened their self-consciousness in succession after breaking through to the professional level. However, the non-human soldiers were not as articulate or fluent in human language as Lulu and 17. After assigning the work to Lulu and 17, Mu Yuan walked away with his hands behind his back, just like an old cadre patrolling the area. Over an hour later, to the south of Tianyuan territory, some tens of meters outside the furthest landmark, the fog suddenly thickened, enveloping the surrounding area. Figures of people in ragged clothes could be faintly seen within the fog, groping their way out. Recruiting refugees is one of the rules of the eternal world. Lost in the corners of the world, homeless, and yearning from the heart for a stable place, sometimes refugees receive a divine revelation, cross the fog barrier, and arrive at a new home. However, refugees are humble, and whether their new home is satisfying depends entirely on the Lord. Upon seeing these people in ragged clothes, eyes murky with fear, faces yellowed and thin, Mu Yuan fell silent. These were all living human beings. What if Earth fell into the eternal world, scattering its people across wilderness? Decades later, would the descendants of Earth also become refugees like these? If he was not chosen by the eternal world, but rather was one of the many, would he someday have to embark on a survival journey? Mu Yuan didn't know. He was just a new lord, able to provide these refugees only with food and shelter. Hint: 13 civilians have joined your territory. He had Lulu fetch some Vitality spring water, mix it into regular drinking water, and give it to the civilians to drink. He also took out some medicine, just in case it's needed. Of course, he was a lord, not a philanthropist. He couldn't afford to let the people idle. He had Lulu quickly arrange for these people to begin construction work. Mu Yuan spent most of his time in the Mage Tower, keeping an eye on his surroundings through the Hurricane Warhawk. General Dead Bone led a small team to the ruins of the Snake Man tribe and built a rare lookout tower, which expanded their territorial view. From his position, Mu Yuan could see the world without stepping out of the Mage Tower. Good. Once there are more civilians and they have settled down, we can arrange a group of people to pick the snake scale fruits from the forest. Time slowly passed. Maybe because the guiding landmark was just built, the initial attraction to refugees was high. After about an hour, a group of refugees appeared at the border of the Tianyuan territory and, under Lulu's guidance, settled down. When the third group of refugees appeared, they were pleasantly surprised. While registering their identities, Lulu found that one of the refugees was a skilled carpenter who could make wooden poles, buckets, baskets, tables, and chairs. This was undeniably good news for the still rudimentary Tianyuan territory. After all, besides the furniture in houses, they weren't able to produce small tools. Mu Yuan immediately arranged a single room for the carpenter. From morning till evening, construction was in full swing in the south of the territory. In a few days, new houses would be built. Although they might not compare to the comfort and facilities of ordinary residences, they were certainly more practical than the crudely built huts of the Dead Bone and the skeletons. On the west side, the skeletons that were not on an expedition lay in grave pits, enjoying the joy of leveling up while lying flat. The tree demon Granny, due to her high rank and Mu Yuan's additional materials, had now advanced past LV4, growing from 3 to 6 meters. Dead Bone was exploring the surroundings of the Snake Man tribe. Duo Light transformed into Mining Maiden, constantly excavating, reshaping the terrain of the territory. The daylight in the Eternal Continent was longer than Earth's, making the 997 working hours seem particularly reasonable. Even at the end of the day, the glow of the evening sun had not yet faded, casting long shadows of the bustling people across the Tianyuan territory, creating a warm and busy scene. At this time, outside the territory, hundreds of meters away from the guiding landmark, the thick white fog surged again, engulfing the surrounding forest, and people started to emerge. Cough, cough, where is this? The man in front had a thick beard, almost reaching his earlobes. He wore a rough cloth short shirt, his muscular arm exposed. His naturally bronze skin gleamed in the golden twilight as if cast from steel. He hugged a tiny little girl with one hand and held a black hammer in the other, still stained with a bit of blood that hadn't dried yet. He gasped for breath, desperation lingered deep in his eyes. But when he saw the white fog around him begin to fade away, revealing the lush, robust forest, his eyes turned vacant. Is this? Wait, could it be? We've been guided by the divine? In the depth of their hearts, these downtrodden civilians received revelation. As long as they keep heading north, they would find a haven where they could take refuge. Casting aside their panic and shock, they set out northward, guided by instinct and the divine sign. The burly man with a bronze complexion seemed to have experienced a realization. He understood more. His grandfather was a Lord Tianmin, however, their territory was eventually destroyed, and his grandfather fell in the resulting battle. The surviving citizens fortuitously hid in an isolated mountain valley and managed to live on. Generation after generation. Unable to unlock their extraordinary power, they gradually forgot their past, and their world was confined to the valley and the sky above it. Even the burly Li Erniu could only learn some techniques of forging, equipment enhancing, and physical training from the few tattered pages passed down by his grandfather, and gain some knowledge about the outside world through the sparse written words. Yet, the isolated valley was not forever safe. It was discovered by monsters not too long ago. Li Erniu led the villagers in a desperate escape, but in the end, oh, yes, seemed like he survived. Having survived the calamity, Li Erniu felt exceptionally grateful, thank heavens for the divine guidance. But before he finished speaking, a dozen or more massive wolves, each over a meter tall, sprang from the rustling bushes. Miserable guidance. He hadn't even seen the legendary Tianmin territory yet, but found himself surrounded by monstrous wolves once more. It seemed forever impossible to escape the whirlpool of fate, and despair once again enveloped him. Li Erniu, who was nearly exhausted, could only squawk. A loud, clear shriek echoed from the sky. A huge gray shadow dived down, casting a vast shadow before them. Its sharp eyes fixed on the pack of wolves, it let out an angry, disdainful shriek, as if to say, "How dare these mere wolves be so audacious near Tianyuan territory? They're courting their own death." With a swing of its luminous wings, the wind surged at its command, gathering around the giant bird, forming a visible green storm that pierced through the sky. Whoosh, the fierce wind stirred about. Sharp blades of wind carved out glaring scars on the ground. Howls of wolves echoed from within the green storm as their blood mixed with the wind. After a moment, the wind gradually died down, and the ash-green giant birds slowly landed before them. Out of the wolf's lair, they were into the bird's nest. The vast external world turned out to be so dangerous. Cold sweat dripped down Li Erniu's forehead. If it was the wolves from earlier, he could perhaps defeat one or two of them with his all-out efforts. However, if he were to fight this bird head-on, he might not even provide it with a mouthful. This was the end, yet, he incredulously realized that the giant bird did not approach any further. Instead, disdain flashed in its eyes as if it found the humans foolish. Then it pointed frantically at some distance with a wing, uttering several impatient squawks. How slow these humans were! Hurry up and leave, I still have to fly for my next shift. Name: Li Erniu. Gender: male. Any special skills? In the southern living area of Tianyuan territory, in front of a crude registration point for displaced residents. A few imperial guards, having removed their heavy full body armor and wearing only light clothing, had fetched steaming porridge mixed with some vitality spring water, and placed it next to the registration point. Imperial Guard Captain Lu Lu was responsible for guiding the refugees, registration, introduction, and job assignment. This task had the burly man, who usually only knew about fighting, sweating profusely. He felt that charging into battle for 3 consecutive days was more comfortable than this. Even so, Lu Lu meticulously carried out the tasks assigned by the Lord, paying attention to every detail in inquiry and registration, not missing any detail. Under his watchful eye, which appeared to emit a bright divine light, the refugees were obedient and kept themselves in order. Even when night fell, the fire-lit citizens were still busy, feeling like they had insurmountable energy, full of excitement, but also slightly apprehensive. Li Erniu was somewhat uneasy. He wasn't sure if his blacksmithing skills would be appreciated by the Lord, or if he could lead the surviving villagers to truly settle down here. If I could unlock supernatural power, have the legendary class, I would surely gain the Lord's favor, wouldn't I? But he didn't inherit any of his grandfather's power, he was just a common man with a bit of strength. A common man? Mu Yuan opened the territory panel, and the civilian column showed 87 in the population count. After clicking into it, he could clearly see the information of the loyal citizens. Iron shovel, male; big fish, male; papaya, female. Li Dacheng, male, but beyond that, there were no other details, indicating these citizens were quite ordinary. This was true for most of them. If the citizens had anything special such as classes, skills, or other characteristics, it would be shown on their profile. The previous carpenter had the label, skilled woodworker, representing affirmation of his talent. However, compared to the SR card in front of him, the carpenter was basically an N. Li Erniu, male, skills. Furnace forging method, furnace strengthening method, big and small hammer chaotic hammer method. The forging method, according to the information description, can create rare equipment as long as material is sufficient. But Li Erniu seemed to think he was just an ordinary blacksmith. The strengthening method was more special. By utilizing the blacksmith's building and consuming a certain amount of soul sand, equipment could be made more sharp, robust, and hard, gaining +1, +2, +3 enhancement effects. The enhancement limit for regular equipment is +3. The enhancement limit for rare equipment is +6. Li Erniu sure is a master of upgrading. However, there's a failure rate for enhancement, and the higher the enhancement level, the higher the failure rate. Once failed, the equipment would be damaged at the least, or even shattered at worst. Mu Yuan. Where did Li Erniu learn this strengthening method? As long as the enhancement doesn't exceed 3 levels, there shouldn't be any issues, right? In this way, the soul sand costs aren't that high, but the improvement in the troops' combat power is quite significant. So, the cost effectiveness is quite high. There's no need to seem too eager. I will arrange for Li Erniu to work in the blacksmith's shop tomorrow. With the influx of hundreds of civilians, Tianyuan territory became much livelier, and they could produce some small items themselves now. If Langxing completely merges with the eternal world in the future, it would probably be hard to obtain supplies from the real world. That is to say, before the environment drastically changes, Tianyuan territory has to be built into a self-sufficient place. About this, Mu Yuan only hoped for a talented chef to come. He was currently eating at Langxing every day. The food in the eternal world? Even though the food made by the skeletons was so good that it was said to be fit for a king, none of the other awakened troops knew how to cook. The citizens knew a bit, but it was only just a bit. It'll take some time, but sooner or later, I'll recruit some refugee chefs. Maybe one day a top chef will even appear. However, as the number of refugees increases, Lulu and the others seem to be struggling to manage. Thus, Mu Yuan re-initiated his remnant soul purchase plan. In addition to buying surplus remnant souls like little skeletons and slimes, he also purchased some ordinary 1-star militia, which were the cheapest human troops. They could evolve into the 2-star spearmen, and subsequently into the halberd guard and big halberdier. Human troops are responsible for internal affairs. They patrol the territory, handle security management, and also deal with some city defense duties. The other main troops are for external affairs. They're responsible for exploration, external dispatch, and territorial conquest. The next day, Mu Yuan sat inside the Mage Tower, holding 2 soul crystals in his hands. As he breathed, he absorbed thin, pure, white energy that flowed through his whole body. He was cultivating. After loading the Duo Light template, with the power of the Lord, even a blank Lord was able to absorb soul sand and slowly but steadily improve himself. Once the template was dismissed and the Duo Light power disappeared, the basic attributes gained from absorbing soul sand remained. This was merely a bit of the wonder of the power of the Lord. The power of the Lord, from beginner to rise above the sky. After finishing a satisfying routine of cultivation, Lord Shepherd checked his system panel. Tianyuan territory, civilians, 123 feet, troops. Skeleton series, 530 feet. The count had increased by 279 from before, thanks to recruitment in the skeleton cemetery, residuals after the Legion of Death's operation, as well as external purchases. Among them, apart from little skeletons and dead bones, there were also skeleton generals times 10 feet, skeleton warriors times 130 feet, and Skeleton soldiers times 100 feet. The number of troops at each level hadn't changed much, but the Skeleton series evolution points had accumulated up to 560 units. With a little more, the Dead Bone could take another step forward. Slime series. 150 feet, no change in the number of troops at all levels, only accumulating as much as possible. Its evolution points had reached 320 units. Wandering Spirit series. 125 feet, 12 resentful spirits and 55 ghosts had evolved. The Watchtower, Archer, and Battle Falcon hadn't changed much overall, only evolving a few individual rare-level entities. The fourth main branch, the Treemen, remained the same in numbers. Most of them stayed in the forest, while a few took root in the south area. They were closer to the Treemen forest and also benefited from the blessing effect of the Treemen forest. The third type of patrol troop, the militia, had just been recruited, numbering 30 at present. Mu Yuan didn't expect these militiamen to be very strong, however, as long as they were evolved to the halberd guard stage, even at level 1 or 2, they could naturally open their wisdom. In this way, they could be competent for some simple patrol tasks under Lulu's leadership. The cheap and easy-to-get remnant souls of the militia were much easier to buy. It might not take long, a new high-order troop could be spawned above the Big Halberdier. Overtaking Lu 6:17. Just as he thought this, he saw a militia walking down from the Lord's altar, with a faint, plus 0.01, rising from its body. The militia was faintly resonating with a powerful shooter on the nearby watchtower and a patrolling Imperial Guard. Mu Yuan caught onto something. In his sublimation, when the power of the mind was maximized, the invisible and intangible evolution points turned into differently colored light balls in his eyes, with blurred images flowing within. The total number of light balls was 8, representing the evolution power of 8 types of troops. At this moment, as his intentions spread and perhaps also due to meeting certain prerequisites, 3 of the light balls gradually fused together. Human evolution points, Watchtower evolution points, Archer evolution points. The 3 became blurred, and after a few breaths, they formed a brighter light ball, with vague shadows within it that looked like all beings of the mortal world. Human evolution points. 13.56, the points were precisely the sum of the former 3. Great Lord Shepherd understood. He didn't leave the Mage Tower, but simply followed an instinct deep within, pointing at a distant archer, a patrolman, and a militia. The next moment, 11 units were deducted from the human evolution points, and the 3 types of troops began to sublimate in the brilliant white light, as if they were graced by a celestial. The changes in Evo power had altered Mu Yuan's purchasing plan. This had to do with the number of eligible types of soldiers, and perhaps also with his breakthrough into the first-order professional level. Would there be changes in the future? He wasn't sure, he just needed to control the present. Sentries and archers belong to the human category. Skeletons and ghosts belong to the undead category. As for Treemen, its affiliation was not a plant but it belonged to the nature category. This could be understood from the effects of Treemen Forest. Having thought of this, Mu Yuan was flipping the information about types of soldiers and eventually decided to select 2 types of remnant souls in Nature series for trial purchase. On the northern side, around 30 or 40 kilometers from Tianyuan territory, a large blue-gray bird was soaring through the clouds. Its piercing eyes were peering through the faint white mist that shrouded the earth, looking around from a high and observing everything. From time to time, it would let out a refreshing squawk. I, the birdmaster, am no longer weak. Thinking back, it had to be extremely careful even just flying out once. Just a few harpies could chase it into a near-death state. Now, with the vast world and boundless earth, where couldn't it, the birdmaster, go? Whoosh, a few giant birds with large bodies screamed over from the distant sky. With their tawny wings, they seemed like giant bloody hawks, which were the bloody warhawks, the rare 2-star monsters. And there were as many as 7 of them. Jun, the bird with limited cultural knowledge, couldn't identify them. He just felt that these big birds were bigger than him, seeming a bit hard to mess with. Of course, the birdmaster wasn't scared, just thinking it was unnecessary, since it was still on a mission for its lord, else a few red-feathered birds. The bloody warhawks turned their heads, seemingly sensing something. Storm Falcon Jun instinctively shook, then with a whirl towards the ground, it whirled into the vast forest in the blink of an eye, avoiding a disaster. Avoiding an unnecessary conflict. It continued heading north. Upholding its mission, Jun avoided several conflicts, beat up a few smaller monsters, and, upon discovering an important target, proactively turned on the field of view sharing, sending the information to the great, supreme, noble lord. The goblin army that attacked the territory before probably came from this tribe. Mu Yuan speculated. In Jun's field of view was a monster settlement roughly equivalent in size to the Snake Man tribe. However, just several days later, it had become abandoned and occupied by a group of jackal men. The whole tribe was reduced to a mess due to their disorderly searches. This was his property. How could he tolerate such a humiliation? He immediately dispatched General Duo Lai, who rode a Hurricane Warhawk to launch an airdrop. Apart from this tribe, Jun also discovered several noticeable large monster camps on his way north and encountered countless professional-level monsters. The Eternal Continent indeed was fraught with crises. He had no doubts that if he continued to fly downwards, he would bump into elite-level monsters, or even warlord-level monsters. It also had to do with Jun flying northward. The farther to the north, the deeper into the wilderness. Toward the south was the Tai Zan Alliance, and the distance from the nearest official town would be about a few hundred kilometers. That's quite far away. The official settlements, however, were considerably closer, at less than 100 kilometers away. He could visit sometime, dispatching a general, and with him, Lord Shepherd, pointing the way through the spiritual link. It was almost as if he had been there in person. But it was not necessarily safe to go south, into the territory of the Tai Zan Alliance. There are also dangerous and uninhabitable places in the territory of the Tai Zan Alliance, where no human territories are found. Even if you traveled thousands of miles deep into these regions, you would struggle to find a sign of human life. New territories in several southern provinces of Zan country, period after period, year after year, are scattered across the Twilight Plains. The Twilight Plains is a general term, inside which are dark forests, lava lands, extremely cold frosty forests, among other perilous areas where new territories would not be established. The areas surrounding where the newcomers are born are either full of weak monsters or fraught with danger, but both types fall within the scope of low-risk zones. But when lords keep expanding and exploring, they might bump into a high-risk zone one day. Mu Yuan hardly leaves his house, but his mind is always busy. One thought to browse the images shared by Jun. One thought to guide Duo Lai. One thought watches over the territory, occasionally giving directions to Lulu. One thought controls several Hurricane Warhawks, probing around Tien Yuan territory unceasingly. Under such circumstances, he still has a thought left to place orders for remnant souls on the forum and glance briefly at the situations of other players. Guys, managing refugees isn't easy. Dozens of people are all over the place, and if you're not careful, there'll be fights, or they might just starve to death. Help, how do I handle this? No kidding, I just arranged for these refugees to go out mining, and more than a dozen starved to death. They are so fragilely delicate, and the looks those refugees gave me seemed a bit off. Troublemakers. All of them are troublemakers. Lord, you may have violated the Convention on Citizen Management, please take note. Many newly entered lords complain. Some people think that goblins and such troops are the troublemakers. They like to run around here and there, difficult to command. It is only when dealing with refugees do they realize the difficulty. Moreover, the lords have to worry about finance, construction, security and many other issues. All are overwhelming to them. And their troops are only capable of fighting or killing, can't do anything else. There are solutions. You all can hire players with managerial skills, or look for talents among the civilians, and grant them some positions, allowing civilians to manage civilians. But the former is not reliable enough. The latter requires a fair amount of time to observe and find, and is also not as reliable as having your own troops. Lords prefer to rely on their own troops, who are extremely loyal and will unconditionally execute orders. Mu Yuan looks at Lulu and 17 who are guiding the refugees. Looks at the dead bone who leads the team on his own to explore. looks at Hong Yi, who silently tears down the fleeing monsters around the territory, and Jun, who doesn't need his concern and sends back images from time to time. He nods slightly. The troops with self-consciousness are really good. However, thinking of the second-generation lords who are spending a lot of Krypton gold, and with the support of their elders, introducing large numbers of precious troops and miracle buildings, he feels himself quite insignificant. He was far from being strong enough. An experienced lord said, "The best way to share the heavy workload is to recruit soldiers with self-awareness and exceptional talents, or simply cultivate a hero." It's like a casual remark from an expert. Everyone knows that a hero is a lord's right-hand man, but those who can really have a hero are almost all experienced lords. If they were experienced lords, wouldn't they have better things to worry about besides these trivial matters? Generally speaking, the hero's proof is extremely rare, but you new lords indeed have an opportunity to recruit a hero. Even small, it is still an opportunity everyone can try. It is the every 3-year Hero Festival. This is a unique mechanism of a secret realm, and a part of welfare the eternal world gives to the new lords. When the festival starts, the entrance to the secret realm will connect to all the new territories, and now, it has been 2.5 years since the last 3-year period. Guys, make sure to seize the opportunity. Back then, I just missed a strong, full-bodied, seductive female hero, a regret for my lifetime. The exact start time of the Hero Spirit Festival is not accurate, with an error of more than 2 months. He checked the information and found a huge hero tavern there for many lords to compete in. Not only are there ordinary heroes here, but there are also a few who have made a name for themselves in the history of the eternal world with legendary deeds. The competition is not entirely based on strength, sometimes it's all about the luck of the draw. Therefore, many ordinary lords howled excitedly. Mu Yuan looked in the mirror. He was majestic, but he preferred to rely on his talent to earn his living. Forget it, we'll see when the time comes. At this moment, he received a message from General Dead Bone. Familiarity, who had been exploring and delving deep into a certain place for a long time, had finally returned. During the Lord trial, there were 2 big monster tides attacking Tianyuan territory. The Goblin tribe has already been discovered, and the other one. Mu Yuan's perspective followed the camera bird to the northwest of Tianyuan territory, just over 1,000 meters from the border of his territory. There, the earth had sunk and formed a massive pit sloping downward. He had a skeleton warrior kick down a few chunks of debris. The debris rolled down quickly and then disappeared without a trace or echo. The pit was deep, and Dead Bone had been exploring along it before, but now they had made a discovery. Are you saying that not only is there a tribe underground, but there's also a vast underground space? There is a 99.98% likelihood. Dead Bone said. Mu Yuan could see the serious expression on his skeleton face, which read, "This is too dangerous. The number of enemies is unknown. They are hiding underground. The threat to our territory is too great. What's worse is, if targeted by the underground enemy, will the surface of Tianyuan territory collapse? Indeed, it's risky." Mu Yuan nodded. His worries were justified, and it was necessary to work out and eliminate the underground threat as soon as possible. For this mission, the General Dead Bone called upon Bone 2, Bone 3, Bone 4, as well as Hong Yi and other powerful beings in his territory, together with dozens of elites to descend into the pit. The path along the way was winding, with dust occasionally showering down and stones occasionally hitting the helmet of the skeleton warriors, creating a crisp clanging sound. Such underground tunnels are, of course, extremely dangerous, and if attacked by an ambush, it could easily lead to annihilation. Prudent Dead Bone would have anticipated this. He had resentful spirits such as Hong Yi traverse the rocky crevices, scouting hundreds of meters around in advance, to eliminate the possibility of any ambushes. Occasionally, the traces of artificial excavation could be found at some narrower junctions. After advancing several thousand steps like this, the narrowed tunnel suddenly opened into a large hall. The floor was flat, like hard tiles had been laid. Stepping on it produced just a dull sound. The walls were lined with burned-out torches, revealing traces of civilization. After leaving this hall, the environment returned to its primitive state. Nevertheless, it was not dim. In the rugged and complex underground space, moss could be seen everywhere, growing on the rock walls, and spreading a faint fluorescence in the dark silence. The arrival of the skeletons broke the silence, and the banging sounds echoed around the cavern, reverberating uncountable meters away. With more manpower this time, Dead Bone commanded his troops to scatter and explore in all directions. Soon, Mu Yuan summed up two pieces of news. The good news is that the underground space is also extending in the northwest direction and is not located directly under his Tianyuan territory. The bad news is that this place is a bit too big. Is it reasonable for such a vast, mysterious, and dangerous underground space to exist next to the territory of a rookie like him? Its existence is logical, Mu Yuan continues. With the perspective of the camera bird, he keeps moving forward. Along the way, his troops killed numerous monsters attracted by the noise. Caves people, crypt spider, ghoul, skeleton soldiers, and so on. Skeleton warriors, when slaying skeleton soldier monsters, were equally decisive, even more efficient, thanks to their familiarity. Thus, they explored and slew enemies along the way, and by following some noticeable traces, Mu Yuan's skeletons and ghosts found a monster tribe in less than half a day. A tribe where the campfire has burnt out, stone houses are broken, and corpses are scattered all around. These corpses include caves people, crypt assassins, worms, and so on. There are also two powerful beings who appear to be Dark Knight stalkers, seeming as though they were smacked dead against the rock wall by some enormous force, their bodies blurred and half-blurred into paste. Huge claw marks are left on the rock walls and on the ground. These are claw marks larger than humans. In the heart of the tribe, they find a blood altar, but the altar has already completely shattered. Even when Dead Bone went forward and lightly touched it, no prompt sound arose. Mu Yuan rubbed his chin. It doesn't seem like this tribe of monsters evacuated like the goblins did. Some stayed behind, but their power was much weaker and they quickly fell prey to a powerful beast, eventually being wiped out entirely? This tribe is just as bloody and primitive as the Snake Man tribe but seems more advanced in some ways. Dead Bone found a dungeon here and discovered several prisoners who had been locked up but were already dead and cold. Some corpses resemble humans. Are they actual humans, or human players, or human monsters? Some corpses have been dead for some time, wearing only ordinary clothes and armor, revealing nothing. But one of the bodies, in handcuffs with disheveled hair, can still be seen wearing exquisite half-body armor. This is the Generation 3, Light Armor, Teenage Turtle Dragon. Is this a player from Zon Country? Dead Bone ordered the skeleton to sever its handcuffs and turned the corpse over, scrutinizing it again and again. Except for the damaged Turtle Dragon's third-generation armor, it seems to have nothing else of value on its body. Plop! A yellow, damp and slightly moldy notebook fell out from the seam of the armor. Dead Bone picked it up and delicately opened it. By the time you read this diary, I'm probably already dead. I'm an adventurer who has been qualified to play games for 8 or 9 years, and I have been physically present in the Eternal World for 3.5 years. Yes. I am a senior member of the True Body Experience Association and have married several concubines in this world. All of them have slender waists and round buttocks. The next few pages are all about the adventures of some adventurer and his concubines. Mu Yuan. Who will write a diary about these vivid and graphic stories? But in order not to miss any important information, Mu Yuan read it word by word and sentence by sentence. Soon, he finally saw the adventurer's exploration experience. I shuttle, jump, undergo hardships, break through barriers, and finally glimpse a subterranean city from a distance. It's already decaying but still magnificent. I wanted to go and explore, but I was attacked by a formidable, Earthrock dragon. When I escaped, I was seriously injured, and nearly all the troops I had on hand were dead or injured. I'm not dead yet, but I have no strength to flee to the surface. If I wasn't physically present, I could still contact my friends for help in the real world, but I have no regrets. Later, I was caught by some caves people and locked up in a dungeon. This seems to be a tribe led by a Dark Knight dancer. Ah, the taste of a Dark Knight dancer is really not bad. I have no regrets in death. Adventurers had no regrets. At most they had just been unable to uncover the full scale of the underground city, unable to return alive, leaving behind a few concubines to mourn their loss. I will unveil the full extent of the underground city for you. Miu Yuan slightly touched his finger, pondering. This was clearly an ancient civilization site, and its area was countless times larger than the ancient tower. Even though most of the area inside had decayed or been abandoned, there might be something to excavate, right? There was no map in the adventurer's diary, but since he had been seriously injured and was captured by the Crypt tribe, it meant the distance wouldn't be too far. The exploration by General Deadbone began. He was very cautious, even 10 times more cautious than before. He only managed to explore over 1,000 meters in half an hour. Miu Yuan. He knew that Deadbone was wary of the Earth Rock Dragon mentioned in the diary. The Earth Rock Dragon was not a real giant dragon, but a creature with the word dragon in its name was extraordinary nonetheless. At the same level, it could easily crush other monsters, let alone, the Earth Rock Dragon might not only be at the professional level. In the Crypt tribe, the 2 Dark Knight Stalkers were seemingly crushed into paste without any resistance, which was enough to reveal the terror of the Earth Rock Dragon. Deadbone's caution was justified. Like this, they searched from day to night. Outside the Mage Tower where Miu Yuan was located, the night had fallen. He could vaguely look into the distance to see the houses that had been built, and the scattered lights from the oil lamps dispelled the darkness and brought warmth. But in the camera bird's view, the underground world remained unchanged, with only faint light in the dim environment. There was no difference between day and night here. After searching for several more hours, they had toppled many monsters, found a monster camp far away but did not capture it. The indefatigable skeleton warriors, their soul flames in their skull grew slightly dimmer. A resentful spirit hung upside down on a stalactite, its faint red eyes taking in the giant shadow resting on the lower and open terrain in the distance. Soon, a camera bird, under Miu Yuan's control and Hong Yi's assistance, stealthily arrived at the spot, its sharp eyes locking onto the distant giant shadow. This was a crawling dragon species, seeming like a giant lizard that had been magnified hundreds of thousands of times. It had rock-like brown skin, a body length of probably more than 10 meters, extremely strong and bulging muscles in its limbs, and it made thunderous snoring sounds during its rest. The loud noise echoed in the quiet underground space, lingering for a long time. Miu Yuan noticed that this open space was filled with conspicuous red fog. Ominous red fog. In fact, since the day the sky turned red, even after the end of the Lord trial and the dawn light fell, there were occasional strands of red fog wafting in the field, as if the red fog was becoming a normal occurrence. But here was different. The red fog here was denser, half obfuscating the body of the Earth Rock Dragon. It's the root of corruption indeed, but why is there only one monster around the root of corruption? Perhaps the root of corruption hasn't been there for a long time? It's not mentioned in the diary. He waited a while longer, and soon there were monsters emerged from the distance with a splash. It was a group of caves people. These caves people were hunched, holding crude spears, and compared to little skeleton, they were young dragons and phoenixes. Among the caves people, one of them had spikes on its back, was holding a red long spear, and under its hunched body were bulging strong muscles, seemingly containing explosive power. Furthermore, there was a thin red energy mist surrounding it. From its appearance, it seemed to be a stronger one among the cave's people. Their arrival attracted the attention of the Earth Rock Dragon. This colossal creature slowly stood up, its brown-yellow vertical pupils opened, like a yellow moon hanging in the dark, but a pitch-black sword was plunged into it. It dispersed a terrifying and deep aura. Targeting the cave's people who stepped into the land of filth, the Earth Rock Dragon slapped. The stronger cave's person let out a sharp scream. The red long spear in its hand radiated even more intense and sharp blood light, and a faint red flame burned on its body, stirring up invisible wind in the silent underground. It seemed to want to dodge to the side, but the ground suddenly sunk, and the surrounding cave's people tumbled down. Their bodies were squashed flat on the ground, crushed into a paste by an invisible force amidst the crack sound of bones breaking. The strongest of the cave's people didn't fall, but stumbled a little. In the next instant, a massive paw swiped down, and the entire underground space shuddered slightly. And all that was left of the strongest of the cave's people was a meaty pulp. Mu Yuan finally understood why the speed-famed Dark Knight stalkers met such a tragic death. Its gravity, likely the natural talent of the Earth Rock Dragon. Its level is preliminarily judged as early elite level, however, it is a uniquely gifted sub-dragon species, extremely mighty. Dead Bone, what do you think? Dead Bone, suppressing the eager Bone 2 from charging impulsively, pondered for a while and ultimately shook his head. I am not ready today. It wanted to meet its lord's expectations, but it wouldn't act recklessly, undertaking things it was unsure of. Because if they were to start a fight and failed to take down this Earth Rock Dragon, their territory would suffer significant losses. It would be better to delay for a little while. Mu Yuan was not in a rush, he was only interested in hearing Dead Bone's analysis. He understood the unspoken words. Today it was not possible, but perhaps in a few to several days it would be. With the ongoing benefits from the skeleton cemetery, Dead Bone's current efficiency in absorbing soul sand was extremely high, almost equivalent to constantly using high-grade cultivation aids. Then, by further practicing and refining their skills, and commanding Bone 2 and the other skeletons to perform a just bout of pummeling, it might just be possible to take the Earth Rock Dragon down. The most important fact was that General Dead Bone could now evolve. However eager Mu Yuan was for the evolution, he had to wait for Dead Bone's return. He could remotely evolve at the touch, bestowing the baptismal light onto his forces, but he was unable to do so from dozens of miles away. He pulled open a drawer, retrieved a rudimentary map and marked a red X in the approximate position to denote the formidable foe, the Earth Rock Dragon. Only by defeating the Earth Rock Dragon would he be able to glimpse the splendor of the underground city. Otherwise, even if he had the ability to circumvent it, he would not do so. While waiting for Dead Bone's return and with other forces either resting or cultivating during this relatively leisure period, Mu Yuan opened the forum to soothe his mind. However, as soon as he opened it, he saw a pinned post. An investigation and research analysis of the appearance frequency of the Land of Filth. This seemed to be members of the official Pioneer Group, who had gathered countless data and quoted numerous obscure theories and documents. Hence, Mu Yuan skipped to the conclusion at the end of the post. The appearance frequency of the Land of Filth has significantly increased? Ah, isn't that quite good? The Land of Filth can burst out coins. A lord spoke enthusiastically, itching to form a group for purification. This opinion received widespread agreement, as they had always hoped to discover the Land of Filth in the past. Sometimes when two lords discovered the root of corruption simultaneously, they would have to conduct a battle contest to decide who held the purification rights for the root. However, there were some more experienced lords frowning. This might suggest that the world is becoming more polluted. When the tidal wave arrives, it might be even more dangerous than before. Don't you newbies forget, as lords, we face the imminent threat from the tidal wave all the time. It's far more terrifying than what you encounter in the newbie trial. Nonetheless, there was no big concern at present. A top-ranked new lord declared that he was already making preparations to conquer the monster tribe. In just about 10 days or half a month at the most, he would be able to seize the mighty monster tribe. Someone even revealed that the Lord of Wamba territory had introduced the excellent tier troop, the Black Knight, recruited and successfully tamed it. With full training, this Black Knight would be able to break through to the professional level in just 17 to 18 days, and reach elite level in another 2 months. That is to say, in a maximum of 3 months, Wamba territory would be able to effortlessly conquer elite level monsters, even if they were the bosses amongst the elite monsters. In just 4 months, Wamba territory would be able to rival what many people had strived for over 10 or more years. This is the charm of high-order troops. It makes me want to grind my teeth into dust. Great Lord Shepherd also felt a sense of urgency. Apart from not having to retrain his trump card, and other than the fact that Lulu, 17, Hong Yi and others were soon to be promoted to the excellent tier, and apart from the fact that Duo Lai was soon to advance to the late professional level, he really didn't have too many advantages. The night was deep, shrouding the earth, and everything seemed to follow suit, plunging into silence. The night was actually when monsters were active, the howling and screaming were endless. But the area around Tianyuan territory was quiet, with occasional monster roars that would be abruptly silenced. A peace-loving atmosphere. Dead Bone, leading a group of skeletons and ghosts, did not rest after safely sending them all home. Instead, it headed straight to the place in the cemetery where the undead energy was the strongest. With a sword in hand, it closed its eyes and meditated. It was still too weak. The weakest point was the low level. It clearly had more room to maneuver with skills like Withered Bone Land and Giant Beast of Death Remains, but it didn't have enough power to perform them. Dead Bone had been pondering this for a while. Seeing Duo Lai's level skyrocket with the help of the devouring talent, it had also envied and studied for a period of time. It spent 3.5 days studying but to no avail. After all, it was just a skeleton. It was one of countless ordinary skeletons. At most, it was just a few steps ahead of other skeletons. But when it was in the skeleton cemetery, enjoying the efficiency of cultivation like flying, a faint light flashed in Dead Bone's soul flame. It sealed this light and planned to take it out for consideration when the exploration mission ended and it had some downtime. Energy, extraction, circulation, environment, soul sand, self. It slightly understood. So, Dead Bone, holding 2 soul crystals, made 64 minor adjustments to the talent, Death Extraction, allowing this talent, which could only draw on death energy during killings, to slightly turn to soul sand, nature energy extraction, and resonate with the surrounding. The extremely thick undead energy and shadow energy in the cemetery. The slowly drifting black fog suddenly converged towards General Dead Bone, forming a funnel-shaped whirlpool from top to bottom. In the center of the whirlpool was the figure of Dead Bone, already shrouded in thick black fog. This phenomenon lasted for a full 2 minutes before gradually dissipating. The black fog continued to drift around, but was noticeably thinner to the naked eye. Ding! Dead Bone has leveled up to first rank level 5. Leveled up to first rank level 6. Leveled up to first rank level 7. Success, albeit a small one. Even though this method of forcibly taking in elements from the heavens and earth into its body and transforming them into cultivation energy could only be used once after a long interval, its cultivation speed would increase dramatically. However, seeing the significantly thinned black fog in the skeleton cemetery, Dead Bone felt guilty again. How could it destroy everyone's living and cultivation environment for its own cultivation desires? This ability should be sealed. No, this ability is worth promoting. Skeleton Cemetery. Note: due to special circumstances resulting in energy loss and an inability to self-sustain, please replenish with 1024 grams of soul sand. Isn't it just adding some soul sand? No big deal. The stronger you are, the safer the territory will be. It's all worthwhile. Next, I will bestow upon you the miracle of evolution, and I believe you will not let me down. Under the night, the clear moonlight penetrated through the considerably thinned black fog, illuminating the armor-clad young man with a smile on his face. He stood on a mound, in the quiet darkness, with the moonlight glowing behind him, shining for tens of thousands of feet. The light of guidance, the light of trust, the light of baptism. With such a lord, what more could the Bones ask for? Compared to what the Lord had gifted him, he was still far behind. Even the quick cultivation method he developed had so many flaws. For the Lord, he will go all out. Mu Yuan had no idea that this big-eyed fellow, Dead Bone, had undergone so many trials. All he did was attended the ceremony only to find General Dead Bone rapidly leveling up. Such a worthy emperor, for such talented leaders with an imperial demeanor. Even the most wasteful lords would never put on a straight face. Of course, it's better to give them more praises. 625 evolution points have been deducted. In his field of vision, a certain light ball that had stored a large amount of water was suddenly emptied, becoming a bit dim. The next moment, the light of miracle power enveloped Dead Bone. Pure white light radiated into the night sky, stirring the black fog, piercing the deep night, reflecting bright moonlight hanging in the far distance. In the white light, the figure of General Dead Bone did not undergo significant changes, but the light of evolution still enveloped him and lasted for more than 10 seconds before gradually fading away. Ding! Notice. Your hero, Dead Bone, has received the baptism of miraculous power, his rank has been promoted, and he is now Skeleton General. Excellent. Notice. Your hero, Dead Bone, has awakened the talent, Heart of Darkness. This talent greatly enhances the affinity of the target for dark elements and amplifies the energy power of such skills. Under the silver moonlight, Dead Bone stood in the skeleton cemetery with black fog that had just dissipated slowly gathering around him again, like numerous soldiers bowing their heads. It was like a dreadful existence slowly awakening from the abyss. The storm that spread invisibly made little skeletons and skeleton soldiers crawl out of their graves in the distance and kneel toward it. Skeleton General Dead Bone. Just from the oppressive aura, Mu Yuan could tell that Dead Bone had become much stronger after the evolution. His strength, energy, and other basic attributes had risen by at least 30%. If he leveraged his increasing abilities with high-level skills, the improvement would be far more than 30 points. The new talent had two functions: affinity improvement and energy amplification. The latter once again significantly enhanced the combat power of General Dead Bone, and the former is the core of this talent. Dead Bone has transformed from a cultivator with average foundation to top-tier foundation in an instant. No matter its cultivation, practicing skills, or fighting, everything will be much easier. It will be of great help to the future breakthrough to the leader level, or even above the leader level to the legendary realm. Of course, the effect of this talent is mainly reflected in the future. It requires a long time and effort to realize, and it plays an auxiliary role. As for the direct enhancement, it might not be as obvious as the death extraction. No, with the gifted potential of Emperor Dead Bone, there's no need to spend a long time realizing his potential. Perhaps in half a month or a month, the talent, Heart of Darkness would shine brilliantly in the hands of Dead Bone. Just as he thought this, ding, a familiar, pleasant, and similar reminder sound echoed again in his ears. Lord Shepherd shuddered. As expected, black fog rushed toward Dead Bone again, as if something were about to happen. The undead energy was activated. Notice. Dead Bone has upgraded the skill, Cleave, to Shadow Slash. Notice. Dead Bone has upgraded the Charge skill to Shadow Accumulation. Notice. Dead Bone, with the Heart of Darkness, has learned the techniques: Curse, Slowdown, Curse, Weakness, Curse, Ebbing, Curse, Weak Armor. Dead Bone, who was in a state of meditation with his eyes closed and in some mysterious state, floated slowly with the support of invisible energy. The black fog surrounded him, and the undead energy unconsciously spread around, dragging out a long shadow under the moonlight. It was like a pair of massive wings suddenly unfolding in the dark, blocking the bright moon, casting the world into darkness. At this moment, Dead Bone lit up his eyes, as brilliant as stars roaring in the darkness. He was like the ruler of the night, stepping out of the void. The western cemetery area was once again suddenly enveloped in dense black fog, obscuring the sky and the sun, like a dance of the kings. It made the entire skeletal cemetery increasingly resemble the netherworld abyss. In contrast, the Treeman Forest to the east was like a fairyland. Here, the trees are lush and green. Under the sunlight during the day, the leaves glow with an emerald-like green, with the veins on them reflecting a crystal-clear shimmering light. Under the influence of the Treeman Forest, ordinary plants become increasingly lush and delicious, often tempting some gluttonous slime to bounce over and take a few sneak bites, only to be chased away by the angry treemen in the forest waving their long beards. If the present environment is just a green water and green mountain, with a beautiful landscape, then the white light balls that playfully fly among the trees like fireflies, but much brighter, brighten the forest, giving it an ethereal and illusory ambiance. Mu Yuan beckoned, and these glowing light balls floated to him, whirling and dancing around him. These were the standard one-star soldiers, little elf, inside the fist-sized light balls. There were tiny little creatures, about the size of a fingernail. This is his main force of troops purchased recently, a kind of creature with extremely weak combat power, but capable of coexisting with plants and slightly promoting plant growth. Of course, even though the little elf soldier species is even lower than the little skeleton and goblin, its selling price is relatively high, and it is not common in the market, being suspected of being monopolized by some great lords. Mu Yuan, in the guise of a super logistics person, spent his time browsing various trading areas in his mind, and only managed to buy a dozen or so little elf remnant souls after a whole day. If he were to rely on the little elves to self-produce and self-sell, it would take forever to evolve them into high-order troops. As a result, Lord Shepherd also bought another cheap one-star soldier, Green-Vined Snake, which is a vine rather than a snake. Green-Vined Snake is not the cheapest nature-type soldier in this large series. In the series, there are also others as inferior as Little Skeleton and Goblin. But after deliberation, Mu Yuan still chose Green-Vined Snake. The reason is that the green-vined snake is sufficiently relaxed and can survive on photosynthesis alone, without needing to intake additional nutrients. They have been defined by Mu Yuan as unfeeling evolution point production snakes to feed the little elf troop and treeman troop. Currently, there are 50 green-vined snakes, which can produce 20 evolution points per day. It's not enough, but once more are purchased in batches and the quantity rises, the efficiency of evolution point production will naturally increase significantly. Even now, as long as the timeline is extended, a large number of evolution points can be harvested. It only takes money and patience. Deep in the forest, a few more light spots flew over. They were much more conspicuous than the little elves. They were the size of basketballs. Through this faint light rain, you could clearly see the tiny life inside. A tiny girl dressed in a green dress with a silhouette similar to a human and wearing two delicate cicada wings. Typical 3-star troops, Flower Fairy. They often linger in flower beds, preferring to live in full flower buds. And flowers with flower fairies residing in them often become even more radiant and, over a long period, are likely to undergo a metamorphosis, forming materials that can be used in medicine. This is the hidden ability of the flower fairy. When there are sufficient numbers and enough time, they can have a significant effect under the subtle influence. They are naturally born gardeners. For this reason, even though the flower fairy is just a regular 3-star troop, it is very rare to see in the market. It was after reading these materials that Mu Yuan chose to buy a little elf and evolve them. Flower Fairy, Level LV2, Skills. Fragrance, disperses unique aroma and subtly affects the surrounding vegetation, making it more radiant and tender, and has a slight chance of promoting the metamorphosis of the plants, advancing them into special medicinal materials. When multiple flower fairies use this skill simultaneously, the effect can be accumulated to a certain degree. This is a supportive, agricultural type of skill. It materializes and enhances the inherent attributes of the flower fairy. And this is only the second stage, Flower Fairy, the next stage. Notice. Natural System Evolution Points -5. Notice. Your Flower Fairy has basked in the miracle light and evolved into Flower Sprite. Rare, gaining the growth skill. Good. This is the non-combat skill he wanted. The Flower Sprite is essentially still a soldier species, naturally also. Or it can be said that most of the individuals have combat abilities. They are likely to awaken skills like Entangle, Sleep Powder, Temptation, etc. Mu Yuan doesn't need the Flower Sprite to fight. A mundane skill that can promote crop growth is most suitable. Soon, the miracle light subsided, and a palm-sized sprite, surrounded by a faint white light and diffusing a floral scent in an invisible way, landed on Mu Yuan's palm. She is small but fully featured, like a collectible figurine of a young girl in her early teens. The emphasis is on her exquisite cuteness, as well as her weakness. Mu Yuan doubted whether the flower sprites who have awakened combat skills have any combat power at all. However, the flower sprite is not the end of this evolution. This newly baptized and transformed flower sprite, who has just shown her spiritual wisdom but has not yet come out of her daze, once again received a baptism from Lord. Before she had the chance to feel her weak childhood, her life took another leap. Possibly, the dazzling light of evolution bloomed. Miu Yuan stepped back a few steps, watching the figurine-sized sprite in front of him. Her body grew continuously under the light of evolution, her long hair reaching her waist slender, and her legs long and slender. He nodded slightly. Indeed, the larger, the stronger. The larger the body, the more energy it can store and the more skills it can use. Natural System Evolution points -25. Notice. Your flower sprite has basked in the miracle light, evolving into Flower Fairy, rare, and awakened the Flower Fairy talent. Flower Fairy. The Flower Fairy resides in flourishing vegetation and flowers and can slowly and permanently enhance her base abilities. She can invisibly improve the environment of her habitat. When the number of flower fairies reaches a certain level and resides for a long time, it significantly enhances the concentration of the plant elements in the area, and even improves an entire area into a treasure land. This enhances the concentration of plant elements, potentially improving the yield of crops. Once the burst of evolution faded, the flower fairy that appeared was now as big as a backpack. She looked as though she was sitting on an invisible swing, her bare feet like white jade swinging back and forth. The large glowing eyes were filled with animated breath. This is indeed a farming marshal. From now on, you will be in charge of managing the other companions and boosting the growth of the territorial crops. Starting with the snake blood fruit tree on the gold fertile soil, understand? The flower fairy blinked her eyes, full of clear bewilderment. It took her a while to snap back to reality and started nodding her head like a pecking chicken, but whether she really understood, Miu Yuan thought she didn't. It's not that she's too stupid, it's just that he has so many of his own sentient troops, or those with high-level spiritual wisdom, that he had almost forgotten that the flower fairy in front of him had only evolved for 15 seconds. The work of flower fairies and sprites is very simple. They just need to find a place to be a quiet mascot which can benefit the surrounding plants. Sometimes they use growth or fragrance, and then their work is complete. The rest of the time, they can just lay low and slack off. Lord Shepherd envied them. After all, the flower fairies are military units with supportive buffing capabilities. The real work of soil cultivation, fertilization, weeding, harvesting, is naturally done by the common people. By now, 101 star fields and numerous ordinary fields have been developed to the south, hoping that they can enter the profit stage as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'm going to go broke. For example, it costs 200 grams of soul sand to develop a 1-star field. It doesn't sound much, but for 100 fields it requires a total of 20 soul crystals. The construction of other civilian houses, watchtowers, fences, has also consumed about 7 to 8 soul crystals. He's trying to save wherever he can. Plus, the purchase of various crop seeds, basic materials, etc., the expenses are adding up. He can't cut back on the provision for training his main forces. As a result, he is now scraping the bottom of the barrel to buy remnant souls. He dare not buy even ordinary 1-star remnant souls in excess. It really goes against his identity as the Great Lord Shepherd. No wonder many independent lords can't hold on and have to accept outside investment. Even those lords who have accepted investments from large groups are complaining about being poor. The Liver Emperor seems to have gotten dark circles under his eyes from overworking these days, and even the rich second generation, Mr. Tan, seems to be no longer bragging about spending money lavishly. Even in Krypton gold, he's now considering its cost-effectiveness. If you don't become a lord, you'd never realize how expensive the costs are. Only when he can make money while laying low, will he be able to live the comfortable and pleasant life of a lord. Lord Shepherd turned his gaze to the fields in the south. Farming area. Today, 17 is not wearing her armored outfit of God Archer. This is because the Lord said that the heavy armor and majesty are not conducive to grassroots work. 17 doesn't understand what grassroots work is, but she does whatever the Lord says. Primarily, she obeys orders. She always carries her war bow on her back. Dressed in a brown outfit, her waist belt was tightly fastened, which accentuated her tall and graceful figure. Her medium-length hair was tied up high in a ponytail, swaying in the wind. My fellow citizens, I am here on behalf of the Lord to announce an important matter, which is about the arrangement of your future work. Upon hearing these words, the over 100 territory citizens did not resent her. Many of them even seemed relieved. Having work to do is the right way. Otherwise, the Lord's lavish treats with no work to do scares them. Seeing that the territory citizens in front of her were orderly, 17's tense heart slightly relaxed. She opened her mouth and suddenly froze in place. What was she supposed to say next? Last night, the Lord had talked to her late into the night and handed over this difficult task to her, which put her under a lot of pressure. For this, she sought the advice of the old senior's boss Deadbone and Duo Lai. Even wrote down some points to note on small pieces of paper, and memorized all the words she should say today. However, she forgot everything when she got nervous. Sweat beads started to form on her forehead. She felt more pressure now than facing 10 occupational level monsters at once. Yes, that's it. 17 bent down slightly. With the dexterity and quick reaction of her profession as a god archer, she swiftly retrieved the note in her hand, glanced at it, and put it back within half a blink of an eye. She cleared her throat, kept a straight face. These seeds are the crops we will be planting in the future, including crystal rice, hemostatic grass, and filling fruit tree. The crystal rice produced by the crystal rice crop is the most common food in the Tai-Zan Alliance. The rice grains are like pearl crystals, with a rich aroma, not only delicious but also beneficial to strengthen the physique if consumed by ordinary people over a long period. For the strong, eating crystal rice can't provide buffs but can quickly fill them up, so they won't have to eat 10 or 20 bowls of ordinary food to fill their bottomless stomachs. Nowadays, as Zan country gradually lifts the blockade of the supernatural world, crystal rice is quickly entering the market and is favored by the rich. The price of rice has risen slightly. Out of 100 first-class farmlands, Mu Yuan is preparing to plant crystal rice on 70 of them. Of course, Tianyuan territory has also opened up quite a few ordinary fields, planning to grow ordinary, unranked rice, wheat, corn, and so on. At this moment, someone hesitated to ask, "My lord, will it be too little if each of us only plants one field?" No, this was a good question, one she had prepared for. The words of the Lord flashed through her mind, and she recited faithfully, "Crops that have entered the ranks are not easy to grow. Watering and fertilizing must be done in a timely and appropriate manner, and we must guard against weeds and pests in the field." Note: the weeds that grow in special farmlands are exceptionally tough, and must be removed in a timely manner, otherwise it will affect the growth and harvest of the crops. The same goes for the pests. If you encounter pests that cannot be exterminated, look for me. Just by explaining it verbally, it's hard to make everyone understand. However, the omnipotent Lord had already arranged everything thoroughly, and all the 17 had to do was follow suit. "Follow me." Leading a group of commoners, 17 arrived at the edge of the tilled farmland, at the spot marked test field. Here, stalks of crystal rice were already growing, about half a person's height. Their rice grains were already plump, and even enveloped in a layer of husk, they shone under the sun like water crystals. This was what crystal rice looked like when it had grown. It was the rice that was produced last night when the flower sprites worked hard to use their growth skill, and 17 had also irrigated quite a bit of vitality spring water to promote growth. The quantity was not large, occupying only a small corner of this acre of land, but it was enough to show the extraordinary nature of the crystal rice. One could also clearly see the rather conspicuous and ugly weeds growing next to the rice. A commoner tried it out. The weeds were indeed very tough, even cutting with sharp weapons required some time and effort to eradicate them. Suddenly, several pale red pests with thin wings, about half the size of a fingernail, burrowed out from the soil and pounced on the plump crystal grains. Wild pests had appeared. What to do at this time, what to do? 17 quickly pulled out a small piece of paper to look at it, and sighed with relief, thanked the omnipotent Lord. She also thanked herself for memorizing all the words the Lord had said and writing them down on a small piece of paper. If she dropped the ball at a critical moment, as Lulu put it, she would be the one to blame. She took out a small piece of paper to sneak a peek and her thoughts raced, all happening in an instant, as fast as the arrows she shot. Demonstration, pest control. Control equals kill. She muttered to herself, understanding, finally entering her realm of expertise. Watch my demonstration. As she finished this sentence, the 17 who was like a girl next door disappeared, replaced by the sharpshooter commander, the powerful 17. Her pupils firmly locked onto a few pale red pests in the distance, smaller than a fingernail. Between her slightly curved and folded fingers were several pointed bamboo stripes that could be used for skewering. An invisible momentum erupted, blowing the dust on the ground away, forming a visible circle around her. She made her move. The bamboo strip, shot out like an arrow, produced a low humming sound that was difficult to discern. The next instant it was embedded in the soil in the distance, skewering a bug that had been pierced through. 17's powerful aura dispersed momentarily. She was very pleased with her masterpiece. This was probably her most perfect performance today. Do you understand now? But she saw that Commoner A, Commoner B, and Commoner C were showing a wide-eyed and small-eyed expression. 17. Asterisk, circled dot operator. That's not quite what I expected. Cough, cough. Inside the mage tower, Mu Yuan nearly spat out his tea, trying several times to speak but ultimately saying nothing. This is the shortcoming of different types of troops. 17 treated civilians as if they were her own subordinate archers. It doesn't matter, though. She'll understand after failing a few times. An awakened self-conscious troop has a strong learning ability. The Great Lord believed in it, and in his generals. It had nothing to do with finding it interesting. At the same time, 17 and Lulu were suffering, but Bone 2, Bone 3, and Bone 4 were enjoying themselves. What kind of soldier tills the fields? A vigorous battle is the true pursuit of a real skeleton man. Boss, I'm coming. This place was outside the Tianyuan territory, turned into a wasteland, and now it was being used as a battlefield for sparring. Dead Bone vs Bone 2. Plus Bone 3 Bone 4 plus Duo Lai. They honed their skills through a hardy battle and let Dead Bone have a more precise understanding of the abilities of other powerful beings in the territory, facilitating command and arrangement. As the battle started, Bone 2 dashed out with his sword in hand. A faint black mist spread from his feet, and he ran faster and faster, rushing forward like a charge skill. In fact, apart from not being very convenient to use, the effect of this move of Bone 2 is not much different from the charge skill. He charges, builds up energy, and then cleaves. He stirs up a cloud of dust and charges forward with unstoppable momentum. Like a fierce world general, the next moment, boom. Bone 2 was blown away with one hit. A black fist mark, like a burst of flames, faded in front of Dead Bone. He withdrew his fist and adjusted the position of his giant sword at the same time. A faint dark light appeared on the blade of the sword, blocking several charged bone spears that were thrown at him. He still stood there, calm and without a hint of chaos. At this time, from behind Dead Bone, a skeleton warrior skated over through the dusty air. Sparks flew as its armor skimmed the ground. The sword in its hand was lifted diagonally upwards, with a black light slowly spreading along its blade. This was the chrysanthemum killing move from Bone 3. Dead Bone lightly stepped on the ground, and a piece of Dead Bone suddenly stabbed out of the earth. Its sharp end was not sharp, but blunt. It bashed at Bone 3's muddy leg armor, and knocked a skating Bone 3 off his intended path. The next moment, Bone 3, with his sword held high, nearly missed Dead Bone as he skated past him. But Bone 3 had also improved. He slammed his elbow into the ground and the energy infused in his bones exploded, propelling his whole body into the air. The next moment, he started spinning like a top. The dark sword light revolved, forming a black storm. Bone 3's tornado charge, what a mess. With a faint whisper, a finger made of jade like bone pointed out and struck the weakest part of the storm, dispelling the black storm with a single poke. Dead Bone raised his leg again, lifting it lightly but sharply, kicking Bone 3's waist the instant he was about to pass by. The energy accumulated on his boots exploded. Bone 3's body was flung away like a cannonball, smashing several large trees in succession, and finally crashing into a huge rock in the distance, embedding deep into it. At this moment, a sharp sound broke through the air. A bone spear, burning with black flames, shot towards him as fast as a meteor. Not bad, Bone 4. You've learned some of the essence of stability. Thus, Dead Bone swung his sword and slashed out. But just as he swung out the sword, when he could not swing it again, a sound like the simultaneous twittering of countless birds came from the sky. The glory of the ultimate thunderbolt burst forth. Duo Lai's thunderbolt body infusion. The divine lightning handprint descended from the sky. The blue lightning that dispersed from it almost created the shape of a swastika in the midair. It spun and crashed down. Boom. The deafening rumble could be clearly heard even in the core area of Tianyuan territory. The territory's citizens jumped, frightened, but continued farming again in both surprise and oblivion after being told that it was merely basic operation. Mu Yuan's eyes widened. He was eager to join the match. If he activated the Dead Bone mode and Duo Lai mode, he could potentially deliver such earth-shattering hits and spar with Dead Bone for dozens of rounds. Like Duo Lai at this very moment, the pervasive dust gradually faded away, but Duo Lai, who was attacked by the Thunderbolt Palm, hovered mid-air. The thunderous light was crackling, unable to descend even half an inch down. That was because sections of stark bones were protruding from the ground continuously, forming a pale bone palm several meters wide. Shadow energy gleamed brightly on it, constantly melting, making the thunderous light dissipate. Darkness was spreading inch by inch, while the thunder was retreating inch by inch. Seeing that darkness was about to envelop him, Duo Lai's face was grim. He took a deep breath and roared. "I can't fight anymore, I surrender." Duo Lai swiftly chose to quit. What else could he do? He wasn't able to defeat Brother Dead Bone even by performing an ultimate move. He ought to accept the shameful defeat. This was what the Lord had taught him. By the way, when would the mighty Lord boost me up QAQ? Next time for sure. Mu Yuan swallowed his saliva. Indeed, Dead Bone's combat power couldn't be judged by guild and level. As for the guild, he was just slightly superior to Duo Lai, and the level difference was even smaller. Moreover, apart from the last blow, Dead Bone barely output any energy throughout the fight. Merely using profound skills and precisely controlling the battlefield, he effortlessly played with Bone 2, Bone 3, Bone 4 like a puppet show. He had yet to exhibit his genuine power. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Dead Bone's real power since that Secret Realm challenge where it exploded 90% of its power. With such power, why should I be afraid? I can't let the wicked Earth Rock Dragon continue to wreak havoc. It's time to strike. I'm running out of food at home. Unlike the second-generation Lord, who had the support of his father and didn't accept corporate investments, he had to grind various bosses to earn some milk powder money. Mu Yuan began to summon his units, Dead Bone and 3 skeletal, Duo Lai, Hong Yi, and several skeleton warriors as well as ghosts and resentful spirits. As for the other 3 leaders, Lulu, 17, and Storm Falcon, they should stay within the territory. They couldn't be of much use in the underground world, and Tianyuan territory needed a powerhouse to guard, always ready to defend against wandering powerful monsters. He couldn't let his guard down just because he passed the Lord's trial. Mu Yuan continued to control the Hurricane Warhawks, scouting in all directions to gather information. Only after Dead Bone tugged at the spirit thread did he shift his sight to camera birds number 6, 7, and 8. A red fog was pervasive. Compared to a day ago, the land of filth seemed to have expanded a lot. The bodies of the cave monsters killed by the Earth Rock Dragon had disappeared, as if swallowed by the earth. Creatures who die within the range of the land of filth or other corpses will be devoured, providing nutrients to make the root of corruption grow stronger? No wonder they say the root of corruption must be removed as early as possible. He also noticed that the gigantic body of the Earth Rock Dragon was showing signs of growing. Its brown eyes were more than half filled with crimson and its breath contained faint red streaks. It kept moving around, producing irritable roars like thunder. Anxiety and chaos filled its visage. Suddenly, as if discovering something, the giant eyes stared over, like a rising crimson full moon. A murderous aura struck right at the face. "I've been found out." Dead Bone didn't panic. This was the perfect opportunity for a strike. He patted Bone 2, "Feel free to." He had intended to urge him to just steam ahead, But he felt that a composed skeleton shouldn't use such a reckless tone, so he corrected himself, "Feel free to do your best." Thus, Bone 2 howled and charged forward, expressing his youthful energy and passion without restraint. He wielded his weapon, the Sword of the Dead, and dark energy began to shimmer on it. Slowly, it grew longer and longer, inch by inch, meter by meter. It vibrated, creating a resonating hum, and cold as the grave spread from it and tainted the earth. By the time Bone 2 charged up to the Earth Rock Dragon, his Sword of the Dead had stretched to over 10 meters long. Then, for the second time, he was abruptly sent flying, only this time he was in a much worse state. His armor, like shattered porcelain, splintered and cracked under the sheer force of the Earth Rock Dragon's attack. He was critically wounded with just one blow, but this was all part of Dead Bone's plan. The skeleton warriors began preparing their throws. Black mist floated out of Dead Bone's hand and settled onto Bone 2, who had sustained severe injuries. Bone 2 was instantly resurrected right where he was and started hopping back and forth in front of the Earth Rock Dragon. Bone 3 joined the fray as well. After several rounds of probing, Dead Bone had gradually gained a grasp of the Earth Rock Dragon's abilities and limits. 2 skills, 1 talent. The talent is gravity, and the skills are smash and bite. Mu Yuan muttered quietly, then added, "Also, the Earth Rock Dragon's defense is incredibly powerful. Its body isn't clumsy, or rather, it's inherently bulky, but it uses its gravity talent ingeniously, allowing it to propel itself forward." At this moment, the Earth Rock Dragon was like a gecko, racing against the rock walls at an astonishing speed. Its body was enormous, and merely its sprinting caused a thunderous roar in its wake. Under the combined effects of gravity and smashing, no one could withstand a single blow. Well, Dead Bone would probably have no problem. But Dead Bone seemingly didn't want to try. He didn't even step forward. In battle, only those who guard their lives can attack. There's no need to observe martial ethics when dealing with the enemy. If a group attack is possible, there's no need for a one-on-one duel. Learn to use all available resources. Only those who survive until the end are the winners. When he was first born into this world, the words the Lord had spoken to him were as vivid in his mind as if they were just said yesterday. He would never forget them, he couldn't forget them. Of course, he would carry through the Lord's strategies and tactics until the end. Soon, a few minutes passed. Under the harassment of Bone 2, Bone 3, and Bone 4, the Earth Rock Dragon began to roar in growing agitation. Its limited brain couldn't fathom why these tiny opponents could keep standing up each time they fell. Angry, it continued to use its gravity talent and smashing skill. It let out deep, heavy breaths. With absolute calm, Dead Bone pulled out his energy potion, unscrewed the cap and gulped it down. The dense, black medicine turned into pure energy the moment it came into contact with his jawbone, pouring into the depths of his bones and his soul. Feeling that the situation was still not secure enough, he unleashed some excess energy, accumulated beyond his capacity by his death extraction talent. The timing was just about right. Dead Bone raised wailing death high. Faint black energy started to rise from the blade, merging into the dim subterranean space and resonating with the already dispersed strands of undead energy. An invisible force fell, penetrating the Earth Rock Dragon's sturdy shell and targeting its core. Curse! Slow down! The Earth Rock Dragon suddenly felt as if it had fallen into a viscous quagmire, and even with its usage of the gravity ability, it felt obstructed from all sides. It sensed something was off. Its keen intuition picked up the faint yet deadly force around it. It was about to roar, but before it could, invisible curse powers relentlessly fell upon it one after another. Curse! Weakness! The Earth Rock Dragon seemed to have lost all strength. Its roar came out feeble, and the giant claw it dropped down barely knocked the approaching skeletons away by a few dozen meters. Curse! Ebbing, after a fierce battle and repeatedly executing its skills and talent, the Earth Rock Dragon had already exhausted quite a bit of its energy. Now it found its remaining energy was rapidly draining away like a hole had been punched in a pond, and the water level was dropping noticeably. Curse! Weak armor! The robust armor that clad the Earth Rock Dragon, looking like a chunk of mountain and being many times harder than stone, with only a couple of scratches on it, decayed at a rapid pace. It appeared as fragile as rocks weathered for hundreds and thousands of years, with cracks starting to spread like spiderwebs across its surface. Whoosh! The bone spear cut through the air, much like an artillery shelling, which created a small dent in the carapace of the Earthrock dragon. What followed was an onslaught of bone spears that tore through the air like a torrential downpour of snow-white raindrops. First round of attack, second round of attack, third round of attack. By the time the first round of attacks was unleashed, Bone 2, Bone 3, and Bone 4 couldn't hold back their aggression. The Earthrock dragon roared, charging towards the skeleton core hiding in the dark on a higher terrain. It stomped on the rocky wall, moving around freely. Despite its exterior armor falling apart, it could not suppress its relentless desire to destroy everything in its path. It seemed as if it had managed to shrug off a significant part of the weakening curse too. After enduring just 3 full rounds of attacks, the Earthrock dragon climbed the steep rocky wall, breaking countless stalagmites and coming very close to the skeleton core. Its 2 half-red eyes were like crimson moons in the night sky, a symbol of ominous danger and ferocity. The skeleton core had the advantage at this point, but if they were to be attacked by the Earthrock dragon, their casualties would be high in a single round. Dead Bone stood at the forefront of the core, looking directly at the rising crimson moon, with its black cloak fluttering in the wind. Engage in a head-on combat? No, there were not enough debuffs on the enemy. It allowed its thoughts to flow freely. An apparition in red hung upside down from the forest of stalactites at the top. She was Hong Yi, whose blood-thickened skirt produced pleasing sizzling sounds as droplets of blood fell on the ground. While it seemed that there was no change in her appearance, gazing upon her filled one with a sense of impending malice and dread. Evil spirits. Hong Yi, Excellence 1-star Hong Yi. This was the Hong Yi that Mu Yuan evolved using an undead evolution point after meeting the 3 essential elements of an undead, with one of the zombies in his possession this morning. She opened her eyes. Filled with flowing blood, they were even more crimson and much larger than those of the Earthrock dragon. They appeared to encompass the entire space and the whole world. All sin was reflected in her eyes. Through her eyes, everything was contained as the focus of an intense gaze, and all witnessed were isolated and confined within. Endless retribution seemed to be tormented and burned, as myriad chains flew out from all around, piercing the Earthrock dragon's massive, coiled body. The Earthrock dragon's eyes showed fear, struggle, yet sensed that something was not right. It struggled even more. The confusion in its eyes gradually cracked, but when the confusion cleared, what appeared in front of it was shadow accumulation. Shadow slash. An invisible power emerged from countless skeleton warriors and ghosts, flowing into Dead Bone's body. Its cloak was fluttering, and then suddenly stopped. The underground space became silent without a sound, as if space had solidified at that moment and time also only tilted slowly following its raised sword. The sword fell on the Earthrock dragon's huge head, encountering slight resistance. Then, under the multiple energy outbursts from Dead Bone, it cut straight through as if through some robust hide, cutting till the end. The river of time seemed to flow again. The huge body of the Earthrock dragon fell heavily to the ground, causing the underground to roar and small pebbles to scatter. Soul sand and remnant souls were extracted from the huge creature. Furthermore, a noticeable deep green light ball appeared. Heart of the Earthrock dragon, rare, description. A rare material that can be used to forge equipment. Even the Great Lord Shepherd saw this additional drop for the first time. It was evident that the Earthrock dragon was indeed a boss capable of ruling the land of filth alone. With the fall of this boss, the door to the root of corruption now stood wide open. Dead Bone moved forward, ready to purify it. Bone 2 and the others gathered the armor fragments and broken bone spears, which could still be used after repair. Hong Yi was hanging upside down on the stalactite, her crimson eyes blinking as if in thought, considering and verifying something. A few Hurricane War Hawks also loyally fulfilled their duty as cameras. Duo Lai, looking left and right, had a big question mark appearing on his forehead. What about it? What was it doing here? the silvery white and bone-like fingers extended inch by inch, eventually lightly touching the root of corruption that was flowing with thick, deep red blood. The identity of the hero echoed the heavens and the earth, emanating a dazzling power of purification from the fingertips. Like the light of evolution, this brilliant white light blossomed like a small scorching sun rising in the dark underground space, but it did not affect the distant ghosts. This was the light of rules. In an instant, the drifting wisps of red mist around it dissipated, and the dispersed power of purification started to converge towards the center, restrained in one point. The dazzling sunlight turned into a white light pillar. Within this radiant and dazzling light pillar, the root of corruption, growing and branching like a tree, its exterior fell off inch by inch, like scabs from a wound. Eventually, the entire crimson tree was annihilated in the purifying white light. The white light pillar thinned from thick to thin until it was just a thin thread that turned into a dot of light, dissipating between heaven and earth, only leaving behind several light balls floating. These were the rewards for purifying evil. In the distance, Duo Light trudged over, first gathering the equipment wreckage collected by the skeletons into his dimensional space, then craned over to look at these light balls. If you want to open them, then you do it, yay. Duo Lai approached, as he currently existed in humanoid form. First he rubbed his hands together, blew a few breaths, then began to open the light balls. The first light ball contained 2.5 soul crystals. That wasn't much. Even though the Earth Rock Dragon was a boss with strong combat power that could overwhelm any ordinary elite level, this root of corruption was not aged enough to produce much. As for exploiting bugs and not purifying, keeping the root of corruption instead? In the past, some lords did so. However, could the rules of an entire vast world be so simple to exploit? The lords who attempted this not only caused the land of filth to continuously expand, drawing a monster tide to attack the city, nearly causing a tragedy. In the end, they purified the rather high-spec root of corruption, but only received scattered gifts of heaven and earth, which were almost nothing. Previously, the Earth Rock Dragon also produced 1.01 soul crystals, a rare level remnant soul, and a piece of special material. This was already a pretty good harvest. Besides, it eliminating the potential danger of the Earth Rock Dragon. Otherwise, if this massive creature were to charge towards the territory, it would be hard for them to get rid of it unscathed. The second light ball, Duo Lai opened to reveal a boundary-breaking stone, rare level. This one-time use item was powerful, capable of breaking many strong enchantments that even dead bone might not be able to forcefully break at the current stage. However, there was no chance to use it presently. Now, only the last light ball remained. Duo Lai held a serious expression, like facing a great enemy, his verdant fingers trembling a little as he touched it. Little ball, hurry up and give something good, dang. Prompt. You have obtained the special item, key to the secret region. Duo Lai widened his eyes, not knowing whether this was good or bad. They didn't even give a grade label, terrible. After the unboxing, Duo Lai had skeletons cut the colossal Earth Rock Dragon into pieces, preparing to bring some game meat back for the Great Lord to look at. These creatures living in the land of filth were generally not suitable for consumption. However, considering that the Earth Rock Dragon's eyes weren't completely filled with crimson yet, some parts taken back to be cleansed with purifying techniques probably wouldn't affect health. This kind of high-grade game was too hard to find. Missing it would mean an unknown waiting time. Not every high-ranking monster was edible. But this one in front of them, discounting 100 claims, could almost be considered dragon meat. This was a top-notch ingredient. Maybe it could be utilized just using simple cooking techniques. Great Lord Shepherd couldn't say he wasn't a bit greedy too. He just couldn't resist Duo Lai's enthusiasm. At most, at that time, use Lord's power to load Duo Lai mode. Anything impure under devouring talent will be completely eradicated. After cleaning up, Duo Lai returned with a few elites, carrying resources. Dead Bone led the troops and continued to explore. Without the Earth Rock Dragon as an obstacle, they might be able to directly reach the underground city mentioned in the diary. There was still a considerable distance in between. Finding the underground city was one goal. Identifying and eliminating the underground threat was another. The latter was more important. Half an hour later, is this the key to the secret region? He examined it. It was a crescent-shaped item, like a piece of jade. It had a faint halo spread over it, with the world's inverted image seemingly reflected under its amber exterior. The key to the secret region was the essential item that opens and links to a secret realm. However, there are thousands of types of secret realms. Different keys also link to entirely different realms. Key of the secret realm. Description. This key can open a Level 1 resource secret realm. Time limited. The secret realm will open in 67 hours and 23 minutes and close after 7 days. Note 1. The key to the secret realm needs to be used with the territory as a carrier to open the door. Different keys have different requirements for the carrying territory. The current secret realm requires a Level 1 territory or above to bear. Note 2. This secret realm is special. The Lord must lead the team to enter. No more than 100 soldiers can be taken, but wherever the Lord is in the secret realm, when the Lord silently utters, "Exit," the Lord and all subordinate soldiers will be teleported out of the secret realm. Note 3. Only lords of level 3 or below can enter the level 1 resource secret realm. Mu Yuan took the key to the secret realm, came to the core of the territory, the Lord's altar, and silently used it. Immediately, the crescent-shaped key to the secret realm transformed into a streak of light and disappeared within the altar. The mysterious patterns on the altar's surface glowed, and a beam of light projected from it, opening up an elongated space gate above the altar, which was still completely closed. It was similar to the gates of the secret realm of challenge they had encountered before. However, this secret realm's gate was under the jurisdiction of the Tianyuan territory, and it could open or close at his mental command. Of course, he had to wait for the secret realm on the other side to truly open before he could initiate the process. It is said that the great lords often control the entrances to some high-level secret realms. Most of these are public realms, among which the most famous are Challenge Land and Trial Tower, among others. Very few people control exclusive secret realms, which are like owning a mini-world entirely under their control, a private property of their domain. The officials often control certain public secret realms and would occasionally release quotas. Speaking of which, in a few months, it will be the 3-year period of the Heroes Festival, which is also a secret realm. The secret realm's gate will appear in all the newer territories by then. But of course, the players would leave from the same territory they entered the secret realm from. It's impossible to traverse the space using special secret realms. What kind of secret realm is a resource secret realm? Being a novice, Mu Yuan didn't quite understand. However, if he didn't understand something, he could search for it on the Taizan forum and look up some information. There's always an answer. The resource secret realm is a type of a welfare secret realm. Compared to the challenge secret realm, this type of secret realm is somewhat dangerous but not too much, and the rewards are quite high. In the secret realm, certain treasure spots are guarded by monsters. Besides, resource secret realms are usually public realms, so it's possible to encounter other explorers and competitors. The Zan Country Association appeals here that lords should always seek peace. If there are inevitable conflicts over treasures, they can use the form of battle will to decide the ownership of the treasure. This would make the losers accept their defeat wholeheartedly and also prevent the loss of their own power due to fighting. However, the exploring lords still need to guard against wanted criminals and lords of foreign lands. All the lords have signed the Tai-Zan Covenant. There are a few important agreements in the covenant, such as defending against foreign enemies and helping each other wherever possible, and how to resolve disputes encountered during outdoor and secret realm explorations. After evolving over several decades, the current battle will form was set. Although not everyone follows it, most explorers and lords agree with this mode. If the lords are defeated in a war, how can the whole army press on? Moreover, no matter how precious the treasure is, it is not worth gambling at the price of one's own troops. This is just a level 1 secret realm. It doesn't cover a large area, so most of the encounters are with lords of Zan country only. However, if he encounters an old lord who has practiced for several years, he might not gain much advantage in battle will. No matter how talented Deadbone is, after all, it's still a baby skeleton. He hopes that the number of lords entering this public secret realm wouldn't be too many or too strong. But if they can't compete, they wouldn't compete. It's a free secret realm anyway. Getting a treasure would mean making a huge profit, and even if they didn't, they wouldn't lose anything. Buddhist mindset. Just maintain a Buddhist mindset. By the way, let me see what kind of treasures might appear in a level 1 resource secret realm. Soul crystal, rare materials, rare items, rare soldiers, and even rare buildings, heroes proof, special items, etc. This is like a treasure trove where any treasure could be unearthed. As long as his own strength is sufficient, MMP, he just can't stay composed. The development of a lord is like rolling a snowball. Once the economy is strained, the development of the entire territory will fall into stagnation, or even reverse. But if the finances are robust, there is ample resource to train their primary troops. Then when the power strengthens, they can seize more resources, and with this, they can nurture a stronger primary and trump card. This is how it increases like a snowball effect. Some lords, despite their management time being only 2 to 3 years, have far more power than those of senior lords or even great lords. Among the young lords in Zan country, the legendary figure, Lord of Hanyu City, has only been in the game for a few years, yet he wields a power that many middle-aged and elderly lords can't match. Lords must compete. If they don't compete, not only will they lag behind, but they may also perish due to a lack of power when the monster tide attacks one day, disappearing in the eternal world. It's time to strengthen the forces. Ding dang. Dang dang. In front of the blacksmith shop, the constant and persistent hammering reverberated against the steamy white mist, gradually spreading and obscuring the burly figure, tirelessly hammering away. The forging continued for a full hour before finally coming to an end. Blacksmith Li Erniu came out of the shop holding a heavy tower shield with a grayish-brown hue, its front ornately carved with half the figure of a roaring beast. "My lord, are you satisfied with it? This shield is a rare piece of equipment, possessing the properties of hardness, toughness, and heaviness. The heaviness can be turned on or off by the user's intention, and to some extent, carries the weight talent of the Earth Rock Dragon." All this information was clearly displayed in the information bar. Mu Yuan nodded. "I am satisfied, since its main material comes from the Earth Rock Dragon. Let's name it the Shield of the Earth Rock." He then took out some soul sand as a reward for Li Ernia's craftsmanship. After some polite refusal, he convinced Li Erniu to accept it. Those who contribute deserve rewards. Unlike soldiers, who rely on the Lord's support for cultivation, territory citizens who want to become stronger must buy their own cultivation resources. Some lords would pick strong individuals from the citizens, give them ranks, and form armies. In such cases, the lord would provide a certain amount of soul sand. Li Erniu scratched his head innocently. "I should thank you, my lord, for providing the opportunity. I used to forge hoes and kitchen knives in the village, and I didn't feel much. But now when I forge these special equipment, I feel more and more excited, as if a certain bloodline in my body has awakened. My strength has increased a lot." He flexed his biceps, which were as sturdy as granite. Mu Yuan had no doubt a single punch of Li Ernia's could kill 2 bulls. Of course, Lord Shepherd, being much stronger, casually lifted the heavy tower shield and soon left the blacksmith's shop. He stood still in a desolated section on the west side, and rapidly started to concentrate. He raised his hand level to his shoulder and snapped his fingers. Snap! Threads of energy burst forth from his heart, quickly intertwining and spreading throughout his body. His figure slightly grew in height, and a golden silhouette of full body armor appeared on the surface of his body. After that, each decorative stud was fixed in place, vivid patterns were drawn, and a masquerade mask appeared, obscuring his entire face except a narrow crevice. He clenched his empty hand into a fist. A spear rose from the ground and was naturally held in his grasp. On his right hand, where the royal guard's shield was about to manifest, he stopped it and replaced it with the freshly forged Shield of the Earth Rock. Mu Yuan mentally controlled the thunder magnetic coil tower, and a dazzling thunderbolt pierced through the sky towards him. Amid the daytime thunderbolt, He held the shield while a pair of golden wings unfurled from his back. Zap boom! The brilliant thunderbolt descended, then scattered to both sides. Lightning danced across the ground, charring it black, but unable to pass even half an inch beyond the wings of protection. Using the guard skill while holding the shield of the Earth Rock proves to be stronger than usual. Compared to defensive power, the heavy shield, when paired with the shield strike skill, can bring terrifying destructive power. In front of him, the completely shattered rock that was several meters high, resembling the aftermath of a bomb blast, silently cried out to the world. Such a powerful tower shield. Indeed, it's for Lulu. As a homebody lord, I rarely need any equipment. Even when I travel, I am always under the protection of my generals. With the shield of the Earth Rock, Lulu can now be considered as one of the top 5 powerhouses in the territory. Battling isn't just about having one powerful leader. Sometimes when competing for ownership of several treasures, multiple main forces need to take the stage to fight. Therefore, even if a lord luckily obtains a strong soldier species, it can't take all the gains. It really tests the depth of a lord's leaders pool. There are still 3 days until the resource secret realm opens. Maybe he could gather enough human evolution points to grant Lulu an evolution beyond the limit. While the Tianyuan territory was rapidly developing, top newly emerging territories like Wangba and Dari were also striving to grow and expand. Their status was unique, but they understood the world's unrest better than ordinary lords, knowing it was way too early to enjoy the fruits of their labor. Dari territory. The lord, clad in heroic armor, stood in the archery range continuously shooting arrows, asking without turning his head, "When are the new talents arriving?" "In 2 days, boss," a charming secretary answered. "Too slow. Try to bring in more refugees and talents, and purchase 30 more miracle building blueprints. I want to promote our territory to the 2nd level before Wangba and Tianyuan do." "But boss, our funds will be stretched thin. Any mishap could break us, and we have to wait another month for the next funds from the group." "No problem." After some thought, the Lord of Dari said, "Spread the news that we in Dari will surpass Tianyuan and become the first newly promoted territory. With popularity, we will naturally have funds." Speaking of which, Lord Tianyuan is really foolish. He topped the gold list and attracted the attention of countless people. With a little operation, he could have amassed great wealth, but he doesn't know how to utilize it. What a waste. If he had been given the opportunity, he could have enhanced the construction speed of Dari, making it at least 20% faster. Twilight Plains, somewhere. A root of corruption was purified and disintegrated under a cleansing light, leaving several gifts behind. A certain lord opened them one by one. Looking at the crescent-shaped key in his hand, he paused for a while and then laughed heartily. "It's actually a key to the resource secret realm. I've been a lord for over 2 years, had my fair shares of setbacks, not many successful investments and explorations. The worst was losing several main forces of rare rank outside, but at last, fortune has finally turned in my favor." Just like that great lord, Lord Liuyan, he also had a difficult time with his early developments until he stumbled upon an opportunity that skyrocketed his growth. The old lord clenched the key in his hand, looked around, and quickly returned to his own territory. The next day, Dead Bone, which headed directly for the dungeon exploration, sent him 2 pieces of news. The good news was that it did indeed see a majestic underground city, a place filled with towering black towers, mysterious and spectacular. The bad news was that there were quite a few monster tribes around the underground city. The Man Niu tribe, Caves People tribe, Dark Knight tribe, Spider Woman tribe, Crypt tribe, Lizard People tribe. Even the weakest among them seemed to be stronger than the Snake Man tribe. Seeing this, Dead Bone, as if facing a formidable enemy, didn't dare to probe any further. After careful efforts to wipe all traces, it cautiously took a few more detours and returned from another entrance on the ground. By the time it returned to the territory, it was the 3rd day after defeating the Earth Rock Dragon. "You did the right thing. These monster tribes are still far away from our territory, and as long as we don't explore underground or leave traces, they won't discover us in Tianyuan territory for a while, which gives us enough time to develop." But Tianyuan territory was still too weak, a single catastrophe could cause substantial loss to the territory. Lord Mu felt a sense of insecurity. He was even more eager to obtain treasures from the resource secret realm to strengthen Tianyuan, make it stronger and even more powerful. Thinking of this, Mu Yuan began to develop training plans to enhance his generals. His plans were naturally targeted at generals such as Duo Lai, Hong Yi, Lulu, Jun, and 17. Bone 2, Bone 3, and Bone 4 inherited Deadbone's regimental order, and General Deadbone would instruct them, so he didn't need to worry about them. Duo Lai can continue to strengthen the Thunderbolt mode. Although it's a bit difficult at the moment, it should get easier after evolving to the 3-star stage and enhancing its devouring power. As for Lulu, just get proficient with the Shield of the Earthrock. 17. She can't really bring out much power of Mind Arrow right now. But once we equip her with some pricey explosive arrows and armor-breaking arrows, her combat power will greatly improve. However, as for whether to buy, economically strained Tianyuan territory can't afford these expensive consumables. However, he can still craft some items with the materials he finds himself. Among the generals, the one with the most training potential is the evil spirit Hong Yi. Red Robe. Skills. Fear, Tear, Bloody Robe, Sinful Pupil Prison. Sinful Pupil Prison is a high-level skill she awakened after evolving. As long as she maintains eye contact, she can trap her enemies in a prison filled with sins. As for what sins mean, whatever sins he wants her to have, she'll have. However, when Hong Yi fought against the Earthrock Dragon, she could only create some flames and chains to bind the enemy. He felt that she didn't fully unleash the potential of this skill. Don't think that Lord Shepherd is only a keyboard warrior, he knows practical matters. He understands the Sinful Pupil Prison better than Hong Yi. Watch and learn, this is how you use this skill. Mu Yuan snaps his fingers, and in a blink of an eye, he is clad in a red wedding dress. Ahem, that's not important. After loading the red robe template, he naturally mastered the Sinful Pupil Prison skill. For the past 2 days, he has researched, experimented, and practiced numerous times, so that he would dare to teach it personally. Lord Shepherd stares at Hong Yi, his pupils filled with bloody intent. The next moment, an invisible power spreads out, and the earth loses its color unknowingly, leaving only a monotonous and chilling black. A crow flaps its wings from the earth towards the sky, flying into the blood-red full moon that takes up more than half the sky. The bloodlight illuminates the earth. At the end of the earth, a black cross stands firm, with a voluptuous figure in a red wedding dress tightly bound on it. This is the real Sinful Pupil Prison, the result of Grand Mage Emu's 1.5 day of practicing. Do you understand? The eye prison does not stick to any form. It can be used to trap enemies, kill enemies, or deceive enemies. In theory, you can create anything you want. You just need to step out of your original thinking, take a higher perspective and build this illusion space. Hong Yi, who is bound on the cross, blinks her big eyes, looking a bit dumbfounded. Mu Yuan does not expect her to understand all at once. However, with his personal demonstration, after pondering for a few days, Hong Yi should be able to make significant progress. He was about to change the illusion world again, to broaden her horizons and show a little of the Lord's power. The next second, rumble. The earth suddenly trembles. An ancient but odd building covered in red paper rises from the ground. The bells hanging on it make a ding-dong sound that sends shivers down one's spine, and the doors creak open. A cold wind blows through, frost forms on the spot. Elegant figures with veils, one after another, flood out from the red building. Their giggles echo in the world. On closer look, Hong Yi also walks out from the building. She is the only woman not wearing a veil, her eyes blank like she doesn't understand anything, yet also deep in thoughtful contemplation. After a moment, she comes back to her senses, seemingly asking if this counts as breaking free from conventions? Mu Yuan is silent for a moment. Your performance is not bad. You have the style of the Lord when he first practiced. Keep up the good work. It seems that she was able to progress quickly because her skills are more compatible with her own. Of course, it also has a lot to do with his personal teaching and demonstration as the Great Lord. Ultimately, he is a good teacher. Thud, thud, thud. The core area of Tianyuan territory. Several soldiers wielding long spears were patrolling in a set path around the territory. Their presence added an aura of might to this core area. If you overlooked the shabby appearance of these soldiers, they were militia, a one-star soldier rank. Their appearance and combat power were stronger than those of the little skeleton, but only marginally so. They wore no armor and were only dressed in fairly sturdy clothing. They firmly gripped their wooden spears and executed the movements of thrusting in combat in a very rigid manner. Their combat strategy was simple: stab as hard as they can. Once they evolved into two-star spearmen, they could switch their wooden spears for iron ones, wear a full set of light armor, and could handle several little skeletons by themselves. At the halberd guard or big halberdier stages, they could even enjoy at least, extravagant-looking long halberds and armor. Big halberdier Niu C. Rank. Rare 3-star, skills. Thrust, heavy split. Talent. Deadly blow. A big halberdier is good at finding the enemy's weakness, and when attacking, has a chance to deal high burst damage. Niu C was one of the selected from the militia who stood out. As the leader of the spearman team, he helped Lulu in the recruitment and administration work of the refugees and local citizens. His status panel was quite average in the eyes of Mu Yuan, especially because his talent was lacking a bit. Pure combat talents are inferior compared to talents that enhance base abilities and limits of soldiers. This talent's application range is also not broad enough. Of course, it also depends on who is using it. If Dead Bone had the deadly blow talent, it would probably strike a critical blow with every attack. Even with its less impressive talent, Mu Yuan's expectations for the spearman team was just internal patrolling and management. He didn't expect them to have strong combat power. Moreover, the position of Big Halberdier conflicts with the skeleton general. He wouldn't evolve too many of them. Having them as sacrifices to provide evolution points for the Imperial Guards and strong shooters was sufficient. Returning to the Mage Tower small house, Mu Yuan sat down on a specially purchased, step-by-step sofa, closed his eyes, and entered the Lord's perspective. The +0.01, popping up from time to time on the militiamen, spearmen, and Imperial Guards looked like little luminous particles to him now. They popped out of the soldiers' bodies, flew into the territory's sky above him, and mutated into bright orbs of light high above his head. When he looked at any of those orbs, he would naturally receive information about it. Human evolution points includes 15 Sentinel troops, 15 Archer troops, 70 militiamen. The current accumulated evolution points 129. Undead evolution point includes 530 skeleton troops, 125 wandering soul troops, 1 zombie. The current accumulated evolution points 802. Natural evolution points includes 30 tree people troops, 20 flower fairy troops, including 3 flower fairies and 5 flower sprites, and 80 vine snakes. The current accumulated evolution points 0.69. Slime evolution points contains 200 slime troops. The current accumulated evolution points 560. Battle Falcon evolution points. Slimes are currently the only main battle troops in the Tianyuan territory that haven't formed a CP. Mu Yuan speculated that slimes should belong to the elemental category. Although they can't resist physical attacks and can't breathe fire or water, they can barely be considered elemental creatures. However, genuine elemental creatures mostly start from rare rank. It's a little expensive to match them with the slimes. It doesn't matter if they don't match up, they can generate evolution points on their own. If the slimes do belong to the elemental category, he could use their power to stack up a few, high-priced, rare, elemental creatures. Elemental creatures are typically mobile artillery, and their damage output and destructive power are definitely amongst the highest of same-tier soldiers. He still remembered, in the secret realm of challenge, several spring spirits were able to create a tidal wave that washed away everything, the coverage of their attack making even General Deadbone pale in comparison. He had 2 remaining rare 1-star remnant souls that he could freely assign to any soldier type. He wondered if he should recruit elemental troops like the spring spirit and create a combination with Duolai. Or perhaps, recruiting a mage, a griffin, or a nun wouldn't be a bad idea either? Especially a healing nun. Mu Yuan marked, pending, in his notes. The undead evolution points accumulated the fastest. Mu Yuan pulled up the list of troop types, and after comparing and contemplating for a while, he began mass evolution. At present, the range of remote evolution was 3 kilometers in radius centered around him. With a single pointed finger in the air, he was able to bathe the soldiers in the radiance of evolution. You have evolved new, 58 times ghosts. You have evolved new, 4 times resentful spirits. You have evolved new, 5 times skeleton generals. In this way, he had used up 283 units of undead evolution points. Next, Mu Yuan's gaze fell on the skeletal cemetery, where he identified outstanding individuals among the resentful spirits and ghosts. One with dark skin, a robust physique, who if not for his semi-transparent body and floating stance, Mu Yuan would have mistaken for a zombie rather than a resentful spirit. Rakshasa. Moreover, he had broken through to the professional level, fortified by the blessings from a temple 20 kilometers away. You have evolved a new, evil spirit Rakshasa. His professional level and awakening skills were the same as Hong Yi's, but his appearance was completely different. Under the light of evolution, Rakshasa's body solidified as his bare feet touched the ground. His figure grew taller, his muscles bulged like coiling pythons, his skin still dark, and his face became greenish-black. His eyes widened in anger, revealing protruding fangs. If Hong Yi's evolution was becoming more dignified, graceful, full, and beautiful, then Rakshasa's evolution was very imposing. Since Rakshasa had evolved, Mu Yuan naturally didn't forget his old veterans, namely, those skeletons that had died multiple times in the Earth-Rock Dragon battle. He evolved them one by one into skeleton morticians. By now, almost all of the undead evolution points had been consumed, but it had also given birth to 4 excellence tier soldiers and several rare level soldiers. Lord Wangba has recruited and tamed the Black Knight, and has purchased dozens of rare training treasures at high prices. He is working hard to train new trump cards. The Lord of Da Ri territory claimed that he will surpass Tianyuan territory and Wangba territory, and revealed that he has also introduced an excellence tier future general. On the forum, related topics about Wangba territory, Da Ri territory, and Shen Lei territory could often be found in the hot searches. Who else could Tianyuan territory blame for being unable to find any traces? Oh, there was also a hot search about Tianyuan territory. Master Bo Liuliang said that Lord Tianyuan's recent absence suggests he was heavily damaged during the trials and is currently in the process of recovery. Right. You're absolutely right. Once the 4 excellence level soldiers ascended to the Tianyuan territory's strength leaderboard, Mu Yuan summoned Lu Lu, who had just been squeezed off the list. He personally bestowed the glory of evolution onto Lu Lu. After all, the Royal Guard and the Skeleton General belong to the same series of military units. Theoretically, they are the pinnacle of the series. Continuing to evolve would lead to mutant or hidden units. Mu Yuan was also unable to predict what form they would take. His same-ranked colleagues 17 and Niu Si, who only had mediocre intelligence, were all present to watch. The always curious Duo Lai also couldn't miss this event. Duo Lai's chubby body came over and asked, "When will it be my turn, Guji?" Mu Yuan pushed Duo Lai's big slime face away, "Definitely tomorrow." The light of evolution then fell on Lulu, and then the new version of Lulu emerged from that light. His physique had barely changed, but his equipment had completely transformed. The lavish gilded armor had become silent and black. It was somewhat similar to the excellence tier, Black Knight. But Lulu still held a large shield and wielded a long spear. The spear was also a black spear, symbolizing silence, fearlessness, persistence, and piercing through everything. Prompt. Your soldier, Lulu, bathed in the light of evolution and transformed, becoming the Fearless Knight, Excellence 1 star, and awakening the skill by the name of Fearless. Description. Upon shouting, by the name of Fearless, the Fearless Knight can enter a pseudo-invincible state. In this state, his speed and strength drastically increase, and he can absorb and ignore a large amount of damage. The duration of this state is extremely short. That's impressive. After evolution, Lulu might not have as many fancy skills as Hong Yi, but it's definitely powerful enough. Moreover, it is an excellent human shield. What's there to fear if I could evolve 10 fearless knights to stride through a rain of flames? The most important thing is that as a Lord Shepherd, he can load Lulu mode, which is like having an extremely strong lifesaver. Its protective capabilities might even surpass the great amulet he had, but never used once. This type of soldier is not bad at all. Chirp chirp. Duo Lai approached again, bringing freshly grilled, cumin-sprinkled earth rock dragon leg meat while massaging his shoulders and fanning him. This innocent and straightforward Duo Lai is starting to pick up bad habits. Who taught it that? Oh, it seems it watched a lot of movies on his phone when he took Duo Lai to the real world. Dang it. The next day, Mu Yuan checked the scouting reports. Hong Yi squad destroyed 2 monster camps. Dead Bone squad is investigating the depths of the swamp. Bone 2 squad killed 2 professional level monsters. Duo Lai squad attacked and plundered 3 monster camps, found and picked some rare materials. Duo Lai ventured 60 kilometers into the wilderness alone and discovered a lizard people tribe, Duo Lai. Has it been squeezing out more potential than before? Is this the correct way to use Duo Lai? Mu Yuan isn't a devil after all. When starlight speckled the sky that night, he called Duo Lai over. Here it comes. Tears of excitement and joy always welled up in Duo Lai's eyes. After all, it wouldn't be able to challenge Hong Yi and Lulu without evolution. It's a veteran in the territory. How can it let newcomers surpass it? Wait a minute, it used to be pretty laid back. When exactly did it become so competitive? General Duo Lai fell into contemplation. After contemplating for a half-second, it didn't matter anymore. What matters is the evolution. In the empty field, in front of Mu Yuan, the slime began to evolve. Enclosed in faint stellar glow, it had a gelatinous form. After a moment, the evolutionary glow slowly faded away. The Duo Lai in front of him. Unsurprisingly, its appearance hadn't changed much. It wasn't as dominating as Lulu, or as beautifully eerie as Hong Yi. It was still an innocuous-looking slime. But inside, it had undergone earth-shattering changes. Notice. Your soldier, Duo Lai, has advanced to Devouring Slime, excellent 3-star, and the talent, Devouring, intermediate, has ascended to Devouring, advanced. At first glance, Duo Lai didn't seem to have changed much. The rank name was the same and there weren't many talent skills. It seemed like a child without favor from the world, but throughout the Tianyuan territory, the one with the strongest root bone was undoubtedly Duo Lai. The notification on the dashboard was silent for a moment, as if brewing or waiting. Then, like a bursting volcano, a barrage of notifications filled the entire screen. Notice. Due to talent advancement, the power Duo Lai gained from devouring has been remodeled and enhanced during the evolution. Skill, Fire, has evolved into Fire Control. Skill, Thunderbolt, has evolved into Thunder Control. Skill, Harden, has evolved into Steel Control. Skill, Mimicry, has evolved into Complete Mimicry. Notice. Duo Lai has awakened talents, Self-Healing Body, Partial, and Gravity, Partial. Duo Lai blinked its big eyes. Fire emerged from its body like a twisting fire dragon, enveloping it completely. The next moment when the fire dragon dissipated into sparks, what appeared was a human-shaped Duo Lai, draped in fire and wielding a weapon of thunderbolt. In the blink of an eye, the fire and thunderbolt dispersed, changing into a suit of steel armor with a long spear. It could be considered somewhat dashing. The versatile Duo Lai started its performance. Laughter echoed in the open playground. General Duo Lai, is invincible again. Duo Lai went off to play on its own, and Mu Yuan also found a place to load Duo Lai mode, and happily practiced. Duo Lai is indeed strong. There's a beautiful intensity to it. Under Duo Lai mode, my combat power seems to be stronger than the Dead Bone mode. This wasn't because Duo Lai was stronger than Dead Bone. It was because Duo Lai's skills were easier to use, unlike Dead Bone. But the strongest point of Duo Lai is its potential for further advancement, as long as it keeps eating. Duo Lai's evolution resulted in a surge in its combat power. Although its single-point burst ability was still not strong, it was very versatile. Low emotional intelligence. The king of bullying the weak. It displayed its dominating strength after a slight exchange with Lu Lu. Duo Lai, is the second strongest in Tianyuan. Number 1, Dead Bone. Number 2. Duo Lai. No 3 to 4. Hong Yi, Lu Lu. Hong Yi has an advanced skill more than Lu Lu, while Lu Lu owns a piece of rare equipment. The two's configuration is evenly matched. In Mu Yuan's opinion, Hong Yi is stronger than Lu Lu in external battles, as ghost-type soldiers usually have a great advantage. But if Hong Yi were to fight Lu Lu, her winning rate would be less than 10%. She is countered by Lu Lu. At most, she could draw a match by keeping her distance. No. 5 to 10. Rakshasa, 17, Bone 2, Bone 3, Bone 4, Jun. The above are the top 10 in Tianyuan. 8 of them have the excellent tier. Another one with the excellent tier, Tree Demon Granny, is still suffering to absorb soul sand to upgrade. She is far from reaching the professional level. It's about time. I should head to the resource secret realm. Hopefully, I can find suitable treasures in the secret realm. What he wants the most, first is to speed up upgrading, for example, a special treasure or a cultivation type building. Second is a treasure that can enhance the defensive ability of the territory and greatly increase the sense of security. He looked back. Dead Bone and Duo Lai, the two generals, stood on either side. Then there were Lu Lu, 17, Bone 2 and 3, Jun, and other junior generals. Their equipment had almost all been replaced, equipped with Li Ernia's forge and hardened plus 3 inches general equipment. Almost all the strong people in Tianyuan territory, Mu Yuan brought them with him on this trip. There was no need to leave many behind, because he never really left home. Whether he left all the troops in the secret realm or sent them back, it would only take 3 seconds. He could also keep an eye on his territory at all times. Let's go, Mu Yuan said. In the blink of an idea, he loaded the template of Fearless Knight Lu Lu, and reached out to touch the secret realm's gate. The next moment, a silver-gray tide surged from inside the gate, enveloping him and the shadows of dozens of types of soldiers. Dizziness, shaking. The discomfort of passing through the secret realm's gate was lighter than last time. Mu Yuan quickly opened his eyes and held the shield in front of him in a defensive manner. Surrounding him were all the types of soldiers he had brought on this trip, gathering around in all directions. Further away, white fog, extremely dense mist, filling the entire space of the secret realm, obscuring the sky, the earth, and the vegetation. Nothing could be seen. There are many types of environments in the resource secret realm, and this should be a traditional war fog environment. Lord Shepherd mused to himself. Having prepared for battle for 3 days and 3 nights, gathering countless pieces of information, his efforts would not be wasted. At this moment, within a range of about 200 meters centered around him, the visibility was still clear. However, beyond this range, the white fog quickly became dense, and moving forward he could barely see his fingers in front of him, let alone recognize people. In the secret realm, the Lord acts as a torch to dispel the fog, which must go along with the Lord. Exploration failed. Dead Bone shook his head. He created some small spider-like skeletons that quickly climbed into the fog, but soon lost contact. It also extended its finger bones inch by inch to form a long rope, which it tied around Bone 4. But this attempt failed as well. Once Bone 4 entered the deep fog, he was almost completely lost. Couldn't see anything, spatial distortion, sensory confusion. It was only by Dead Bone's forceful dragging that he was able to return. Otherwise, Mu Yuan would have had to kick Bone 4 out of the team, forcing him to withdraw from the secret realm. It seems the weaknesses of the secret realm are not so easy to find. It could also be that we're still too weak. Perhaps true powerhouses could see through the fog at a glance. But that said, even high-ranking lords can't enter this level of a secret realm. If taking shortcuts doesn't work, then we should really follow the rules of the secret realm and explore and treasure hunt. Mu Yuan led the team, placing himself in the center of the formation, wearing a black armor that didn't stand out among the ranks of soldiers. He dispelled the fog, and led the team onwards. Dead Bone and others waited with concentrated expressions, their sharp gaze sweeping across the surroundings one after the other. It was very quiet. The fog not only blocked their vision, but it also blocked sounds. Only when they approached something could they detect it. Gurgle, at this moment, sharp-eyed, or rather, sharp-nosed Duo Lai noticed something different in the distance. A few dozen steps ahead, they could faintly see the silhouette of trees in the distance. He continued forward. The barren land was appearing greener, carpeting the area in front of them, guarding a large tree around 20 or 30 meters tall at the center. And on the tree, hung 3 droplet wet, lush fruits. A faint fragrance wafted out. This seems to be a wind rain fruit, a rare treasure that can enhance the power and affinity of wind elements. It hasn't even been half an hour since they entered the resource secret realm. This is indeed a treasure land. Loved it. Dead Bone carefully scoped out the area around the wind rain fruit tree and found no guarding monsters. Duo Lai floated into the air, defying gravity, reached the treetop, and with the skill of a foodie, plucked the fruits one by one. He took another look at this tree, and cast a glance back at the Lord. He held his tongue. Mu Yuan understood Duo Lai's look. This treasure tree, can we just dig it up and take it back with us? This is a really great idea. However, brave men in the history of Zan country had tried this before. But as soon as they started to dig up the tree, they were rejected by the secret realm and ejected. Even their several attempts to enter afterward met with the secret realm's rejection, missing out on valuable opportunities. The bloody lessons tell the future generations, don't be greedy. Mu Yuan reluctantly retracted his gaze. Having taken the treasure, he continued to probe into the vast white fog. He couldn't see anything around him except for some greenery around the tree. The rest of the land was somewhat barren, with only occasional sporadic and not massive or tall trees to be seen. But it doesn't matter. The environment is secondary, the treasures are the real deal. On a bare hill, light and shadow flickered. Here, Mu Yuan found a rare level remnant soul of a wolf cavalry. The water surface was smooth like a mirror. A treasure bead was floating on it. Here, Mu Yuan got a rare level cultivation aid treasure, which can be used for a long time to slightly increase the individual's soul sand absorption speed. It can stack with the bonuses of soldiers and buildings. A stunning tree that looked like a crystal carving emerged from the white fog, carrying numerous delicate crystals hanging from it. It smells like soul sand. Duo Lai twitched her nose. Looking up at this tree, more than 10 meters high, Mu Yuan couldn't help but marvel at the wonder of resource secret realm, where even soul sand trees existed. His horizons had been broadened. This batch of soul sand was so scattered and in abundant quantity, Duo Lai couldn't pick it all by herself. Dead Bone built a high platform from brittle bones for them to stand on. It took almost 7 to 8 minutes to pick all the soul sand fruits from the tree. Finally combined them all, a total of 22.5 soul crystals. It was too easy to profit from this soul sand. Soon, most of the day had passed. It seemed like there was no concept of day and night within the resource secret realm, only a thick fog that never lifted. During this period, Lord Shepherd found one treasure spot after another. Received. Soul Crystal X33. Received. Rare Remnant Soul X2. Received. First Order Breakthrough Material, Nature X2, Element X2, Human Race X2. Received. Various Rare Materials X6. Received. Normal Remnant Soul, Crypt Assassin X10, Archer X20, Snakeman X20. But the entire process was not as simple as just picking up treasures. Occasionally, they would stumble upon treasure spots guarded by monsters. If the guarding monsters were only at the professional level, they would line up shoulder to shoulder, each providing support by engulfing the monsters. However, in one place, the guarding monster was almost as powerful as an Earth Rock Dragon, so Mu Yuan tactically retreated without engaging in a fight. Because it wasn't worth it. To defeat this guardian monster would take both time and effort, not to mention the risk involved. The reward was only a rare treasure, not worth the trouble when there were other spots to explore. Speed was the key to treasure hunting. Many treasure spots were already empty when Lord Shepherd arrived, obviously due to their delayed arrival. As time went on, the number of empty spots would increase, and the rewards would inevitably be far less than they were at the beginning. Although the resource Secret Realm offered 7 days, this place might be cleaned out within 3 days. The effort of the player lords should not be underestimated. A tens of meters tall treasure tree stood in the dense fog, barely visible. It looked extraordinary. This was another crystal-like treasure tree, but it was not soul sand or soul crystals hanging on it, but several hexagonal cylindrical crystals. This is God Shine Crystal Edge, a very special kind of treasure? To a veteran lord or a great lord, the God Shine Crystal Edge might not be necessary, but for a top-level lord, it was worth some rare remnant souls. It was a kind of cultivation treasure. The most special part about it was God Shine Crystal Edge, directly absorbed to let troops gain a huge amount of experience. The effect will decay when more than 5 are consumed. And on the tree, densely hung maybe tens of God Shine Crystal Edges. Mu Yuan held his breath. Before he could get closer, he abruptly saw 2 armies rushing over from a distance. Like him, they also stopped outside the treasure tree, their figures slightly visible through the fog. They stayed still at this point. Clearly, they were also surprised. There are other lords? More than one? Damn bad luck? What do you think? I don't agree with dividing it up evenly. Well, let's not waste any more time. As everyone is in a hurry, let's use the battle will format. Winner takes all. According to the rules, if the parties who find the treasures can negotiate, they can divide the treasures among themselves. If the negotiation fails, they fight a battle, determine the winner, and decide the ownership. All 3 parties stopped far outside the treasure tree to avoid accidental conflict. Mu Yuan could only see the shadowy figures through the thick fog and hear the wavering voice from the right. It was a young lord, he could only make this judgment. To the left, a girl in a pale moon-colored robe bit her lip. Being a newly promoted lord, she was unlikely to win unless she happened to face another new lord. But she had no other choice. Either leave directly or use the battle will format to strive for a slim chance. If she lost, it was just a defeat. Okay, she shouted, her voice echoing softly. Mu Yuan also yelled out loud, okay. Then he led several of his generals forward. On one side of the treasure tree, in an area about 200 meters away. The representatives from all 3 parties officially came face to face. Each of them only brought a few types of soldiers. If they had come with all their troops, it would not be a negotiation of battle will, but a direct battle. To the left and right of Mu Yuan were the generals Deadbone and Duo Lai. By his side stood Lu Lu, the sword-bearer, while 17, with sharp eyes scanning the surroundings, stood behind him. On his hand, he still wore the soul orb formed by Hong Yi and Rakshasa. Coming from the left was a young female leader. She was dressed in a moon-white robe that did not show her figure, and hung several ornaments that were likely special items on the outside of her robe. Next to the young female leader was a griffin and 3 soldiers, 2 women and 1 man. The male soldier was dressed in bright silver armor and held a red spear. He was probably a halberd guard. One of the female soldiers had long, flaxen hair draped over her shoulders, and her hands had a habitual tendency to come together. Mu Yuan guessed that she was a nun. In the end, the one holding a staff and wearing the same moon-white robe was likely a rare 1-star mage. These were all just guesses, nothing was certain. The one glance to identify skill of the Lord could only work on wild monsters and could not pry into others. On the other hand, lords often equip their generals with advanced equipment. This not only greatly enhances the power of their subordinates, but it also makes it difficult for outsiders to discern the basics of the army from their appearance. This only applies to soldier types whose physical appearances are quite ordinary. On the right was the young lord who had just spoken first. There were 3 soldiers each holding large swords and shields in front of him, and behind him were 2 gunmen holding firearms. At first glance, the elite under the command of the young lord was not as impressive as the young female leader. Neither the extravagance of the equipment nor the rarity of the soldier type could match up. But while appearance can deceive, intuition cannot. 17, who was growing increasingly intuitive due to his mind arrow talent, stated that these people in front of them were not weak, they might even be very strong. There was a quiet hint of pressure. There are several conventional modes of battle will, such as the best of 3 rounds, or dividing the treasure into 2, 3, 4 parts, and deciding the ownership of a portion of the treasure with each round. However, the first 2 methods are too cumbersome. This location was simply a relatively precious treasure spot in the secret realm. Both Mu Yuan and the female leader defaulted to the winner-takes-all mode. The draw was quickly concluded. The first round was between the female leader and the young lord. Mu Yuan played the role of an onlooker witness. The first rule is to stop when called. Second, both parties, please send out your generals at the same time. From the side of the female leader, the female mage in the moon-white robe came out with her staff. As for the young lord, none of his generals stepped forward from his side. He himself took several steps forward, raised his palm facing outwards, and suddenly, the lord's seal on the back of his hand lit up, summoning a giant shadow. It appeared with a bang, casting a large shadow. GI giant? A rare 2-star level giant soldier type. He was over 8 meters tall, with his whole body wrapped in hard and thick armor, only revealing a pair of squinted eyes. He squeezed his palm and stepped forward slowly, the eyes under his mask coldly overlooking the tiny mage facing him. An indescribable sense of oppression came over them. The female leader instinctively took a half-step back, and a look of stupefaction appeared on her pretty face. How can this be? A new lord, huh? The young man looked at the female lord, then gazed at Mu Yuan, who was entirely concealed in a tin helmet, with an unreadable expression. Hiding a few tricks while traveling is basic etiquette. Let me, as a senior, give you newcomers a lesson, with the treasure tree serving as the tuition fee. The giant took a step forward and gradually started to run towards the female mage. Without a doubt, he could turn the female mage into a paste with a swing of his palm. But the combat instinct of the rare mage was not lacking, aided by the lord behind her who quickly regained her senses and began directing her. She raised her staff high and a small bit of orange-red flame emerged, followed by rapid magnification, transforming into a large fireball over 2 meters in diameter, glowing hotly and fiercely, and shot towards the giant. It looks like she is indeed a rare 1-star mage. This type of soldier usually awakens fireball, ice cone, windblade, and other abilities, and this mage's fireball technique is obviously utilizing energy compression techniques. The fireball's diameter was not as large as when Duo Lai used to wield the shaman staff, but the energy was concentrated. Under the giant's attempt to block with his fist, it exploded mid-air. A dazzling blaze emerged, spreading out into a fiery canopy covering dozens of meters around them. However, the next moment, the giant, protected under his thick armor, burst out of the fire and punched down brutally. Boom! The earth trembled and countless cracks encased a visible fist imprint. But there was no trace of the splattered mage. In the brief moment just now, a breeze manifested from her staff, wrapping around her and propelling her away by 2 or 3 dozen meters. The mage, who had just set foot on the ground again, once again raised her staff high, and an orange-red flame quickly ignited, transforming into a huge fireball several meters in diameter, which was somewhat unstable. Before she could throw it out, a huge figure emerged from the smoke and dust, moving with agility and speed that did not match his bulky figure. He flew forward and stepped heavily on the mage. Boom! This time he hit her, and the ground quivered violently. The fireball exploded like a popped balloon, and the flames scattered like water. A figure was rolling out from the smoky fire. She was still whole, with a faint egg-shaped glow around her that shattered into countless particles of light and disappeared with a pop. It's the Great Amulet. She had at least 2 rare equipment items on her. She's rich. However, the female leader conceded in the next second. A wise choice. The young lord's mouth curled up into a smile as he turned to look at Mu Yuan. It's your turn. The dust cloud gradually dissipated, revealing the giant that showed no signs of injury. The only damage was a slight scorch mark on the gauntlet that had blocked the fiery fireball just now. He stood like an invincible giant, guarding in front of the precious tree. Or, you could choose to admit defeat. That's also an option. Mu Yuan looked at the giant. Its level was approximately at the peak of the professional level, and there was a small chance it had entered the elite level. It was also dressed in sturdy armor and probably had rare equipment on its body. It also had the command of a lord, which made it slightly easier to deal with than the Earth Rock Dragon. 17 could not compete against it. The odds were not high with Lulu either. However, for Hong Yi, whose attacks targeted the spirit, such opponents were a good match. This was the advantage of having a wide pool of generals. Mages were actually at a disadvantage in the Battle of Wills, but the female leader probably had no choice. That was the type of soldier she had invested the most resources and had the highest level. This mage also showed formidable combat power. The female leader was likely a top-ranked contender. Chirp, at this moment, Duo Lai chose to fight. Mu Yuan contemplated and said, "That's fine. For safety, let General Duo Lai slay the giant." Duo Lai, in a blue robe with her hair fluttering in the wind, entered the battlefield with empty hands. The second round of the precious tree cup silently began. It was like spring coming twice. Duo Lai extended her fair palm. A seedling of fire condensed in the palm, which expanded into a fiery hot fireball in an instant. Another mage. Fact has proven that mages are far from a match for the giant. This must indeed be a new lord who hasn't been beaten down by society. Perhaps it's a top-ranking newcomer. But no matter how top-ranking, she's still a newcomer. The giant swung his fist, smashing the fireball and disintegrating the crackling flame. He charged forward slightly, but just after taking a step, another flaming fireball hurtled straight towards his face. He had to raise his hand to smash this fireball. Broken flames exploded in the sky once again. But the giant is still unharmed. His defense is too terrifying, the female leader murmured. The next second, however, 1, 2, 3, 4. The blue-haired girl extended her fair palms, and fireball after fireball condensed and fired intermittently, as if there was no need for chanting, and the energy output didn't seem to need a break in between. This continuous bombardment hit the giant's raised arm. The firelight exploded, evoking a mist. The giant was bombarded to the point where his figure shook, and he couldn't stop himself from stepping backwards, again and again. Crack, bang, it shattered. The wrist guard the giant was wearing cracked open, and his arm became scorched under the exploding flames. Seeing this, the female leader perked up as if she herself had waged a victorious move. She clenched her fist and punched the air forcefully. Boom! The giant roared, pulling off the gauntlet with one hand. The next moment, the energy within his body surged out, and streams of energy wrapped and twined around his arm, transforming into a translucent energy armor that dispelled the flaming fireball. Energy wrapping, energy shaping? No, a 20-foot-long energy chain, an inch by inch, woven spread was formed in the giant's clenched palm. This was energy armor. This was the symbol of a soldier transitioning into the elite level. Not only could they shape energy into a protective armor for themselves, but they could also naturally evolve the energy suitable for the specific individual's energy weapon. This can also be added to their original equipment, greatly enhancing their destructive power and defensive power. However, energy armor requires skill to use, and also severely consumes the soldiers themselves. Once their energy is insufficient, they can't maintain it. At this moment, the giant not only demonstrated the energy armor. His speed and burst power had also improved. Or rather, when he was dealing with the female mage just now, he was withholding his power. Now, the giant was displaying his complete capability. This was a lesson for newcomers from the Old Lord and the Old Silver Coin. The two men's gazes intersected, then they turned back to the battleground. The giant launched into a rampage. Unfitting to his bulky figure, he maintained a tremendous speed and the dim orange flames flared on his body. He swung the chain, clearing away the flaming fireballs and set off a series of explosions in mid-air every time a fireball darted towards him. The enormous chain, spinning like a grating wheel, swept across the ground, kicked up the dust and clanged against massive rocks. In the giant's hands, it appeared like a giant python lunging at the petite, fragile, slow mage who looked like she was about to get shattered and torn apart by the chain in the next second. It hit thin air. Rock fragments and dust shot up more than 10 meters high, like powerful explosives repeatedly detonating, but there was no sign of the blue-haired mage. Where did she go? What kind of skill did she use? The young lord suddenly looked up. Dozens of meters in the air, a girl stood there without the support of wings or swirling winds. She just stood there, her sky-blue hair naturally falling, as if standing on the ground. Yet she was high above in the sky, looking down on them all. The young lord, his pupils narrowed slightly and his brows furrowed. The giant roared in protest. He half-crouched and plunged his hand, wrapped in energy armor, into the ground. Laser-like focus, he tore out a boulder from the earth and hurled it into the air. Duo Lai swiftly dodged the oncoming boulder with a mere sidestep. From this moment on, I shall stand above all. It wanted to say this, but the Lord didn't allow it to speak, so it resolved to sew its mouth shut. Let's talk with fists instead, it reached out, a single finger pointing to the sky. A spark of fire erupted from its fingertip and rapidly expanded into a hot and searing fireball. It didn't throw it just yet. It dodged the giant's flying rocks, continually channeling energy into the fireball. 300%, 500%. The ends of his sky-blue hair started to glow a bright orange, as if aflame. The fireball held aloft by Duo Lai, refined to utmost perfection, grew in size. 5 meters, 10 meters, 15 meters. The huge fireball, with a diameter of over 10 meters, hung in the sky like a miniature sun, radiating endless light and heat. The female leader raised her hand to shield her eyes from the brilliance. Like recalling something suddenly, she hastily backed away. The young lord's face changed slightly, and he retreated behind several soldiers. In the meantime, the giant's energy armor began to spread inch by inch from his arm, attaching itself to his armor. Before long, it was covering his entire body. He roared and charged forward. The fiery miniature sun dropped from the sky. At this moment, everything in the world seemed to turn into light. Visible heat waves dispersed, hitting the surrounding fog and dissipating it gradually. After the light came fire. After the fire came smoke. Flames, smoke, and the echoing roars swept across the entire area. Rubble was scattered everywhere, and the ground was left with a deep pit. Within the pit, amidst the dust, a massive form stood up once more, roaring and wafting away the thick smoke and dust. The giant appeared disheveled, with most of his energy armor dissipated, and his worn-out armor was greatly damaged. He panted, but he still stood. He hasn't lost. The young lord was just about to voice this thought when he noticed the female mage in the sky raising her white, smooth finger again, as if she contained a horrifying power. A spark of flame blossomed once more. But my giant will not fall just like this. The spark of flame transformed into an expanding fireball. The young lord, I concede, at the highest speed he could muster, he recalled his giant into the Lord's seal, fearing another fireball. With a complex expression, he watched the female mage slowly descend from the sky. No, this is certainly not a one-star rare-level mage. He could vaguely sense that the girl's level had not yet broken into elite level, but she wielded a terrifying power strong enough to suppress the giant. This was unmistakably a high-order troop. Elemental magician? Or burning flame wizard? Or perhaps something else? The young lord couldn't figure it out, but he could tell that not only was the girl of high level, but her skills were also incredibly proficient. The simple use of an extra-large fireball demonstrated her exceptional underlying abilities. He glanced at the lord that was wrapped in black armor, acting like a greenhand. He could assert that this person was definitely not a greenhand. This was definitely a lord with more experience than him, and even more skilled at pretending to be a newbie. Deep resentment. The young lord angrily brushed his sleeve and left. The female leader glanced around. Mr. Big Shot, should I leave too? Like a frightened little deer, she disappeared into the fog with her troops. Let's get to work. After the battle, A still energetic Duo Lai flew to the top of the treasure tree and commenced harvesting. However, its energy consumption was not slight. Given Duo Lai's current energy reserves, it could only release 2.5 shots of full-power extra-large fireball, plus the continuous fireball bombardment it had executed earlier. In actuality, it had only had the power for one more shot. If Duo Lai had just entered the professional level, a single, extra-large fireball might have entirely drained it, causing it to fall from the sky. Even so, it managed to establish the fame of Duo Lai artillery, securing its position as the strongest artillery in Tianyuan territory. Yes, the only artillery mage in Tianyuan territory was Duo Lai. Soon, the God Shine Crystal Edge was harvested. As the hero of this battle and the second strongest in Tianyuan, Duo Lai naturally received the most allowance, 5 pieces. It picked up one, enthusiastically chewing it. Its eyes instantly narrowed. Delicious. Is this a matter of taste? Thump. Duo Lai held its head. I've gained a lot of experience and leveled up. Duo Lai's previous level was Tier 1, Level 6. Leveling up required a significant amount of time and soul sand. Even with advanced methods, it would take at least a month to reach Tier 1, Level 7. And this was only with the help of the Skeleton Cemetery, and its high-quality attribute. Troops of a high-quality level up faster. The further one progresses, the wider the gap with ordinary troops becomes. Dead Bone was also absorbing the God Shine Crystal Edge, quickly converting it into combat power. The growth wasn't sufficient though. Only after consuming 3 whole God Shine Crystal Edges did Dead Bone's level increase to LV18. That being said, an increase in level also allowed it to greatly enhance its combat power. Mu Yuan planned to leave 3 of the 39 total treasures for the Tree Demon Granny, store some for future use, and distribute the remaining treasures among the generals on the spot. And keep some for himself. Mu Yuan briefly left the secret realm for a short rest and adjustment. He then entered Duo Lai mode. He held a God Shine Crystal Edge up to his mouth, hesitated, then bit down into it, like biting into a thin, crispy chip. Immediately, pure energy flooded into his body, flowing through his limbs and deep into his soul. I leveled up. His level was approximately Tier 1, Level 1, not high. After absorbing the God Shine Crystal Edge, energy flowed in his body as though he'd received a generous gift from heaven. He felt himself getting stronger and stronger, and the feeling was so satisfying. In a few moments, the surging river of energy in his body began to calm down. I've increased my energy limit by about 20%, not just that. His body's muscles were invigorated under the blessings of energy, becoming stronger. In an instant, wisps of energy wrapped around his fingertips. Activating, controlling, and stabilizing all saw significant improvements. What if he would upgrade to professional level peak or even the elite level? He was curious to see the landscape of elite level. Yet, it would take time. If he didn't cheat, without special treasures like the God Shine Crystal Edge and without the baptism of heaven and earth, it would take the Lord Shepherd at least 2 or 3 months to upgrade from level 1 to great perfection. That premise was based on his usage of the Duo Lai template. With the standard troop templates, it would probably take forever. Alert! Your creature, Ancient Treeman, Tree Demon Granny, has broken through to the professional level. Boom! The Treeman forest slightly trembled, a robust tree near the archway of a building grown at a visible speed. In the blink of an eye, it had grown to the height of about 5 floors, approximately 10 or more meters high. The branches and roots sprung from the ground, wandering like an earth dragon. An old and wrinkled face emerged from the trunk. "Lord, I greet you," it said. Mu Yuan looked up, his admiration unending. The giant he had faced in battle earlier was enormous, but it still looked like a toddler next to the Tree Demon Granny. That's the advantage of a larger size. Bigger is stronger. Generally speaking, the one with a bigger body also has a more abundant reserve of energy. At most, they might just move slower, a minor issue. After a brief rest, the great Lord Shepherd continued to explore the resource secret realm. This time, he brought fewer types of troops in his team. Lulu, Dead Bone, and Duo Lai guarded him from all sides. 17 and a dozen skeleton warriors trailed closely behind him. After the initial stage, indeed, the chances of finding treasures greatly diminished. After 3 consecutive times, the treasures Mu Yuan found were already claimed. 3 hours passed and all he gathered were 3 wind rain fruits and 1 rare level remnant soul. So, he increased his exploration speed a little while remaining cautious. The next day, the third day, the fourth day, as time went by, fewer and fewer places with treasures remained. He also encountered elite-level creatures guarding the territorial treasures, and swiftly secured the treasures after killing them. He had seen the powerful elite-level creature die outside the treasure spot, the entire body completely wrecked. Naturally, he also ran into other armies of lords. Both would catch sight of each other in the distant, vast fog, not attempting to get nearer, and would just silently walk off in different directions. This encounter had happened 6 times during the previous days. One of the encounters was with a female leader he had met before, who scurried away just at the sight of him. Mu Yuan was silent. During this period, he had fought for the ownership of a batch of soul crystals once. The opponent was an old lord whose control over power was nothing compared to the Lord Giant. His champion was only a professional-level peak halberd guard who dueled with Lu for dozens of rounds before eventually being defeated on the wasteland. Now that it's getting harder to find rare treasures, I can focus on other things. There were vast skies and lands waiting for him outside, and he shouldn't be too hung up on a single secret realm. Coincidentally, during his exploration of the secret realm these days, he managed to obtain a rather nice treasure, the guide compass. Type: Special items. Description: Using the location at the time of use as a starting point, the compass pointer will always point towards the nearest special architecture, guiding the user to arrive. Current remaining uses, 3/3. The value of this item, in his eyes, was higher than that of 10 rare materials. The Blessing Temple located 20 kilometers away from Tianyuan territory was a special building. If he used this compass, it wouldn't direct him towards the Blessing Temple, would it? Probably not. He planned to leave Dead Bone out of the secret realm, leading a team to find special buildings. Suddenly, Mu Yuan blinked around. The dense fog that had filled the secret realm and hindered sight thinned. Thinner and thinner. Half an hour later, the war fog that used to fill the entire realm almost completely disappeared, with traces of it left dispersed between heaven and earth. The barren land with scattered weeds and the green forest in the distance, along with the treasure trees, were all within sight. And, in the far sight, a faint column of light shot up into the sky as if treasures were beckoning at the lords. "It's treasure! It must be treasure!" Duo Light tugged at his arm. Mu Yuan was also interested. After all, this is a resource secret realm where valuable resources tend to show up. So, he quickly exited the secret realm, summoned more hurricane warhawks that were on standby in his territory, then stepped back into the secret realm. The hurricane warhawks took to the sky. They sharply watched over the distance where the yellow light column was. It sheltered one treasure after another, glowing faintly. An old lord walked up to the light column, gently touching it. "Finally, it's here, the legendary Wayne. When all the treasures in the resource secret realm are taken away, the core column will radiate light, and rarer treasures will come forth." The lord mumbled. He was becoming breathless when his eyes fell upon one of the treasures. The hero's proof? It actually appeared in a level 1 secret realm? I must seize it. This could be the only opportunity in my life. When the light pillar shot into the sky, various lords who were still in the secret realm rushed to the scene upon receiving the news. Looking down from the sky, one could see numerous armies gathering rapidly towards the secret realm's core where the light pillar stood. Many lords even sent out their airborne troops for reconnaissance. For a while, various creatures such as harpies, battle falcons, giant bats, gargoyles, griffins, and so on flew to great heights, conveying various messages with their cries. Half an hour later, Mu Yuan also led his team to the light pillar's location and observed the various assembled armies from afar. There were leaders he had encountered before, such as the female leader and the giant lord, as well as unfamiliar lords. Among the remaining lords, he also identified a vaguely familiar figure. After thinking for a bit, Oh, isn't that the Lord Da-Ri who ranks quite high? Lord Da-Ri did leave a deep impression on Mu Yuan during the Lord trial because he had a strong shooter wearing luxurious equipment. Compared to before, the army of Lord Da-Ri has become countless times more luxurious. Decked out in luxurious attire, there were at least a dozen strong shooters possibly equipped with rare equipment, among which 3 were even more luxurious with armor emitting a faint golden glow. Mu Yuan could not help but suspect that they were rare 3-star god archers. There were also several imperial guards and mages. Besides, magma snakes, of elemental life were prowling around. Lord Da-Ri was not hiding anything at all. Ignoring the level factors, his current lineup is the most luxurious, standing out among the group of lords. This damn second generation. What's the use of such luxury? Most of his troops have not even crossed the professional level yet, it's all just for show. But give him a few more months to develop, this Lord Da-Ri can easily surpass us, he can surpass us even when lying down. Is this the worth of top newcomers? Even at this moment, we must not underestimate the power of Lord Da-Ri. We old lords might take a tumble if we're not careful. But the real opponents are those guys. In the secret realm, 17 lords gathered. The majority were old lords, but a few were newly appointed lords. Just like the female leader, she stopped at a considerable distance and watched from afar, not so confident about her own strength. Several other lords also had a similar stance, perhaps they were newcomers and already felt the gap in strength during their exploration of the secret realm. Only Lord Da-Ri, unlike a newcomer, was arrogant and confident, looking down on everything. As a legitimate newcomer, Mu Yuan did not go too close. Instead, he surveyed everything from afar through the vision of the Hurricane Warhawk. The pale yellow light pillar enveloped over 30 precious items. On the light pillar, one after another Zhan Huang runes were engraved, vanishing bit by bit like sand in an hourglass. Once the runes completely disappeared and the enchantment opened, the scramble for the treasures would start immediately. However, prompt. You have entered the core area of the secret realm. Prompt. In the dark, a rule reminder resonated. If anybody wanted to get the treasures here, they must obey the rules here. That is, battleground competition. For each treasure, there corresponds one battleground. The ownership of the treasure will be determined through 1-on-1 PK battles. Under the command of the lords, a strong man can only appear once. Mu Yuan wore a strange expression. I wonder, did Zhan country plagiarize its battle will mode from here? The difference is that there is the power of rules here, which allows you to fight to the death without actually dying. But outside the battlegrounds, it's still a free environment, not as safe as the secret realm of challenge. Lord Shepard wouldn't let down his guard due to that. His entire body was still wrapped in a sturdy armor of the fearless knight, not leaving a single slit exposed. A lord wearing a silver armor stepped forward and declared loudly, everyone should be aware of the rules of the core area. Let's proceed according to the rules. If anyone wants to sneak attack or sabotage, I, Wang Wang, will be the first one to object. What do you think? Wang Wang, the Looking Sky Lord. He was an official lord, and several of the old lords present had a good relationship with him. They all agreed in succession. New lords naturally had no objection. They were more afraid of being sneak attacked. So, a simple agreement was formed that if anyone violated the rules, all would attack together and expel them from the secret realm. Under the lead of Wang Wang, one by one, the lords introduced themselves to show that they would not break the agreement. After all, once one violated the agreement and was attacked by the group, that's a minor issue. Having a bad reputation among the lords' circle was a major issue. Lord of the Giant Stone Territory, said the youth who possessed the giant trump card. Lord Liu Cheng of the Giant Stone Territory. He had a good reputation among the old players, and his giant had won numerous brilliant battles. I am a new lord, Yanyu Territory, Yu Sayu, the female leader from before said. Right after she finished, a new lord whispered, it's the Lord Yanyu who ranks 36th on the gold list. Rumor has it that she's a super rich lady. There are only just over 10 lords here, but it has gathered 3 geniuses on the gold list, Lord Da-Ri, Lord Yanyu, and Lord Lu Renyi. I didn't expect that I would have the chance to appear on the same stage with these future big shots. The Lord's circle is, after all, not that large. Before the Lords Yan Yu and Lu Renyi revealed their identities, they had already been recognized. The ones who truly lacked a sense of presence, resembling passers-by, held sideline roles or set up jokes, but were utterly ordinary and had no renown or recognition, were the few remaining newcomers. Including, but not exclusively, a certain Mr. Mu. The young man, Lu Cheng, looked over, frowning as if in thought. The female leader, Yu Saiyu, cast her gaze over. Ordinary and unrecognizable, the man in black armor, Mu Yuan, hesitated slightly before slowly saying a few words, "Newcomer, Tianyuan." Suddenly, it was as if someone had hit the mute button. The secret realm fell into silence. A few lords found the word, Tianyuan, familiar, while the majority of lords were suddenly shocked. The Lord Da Ri turned abruptly, his eyes wide open, staring intently with a blazing gaze. "You, are you the Lord of Tianyuan?" Astonishment. The Lord of Tianyuan was actually here. Some lords' minds were already churning out thousands of words of articles. The young man, Lu Cheng, was even more shocked. "You're not pretending to be green. You really are a green hand?" But he always felt more hurt, as if his heart had been heavily bombarded and couldn't help but rise again. "Orz, the female leader, Yu Saiyu. I fought giants with the big boss Tianyuan." After a short while, bang! The last rune on the pale yellow light pillar disappeared like grains of sand flowing away. The light pillar subsequently shattered and revealed small light pillars encasing various treasures. A lord immediately stepped forward, tapping lightly with his fingertip, and a power of the rule fell and transformed into a battlefield. Inside the battlefield, there stood a female gunslinger wearing a cowboy hat and holding 2 fire guns, standing proudly and waiting for the challengers to take the stage. If no one challenges within 10 minutes, it will be considered a victory. At the same time, people in the rule battlefield will neither die in battle nor maintain their status after the battle, eliminating the possibility of consecutive combat. Lords who were confident and determined to get a certain treasure immediately sent out their main generals. The battle between the major generals had already broken out. "Lord of Tianyuan, fight with me. Who are you? We are not familiar." "Aren't you childish?" Mu Yuan deliberated on his strategy. There were over 30 treasures, and as a meek and pitiable new lord, he couldn't possibly seize them all. He must make choices, he must decide. He felt the onset of his choice disorder. Of course, among these, some options could be directly ruled out, such as the nature elf, ghosts of the underworld, god monster, and a few other rare 3-star remnant souls that were highly coveted by senior lords. Their acquisition difficulty was second only to the hero's proof and the key to the secret region. "You want this blueprint, don't you?" Lord Da Ri, acting like he had seen through him, marched straight to the light pillar of the Miracle Blueprint Training Ground, Rare. There was already a general from a lord's house on the field here. He was a halberd guard, and Lord Da Ri directly sent out a shooter in gorgeous golden armor. As soon as he entered the field, his arrows shot out like a machine gun, pop, pop, pop. Triple shot. Charging arrow, unveiling 2 skills at the same time. He certainly was a rare 3-star god archer. Wearing several pieces of rare equipment, his shot arrows were trailed by fiery tail flames, and when they collided with the long halberd of the halberd guard, they gave off explosive roars. Brilliant sparks erupted continuously. The halberd guard only charged halfway before he was slain on the spot amidst the popping exploding arrows. The halberd guard's master, a senior lord who had been around for over half a year, wore an ugly expression. His god archer level isn't high. If it weren't for his high-end gear, my halberd guard wouldn't have. But Lord Da Ri didn't spare him another glance. His gaze was burning, focusing on the distant figure clad in black armor. "Come on, fight with me, don't be a wimp." This training field blueprint was indeed one of the treasures that Mu Yuan coveted. It could enhance the level of focus and energy recovery speed of troops during practice. It was useful for ordinary troops. Even more so for extremely gorgeous troops that had awakened their self-awareness. It had immense usability. And so, he stepped forward. under the escort of Dead Bone and other generals. He reached out and touched it. The black-armored Lu Lu, one of the top 4 from Tianyuan, stepped onto the battlefield. At this moment, the battle is intense. The battle wills of the lords are raging against each other. The 2 precious treasures, the hero's proof and the key to the secret region, are yet to be claimed due to their extraordinary value. Around the rare 3-star remnant souls, however, armies from all households are fighting fervently, to the brink of exhaustion. Even so, the battle between Lord Dari and Lord Tianyuan, the 2 top-ranked newcomers, still draws some attention. Lord Dari has already demonstrated formidable power, crushing a veteran lord's general. Then, would the Tianyuan Lord, the mysterious Tianyuan Lord, who ranks even higher, compare? Probably wouldn't be too far off. Arrows are already shooting around like streaks of light. He shot with full force right away. Over a dozen arrows pierce through the air, producing continuous explosive sounds as they detonate. During the last battle, the halberd guard staggered under the barrage of these explosive blasts, ultimately failing to defend. He was struck in the face by multiple arrows and died. But Lu Lu remains steady. He channels his energy into the shield of the Earthrock, slightly tilting the shield upwards. Emitting a soft glow, it firmly deflects the detonating exploding arrows without a hint of shaking. The Royal Guard has a lower expenditure due to its ground defense, hence a higher chance of winning. No, the God Archer also has a small expenditure. His arrows are all enchanted ones, their power comes from Krypton gold. It's hard to say who can hold out until the end. Moreover, the God Archer has already begun to rapidly run around, his speed increasing as he's surrounded by a blue wind, leaving continuous afterimages on the field. It's the battle boots. His battle boots possess a wind speed skill. He kept circling behind, firing arrows from all directions, covering the field like a network. In this situation, Lu Lu only had to use the guard skill to block the exploding arrow strikes coming from all directions. Again and again. The God Archer now controls the rhythm of the assault. There are nearly a dozen bowstrings pulled to full draw on the field, about to release their arrows. It's as if a great army surrounds the immobilized Royal Guard at its center. The black silhouette has been engulfed in the constant explosions of the orange fiery light. Under these conditions, the slow-moving Royal Guard couldn't counterattack at all. Even if he possessed the charge skill, he couldn't catch the elusive God Archer, who even left behind afterimages to confuse him. In order for the Royal Guard to win, he had to hold on until the Archer exhausted himself. But during this process, if the Royal Guard made even the slightest mistake, he would be swept away by these highly destructive exploding arrows. Who can hold out to the end? Hold on. Beneath the flaming inferno and his black mask, Lu Lu's eyes were as calm as still water. Reflecting the dodging silhouettes, an unknown soldier, who died on the battlefield like trivial sand, would be forgotten by all. A common sentry, who was cultivated by the Lord, was given a miraculous baptism, which opened a new life for him. His name is Lu Lu. Tianyuan's Lu Lu. He would do everything in his power to repay the Lord's cultivation. By the name of Fearless, he shouted, his voice drowned out by the blasting sounds. His silhouette shot out like a bullet, wrapped in a faint golden glow. Fearless. Fearless. Along with Invincible. The black silhouette charged out of the flames, confronting the incoming rain of flaming arrows. Without evading, Lu Lu continued to rush forward. The strong explosions didn't shake his silhouette in the slightest. As he passed by, the flames suddenly extinguished as if swallowed up. The God Archer quickly bent his path, running towards another area. However, the black-armored warrior possessed an agility that didn't match his size. With a sudden turn and rapid acceleration, in an instant, he caught up with the God Archer who had just exhausted his wind speed skill. Before the archer and in front of the startled Lord Dari, the black spear swept across, the spear thrust out like a dragon. Boom! The God Archer's armor cracked, caving inward. He was blasted dozens of meters away, crashing hard against the enchantment light curtain, causing waves to ripple across it. Blood seeped from his body. His arms, which he had used to block the attack, horrifically bent, revealing chilling white bones. Just as he was about to die, he struggled to open his eyes, only to see a massive black shield rapidly enlarging in front of him. Boom! Ko! The fire fades, and the scorched, cracked earth resumes its flatness. The burly warrior dressed in black armor, holding a large shield, stands alone in the field, looking around. But what just happened? A lord blinked his eyes. Another lord glanced at the other few battle situations during the stalemate. When they turned their attention back, they saw the god archer turn to pulp. Did they lose so completely? Lord Dari is completely stunned. Shocking, Lord Dari was actually defeated by Tian Yuan. A lord is composing thousands of words in his head, planning to post it on the forum after returning. He was sure to get countless likes. After all, this is the freshest, hottest, and most relevant information related to Lord Tian Yuan. As expected of Big Boss Tian Yuan, easily crushing Lord Dari, awesome. Afterwards, Lu Lu faced 2 more challengers. The process was pretty much the same. Taking a beating for a while, seizing the chance, and crushing the enemy. When he burst into full power, he would suddenly sweep them away like a mighty general of his time, finally frightening off the contenders and securing the treasure, Miracle Blueprint training field. Also, it had a lot to do with the competing lords. After that, Mu Yuan set his sights on another treasure, another Miracle Blueprint, the Cultivation Quiet Room, rare. This construction can provide a comfortable cultivation environment and slightly increase the user's soul sand absorption speed. For veteran lords, increasing the upgrade speed is not as important as raising the limit, rare 3-star. But there are more lords competing for this blueprint than the ones for the training field blueprint just now. The arena battle has already entered the 3rd round. The final victor is a wolf cavalry at the professional level peak. Mu Yuan set his eyes on Hong Yi. "You're up. He 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 he." The laughter echoed in the battlefield as Hong Yi, in a red dress, grandly entered the scene. Blood seemed to drip from her dress, emitting an eerie and ominous aura. Just the first impression was enough to send shivers down one's spine. She also revealed a dominance that was much stronger than Lu Lu, at least visually. She formed giant bloody claws several meters long and struck down the wolf cavalry time and time again, even sometimes emitting sharp shrieks that echoed through the arena. After dozens of rounds, Hong Yi beheaded the cavalry off the wolf. She's stronger than the former royal guard. Perhaps this is Lord Tian Yuan's true trump card. But what kind of unit is this? Her abilities are somewhat strange. A few lords muttered, then began to hesitate. They also had stronger armies, but they could also choose to compete for other treasures instead of taking a chance here. It'll be shameful for an established lord to lose to a newcomer who's been around for just over a month. Even if it's Lord of Tian Yuan, it's better to wait and see. But one brave lord stood up. It was Dari. Does Lord Dari have a stronger trump card too? This batch of newcomers are as terrifying as. Before he could finish the thought, Lord Dari himself had already stepped onto the stage. Veteran Lord. Admittedly, it complies with the rules that the lords occasionally participate in person in battle will. However, most lords deem it an issue of dignity, and more importantly, the majority of the lords' combat power couldn't match their trump cards. But Lord Dari was clearly not among those weak lords. The stream of light on his body was shining and changing, then, in the blink of an eye, he took the pose of the god archer. This was far from the end. With Lord Dari's low shout, his black hair turned golden, like flowing golden flames, radiating a scorching golden light. Flames of golden light also surged from his body, blending with the treasure armor, making him look like a deity. He stretched out his arms, and feather arrows flew out one by one from his quiver, enveloped in flowing golden flames, pointing towards the red figure in the distance, like a flurry of golden flaming flying swords. He, Lord Dari, was in full form. One look at him would terrify any bystander. No wonder he had the confidence and the arrogance to step onto the arena himself. The veteran lord was taken aback. My troops are inferior. Great Lord Shepherd was also secretly shocked. If these arrow with golden flames strike, Hong Yi, even with the protection of the bloody robe skill, won't be able to withstand it for long. This is kind of restraining Hong Yi, Then, it's time for the big move. As Lord Da-Ri was showing off his perfect form, Hong Yi closed her eyes and then opened them again. Her eyes, now blood red, seemed to contain a prison that locks the viewers in. What is this? What was once a flat combat platform had, in the blink of an eye, turned into a terrifying scene filled with gloom, crocos, piled up bones, and a suspended blood moon. The only constant was the figure in the red dress standing in the distance. Only her dress became more crimson, dripping like blood mercilessly onto the ground. She stood in front of a red building covered in bloody traces. Bell chimes rang from atop the building, carrying a soul-stirring demonic sound in their pealing. This is an illusion technique, a complete illusory world formed by advanced illusion techniques and skillful manipulation. Lord Da-Ri had clearly seen a lot, having noticed this immediately. However, that was as far as it got. Despite his attempts to invert energy and block energy, he could not escape from this terrifying illusionary scene. His golden flame arrows obliterated the red figure, along with the weird building behind it. However, the next moment, the figure in red and the strange building appeared again, undamaged, in another spot not too far away. Then came the second, third, and fourth Hong Yi. Eerie buildings sprung up all around. The eerie chuckles echoed in the secluded space enclosed by the buildings. Lord Da-Ri's face gradually turned pale. Who are you? Hong Yi appeared not far away in a red dress, cocking her head as if in thought. After a while, she said solemnly yet earnestly, I am merely one of the many in our master's service. Nothing special. He. Lord Da-Ri's heart shuddered. The defense line of his spirit, which could only barely hold on, collapsed completely at this moment. He was swallowed by the terrifying wave of illusions. In the real world, only 2 seconds had passed. Lord Da-Ri was still displaying his unbeatable form, making people marvel at his terrible golden flame talent. Given time, he was certain to have a place among Tai Zan strongman. The next second, clatter, the suspended feather arrows lost their power and support and fell one after another. The golden flames flickering on them, along with the golden flames rising from Lord Da-Ri, went out and disappeared. At this moment, Lord Da-Ri, sealed in treasure armor, had turned white, covered in cold sweat, and could not even stand properly before collapsing on one knee, using his hand to support himself. Cold sweat dripped down, one drop at a time. After struggling for a few seconds, Lord Da-Ri couldn't hold on any longer. He collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The next moment, he was kicked off the stage by the rule's power and regained his state, but his face was still pale, and his palms clenched and his sleeves trembled slightly. These details were difficult for others to see, they only saw. Lord Da-Ri had stepped up. Lord Da-Ri showing his invincible stance. Lord Da-Ri was defeated in a second. Is he that weak? Some old lord scratched his head. Looks can be deceiving with this guy. Indeed, no wonder he only ranks 5th. Maybe this rank is even too high. I guess his endurance is mostly taken up by his special effects. You guys know nothing at all. This red ghost is terrifying, you guys totally don't understand. Lord Da-Ri roared. Even though his physical condition had recovered, he was still left with a lingering fear in his heart. Where did Lord Tianyuan get such a strongman from? No wonder he could clinch first place on the leaderboard. He was not wronged in his defeat to Tianyuan at all. As for one of the ordinary subordinates of the master, mentioned by Hong Yi, Lord Da-Ri did not believe a single word. It was just a ruse to break his mental defense. And it indeed broke his defense. Scared and envious, his defense was broken. And then the whispers of the surrounding lords pierced his heart, breaking his defense once again. You guys don't understand at all. He cursed under his breath, angry at these ignorant and foolish lords. Not bothering to watch the treasure contention anymore, Lord Da-Ri turned and left, disappearing into the secret realm 3 seconds later. Perhaps it was because Lord Da-Ri was too weak, or perhaps because the cultivation quiet room is too tempting. Anyway, after a certain lord left the field, Hong Yi subsequently welcomed 3 challengers. All of them were shredded by her blood claw, one after another. Even an elite-level peak strongman in a treasure armor couldn't force out her sinful eye prison. At this moment, Hong Yi was just a first-class third grade, she didn't wear any rare equipment. However, the resentment spirit's talent for absorption, the one-star profession of excellence, made her basic ability far superior to the same level. She also gained the hero's aura, undead domination, strategic talent support from Emperor Dead Bone, and the high-level skill, Bloody Robe. Even if she chose to head-to-head, she could suppress the enemy or even defeat them. Turns out, Lord Dari is really weak, an old lord said. The competition for treasures in the land of the Light Pillar became more intense. In addition to Lulu and Hong Yi, Mu Yuan also sent out Bone 2 and 17, among others, to compete for other treasures. However, their other battles resulted in more losses than victories. Bone 2, Bone 4, 17, Rakshasa, Jun, all of them defeated by the strongmen from various territories. Only Bone 3 emerged victorious. Notice. You have obtained Miracle Blueprint Training Field, rare. Notice. You have obtained Miracle Blueprint Cultivation Quiet Room, rare. Notice. You have obtained Nun's Remnant Soul X3, rare. The 3 souls of the nun were the treasures won by Bone 3. The nun's souls would definitely awaken healing skills. They could not heal the undead, but they could significantly improve the medical level of Tianyuan territory. After all, it had previously been 0. He also competed for the Spring Spirit's Remnant Soul, Witch's Remnant Soul, Hot Cannon Platform Blueprint, Calming Tea Tree and so on, but lost in all these rounds. It was inevitable. After all, an old lord is an old lord. The advantage of time is not so easy to catch up with. And the competition for these treasure pools wasn't that big yet. On the stages of the previous few rare 3-star Remnant Souls, several elite-level strongmen had taken the stage. The old lord's attention was mostly focused there, considering whether they could grab another treasure. Who would bother to pay attention to the so-called Lord Tianyuan? Only a few, who knew they had no ability to compete for treasures, were like spectators eating melons by the side, constantly gasping in surprise, and some were chasing after the figure of Big Boss Tianyuan. The mysterious Big Boss Tianyuan has fought in 8 rounds, with 3 wins and 5 losses. His record doesn't seem outstanding. Another new lord nodded at the comment, but suddenly froze in realization. Wait, Big Boss Tianyuan is just like us, also a new lord, huh? At this time, the competition for the several rare 3-star Remnant Souls was the most intense. 2 of them already had confirmed owners, while the elite of the old lords were still competing for the rest. They'd occasionally look at the competing arena with a serious gaze, then steal glances at their competitors. Their gazes would sometimes collide, sparking tension. As a battle will, especially competing in multiple matches, strength is indeed the most important aspect, but strategy is also indispensable. These old lords have not been for long, and the number of elite-level subordinates they had was few, ranging from just a couple to a mere 1 or 2. Assessing whether the opponent still had a trump card was what these lords were racking their brains over at this moment, often waiting until the countdown on the stage was nearing its end before dispatching their own subordinates. Mu Yuan shifted his gaze to the 2 most precious beams of light. The hero's proof and the key to the secret region. Perhaps the old lords were still focusing on the rare 3-star Remnant Souls, hence they had not yet started competing for these 2. The competition for the hero's proof will undoubtedly be the most intense, and it has to do with the lack of more specific information about this key to the secret region. Betting on a secret realm that may not suit oneself is definitely not as good as having the infinitely possible hero's proof. This is a divine item that many senior lords seek but cannot obtain. The fact that he could pick up one in the wild was truly Oh Huang was a lucky charm. If I let Dead Bone compete for the key to the secret region, it would probably be a safe choice, but the hero's proof might be out of my grasp. He wanted to be greedy. For this, he could use some small tactics. Duo Lai. It's up to you. Gulu. Mu Yuan walked straight towards the beam of light where the key to the secret region was stored and lightly touched it. Prompt. Please select your troops. Devouring Slime Duo Lai. Duo Lai, dressed in an ordinary +3 deep blue robe, stepped onto the wide battlefield in its human-like silhouette, with a complete mimicry posture. The countdown had already started, The sand in the hourglass was slowly streaming down. Duo Lai crossed her arms, her clear eyes sweeping around. Who else? I, Duo Lai, want to fight 10 of you. The sudden activation of the competitive arena startled the old lords who were fighting for the remnant souls on the other side. The new lords are dishonorable. They actually opened the arena when we were unprepared. Young man, the water of the key to the secret region is too deep, you can't hold it. First, let's eliminate this junior of Tianyuan, then we brothers will have a serious competition. Good. An old lord spoke confidently. Only one person was fully alert. He was Lu Cheng from the Giant Stone territory, who had experienced the horror of this fire method. However, I was careless in the previous fight. It's still uncertain who will win in another battle. He had considered how to win. He needed to be fast, accurate, and ruthless, not giving the fire method the opportunity to turn into a cannon. Of course, that wasn't enough. In order to secure a win against her, Lu Cheng even borrowed a bead that could enhance fire resistance from his friends. If he faced the fire magic girl again, his chances of winning would be at least 88%. However, I wanted to reserve my trump card for the capture of the hero's proof. It's a pity that I won't have a chance to fight again. Boom! The fireballs fell one after the other like cannonballs, and in the tremors and roars, Duo Lai easily took away the third challenger. Hiss! An old lord gasped. Is this the worth of being number 1 in the national gold list? It's beyond imagination. The 3 challengers that Duo Lai defeated were not strong, all of them were at the peak of the professional level. Which was a test by the old lords. Even so, she, Duo Lai, still displayed an invincible might. Time ticked away, and for several consecutive minutes, no lords took to the stage. The lords were thinking. To defeat this fire magic girl, who could continuously throw fireballs without interruption, and whose output was extremely exaggerated, they would have to send out their main generals. But once the main general is defeated, for a moment, a halberd guard who had just entered the elite level took action. After tens of rounds of fighting, it still lost to the fire magic girl. But it also forced out the girl's real power, flight. A powerful lord was about to make a move. The lord of Washui, Lu Hongfei. He was one of the most competitive lords here, on par with the Looking Sky Lord. Even so, even when facing the main general of a newbie lord, the lord of Washui was still very cautious. The performance when fighting against the halberd guard is still not the full strength of this fire magic girl. Her real killer move is a super large fireball technique that has extremely destructive power, which even energy armor can't defend against. In the ear of the Lord of Washui echoed Lu Cheng's whisper. He had a slight friendship with Lu Cheng. After paying some price, he got more detailed information about the fire magic girl, and borrowed a bead that could enhance fire resistance from Lu Cheng. Everything is ready, and the chance of winning is full. Let me see what the capabilities of the legendary top newbie are. Go, my subordinate, tear the enemy apart. A gray figure entered the field. It was over 2 meters tall, covered in dense gray hair, and had a slightly hunched body, exposing the part at the back of its head, where the hair stood out like spikes. Its eyes were blood red, the armor was spiked, showcasing its ferocity and bloodlust. It's the Ferocious Wolf Warrior. The rank of the Ferocious Wolf Warrior is slightly lower than that of the giant, but this subordinate is an old general who has been following the Lord of Washui through battles. He has remarkable achievements and a high level. He stared fixedly at the shadow in the distance, his bloodthirsty gaze hiding the cunning of an old general. It had spiritual wisdom, it no longer acted simply on instinct, and could also carry out more precise operations under instructions. When the countdown to the battle on the field reached 0, the Ferocious Wolf Warrior immediately burst forth with energy. Flames rose up and entangled around itself, turning into energy armor that covered its entire body. Boom! The ground cracked, with spider web-like cracks spreading out, and the Ferocious Wolf Warrior disappeared. The next second, it appeared at the side of the fire magic girl, and its large blade, taller than a person, swept past. But he missed again. Her rise into the air was so fast, the Lord of Washui thought to himself. Because it's Elite Da, standing in the sky above, Duo Lai raised her hand, and in between breaths, She condensed one hot fireball after another, and then continuously threw them down onto the land. Yet, the ferocious wolf warrior easily broke free from the bombardment of the fireballs, his energy armor hardly damaged. He pulled out blade after blade from his storage device, his muscles bulging as he threw them into the fray. The blades tore through the air, emitting a sharp whistling sound. The flying magical girl dodged most of them, but there were still 2 blades that she couldn't avoid, and her thin robe was pierced. Clang! The sound of metal clashing emanated from beneath her robe. She's wearing treasure armor. Indeed, these top-ranking commanders from the next generation surely carried 3 or 4 pieces of rare equipment. Mu Yuan. I apologize, I am the inadequate one, the fault is mine. The magical girl continued to unleash her fireballs. The ferocious wolf warrior kept sprinting, breaking out from the exploding flames, and occasionally counter-attacking with hidden weapons. The 2 commanders seemed to be at a stalemate. However, the energy armor took a heavy toll on the user. If this stalemate continues, the ferocious wolf warrior would undoubtedly be the first to fall. It should have been like this. Fortunately, I borrowed the fire resistance bead from Lu Cheng. The ferocious wolf warrior is equipped with rare treasure armor and possesses the fire resistance bead. Even if he gets hit by several fireballs, he'll only suffer superficial injuries that won't affect his combat power. If the magical girl wants to use the super large fireball, I will let the ferocious wolf warrior activate his energy armor, and there will be enough time. So judged the Lord of Washui. At his indication, the ferocious wolf warrior had already taken off his energy armor. Only a faint glow of energy still emanating from him, enough to mislead the opponent. In actual fact, the ferocious wolf warrior's energy consumption was quite low. If they continued this stalemate, the advantage would soon heavily favor him. Victory was at his fingertips. Such was the strategy of a cunning veteran lord. Even when the Lord of Tianyuan rises to the top in the future, he would not forget this tough lesson learnt today. However, the magical girl hovering mid-air suddenly stops her bombardment. Has she run out of energy? No, it can't be this soon. But then she raises her arms again, her fingertips glowing with a dazzling arc of electricity. Similarly, within her eyes, a faint arc of lightning emerges. A blinding thunderbolt falls from the sky, followed by more unceasingly, much like the previous machine gun-like fireball technique. The ferocious wolf warrior was forced to hastily form his energy armor due to these attacks, but he still suffered significant injuries. Next, winds surge, visible, green cyclones of wind swirling around the fiery magical girl. They transform into howling blades of wind, crashing down with a mighty force. They chop the ground, leaving behind smooth cuts, and also cause cracks to form in the energy armor of the ferocious wolf warrior, leading him to increase his energy output and repair the damage. But he could only barely hold on, he ran around frantically. Amongst the fire, lightning, and wind, like countless calamities unleashed, chasing the gray figure. The pupils of the Lord of Washui contracted abruptly. He looked at the girl in the sky, nonchalantly raining down disaster as if it were child's play. Her seemingly clear but dim-witted eyes looked harmless. But it was the greatest mockery towards him. When did you make me believe that you could only use fire magic? Indeed, when was that? Lu Cheng, you deceived me. Under the continuous bombardment, the ferocious wolf warrior finally fell. His energy was drained too excessively, leading to defeat. I, Duo Lai, am quite powerful, in the spiritual link, Miss Duo claimed. Accompanying her words was an emoticon of slime with hands on hips. She is just so versatile, without a single weakness, and smart. Shaking the hearts of the lords. Lu Cheng fell into self-doubt. Other lords also hesitated. The question is not, this child is terrifying, but rather, do they still stand any chance of challenging and defeating this mysterious girl with an unknowable past? She's just too mysterious. Just like the Lord of Tianyuan, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere and remains a mystery till today. The combination of flying and quick bombardment was also very troublesome. Most of their commanders would feel stifled when facing this girl. The Lord of Washui also hesitated. He still had an ace up his sleeve, a commander stronger than the ferocious wolf warrior. However, after consideration, he shook his head. He had reserved this trump card for obtaining the hero's proof. It couldn't be used here. Ding! Far away, someone initiated the capture of the hero's proof. Like a spark that lit the fire, it drew the attention of most of the lords. For the moment, the number of challengers greatly decreased. After Duo Lai managed to defeat two not very strong elite challengers, she aimlessly hovered mid-air, swaying back and forth. Time passed by. Ding! Notification. You have obtained the special item, Key of the Secret Realm. Please check the details yourself. At this moment, boom! Lu Cheng's giant fell heavily to the ground, regrettably dropping out of the competition for the hero's proof. The battle was extraordinarily fierce. Even the common elite commanders were like mere extras, defeated within a handful of moves. Despite that, some seasoned lords were still desperate enough to send their own commanders into the fray, grasping at the slim chance. They were willing to sacrifice other treasures for the remote chance of obtaining the hero's proof. Because it represented infinite possibilities, the other lords stood on the sidelines, their eyes filled with envy. They didn't even have the opportunity to gamble on a slim chance and were destined to be mere spectators. Being a commander who had already taken the field, the Lord of Tianyuan watched from afar, without showing any intention to step forward. The giant has been defeated, and Lu Cheng, who has also become a spectator, inexplicably wonders if Lord Tianyuan will launch a stronger fighter to shock everyone. He shook his head sarcastically, thinking that he must have been frightened by the mysterious and seemingly boundless girl from Lord Tianyuan's side, resulting in such a bizarre idea. He's already as strong as if he is cheating. How could there be a main general stronger than the mysterious girl? That's impossible. Lord Tianyuan has indeed shown no interest in competing. To dispatch a general, the Lord has to take the initiative and touch the light pillar for it to work. Sending the troops alone won't do. Only when the Lord himself steps forward and touches the light pillar can they get the prompt and send their generals to battle. Seeing Lord Tianyuan retreating to the outskirts, several lords competing for the hero's proof heaved a sigh of relief. Without realizing it, they had unconsciously considered Tianyuan as an equal opponent. They threw themselves into the intense battle, focusing their minds and preparing for battle. They dared not miss a single detail. As time slowly passed, the competition for other treasures had ended, leaving only the last light pillar still diffusing a faint divine light. The 8th battle is over. In this battle, the deeply hidden super general sent by Lord of Washui was defeated on the spot. The opponent was more concealment. He pounded the ground in a bit of unwillingness. In the field, an elite-level ogre stood proudly. He opened his mouth to reveal his sharp teeth, slightly lifted his skull to look around, and continuously beat his belly. He was invincible. From the second battle, he fought all the way until now. He won all 7 battles and was nearly a god. This was the invincible war god of Looking Sky Lord. No one dared to challenge him again. After each battle, the ogre showed his invincible posture, and the old lords could not figure out how to win. They sat down in despair, but they had to accept reality. Looks like the hero's proof will fall into Wang Wang's hands. Wang is about to take off. His ogre is already quite smart. It would not be difficult for him to pass the hero trial. The lords sighed. The countdown on the battle platform came to a sudden halt. Another challenger took the field, wearing gray armor and standing as tall as an ordinary person. He was tightly wrapped, revealing nothing, and one could only guess that this was a close combat type of troops. But whose general is this? Lord A looked at Lord B. You're not willing to admit defeat and sneakily sent another general. Lord B defended himself. I have no more generals who can go. He then looked at Lord C. Lord C also said, it's really not me. He turned his gaze towards Lord D, Lu Cheng. Lu was always cunning. But Lu was not standing in front of the treasure pillar, so he had no chance to replace it. He was also puzzled and subconsciously looked back. Lord Tianyuan was still the same as before, a spectator, standing far outside of the vortex. Yes, Lord Shepherd did not participate in the battle. But as a hero, Dead Bone touched the light pillar and took the stage. For this, he changed his equipment and shrank himself to the size of a strong young man, as a skeleton that could manipulate bones, changing his height, appearance, and so forth is of course basic operation. This is quite reasonable. Dead Bone, who came to the field, was extraordinarily serious. He was facing a formidable enemy. The ogre's tricks had long been exposed. He did not hide anything. As soon as he made his move, it was a major attack. His body rapidly inflated. From a height of over 6 meters, it climbed to 10 meters, 12 meters, 16 meters, 20 meters. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a creature twice as tall as the giant. This was a high-level skill, enlarging. It was not an innate skill of the ogre, but a divine skill he had learned during a fortunate encounter. It was because of this skill that the ogre could sweep all competitors and demonstrate his invincible power. Under enlarging, any skill he used could have several times the destructive power. No one could resist his attack head-on. This unidentified general is no different. How many moves can he withstand? The 20-meter-tall giant cast a large shadow, but the next moment, there was a black fog, even larger than the shadow, spreading from this mysterious general. The ground shook violently like a wave. Dead Bone's body also floated in the air without the wind, shrouded in the terrifying black storm. Most of the energy crystals attached to his armor and bones had shattered, turning into pure energy ready for immediate absorption. It poured into his limbs and flowed to the silvery skeletal remains spreading around him. A pair of arms as large as those of a giant beast pounced from the black fog. Then came the torso and legs, which quickly expanded and took shape. This was the giant human of death remains derived from the giant beast of death remains, but if it was just that, the giant human of death remains would just be a large empty shell. Though good at besieging cities and capturing territories, they definitely can't deal with the enlarged ogre, with its large body, sturdy flesh and incredible agility. However, the giant beast of death remains is a very old technique. After such a long time, how could Dead Bone not upgrade this skill? Especially after evolving into Skeleton General, making a qualitative breakthrough in energy usage. Black. Tens of thousands of black threads were spreading over the giant bones, intertwining and wrapping around, as if filling the skeletal frame with flesh and fur. Then, on the outermost part of the giant, they wove an ancient armor with an ordinary design but overwhelming pressure. The black giant armor was draped over the giant. The already airborne Dead Bone fell on the giant's neck, and a giant head wrapped in a black helmet formed almost instantly. All these happened in the blink of an eye. The armored giant stepped heavily on the ground, creating a violent wind and dust wave like a tsunami. In front of the giant ogre, he cast an even larger and more horrifying shadow. What is that? An old lord had just said that the ogre was invincible when he saw a huge black armored giant rising in the black fog. He turned dumbfounded and kept mumbling, "Who is this general? How terrifying this power is! This must be a veteran elite general, able to use energy armor to construct a giant body. What a ridiculous idea and exaggerated manipulation." The ogre, which already had intelligence, was feeling a sudden fear. Angry at his own fear, it roared, holding a huge wooden stick, igniting the burning orange energy flame, trying to bring an invincible force with both hands, and slammed it heavily. It was grabbed by a black palm, unable to advance even an inch. On the towering black armored giant, a pair of crimson eyes slowly ignited like light that disdains everything in the darkness. "Do you dare to dance?" Such words seemed to echo in the ears of the ogre. It continued to roar in rage, wanting to fight desperately. But the armored giant extended another hand at a speed faster than it, smashing it into the ground. Then, the giant, with agility that was not commensurate with its size, kept smashing with its fists. Gray energy rippled where the fists fell, causing the ground to crack and collapse. The ogre being beaten sank further down. 10 fists, 20 fists, 30 fists. The fists carrying the power of the curse rained down. The giant ogre could initially resist a little, but it quickly got confused by the beating, with its strength diminishing increasingly and wounds worsening. Its wide eyes were full of disbelief. "You're clearly so much stronger than me. How could you use such a move?" Boom! The weakened ogre was completely swung away, turning into light particles and disappearing in the duel arena, reverting to its original form outside of the arena. It was as aggrieved as a 2-ton child. After the giant figure had dissipated, the skeleton general returned to its ordinary, original look, its gaze thinly sweeping around. It was calm, without words. In others' eyes, it had absolute confidence and pride. He truly was invincible. Who else dares to dance in my presence? No one. Not a single one. The old lords were just staring blankly until the 10 minutes ended. The dueling platform was closed, and a silhouette in silver-gray armor appeared outside the light pillar with the hero's proof in hand. He looked around a few times, then parted the crowd to leave, disappearing into the secret realm in the blink of an eye. It was only at this point that the lords around finally took a deep breath. The pressure from the mysterious man was too great. Mu Yuan sighed with relief. Luckily, nothing unexpected happened. He had prepared various contingency plans for Skeleton General getting mobbed after obtaining the hero's proof. It seemed that Skeleton, appearing in the form of the skeleton giant, had indeed left a psychological shadow on many lords. The firepower had not been wasted. This was also one of the reasons why he let Skeleton act as a mysterious man and operate on his own. After this battle, few people talked about Tianyuan territory. They were guessing the identity of the gray armored man. He is a lord. In this secret realm, there is an 18th lord besides us. One lord said this. He saw the hero's proof in the mysterious man's hand. Old silver coin. This lord is obviously powerful, but he is overly tricky. Damn it. With all the treasures of the secret realm being looted, the lords naturally have no intention of lingering. Especially the lords who just fought for some good treasures. Some lords were on guard around, ready to leave. Lord Shepherd was even more so. He whispered, "Return." He disappeared from the secret realm in a moment, but just before leaving, he seemed to hear someone shouting, "Please add me as a friend, boss." Nope. The warm sunshine of Tianyuan territory was sprinkled on the ground. After being busy for several days, finally we can rest a bit. How about we make some delicious food? These days I haven't patrolled, not okay. I have to see if there are any missteps. The sun is too bright, I miss my grave. How about some cultivation? The subordinates of Skeleton General went to do their own things. Mu Yuan felt a little like lying down for a nap, but before that, he first took a look at the materials needed for the training field and cultivation quiet room. Then he placed an order to purchase them in the trading area. At this time, Shock, mysterious lord made a move, won the hero's proof with the form of an armored giant. Lord Tianyuan appears in level 1 resource secret realm. Lord Da Ri initiates a challenge. Lord Da Ri has fallen. This battle was witnessed by 17 lords. I'm a scene ranger, I bear witness that Lord Da Ri fell very fast, within a second. In Da Ri territory, a certain lord's face turned both green and red. You know nothing at all. But Lord Tianyuan's power is too strong. It seems that he has another subordinate who is no less impressive than Hongyi Shadow. I can't catch up, he seems somewhat downcast. He's already recruited a future general with 1-star excellence, and until today he was full of confidence to cut down Wangba and challenge Tianyuan, but he now didn't have a bit of self-confidence left. By the time his excellent tier general gets promoted to professional level or elite level, Lord Tianyuan's subordinates would have only reached higher positions. If he's one step slow, he'll be slow in every step. He would always live in the shadow of Lord Tianyuan. No, I still have a chance, at the heroic ceremony. The heroes recruited at the ceremony, some of them possess high ranks. This is my only chance to catch up with Lord Tianyuan. These heroes are either scholars, wise or powerful. With a certain amount of experiences, they even come with treasures and blueprints. Lordship is not determined by battle while at the heroic ceremony. Even if you can fight, it's useless. Whether you have unique qualities that can attract the heroes is the key to distinguish among the lords. The next day, the weather was clear. The once formidable Lord Shepherd, who had a record of wide-scale slaughtering in the secret realm, was now riding a shared bicycle to the Baizhang Association to receive the goods he ordered yesterday. He had again made a significant purchase. The costs of constructing the training field and the cultivation quiet room, both of which are rare level buildings, were much higher than those of the Mage Tower and the Thunder Magnetic Coiled Tower. Simply the rare materials required for each were 2 pieces, with a cost of as high as more than 20 soul crystals. This is not even including the more expensive blueprint value. After all, whether you buy one thing or buy 100 things, it's still buying. Unable to resist, Mu Yuan bought another batch of remnant souls. Half a day later, thump, 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 outside the Miracle Building, shrouded in light and shadow, Lulu was commanding quite a few Imperial guards, strong shooters, and halberd guards to transport various materials from inside and outside the territory. They also called on 20 or so civilians to assist the troops in some more meticulous operations. Even so, Lulu couldn't resist picking up a hammer and rolling up his sleeves to hammer away at the silhouette of the Miracle Building under construction, in order to further speed up the construction process. Soon, in a fraction of the time it took to construct the Mage Tower and the Thunder Magnetic Coiled Tower, the 2 functional Miracle Buildings were completed. Cultivation Quiet Room, Rare, Level 1, Description. Contains 30 single rooms for cultivation, with moderate uplifting of soul sand absorption speed, and calming mind effect. Upgrading can enhance the building's effect and expand more space. This place is very similar to the Breakthrough Dojo, with individual rooms partitioned inside. The space is not cramped at all, and the word, quiet, is written on the walls of the rooms like a flowing dragon and snake. When one looks at it, one will indeed feel a little less restless. Mu Yuan instantly liked this place. Perhaps lying on a bed for meditative cultivation is not a bad idea. The cultivation quiet rooms buffs can stack to a certain extent with the buff of soldier buildings. For instance, normally, Skeleton Soldier requires 12 hours of cultivation per day to reach saturation, yielding 1,000 points of experience. In the environment of the Skeleton Cemetery, Skeleton Soldier only needs 6 hours of cultivation to reach saturation and can gain 1,800 points of experience. If one utilizes both the Skeleton Cemetery and the Cultivation Quiet Room, Soldier's cultivation efficiency will be further enhanced, yielding 2,400 points of experience per day, but the cultivation time will have to be extended to 8 hours. Is that a problem? Absolutely not. Even if it means working 16 hours during the day and spending another 8 hours cultivating at night. As long as it improves the speed of leveling up, it is totally manageable. Furthermore, when supplemented with some special treasures and grade amplifiers, the cultivation speed of generals like Dead Bone and Duo Lai can be several times faster than ordinary rare soldiers. Of course, the cost will also multiply. Mu Yuan had no plans to cultivate. How could he afford the time to lie down and cultivate at this point? He bypasses the entrance to the quiet room and arrives at the training field. Training field, rare, level 1, description. Contains 3 spacious areas for practice and combat sparring. The ground and the surroundings are made of high-strength alloys, with defensive and absorbing runes embedded, which can be repaired using soul sand if damaged. Additionally, the training field provides a buff to improve concentration and accelerate energy recovery. Upgrading the training field level can improve the resistance of the practice field and open up more practice space. Note: the building cannot be upgraded due to the insufficient rank of the territory. The training field looks a bit futuristic, like an inverted silver giant bowl, just 3 or 4 stories high. When he walked up, the door made a beep and slid open to both sides. Mu Yuan tapped the wall with 2 fingers together. The dark silver wall produced a bang sound. It felt solid. Looking forward, what met the eyes was a round area with a silver pillar in the middle that could be circled by several people. Below the pillar was a row of circular benches. Apart from that, the area was empty, with only 3 alloy doors embedded in the wall, big enough for 3 or 4 people to enter side by side. They led to the real training field. Beep, Lord Card. The door creaked slowly open, revealing a vast, pristine training ground that was even larger than Mu Yuan had imagined. At least 400 times 400 meters, a single training ground covers several times the area of the entire Miracle Building. Indeed, space technology is utilized. With the training field, this lord can finally practice his battle skills. With a snap of his fingers, he instantly entered Duo Lai mode. Injecting 80% of his duo light power gave him an invincible illusion. The energy dispersed around him as he relaxed, creating a visible light blue tide. Since the Lord's power was already maxed out, his value in this mode as the Great Lord Mu might be slightly higher than Deadbone and Duo Lai. But it was only slightly higher in terms of values. In other aspects, it was very, 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 very low. After all, he wasn't like the soldiers who had ingrained combat into their instincts. Nor was he like the second-generation lords who had received various trainings early on and could quickly master their powers. From a rational point of view, his skill utilization was not bad, but Mr. Mu had never experienced a real battle or even properly practiced his own abilities. It's time to use my true power. With a thought, energy converged on the soles of his feet. He used the leap skill, and like a bullet shot from a barrel, his body flew out. He gave it everything he had for that leap. The wind howled past his cheeks, the training field's ceiling rapidly approached in his field of vision. He was about to hit it. Mu Yuan's pupils contracted, energy quickly flowed through his limbs, and he leaned his whole body backwards. Bang! Like a gecko, he landed on the ceiling with all fours, then using the reversed gravity, his body adhered to the ceiling. He barely had time to catch his breath. He almost thought he would smash his head against the ceiling. Using the ability at full power is indeed different from simulating it in my head. He reversed the gravity again and fell naturally from a height of 200 meters. His entire body turned upside down in midair, swayed a few times, and then finally stabilized. Rotating, jumping, even with his eyes closed, he was very steady. Wind. Fire. He whispered, and a gentle wind and warm fire sprung from his left and right palms, intensifying as he continued to infuse energy. The wind turned from gentle to violent, waving his sleeves fiercely. The fire turned from warm to scorching, radiating in all directions. The dazzling glow was like a small orange sun, enveloping his entire figure. But as the manipulator, Mu Yuan didn't feel any discomfort, but felt very relaxed. He had probably completely mastered Duo Lai's power, and might even surpass Duo Lai. Could it be that he's actually a genius? Focusing on the forces of wind and fire in his hands, Mu Yuan balanced their powers, and with a low growl, he clapped his palms together. The powers of wind and fire merged at that moment. Under his command, they were pushed forward, creating a tornado of fire that could tear and melt everything. And the next moment, boom! The scorching fire began to expand, breaking free from the not tightly enough bound wind, and impacting the surroundings in a more violent way, swallowing the faintly visible figure in midair. A deafening boom erupted in the training field. The whole ground was shaking and rumbling. However, as a miracle building, the soundproofing function is very powerful. Only the dead bone, which was dragged by Bone 2 and Bone 3 for a fight, vaguely heard something, but it seemed like a delusion. They drip and entered into the second training room. At this moment, in the first training room, on the scorched ground, a not completely scorched humanoid object was lying down, opening its mouth, and exhaling a circle of faint smoke. Lying on the floor that was not cold but rather scorching hot, after contemplating life for about 10 minutes, Mr. Mu forced himself to sit up despite the pain all over his body. Hiss, he lightly rubbed his charred skin and it flaked off, revealing new, slightly tender skin that had already started to grow underneath. He's recovering fast. After all, he used a Duo Lai template, and Duo Lai possessed the talent of self-healing body, partial. Otherwise, he would have to recuperate for at least a day or two. Nevertheless, dead skin still existed in many parts of his body, and he also suffered from internal injuries due to energy backlash and explosive impact. It would be hard to fully recover without at least 2 to 3 hours of rest. After some thought, Mu Yuan issued orders to a few newly recruited Green Hand troop types. Before long, Dane, nun card. 3 nuns entered the room, 2 of them wearing standard nun outfits, with their black robes hanging down to their ankles. The collars and hat edges were a pure white which contrasted with the serious black, and their body was fully covered by this attire. In comparison to the Imperial Guard and strong shooters' gear, their armor still seemed thin though. They all had different body shapes, tall, petite, curvy, flat. To put it simply, there were all varieties. The other one, her black nun outfit, was adorned with considerably more magnificent patterns. Her robe only fell to her knees, revealing robust calves wrapped in high boots and black stockings. Around her waist hung a black battle hammer, which was much better suited for battle than her nun outfit. Her gaze was much more lively compared to the other two, whose eyes were filled with clear but dull expressions. Nun. Rare 1 star, level, LV3, skills, healing. Priest. Rare 3 star, level, LV3, skills, healing, purification. Talent. Power of holy light. A warm glow emerged from the palms of the nuns, and when it touched Lord Shepherd's charred body, dead skin quickly flaked off and pale new skin rapidly grew. His aching chest was soothed somewhat. He was recovering, but not quite fully recovered yet. The level of the nuns and the priest was too low, or maybe Lord Shepherd was simply too strong. Only after exhausting the nuns for 3 rounds did Mr. Mew recuperate significantly. Skills have risks, experiments must be conducted with caution. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed the nuns. As soon as the door was shut, he took out a brand new set of clothing and a looking glass from his dimensional pocket, tidied up his relatively undamaged hair and nonchalantly walked out of the silver building. Practicing was absolutely out of the question now. Definitely tomorrow. Having inspected the surroundings, Lord Shepherd walked back to the front of the core altar. Here, 2 cracks were suspended high in the air. The crack on the left led to a secret realm, and so did the one on the right. Ding! The crack on the right suddenly dropped down, forming an arch big enough for giant creatures to pass through. As he stepped in, there was no dizziness from spatial reversal. It was simply like stepping through a water curtain, causing ripples, yet stepping from one world straight into another. The sky darkened, leaden clouds shrouding it without a pause. Only a few gaps allowed strands of daylight to seep through, but they were insufficient to dispel the gloom. The earth was parched, plants withered, and wrecks of church buildings were faintly visible in the distance. Desolation and decay permeated everywhere. A seemingly more rundown atmosphere than the skeletal cemetery. On this black wasteland, humanoid monsters roam freely. They have skin as red as burning fire, horns growing out of their heads. They wear rudimentary clothes like a goblin, yet wear sharp knives and shields. In the distance, you could faintly see even larger monsters. Secret Realm Black Wasteland, Level 1, Explanation 1. This secret realm extracts a period of historical projection, reproducing it. The beasts inside regenerate after a certain amount of time. Slaying the beasts won't yield remnant souls, but they will yield a certain amount of soul sand. Explanation 2. The secret realm cannot be upgraded by simply injecting soul sand into it like miracle buildings. It takes a long period of nourishment from the territory. The higher the land rank, the faster the secret realm grows. This Black Wasteland secret realm is actually a resource secret realm. Continuously producing soul sand, it's as if you have a small, but never exhaustible and upgradable soul sand mine at home. This is simply amazing. It's not easy getting by in the eternal world without money. I wonder if those old lords would regret if they find out that this key can open a soul sand secret realm. Would they feel regret to the gut? Mew Yuan transformed into Duo Lai's fortress. His palms spurted out hot and boiling orange fireballs, causing the whole secret realm to seem like it was shaking. He also wiped out dozens of apprentice-level, fallen devils. He left the secret realm contentedly. This place was surveyed in the morning by Dead Bone and several Hurricane Warhawks. The area was not large, and only a corner of the dilapidated church remained. Beyond that was the gray edge of the secret realm. Perhaps by leveling up the secret realm, more could be revealed. But for now, there were no formidable foes within this secret realm, only crops that could be harvested at any time. That's why it's called a resource secret realm. It's time for people to come and harvest. Mew Yuan sent a group task in the Generals group through a spiritual link. Bone 4 raised his hand. Great Lord, I can lead 40 skeleton warriors to complete the task within 3 hours. Lulu pondered for a moment. If you need it, my lord, I can also collect soul sand with 30 soldiers in 2.5 hours. After calculated carefully, he guaranteed that he could collect all the soul sand without wasting time. Paying attention to every single detail was his main feature. Rakshasa said, HMPH, 20 soldiers are more than enough. Jun. Chirp chirp, in the skeletal cemetery, a head covered in red silk popped out of a mound. After a quick look, it withdrew back in. Hey, such boring competitiveness between men. A slime emoji popped up in the spiritual link network. Miss Duo also expressed, beating weaklings. Tactical harvesting is what I do best. No, you cannot. You have to complete your learning task. In the cultivation quiet room, in front of the large and elaborate character, quiet, there was a study desk with more than 10 thick, hard-covered books. A light blue-haired girl sat cross-legged there. With a pen on the tip of her nose, it was swaying back and forth like a balance beam. Her pupils spun in circles as it swayed. Compendium of military strategies. Tactics, from beginner to burying the enemy. 186 important points to note in hero trials. Help! General Duo Lai can't take it anymore. She had read for so long, but the only thing she could barely remember was the complete monster manual, and even that was only half of it. The rest, she forced herself to stare at them a little longer as more and more circles appeared in her eyes. My lord, Duo Lai can't do it anymore. She fell face first onto the desk, completely overtaken by fatigue. The next day, the sky was clear and suitable for the trial. Duo Lai, who was packed with various supplies, though they were probably useless, turned back into her round and chubby slime form. Her big eyes were no longer spinning around but were full of excitement and anticipation. Don't worry, Lord. Duo Lai, will push through all enemies and easily pass the trial. She was full of confidence. General Duo Lai was setting out. But Lord Muyuan had no confidence in her. Besides being able to eat and fight, what else could Duo Lai do? Could she win by acting cute? Hero trials also required strategy. Only those who were brave and strategic could be called heroes. Dead Bone also showed a worried big brotherly emotion, but it seemed that his experience was not suitable for Duo Lai at all. As a result, apart from compiling a book titled 36 Steady Strategies for the Trial, overnight, it seemed he had no other solutions. It was still not strong enough, it still had its limits. Dead Bone fell into deep thought. Lord Shepherd looked at Duo Lai and was also thinking, after all, Duo Lai has long awakened her self-consciousness. Although she is pure and a bit silly, she is still far superior to ordinary troops. And her current combat power has reached the trial passing line level. Probably, passing the trial is not a problem. Even getting a good evaluation was likely, however, if one wanted to get a perfect evaluation. Looking at Duo Lai, who was laughing alone with a silly smile on her face, he really couldn't figure out how General Duo could pass the trial perfectly. It was impossible. He really couldn't do it. He, Lord Shepherd, couldn't lead her to it. Forget it, at most she'll lack a specialized weapon and strategic skills. These things can be acquired later. Thinking of this, he looked at Duo Lai and said, You're prepared. Let's begin. Ding. Prompt. You have used the hero's proof. Target, devouring slime Duo Lai. Prompt. Hero trial has started. The badge in his hand shattered with a bang, turning into a mysterious mark falling on top of Duo Lai's head. The next moment, with a gurgle sound of surprise, Duo Lai disappeared. She had entered the special trial space. At the same time, Lord Shepherd also had a strand of consciousness that was constantly rising, breaking through numerous obstacles, and entering a gray world. He was consciousness descending and acting as an onlooker. About this, Muyuan felt familiar with it. Prompt. During the hero's trial, the Lord can freely watch, but only has 3 chances to guide the trialist, please. To get a perfect evaluation, it seemed to depend entirely on the trialist's own power. The Lord couldn't give any hints. But not guiding Duo Lai. Let's take it one step at a time. From the spectator's bird's eye view, Muyuan saw the vast land covered with a light white mist. On one side of the land was an imposing human city, with a dozen high defense towers standing tall. Armored halberd guards, strong shooters, and a large number of ordinary troops walked out of the city, along the increasingly desolate and broken road, heading towards the canyon at the end of the land. Just as they stepped into the canyon, boom, a deafening roar exploded in his ears. A giant dragon, without wings but with a huge red body and coiling limbs, woke up in the canyon. Its terrifying vertical pupils opened, and it spit out a sky full of hot red flames from its mouth, almost enveloping the entire canyon and evaporating all vegetation and water. For a moment, the entire canyon was like the mouth of a volcano, flowing with hot lava. There was a halberd guard covered in energy armor charging at the magma dragon, but before he could rush out 100 meters, the energy armor melted like juice, along with his body. The dragon-slaying army was completely annihilated. At this moment, outside the human city, Duo Lai had just woken up. All alone. Gurgle, asterisk, circled. Operator, ding, prompt. The hero trial, dragon-slaying battle, has begun. Trialists must vanquish the magma dragon before it leaves its valley and attacks the human city. Prompt. The enemy level is extremely high, but this trial has special rules. Trialists can increase their own levels and accumulate power by killing wild monsters. This power can only be used within the trial scenario. Furthermore, trialists can also acquire gold coins during exploration and use these coins to replenish troops and supplies in Order City. Prompt. During the trial, trialists will have temporary hero power. The prompt resonated in General Duo Lai's ears. She wasn't surprised. The procedure was mentioned by the Great Lord ahead of time. Yet, what about the troops? The troops she commanded? Why aren't there any? General Duo Lai was a bit lost, not sure what to do next. She urgently needed help. What should she do now? After thinking for a bit, she took flight and hovered in midair to look around. Quickly, she figured out her current location. It was north of the human city, not too far away. She then mimicked a human form and entered this thriving city. A crowd was bustling about here. There were many things that Duo Lai had never seen before. This looks delicious. Oh, this one is pretty good. I wonder if I can take some of this back for the Lord to taste. Duo Lai's big eyes were sparkling brilliantly, but once she reached into her pocket to quench her cravings, her initial 50 gold coins had all been spent unknowingly. Duo Lai. Wait, isn't she in the middle of the hero trials? After eyeing several troop recruitment stations, she hurried out of the city. She didn't dare to face the boss dragon. The power displayed in the opening scene was too terrifying. She was afraid of ending up as roast Duo Lai. Wild beasts, right, there are also wild beasts. Finally, back on track. Mr. Mew, who was hovering in midair like a soul body, let out a sigh of relief. He was barely able to resist using Lord's guidance. Having to use guidance because of the gluttony of his troop type would be an unprecedented event in the history of the hero trials. He watched carefully. Duo Lai had found the first pack of wild monsters, 2 giant wolves lurking between the trees. But when Duo Lai spotted them, they also noticed her and let out a roar. A pale gray energy armor instantly covered the giant wolves. They stepped on the ground, rushing towards Duo Lai like ghostly shadows. These wolves, which seemed to be just beginner-grade wild beasts, unexpectedly had elite levels. Duo Lai took to the sky, blasting one fireball after another with her raised hands. The raging flames turned the entire forest into a sea of fire, crackling and popping with vigorous burning sounds. The giant wolves roared in the flames, each spewing out one energy cannonball after another. After dozens of exchanges, Duo Lai was only able to kill the 2 giant wolves with a combination of thunder, fire, and wind powers, expending quite a lot of effort. If average wild beasts are this strong, how can we deal with the boss, the magma dragon? Sounds tough, pondered Mu Yuan. Under the special rules, the slain wild beasts only dropped about a dozen gold coins, but a handful of pure energy surged out and flowed into Duo Lai's body. Her level instantly rose to profession level complete. Her initially somewhat depressed and bewildered eyes suddenly lit up. Can't waste those either. Under the heat of the flames, the aroma of charcoal roasting oozed from the wild giant wolves, making them look very appetizing. Duo Lai returned to her original form, slowly enlarging and expanding her entire body, then opened her enormous mouth and gulped down a whole wolf. Looking at the faintly glowing energy coins in her hand, she was slightly hesitant, slightly non-committal. However, in the end, she grabbed them all together and stuffed them into her mouth. Her ability to devour was fully activated. By the burning fireside, Duo Lai's body expanded and contracted, then expanded again, a series of surging energy tides radiating out from her. Possibly due to the uniqueness of the trial space, all of Duo Lai's devouring effects transformed into the purest level-up energy. After a while, accompanied by a soft pop, the energy that Duo Lai emanated all flowed back into her, with her aura climbing steadily, having reached the elite level. Chirp! Surprise filled Duo Lai's big eyes, but they quickly narrowed into crescents. It hopped forward, its wide-open mouth seeming like a black hole, slurping all the surrounding flames that were still burning fiercely to prevent the fire from spreading further. Next time I must learn some water-spraying ability. In this trial's secret realm, the wild monsters were very strong and high level, but the number of them was relatively small and they were scattered throughout the realm. Duo Lai just now fought without concealing its movements or probing the surroundings in advance, and these other mistakes, but in the end it didn't make any major blunders. It didn't trigger attacks from the other monsters and even skipped the steps of hiding and probing. Considering the results, its way seemed more efficient. The clear and simple-minded Duo Lai certainly couldn't come up with such sophisticated tactics. It only buzzed like a little bee, flying over the forest. Suddenly, Duo Lai, serving as the bait, was attached by a wild monster. A burly and fierce gargoyle with scarlet light gleaming from its eyes. It flew up from a hill not far away. It spat out numerous energy bullets and flapped its wings to stir up a violent wind, turning into a gray shadow and charging toward Duo Lai. Bang, bang, bang. Silver wings spread out in midair, blocking the speeding energy bullets. Duo Lai was indignant. Damn monster, you're not following the art of war. But clearly, you're the one exposing yourself without probing. In this case, wouldn't you be wiped out if you ran into a powerful wild monster? Lord Shepard was too tired to say anything and eventually didn't send any prompts. After dozens of rounds, the breakthrough General Duo Lai cut down the elite gargoyle in midair. The energy obtained from it allowed it to rise by half a level. Then, Duo Lai started to feast, devouring the burnt and unpalatable Lehuo roasted gargoyle, reluctantly nibbling a few dozen gold coins as well. After a moment, Duo Lai's energy began to surge again, and this time, it rose 3 levels. The upgrade seemed to have replenished most of the energy it had expended in this battle. Hooray, keep chirping. Without any strategy or plan, not cautious at all, Duo Lai continued to zoom over the forest. Duo Lai vanquished the wild monster, Hurricane Warfalcon. Duo Lai vanquished the wild monsters, Shadow Wolves X3. Duo Lai vanquished the wild monster, Wargolem. The wild monsters Duo Lai encountered on its way were getting stronger and stronger, from ordinary giant wolves to wargolems whose levels were not inferior and whose combat power was even a few times stronger than that of the Earthrock dragon. Some powerful monsters could utterly blow the initial version of Duo Lai to pieces with just one punch. However, Duo Lai now, having killed 20 or 30 such monsters, was high-leveled, emitting a dreadful energy pressure that even it itself could not entirely suppress. It marched foolishly, scattering chaotically, feasting, and crushing all on its way. The whole forest was in uproar, and Duo Lai gradually approached the canyon where the magma dragon was located. At this moment, a slightly glowing place in the forest caught Duo Lai's attention. In the face of Mu Yuan's helpless and resigned gaze, it flew down and approached this unusual area. There was no ambush from monsters nor any trap. All it found was an ordinary little wooden house and an elf standing in front of it, dressed like a ranger, with a quiver on his back and a bow in his hand. "Chirp, brave one. Are you here to slay the evil dragon? I am willing to give you a helping hand, but..." Prompt. You have found a hero projection. Are you willing to hire the hero, Wood Elf, Phantom Ranger, Rigger, for 1,000 gold coins? Prompt. This projection has 30% of the combat power of the hero Rigger's final battle in the trial and will be balanced according to the initial level of the trialists. Prompt: you can only hire one hero projection to assist in battle. It seemed to be the projection of a previous trialist. Indeed, Duo Lai found 3 other, assisting heroes, that it could hire nearby. Human Race Holy Light Master Sacrifice Julia, Death Knight Black Iron. Split Punch Grand Martial Artist, Surprised Thunder. This makes sense. Mu Yuan nodded slightly, indicating that he had expected this. He had been wondering how a regular trialist, even with extra strength gained from killing wild monsters and recruiting hundreds of elites, could defeat the final boss. The combat power that the Magma Dragon displayed was too powerful. Hence the assisting heroes appeared. However, if a trialist did not probe in advance and only discovered these potential recruiting locations right before the final battle, but had no gold left in his pocket, he would be put in an awkward situation. Duo Lai only had a few dozen gold coins left, not nearly enough to hire the expensive assisting heroes. Furthermore, they even want gold coins. This is outrageous. Duo Lai was infuriated. Were they asking for gold coins? No, they were asking for his life. It snorted and left the assisting heroes behind, flying away with a swoosh. What comforted Mu Yuan a bit was that Duo Lai didn't rush to challenge the final boss. There was still time. Dusk had not yet arrived. Duo Lai weaved around the canyon, propelling quickly through the hills and woods on the wind. Wherever it went, thunderbolts and flames burst forth, filling the air with deafening booms. After more than a dozen battles, it had finally eaten and drunk its fill, and gathered enough strength. Its hair fluttered wildly, its ends of flame as if burning, and arcs of electric energy danced along it. A radiant energy that could not be restrained flowed around it, accompanied by red, blue, and green elemental particles, which whirled around it in a never-ending dance. Its eyes, too, changed color. Rings of irises radiated outward, intertwining red, blue, green and gray, creating an image that was both holy and indifferent to the world. However, the next moment, it wiped the corner of its mouth, instantly erasing its previous divine posture. I wonder what a magma dragon tastes like. In any case, it's time for the final battle. Duo Lai shot up into sky and landing before the canyon. It seemed to ascend invisible steps, one by one, to the highest point. Standing at the top of the sky dome, overlooking the vast expanse of land. Then, it lifted its hand, and fiery elemental particles from all around rushed toward it. From the palm of its hand emerged an endless light and heat. Its radiant orange hue dispersed the clouds in the sky, and it looked as if it were holding a sun in the palm of its hand. Duly weighing the sun in its hands, it hurled it down fiercely. The increasingly dazzling endless light burst forth, leaving the entire landscape bathed in a blinding white. Amidst a roaring thunder, the shock waves spread out like a tsunami, tearing apart the surrounding rocks of the canyon like paper. With just one hit, Duo Lai had altered the terrain. The canyon now formed a sinkhole, filled with flowing lava. A few seconds later, a large magma dragon with a vicious face and charred, partially damaged body, emerged from the lava lake, roaring up at the sky. Right, magma dragons have high resistance to fire. Duo Lai knew this. It wasn't dumb, it had just let its guard down and forgotten about it. From high above, Duo Lai watched the scene, its eyes turning a pure blue, like a lake filled with the water of thunderbolts, reflective of destruction and indifference. "In my name, invoke thunder," the voice echoed and resounded. Despite Duo Lai's voice being on the childlike side, it was filled with authority at that moment. Boom! Thunder echoed in the clear sky that was just evaporated by endless heat and devoid of any clouds, suddenly saw a rush of rising vapor. Gathering rapidly around Duo Lai, the vapor was quickly spreading in all directions. The dark clouds covered the sky, the shadows engulfed the land. Dazzling blue-purple thunderbolts surged among the dark clouds like dancing thundersnakes, casting a blue and purple glow on the magma dragon standing in the lava lake. Its face turned color. Is this even possible? If the magma dragon possesses sufficient intelligence, it would surely call out this absurdity. This, it can't handle. At Duo Lai's command, Endless thunderbolts transformed into hundreds of roaring thunder dragons, crashing from the sky and colliding with the lava lake, creating an even more violent wave of destruction. Aurora streaked across the sky. Boom, ding. Reminder. Your troop, Duo Lai, has passed the hero's trial. Mu Yuan stared at the quickly disappearing magma dragon and observed a moment of silence for it, exactly 0.3 seconds. Magma Dragon's combat power is beyond normal, unless the trialist has exceptional talent. Otherwise, they can only gather hundreds of elites, invite heroes to help fight before they could even have a chance defeating the boss. But compared to the Magma Dragon, the Duo Lai in this trial was a real superpowered creature. It was a result of the collision between its inherent devouring talent and special laws of nature, creating an invincible existence. In the face of this invincible power, no strategy was needed. General Duo Lai alone could flatten everything. Trial summary. 1. During this trial, the quasi-hero, Duo Lai, has killed 66 wild monsters, and the map exploration rate exceeded 66%. 2. Quasi-hero, Duo Lai, did not lose any troops during the trial. 3. Quasi-hero, Duo Lai, has increased its strength by %, in the trial process. 4. In the final battle, quasi-hero, Duo Lai, took 16.3 seconds to kill the boss Magma Dragon. 5. No Lord's hints were used during this trial. 6. Quasi-hero, Duo Lai, did not hire any assisting heroes. 7. Comprehensive calculation in progress. Reminder. The hero trial assessment for this round is perfect. Reminder. Because quasi-hero, Duo Lai, achieved a perfect evaluation during the trial, it can leave a hero's projection in the Dragon Slaying Battle trial. The projection will appear randomly in the future trials, and if it helps the trialist to defeat the boss and receives an invitation, the assisting hero can receive a certain reward. Reminder. Do you want to keep the hero's projection? Reminder. You can make minor adjustments to the projection's appearance. Mu Yuan. Duo Lai's trial process was far from perfect, but Duo Lai's trial result. It killed the boss in a blink of an eye. If this wasn't perfection, what else could be called perfect? If the superpowered Duo Lai appears as a helpful hero, wildly slaughtering the boss, that scene. Wow. It's a pity, however, that such a scene is unlikely to be seen in the short term. The trial space shattered like a mirage, and the initiation of the rule's blessing began to descend. In the final moment, all Mu Yuan heard was Duo Lai's anxious outcry. Wait, I haven't eaten my Magma Dragon yet, and then it was kicked out of the space. Thud, creak, a softly glowing cocoon of blue-purple, which shimmered with faint starlight, burst open in an instant. A slime soared skyward. I, Duo Lai, am invincible now. Hovering midair, Duo Lai glanced at his round, chubby body and the empty energy bar within, as barren as a vast lake with only a few drops of water left, and fell into deep thought. Where's my power? Where is all that power I had? Duo Lai suddenly tumbled to the ground like a squashed glutinous rice ball, the light in his round face extinguished. He had thought he was invincible. If he was neither invincible nor able to eat charcoal-grilled magma dragons, then what had all his fighting and striving been for? Oh, right, for the trial. It seemed like he was a hero now. Duo Lai bounced up again, revitalizing himself with half of his health. At this moment, he existed in the form of slime, his gel-like body surface shimmering with a subtle, stardust-like glow. The color was deeper than before, emitting a faint sense of mystery and still appearing innocuous as always. The only difference was that Duo Lai had a badge attached to the right side of his head, hanging there like a hat. Duo Lai, Hero, Level. First Order Level 8 inches, Strategic Skills. Overlimit Swallowing. Hero's Talent. Enjoy Delicious, Hero's Aura, Level 2, Attack and Defense Level 2, Energy Limit plus 20%. Elemental Power plus 20%. After Dead Bone broke through the Profession level, the hero's aura naturally upgraded from Level 1 to Level 2. Overlimit Swallowing. When using this strategic skill, Duo Lai can significantly boost his level in a short period of time by consuming a large amount of items, wielding power far beyond his own. The increase and duration depend on the object swallowed. After the skill's duration, Hero Duo Lai's level will have a small permanent increase. Note: when using this skill, use it with a large amount of soul sand to reduce the burden of overlimit swallowing on the body. If you can swallow certain treasures, the effect is even better. Overlimit swallowing. Isn't this just the youth-limited version of Trial Duo Lai? Lord Shepard had a peculiar look on his face. If he remembered correctly, the information from Zon Country described strategic skills as abilities that could influence wars, characterized by their wide coverage and large-scale effect. Duo Lai's strategic skill was solely focused on himself. It was a completely different style from others. You never cease to amaze, Duo Lai. Gurgle, Duo Lai puffed up. Oh, he couldn't raise his neck at this moment, so he reached out his hands and did the slime teapot. In all fairness, when activating overlimit swallowing, massively raising his level combined with killer moves like Blazing Sun and Thunderbolt, Duo Lai indeed had the ability to influence a war. If he leveled up a few more times or tens of times more, it would be easy for him to destroy mountains and rivers and alter the terrain. As for Duo Lai's hero's talent, it was also very unique. Enjoy Delicious. Under Duo Lai's control, units receive an efficiency boost for absorption of all kinds of materials and treasures and an increase in the daily maximum extraction limit of soul sand. When Duo Lai is having a feast, the more guests under his control, the stronger Duo Lai's conversion efficiency from swallowing. At first glance, the skill description seems mundane and weird. But upon careful consideration, one would realize this hero's talent does not enhance combat power at all. However, it's a divine grade supporting talent. Troops swallowing filling fruit could increase their maximum energy by +3, but with the boost from Duo Lai's talent, the increase in energy limit might be +4. Not to mention the boost to cultivation efficiency, which is among the best of enhancements. Mu Yuan could only say that Duo Lai's ability style is a bit offbeat, but not useless. It's a godly ability actually. Naturally, like Dead Bone, Duo Lai, who also received a perfect rating for passing the trial, obtained an upgradable weapon exclusively for himself. It was the badge that looked like a hat on his head. Ever-changing badge. Category: Special Hero Equipment. Ability: features high sharpness, high toughness, high resistance, high defense, and can moderately enhance the holder's physique, spirit, and energy. Moreover, the ever-changing badge can be morphed into warhammer, staff, robe, battle boots, wings, and other forms, each possessing different abilities. When fused with the holder's unique power, the ever-changing badge can also manifest specific effects. Ever-changing staff form moderately enhances chant speed and elemental destructive power. Ever-changing wings form significantly enhances flight speed. Ever-changing robe form comes with an energy light shield. More operations to be discovered by the user. Note: the ever-changing badge is equipment that matches Hero Duo Lai. It comes back to him upon thought and can be upgraded. Duo Lai was already elated and enjoying himself. He sometimes morphed the badge into wings or threw it out like a dart and caught it as it spun back to him. He could even morph the badge into a big slime, face it eye to eye, and coo at each other. In this regard, Duo Lai seemed to be particularly gifted. Let this envoy tell you that back then, this duo bravely fought from the west of the wilderness forest to the east without blinking. This duo bulldozed through and trampled opposition underfoot. In the end, a humongous magma dragon was entirely fried to a crisp by my power. He was telling stories to Lulu, Hong Yi, and others with great animation. A story named Educating the Younger Generation, but in fact, it was about promoting his glorious battlefield achievements. Hearing this, Dead Bone was also slightly stunned. Was even his imagination so limited? The Dead Bone general fell into deep thought for the second time within a day. Duo Lai's elevation to hero status means that it, like Dead Bone, can be entrusted with some territorial powers, and can help him manage many territorial affairs. However, Duo Lai dealing with affairs? That could lead to accidents. At most, it uses its hero power to operate the Thunder Magnetic Coiled Towers, giving itself a few thunder baths. Today, the generals and soldiers from Tianyuan territory who are out battling are under Dead Bones banner, enjoying the enhancements from aura and strategic talent. Those who stay at home are under Duo Lie's charge, enjoying the boost from the Vulimic talent. One for battle, one for support, the combination is quite perfect. The small Tianyuan territory already has 2 heroes, but this is nothing to be proud of. Both Duo Lie and Dead Bone are too weak. Their power is not enough. Even though, within reach, is the underground ancient city, Mu Yuan dare not launch an exploration due to the fear of accidents. Tianyuan territory's ability to resist accidents and risks is still weak. At present, he can only honestly and low-key continue to develop. He placed an order to purchase a batch of little skeletons, slime, militia, battle falcon, and the green-vined snake remnant soul, and he continued to browse the forum to collect information daily. The hero's proof that appeared yesterday is still quite an upsurge. While some senior lords show their envy, others chat about the trial scene. The trial scene is completely random, but when summed up, there are only a few types. Campaign, city defense, escort, and so on. However, although it's random, the difficulty of the campaigns is not entirely the same. A few trial campaigns are obviously more difficult than others. If you randomly get these, there is a substantial possibility of failure. Under the rookie's continued inquiries, the senior lord paused and said, "Dragonfight, Nightmare City, Hellgate. But I am not clear why there are trials that are significantly more challenging than other stages. Aren't the world trials supposed to be the fairest? The hero trial is still far away. What the newly established lords are most looking forward to is the upcoming Hero Festival. Last time at the Hero Festival, there were ordinary lords who successfully held hands with heroes. This fully explains that everyone has a chance. However, I heard that Wamba territory, Shen Lei territory, and other top-level second-generation lords have already set their targets on those high-level heroes. And also those second generations who underwent the trial last time, and the time before. I have exclusive high-level hero information here, don't miss out. Profiles of 36 high-level heroes, absolutely confidential. Will you pay 1 soul crystal to download? No, this obviously seeks to hoodwink the newcomers. It's not entirely fraudulent. This paid information would contain some valid details. Otherwise, it would have already been reported and blocked by now. But the valid details wouldn't be many. It would be safer to buy from the official channels with this money. There are 3 grades of information. Basic information is free. Advanced information costs between 1 to 5 soul crystals. Top information costs 1000 contribution points and above. Holy Light Master Sacrifice Windsor, Introduction. This hero first appeared 18 years ago at the festival. He has extraordinary holy light power, rich knowledge, and has the hero talent of converting qualified people into soldiers. Recruiting Holy Light Master Sacrifice Windsor is equivalent to continuously cultivating non-soldiers. Disadvantage. Hero Windsor seems to have the power to see through people's hearts. Only those pure and innocent have the opportunity to recruit this hero. Recruitment difficulty. Very high, detailed information and specific recruitment intelligence. Please pay 1000 contribution points to buy, your balance is insufficient. Liuyan Swordsman Ya Ke, Introduction. This hero has deep sword skills, owns his sword intent, and has extremely strong individual combat power. Briefing. The hero likes alcohol and swordsmanship discussions. Only those with excellent sword skills have a chance to catch his eye. Recruitment difficulty. High, information fee, 1500 contribution points. Amber Witch Rong Ellen, Dragonhawk Knight Battlehawk. Great Arcanist Blaze. The officials have a great amount of information, all obtained from the lords at various hero festivals. The harder it is to recruit a top hero, the richer the information about them. Some of this hero information appears in gray, not available for purchase, status. This is because it has already been ordered by others and so a second copy won't be sold. Hero recruitment, mainly a matter of catering to their preferences. It is said that some lords started preparing from a year ago, just to be able to catch the notice of an ideal hero. Mu Yuan stroked his chin, this is something he can't do. Forge the iron while it's hot. Hero recruitment does not set a combat power standard, but ultimately it depends on the individual's overall level. Talent, territory, army units, buildings, environment, territory citizens. These are the most important. Wangba territory, Shen Lei territory, and other top-ranked second-generation lords may have already upgraded their territories to level 2. Mu Yuan doesn't have the channels or wealth of the second generation, but he doesn't want to fall behind either. It's not only because of the Hero Festival. After upgrading the territory, numerous miracle buildings can also be upgraded, which will significantly enhance the strength of Tianyuan territory. After the upgrade, the rewards dropped down by nature would enable Dead Bone and Duo Lai, who are currently only at First Order level 8, to rapidly push for elite level. However, Tianyuan territory still lacks one condition. Night, inside the cultivation quiet room. Mu Yuan held 2 soul crystals in his hands. His mind wandered as he practiced cultivation, simultaneously browsing the forum and opening the territory panel with one thought each. Tianyuan territory, level 1, details, not mentioned. Upgrade conditions. 1 more than or equal to 1,000 territory citizens, and more than 10 talents. 2 over 500 units of troops, and having at least 5 first-order troop types, square root. 3 over 100 units of miracle buildings, and having at least 3 rare-level buildings, square root. 4 area safety index greater than equals 60%. Square root, 5 territory satisfaction index greater than equals 60%, square root. Upgrade cost. Soul crystal times 20 feet upgrading from level 1 to level 2 territory. The conditions aren't very high. For the common lords, the third condition is the hardest. Depending solely on their own exploration and monster hunting, they might not gather enough even in a year. But the lords can exchange them on the Tixuan platform, or get them from their backup or financial backers. With time accumulation, even the slower ones could promote their territory in half a year. For me, the weakness lies in the most basic, easiest to reach number of territory citizens. Currently, the Tianyuan territory has 339 citizens and 6 talents. Apart from forging Master Li or Niu, the rest are only ordinary talents at N-card level. The number gap is big, and the refugees attracted by the guiding landmarks only come in larger number in the first 3 days and then only 10 or 20 a day afterwards. With time accumulation, he can manage to gather enough in 1 month or a month and a half. But isn't he wanting to be faster? Top second-generation rich kids can use some means to attract refugees from other territories. He was referring to those who were attracted by the guiding landmarks but haven't officially registered or entered the territory. If you want to do this, having money isn't enough, you need connections. For an ordinary lord like him, it seems that the only options are: release more guiding landmarks, find special structures like a refugee camp, or find areas in the wilderness where ordinary people gather. Mu Yuan took out the guide compass and injected some energy to start it. In an instant, the ancient and worn-out compass bloomed with a circle of light. In a blink of an eye, it appeared as if an old object had been renovated. The compass pointer lit up with a pale gold glow, shaking continuously, and in the end, pointing in a specific direction. Underground, outside the old and broken yet still majestic black ancient city, was one of the tribes, the Spider-Woman tribe. The tribe was mainly composed of spider-class monsters and enslaved numerous other monsters, goblins, jackal men, kobolds, humans, etc. At the top of the tribe's pyramid, there were only a few dozen spider-women. They had upper bodies similar to humans, very enchanting, but the lower half was hideously chilling, spider abdomen with black patterns, and spider legs sharp as blades. At this moment they were driving a party of slave laborers, working on a grand construction in the tribe's central area. It was the totem pillar of the tribe. However, this totem was not in the form of a spider, or a spider-woman, but a lifelike serpent as if it were about to come alive. It suddenly opened its large mouth, shot down from the totem pole and swallowed several slave laborers before coiling back up its body. The snake seemed to say lazily in a hoarse and low voice, "Believe in my lord, the great snake god, and you will receive gifts. Go, take over the surrounding tribes, and find out one by one the territories in Tianming, especially. The Spider Woman leader had a faint red glow in her eyes. She bent down on her spider legs after a moment of silence. Yes. Compared to the turmoil in the underground world, the surrounding area of the Tianyuan territory is still calm. Early the next day, the Duo Lai squad set off from the territory with the guide compass. The squad members included Hero Duo Lai, Camera Bird Jun, Hong Yi, Rakshasa, and a group of auxiliary resentful spirits, all of them attached to Jun's claws in the form of soul orbs, inside a black hollow claw ring. The squad was quite elite. Mu Yuan considered that looking for special buildings could be quite distant. One day might not be enough for a round trip. Moreover, many dangers await in the wilderness. No matter how strong Duo Lai is, it's always better to outnumber the enemy. Within 20 kilometers of the Tianyuan territory, it's hard to find powerful monsters. The Duo Lai squad advanced with ease, but upon entering the 30 to 40 kilometers, danger increases sharply. Below was a dense forest with wisps of white fog. Higher in the sky, the white fog thickens, continuously hitting one's cheeks. If they fly higher, monsters are few, but occasionally giant figures can be seen passing through the depths of the sky. A diffuse and faint, spine-chilling breath could be noticed. Jun was immediately taken aback and dared not to fly higher. Duo Lai wanted to trek through the forest area in the first place, occasionally hunting wild games. No, mapping the wilderness. Yes, that's exactly it. Boom! A sizable blazing fireball burst forth from Duo Lai's polymorphic staff, igniting an eye-catching flame in the forest. This flame completely enveloped a massive stone golem entwined with countless vines and moss, so much that only its silhouette could be vaguely discerned. Duo Lai did not continue its assault. Instead, it seized the opportunity presented by the uprising fire and signaled to Jun for a swift retreat. If it continues fighting, it might attract more and stronger monsters. The wilderness is filled with dangers like this. One must always be cautious. Duo Lai conveyed solemnly. Repeating the Lord's zealous instructions, it whispered in his ear just a while ago. Their flight speed had notably slowed, weaving with the wind vigilantly against any rustling in the vicinity. They continued to glide downward in the direction of the compass, as silent as the wind. The Duo Lai squad has delved dozens of kilometers into the wilderness. The good news is that the compass isn't pointing to the Blessing Temple. The bad news is that special buildings seem to be quite rare. Could it be that they would have to go hundreds of kilometers deep to find one? If that's the case, he can only halt his search plan. The current Tianyuan territory isn't capable of exploring further into the wilderness yet. Moving a few hundred kilometers to the south was possible, but Mu Yuan speculated that special buildings discovered and occupied by other lords would also not be indicated by the compass since they were within the in possession category. The direction indicated by the compass could not be cancelled or reset. His view followed the Duo Lai squad, embarking upon countless thrilling combat encounters. Suddenly, a faint golden light column on the compass pulsed with a ding-dong ringing. Have we arrived? Duo Lai looked around anxiously, finally unearthing the object the golden beam was directing. An ancient statue buried deep within the bushes, with a hint of divine aura wafting off of it. Alert! You have discovered a special building, Statue of Abundance. Statue of Abundance. This is a statue of the goddess of earth and bounty. Gaining the blessing from the statue grants your territory a speed increase in crop growth by 50% for the following month. Note: only a lord or a hero can visit the statue. Gugu. Duo Lai reached out its tiny hand and lightly touched the statue. Suddenly, the aura of the goddess of abundance erupted before it. It seemed to see endless stretches of golden wheat fields, the indescribably majestic bounty goddess herself, and a sky ablaze with red clouds, golden rain pouring down, and the heavens and the earth crying out in grief. When it came back to its senses, the statue of abundance that was engulfed in a divine glow vanished abruptly, as if it had never existed in the first place. The guide compass in its hand also faded, and the number of uses remaining was showing 2/3. Duo Lai continued to use the compass. With a buzzing sound, the compass needle started spinning again, and it pointed unwaveringly in a new direction. Let's go. 3 hours later, the Duo Lai squad found the second special building. This place was far more conspicuous than the Statue of Abundance. It was surrounded by several monsters. Fortunately, they weren't too strong. Duo Lai, Jun, and a few resentful spirits spent some time quietly killing these monsters. Alert! You have discovered the special building, Evil Pit. By visiting this building, you can gain the power of evil, which increases your troops' attack and destruction capabilities. This enhancement lasts for a week. The second building didn't offer too much improvement. You could say it was better than nothing. After all, not all special buildings are treasures. Some are useless as chicken ribs. It's already not bad that we didn't find those kinds. Mu Yuan took out the map and marked the location of the evil pit. It was almost 100 kilometers away from the territory. To run 100 kilometers for such a minor boost was not very worthwhile. Just then, the Rakshasa, with its green face and sharp fangs, seemed somewhat restless. His intuition told him that he should move forward. Then go, Mu Yuan said. The Rakshasa also had unique qualities, a peculiar appearance and compelling aura. So, he moved straight forward without hesitation. Standing at the outskirts, he didn't just touch or visit the building like the others. Instead, the entirety of his ghostly form plunged into the pit that was visibly humming with brown-red evil energy. The next moment, the entire evil pit erupted as if boiling water, steaming and churning to the point of submerging the Rakshasa that seemed to have sunk without a trace. Could it really have sunk? The intuition of the troops is not foolproof. There are all sorts of opportunities in the eternal world, as well as all kinds of accidents. Right as Mu Yuan was thinking this, the chaotic energy inside the pit started to recede as if the sluice gates had been opened at the bottom, forming a visible vortex. Wow, oh ho, the bystanders gasped in awe. Before their eyes, numerous streams of evil energy pervading inside the pit began to dissipate, revealing a sturdy, closing-eyed Rakshasa standing erect at the bottom of the pit. He had obtained tremendous escalation in this opportunity. The Rakshasa's level has been increased to first stage level 5. The Rakshasa's level has been increased to first stage level 6. Alert! Your troop, Rakshasa, has absorbed a massive amount of evil energy and has awakened the skill, Evil Coagulation. Hint: your unit, Rakshasa, meets the special conditions and is undergoing mutation evolution. Inside the pit, brown-red lines began to crawl up on the Rakshasa's body. His aura continued to rise, but his face showed a hint of pain. Evolution? Indeed, there is a possibility for troops to evolve? Feeding a large number of rare-grade materials to a common-grade troop and allowing some time for accumulation could potentially elevate the troop to the rare rank. However, the selection of feeding materials is a deep, almost bottomless pit of knowledge. Theory of troop evolution. It's just a bit disappointing. Apart from artificial and extravagant intervention, troops have a minuscule chance of striking it lucky with spontaneous evolution. Just like the Rakshasa right now. He is exceptional, seeming to harmonize well with the evil aura, causing a spark upon contact. The special bloody robe, absorbing countless fresh blood from the battlefield, awakened the blood clothing skill. The evil inside this pit, both in quantity and quality, far exceeds the fresh blood absorbed by the bloody robe. The Rakshasa stumbled upon a one-in-a-million opportunity. However, taking in a large amount of ferocious power of evil, there must be some risk involved. This indeed represents a chance, but it's a chance that requires risking one's life to capture. Under normal circumstances, Rakshasa could only rely on himself to resist. Either he resists, undergoes metamorphosis and advances, or he fails and explodes at the worst-case scenario. On Rakshasa's body, the reddish-brown patterns are becoming more and more apparent, wriggling like snakes. The situation is becoming more dangerous, yet, the Lord Shepherd will make a move. He concentrated, seeing in his vision multiple light points and several evolution light spheres representing the major systems. However, they are limited to the Tianyuan territory and the surrounding areas. The location of Rakshasa is too far away. Again, he held his breath and closed his eyes. In the vast darkness, 3 lights emerged, 1 big and 2 small. The big light represents the Tianyuan territory, the core anchor point from which everything begins. The small lights represent the 2 heroes, Dead Bone and Duo Lai. Heroes are an extension of the Lord's will. Mu Yuan's gaze spreads, finally reaching the evil pit. Outside the pit, Duo Lai, Hong Yi, Red Robe, and Jun could only offer Rakshasa a bit of spiritual encouragement and nothing else. Mu Yuan reached out and pointed from afar, Hand of Evolution. Undead System Evolution points -50.68. An invisible force descended. Rakshasa, who was struggling and feeling the pain, his face began to relax, and the patterns climbing on his body gradually melted away. His aura rose again, abruptly inhaling the last of the evil aura all at once. Tip. Your troop, Rakshasa, has morphed into Evil Ghost General, excellent 3-star, and awoken the talent, Evil Body. After a pause, the Rakshasa finally opened his eyes, his pupils filled with endless menacing intent. His physique was almost as robust as before, but the patterns crawling on him made him seem even more fearsome, and even more formidable. Try your new ability. Yes. Rakshasa looked at his hands, slightly stretching out, one forward and one backward in a fist gesture, forming a reddish-brown long spear interlaced with countless condensed evil energies the next moment. His spear shot out like a dragon, effortlessly penetrating the earth and rock, as if it was thin paper. After experimentation, evil coagulation was the most optimal weapon shape. It wasn't like the bloody robes, blood clothing, which could easily shape-shift into various weapon tools. Its destructive power was much stronger than the bloody robes, ripping apart average armor. After piercing through the armor, the power of evil infiltrates the enemy's body. And the talent, Evil Body, boom. Rakshasa's body suddenly exploded, transforming into a cloud of reddish-brown mist. The smoke wafted and condensed dozens of meters away, recreating Rakshasa's figure. At first, he was somewhat unaccustomed. After practicing, the speed of transforming into the evil's mist became faster and faster. Rakshasa's whole body seemed to be teleporting, whizzing in and out of the pit, leaving behind dozens of afterimages. The evil body has greatly enhanced the power of evil inside Rakshasa, and it matches well with the advanced skill Evil Coagulation, making his combat power increase many times over. Transforming into the evil mist, Rakshasa can move without a trace, making him incredibly elusive. Who knew that you, a man with bushy eyebrows and big eyes, could take the path of an assassin? Since that's the case, in the future, Rakshasa can be assigned to do some exploration work, so there's no need for Dead Bone, who really wants to play safe but doesn't have many skills to do so, to carry out tasks that are not suited for him. The Duo Lai squad came and left, only leaving behind the empty evil pit that has lost its enhancement capabilities. It's not too early to return home anymore. Under Duo Lai's strong insistence, they hunted a giant bear for a feast. Despite Rakshasa and Hong Yi both saying they don't need to eat, they couldn't resist the warm hospitality of General Duo Lai. Jun started eating early. After having their fill, while darkness hasn't yet fallen, Duo Lai, equipped with the ever-changing wings, zoomed ahead, headed to the final destination. The trees here are growing even taller, towering tens or hundreds of meters high. As the target is a special building, and they are also in a hurry to return home, Duo Lai is unusually cautious on the journey, avoiding fights where possible. Even so, he still encountered many formidable foes. There were a group of wild giants acting like primitive men, wielding massive bone clubs, roasting an unknown monstrous beast around a bonfire. Duo Lai looked on tearfully but reluctantly departed. There were also some quite tricky creatures. Bloodthirsty vine tree, the main body of which is a lush tree, which is not noticeable among the flourishing forest. Once prey steps into its range, sturdy vine tentacles, like pythons, will fall and tightly bind the prey until its blood is completely drained. Jun fell into it at that moment. Duo Lai was at a loss. Bombarding it with fireballs and lightning would probably take Jun away with it. It was Rakshasa who made the first move, his evil coagulated blade slicing through the sturdy vines, before making a swift retreat. They had already encountered formidable foes such as wind-toothed dragon, flying wing bee swarm, fallen black crow, etc. Duo Lai grumbles, "This is too challenging." Its hair appeared disheveled, even though it had managed to crush everything in its path during the hero trial. This region can be called the Forest of Giant Trees. Due to their lack of understanding of this area, Duo Lai and the others moved much slower, at a snail's pace. Soon, night had fallen. However, considering they had already been traveling for quite a while, they thought it wouldn't be appropriate to turn back now, so they cautiously continued to move forward. The light golden pointer finally began to waver, signaling that their destination was not far off. Suddenly, danger invaded them out of nowhere. A giant Tauren warrior wielding an axe emerged from a multi-meter high pile of grass, the glowing red axe light slashing towards Duo Lai at the very front. Slime was taken aback. The ever-changing badge flew out, transforming into a prismatic shield absorbing the full force of this strike. The prismatic shield resonated, finally repelling the attacking Tauren. But in the blink of an eye, several other bulky Tauren warriors emitting faint light from their bodies leapt out from a distant tree trunk, a nearby pit, and the close-by grass clusters. Duo Lai could see a corner of a grand building partially concealed by the forest from afar. Could this be a trap laid out by the Taurens? It pondered unsurely, preparing to demonstrate the power of Duo Lai hero to its juniors. But Rakshasa was faster. His entire body exploded apart, turning into smoke and fog. In just 0.03 seconds, he dashed in front of the attacking Tauren warrior like a swift arrow. A cloud of brownish-red smoke gathered, presenting his figure. He held his long spear and swiftly, accurately, ruthlessly stabbed it forward. The Tauren warrior seemed to want to defend with his axe, but he was too slow. The evil spear had already penetrated his neck armor, stabbed through it and then got drawn out. When the axe slashed out following its inertia, it was only able to sever a few strands of brown smoke. Rakshasa appeared on the side of the second Tauren warrior, followed by the third, fourth, and fifth. 5 figures possessing burly bodies and dark skin wrapped in wisps of brownish-red smoke appeared beside the monsters, at the same time, all brandishing their spears. The next moment, bang, the smoke dissipated, and these Taurens with not low grade, who had already entered the mid-late stage at the professional level, were instantly killed like the little monsters such as goblins. A one-shot kill. Spectacularly quick Rakshasa. Duo Lai gaped in disbelief. It hadn't even taken action yet. Wait, since when did Rakshasa become so powerful? It always had this feeling of illusion that even if it went all out, it might not be able to kill all these not-so-weak monsters in 2 seconds. Right, it must be an illusion. There is nothing better than not having to fight, said Hong Yi, who yawned leisurely. She was drifting nearby, standing guard. Duo Lai picked up all the soul sand and remnant souls released by the monsters, also conveniently taking the valuable armor from the bodies of the Tauren warriors. Through Jun's eyes, Mu Yuan scanned the building hiding in the forest of giant trees. The building was simple yet grand, in the shape of a flat cylinder, looking like a huge ancient sports stadium. Warning: you have discovered a special building, Hero Duel Arena. Explanation: this place used to be where the ancient Bright Empire trained and honed the fighting skills of heroes. No actual deaths will occur in the duel arena. Challengers can progress rapidly in their battle skills and energy utilizing techniques while fighting here. Reminder: only heroes and lords can enter the Hero Duel Arena, which can be entered with consciousness. Reminder: each hero or lord only has a free usage time limit of 3 hours. Obtaining Bright Empire medals and other methods can extend the usage time. Mu Yuan, the Bright Empire Greenhand, had heard about the place. Seemingly it was one of the most potent countries in the history of the Eternal World. However, it has already been destroyed and become a part of history. So where was he supposed to find a Bright Empire medal? It doesn't matter, there's still 3 hours of free time. It's just a special building after all, which is more than 100 kilometers away from my territory. I don't have the time to run all the way here often. The duel arena looks like an open-air building from the outside, but you can only truly enter it through the main entrance. As soon as Duo Lai set foot inside, it felt like it had entered a unique space. Mu Yuan also received a whether to descend with consciousness prompt message. He didn't rush to make a choice. Through Duo Lai, who serves as an anchor, he could already quietly observe the surroundings. The floor was paved with smooth and polished flooring, which was completely dust-free. Not far away, a gigantic light gate stood erect. Only by stepping into it can the dual grinding truly commence. Mu Yuan also descended with his consciousness. In the dark, he learnt more information about the hero duel arena. Skills also have limits. Breaking through these limits allows one to step into a new world. During the Hero Festival, the senior hero, Liuyan Swordsman, broke away from the mundane with his swordsmanship, reaching the artistic conception of the sword. This is a domain that only talented lords or heroes are qualified to glimpse. Ordinary troops, their self-consciousness hasn't even awakened, their skills at best are just proficient, how could they possibly break through? So, the hero duel arena is a treasured land for honing heroes to help them break through their limits? In that case, 3 hours of free time indeed seems a bit short, damn it, he thought. Words suddenly floated up in the sky above the duel arena. Hero Loki initially entered the gun's mentality. Lord Wamba initially entered the blade's mentality. Lord of Wamba territory is actually so horrific. Hero duel arena, another entrance. A new lord, who had descended for 2 years and 7 months, was taken aback as he watched a notice float above the light gate. This guy really is a top-notch second generation. He has entered the artistic conception level in such a short time. Ha, he just received special training from an early age, I bet I can do it too. Another lord, who had also descended for over 2 years and was nibbling on a lemon, paused and added, even newcomer lords are pondering over artistic conception now. We can't be left behind. Remember, we were once the proud geniuses who topped the leaderboard. However, the prestige of topping the leaderboard back then was nothing compared to that of today's edition. The Lord Trials occur every 6 months, and the Hero Festival every 3 years. This means that the new lords, who enter the secret realm to participate in the festival have a seniority of over 2 years in the eternal world. Thus, they have naturally done more work. Even though the festival's recruitment does not focus on combat power, it's clear that a hero would choose a territory with well-established facilities over a territory that is still in the pioneering stage and does not even have a toilet. Similarly, the personal charm and ability of a lord hold significant weight. Heroes like Liuyan Swordsman, who appreciate superb skill and outstanding combat power, are not few. This is why leaders like the Lord of Bamboo Sword Territory and Ba Shi Lord are willing to spend a fortune buying the use time of the duel arena. Otherwise, even if they are frontline charge-type lords, they wouldn't be willing to spend so much money on themselves. It's not worth it. Even if one steps into the artistic conception level and greatly increases their combat power, how can it compete with recruiting more types of troops, or spend a great cost to obtain rare high-order troops? Even if the high-order troops have ordinary skills, they can still crush everything. Moreover, the outstanding individuals in the common troops may be 1 in 1,000, or even 1 in 10,000, but among the high-order troops, they are 1 in 10 or even all outstanding. They clearly crush in terms of basic qualities, possess advanced skills, and can also crush common troops and even lords in terms of skills and more. And heroes often come from high-order troops. Acquiring a hero, even a high-ranking hero, is worth any cost. It's our turn. They looked at each other, confidently stepped into the light gate. Tip. Your hero Duo Lai has entered the hero duel arena and is undergoing trials. Duo Lai disappeared into the light of the gate. General Dead Bone can do the same, descend directly in consciousness as long as Duo Lai is still visiting this building. I should go and do some training now. Mu Yuan looked on, sighing slightly. He had always been a greenhorn, never killed a chicken before and had to give it everything he got to fight a southern cockroach, having 10 rounds of intense battles before he could kill it. Combating isn't easy. You may understand something in your mind, but you aren't able to perform it normally with your hands and feet. The recent fully powered validation in training field made Greenhand Mu slightly pressured. But everyone has to take this step. Improve his combat ability, no longer be weak, isn't it what he wanted? Time to go. He took a deep breath, strode forward, and entered the gate glowing with white light. Holy shit! The aroma of plants, the earthy scent penetrated his nostrils. This wasn't any combat arena, it was an expansive prairie environment. A gray-furred giant wolf had appeared from the edge of his field of vision, barking and rushing towards him. Miu Yuan could clearly see the fierce teeth of the giant wolf and the small chunks of meat caught between them. A faint odor of blood was blowing in his face, nauseating him. He also received a tip in the spirit realm. The enemy's level is the same as yours. Kill monsters and pass the challenge to get higher training gains. In short, throw everything else aside, heart undisturbed by anything, just fight. Miu Yuan loaded the Rakshasa template, and a maroon spear formed in his hand at his command. He thrust the spear hard at the rushing giant wolf. The blood flying onto his face was warm and it smelled disgusting. A little nauseated, he could load the Duo Light template and kill the giant wolf from a distance. Or, he could load the Lulu template, wrapping himself in an iron can, so even if blood splashed, he would not be hurt. But, Miu Yuan still chose the Rakshasa template, without any armor. A real hero has to fight bravely, after all. He had seen corpses before. He licked some of the blood, feeling only a little uncomfortable, and swiftly killed all of the giant wolves. The giant wolves weren't strong. After all, they were only ordinary 3-star stage. Their strength, speed, compared to him, there was a qualitative gap under the same level. But he was still a bit struggling to kill them. He was not mentally prepared enough. Continue. He didn't need to say it. As the last of the giant wolves were killed, the environment in front of him silently changed. The vast prairie transformed into a forest with towering trees. Great trees, tens of meters high, stood erect. The dense canopy blocked the sky, with only slivers of sunlight filtering through, casting mottled light and shadow on the forest floor covered with dead branches and fallen leaves. Several silhouettes also appeared before his eyes. Goblin warriors. So, the enemy of the second challenge is already so strong? He lifted his spear to meet them. The maroon spear was swung fiercely in his hand, astonishingly suppressing several formidable green-skinned warriors with his own strength. Such an overpowering approach. Not only that, the more he swung his spear, the more skilled he became. From a beginner to proficient, to highly skilled, it all happened within a short span of time. It was as if he was a genius unmatched in the world, breaking through in every battle, making rapid progress in the heat of the fight. But in fact, it's just the effect of the hero duel arena. Miu Yuan's progress in the training field was much slower than it was now. Here, he could throw everything away and fight in his most unfettered style, which was like having divine help. If the training field was a rare level building, then this hero duel arena was at least an epic level or even a legendary level building. 3 hours of grinding time, too short. Plop. Behind him, ripples of light and shadow suddenly rose. A black blade violently stabbed out. The great Lord Miu Yuan, who had focused all his attention on the goblin warriors, had been pierced right through the heart. The blade entered from his back and came out from his chest. When Miu Yuan looked down, he saw the tip of the short blade which was still dripping blood. He was somewhat stunned. He wasn't entirely dead yet, but it felt like something had drained his physical strength, and his chest was throbbing with intense pain. It got more and more painful, too painful. The sneak attacker twisted and withdrew the short blade, splattering a red spray of fresh blood. Miu the Greenhand knelt on one knee, his spear pole falling and disintegrating into a mist. His pupils contracted sharply, and the last thing reflected in his eyes was the shadow of the goblin warrior's massive blade. Damn it! Miu Yuan grabbed a handful of grass, his heart thumping. He clenched his chest armor tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain. Even now, it felt as though a blade was still inside him, stirring back and forth. It hurt a lot. This was indeed just a residual illusion, but the experience of dying was all too real. Miu, who needs anesthesia for surgery, Yuan could hardly bear it. The duel arena was as merciless as it was intense. The pain was heartrending. But he was given no time to grieve or ease his emotions. The familiar figure of the goblin warrior once again appeared before him. Mu Yuan's heart tensed up immediately, and he raised his hand to load Lulu's template. He paused midway. He bit his lip, clenched his fist, and bravely continued to load the unarmored Rakshasa template. Just great. After 196 seconds, Mu Yuan still died at the hands of the Shadow Assassin. 4 Goblin Warriors and 2 Shadow Assassins, that seems to be all the enemies in this round. His stats were far superior to his enemies. His skills weren't bad either. He was simply lacking experience and was not mentally prepared. Mu Yuan no longer sought to improve his skills, but to learn the most fundamental, fighting instinctively. On his third attempt, after a 223-second battle, Mu Yuan, at the expense of 2 wounded ribs, had eradicated all enemies. By the end of the battle, he was drenched in blood, waves of pain tugged at his nerves, but he gritted his teeth and thrust his spear through the air again and again. The art of battle, I've mastered it, ha ha ha. The third round, death, 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 in a mere few hundred seconds, Lord Shepard had died 4 times. There was only one opponent in this round, but it was quite challenging. Leader of the Tauren, Excellence 1 star. This was a monster about 3 to 4 meters high, draped in thick black armor over its dark red body. Its mane was dense, and in its hand it held an enormous battle axe, which it swung with enough force to split mountains and shake the earth. Charge! The hulking body of the leader of the Tauren rushed forward, trailing a series of dark red afterimages. Too fast. Even the smoke form of the Great Lord barely avoided the attack, only for the battle axe to swing towards him in the next instant. His mist form couldn't escape an energy-charged attack. Mu Yuan had to materialize, striking the side of the battle axe repeatedly with the tip of the spear, nudging the massive battle axe aside. Yet, the moment the leader of the Tauren planted his foot on the ground, the earth shook violently, and countless stones whirled up and transformed into a hail of bullets shooting towards him. He turned into mist but was still penetrated by the leader of the Tauren's punch. Great Lord Shepard fell dead on the battlefield once again. Damn it, an element. How to defeat this leader of the Tauren? Loading Lulu's template would only lead to a more tragic death. Using the Duo Lai template for long-range bombing might work, but he refused to accept that. Today, he would fight to the end with a single long spear. The unbearable pain seemed a little more bearable now. In the rocky terrain, Mu Yuan's figure reappeared, spear at the ready. Half an hour later, notification. You have defeated the 3rd round's guard, leader of the Tauren, and have entered the 4th round. Notification. You have gained a higher practice boost. Notification. Due to your outstanding performance, you are awarded an additional 2 hours of usage. At almost the same time, gurgle, gurgle. Slap, Duo Lai, who was flying midair, once again turned into Duo Lai sauce. Duo Lai. Oh, it was a tough world. If you win, you can't celebrate. If you lose, you just suffer in vain. Wu wuuu. While Mu Yuan and Duo Lai were constantly getting beaten up, scratch that, and constantly honing their skills, General Dead Bone finally returned to his territory and logged into the hero duel arena through his consciousness. He stepped in. A long time ago. Measured on the timeline of when Emperor Dead Bone was born, it had become aware of its bottleneck issue. Especially after using a particular experience stone, this bottleneck left it more perplexed. It also asked the all-powerful Lord, who said that above techniques was the artistic conception, but the path of understanding was through feeling rather than explanation, even for the same sword intent. The two could be vastly different. Some people's sword intent makes their own strength sharper, capable of tearing through enemy armor easily. Some people's sword intent shows fearless determination, displaying extraordinary strength when they courageously advance. All depends on the individual. Dead Bone hadn't figured out what his artistic conception was among daily chores, intelligence gathering, crusading against monster tribes, researching upgrades, improving the giant beast of death remains, developing more robust battle techniques, and so on, so the study of artistic conception ranked even lower. It shelved this problem for the time being. But now, stepping into the hero duel arena, Dead Bone had brought up the issue again. What is the artistic conception? On the plain, a pack of giant wolves was trapped by a sudden rise of bones, and amidst the pack, Dead Bone sat pondering. It seemed to understand. There wasn't any energy variation, but a hard-to-describe, faint resonance began to diffuse from Dead Bone, growing stronger over time. The artistic conception was about to appear. No, I still don't understand. Dead Bone stood up, cutting off the sword intent that was about to sprout. That was not the artistic conception it wanted. This artistic conception shouldn't be so inconvenient. Squelch, as it stood up, the surrounding bones, like silver pythons, began to tighten, squeezing the trapped giant wolves to death. In the next moment, Dead Bone entered the second level. Without unsheathing Wailing Death, it used its own bones as a blade, weaving around the goblin warriors and shadow assassins. It didn't attack, it was all defense. This kind of battle lasted for a full several dozens of seconds. Dead Bone hinted, not enough, it's still not enough. Dead Bone pointed his sword, with the tip seeming slow yet quick, weak yet strong. Without bursting out any energy, the surrounding enemies fell one after another. Dead Bone then made it to the third level. At this level, it thought longer. While parrying the overwhelming, formidable onslaught of Leader Niu, most of its mind had already sunk into contemplation. This was an extraordinarily dangerous method. The slightest carelessness would result in being slain by the gatekeeper. However, the rule that one couldn't die in the hero duel arena allowed General Dead Bone to settle down and think without worry. If it were to die in battle, it would indicate a flaw had been found. It's a good thing. Dead Bone spent a bit more time thinking through this level. Perhaps it fought with Leader Niu hundreds of times, or even more. After it battled until its path was nearly worn out, Dead Bone finally awakened from its deep contemplation. A faint, mysterious charm gradually emanated from its body. But it was still a bit lacking. Then, the charm silently dissipated. Dead Bone looked at the tall and robust Leader Niu before it, its eyes deep and fleeting. It began attacking with all its might. Its bone spikes danced wildly, tracing a trail of profound trajectories. 3 moves later, boom, a small hole appeared on Leader Niu's forehead, and his entire body fell down heavily. I yield. Dead Bone entered the 4th level. General Dead Bone surged ahead. General Dead Bone slaughtered mercilessly. Several hours later, Lord Shepard was in deep contemplation. Ahem, Lord Shepard had gradually begun to find his way. When technique reaches its peak, the mysterious artistic conception's door flung open before him. Prompt. Your hero, Duo Lai, has realized the fire intentions during training. Duo Lai's fire system technique's power increased by 30%. Inside a parallel training space, Duo Lai's body was surrounded by faint, twinkling fire. This wasn't energy, but the manifestation of its artistic conception. Under the fire intentions, using the same energy to activate the same skill, its power would inexplicably amplify a great deal. After stepping into this mysterious realm, Duo Lai found his control over energy also advanced greatly. Like the previous overflowing energy scene caused by eating too much in the trial space, it could now assure this would not happen again. It could handle eating more yi. Under the fire intentions, its mastery of roasting game improved dramatically, even making the ingredients inexplicably more delicious. The charred bird before it that was still yelping, emitted waves of roasting fragrance. Duo Lai became greedy. This was its artistic conception. Because the prompt message distracted him, Lord Shepard was killed once more by the chaotic blade. After resurrection, he fell into contemplation. Seems like there were no prompts from General Dead Bone? Or did I just miss it because I was too immersed? At this time, Dead Bone, who was still unable to open the door of artistic conception, continued thinking as he slowly progressed to the 6th level of the hero duel arena. There were no plains, forests, rocky fields and such, just a plain and unadorned flatland. In front of him, a man emerged from the opening of the space gate. He stood straight, wearing silver armor, with an image of orange flames engraved at the chest area, seeming like some sort of emblem. He glanced at Dead Bone. Skeleton boy. Even if you're not human, since you belong to the human side, I won't hide my skills. Come, let me see what capability you have to get this far. Don't disappoint. Perhaps due to rarely seeing newcomers, this gatekeeper who looked young but had an unusually hoarse voice, seemed talkative. However, as he spoke he had already made his move. He materialized a huge sword, cutting forward seemingly slow but in reality incredibly fast, as if transcending many dimensions in an instant. Simultaneously, a faint, profound charm emerged from the gatekeeper. The blade's edge swirled, and an invisible force seemed to want to tear through armor. This was the artistic conception. Apart from the boost, just this intent to kill from the artistic conception could make weaker ones lose their resistance. Deadbone also unsheathed Wailing Death, simultaneously swung the sword, exchanging blows with the opponent in a blink of an eye. Interesting. The gatekeeper showed a touch of surprise. This was the last challenge. He would use a bit stronger power to match the challenger's level, providing the challenger with the best grinding experience. So, he increased his power. His sword intent resonated, and thousands of birds shrieked. He completely suppressed the skeleton boy, pounding him into constant retreat, dangerous and unpredictable. And yet, the intention remained hidden. No, it seems that Skeleton Boy has not grasped intentionality yet. Interesting. You reached here without stepping into the realm of intentionality. Should I praise you for being outstanding, or? Passing the stages with the power of the body alone was undoubtedly strong. Yet at this point, he hasn't been able to understand the power of intentionality, and his comprehension seems fairly ordinary. It's not too bad, actually. But compared to his extraordinary physical talent and advanced skills, it was a bit disappointing. And that was merely a disappointment. The gatekeeper, Don Sword, has seen all kinds of geniuses. No matter how peculiar or even odd they may be, he was used to it. He only continued to increase output, forcing out all the potential of the challenger before him. Come on, don't disappoint me. Push open the door to intentionality. The faint, mysterious flavor permeated the area at last. But it was as if there was still a thin piece of paper in between, unable to break through. And so, the gatekeeper, Don Sword, triggered his intentionality power once again. It seemed like there were countless light swords hanging in the sky, locking in his opponent from afar. Even holding a giant sword of the same type as the dead bone, he swung it as if it were a quick sword, the shadow of the sword undulating and impenetrable. Finally, under his intense pressure, the skeleton boy pushed open the door of intentionality. The mysterious flavor began to intensify as if it were brewing something. Don's sword nodded slightly, showing a satisfied smile. Another genius had been groomed by him. Then he was surprised to discover that before the intentionality was fully born, the mysterious essence continued to escalate. It seemed that after a long period of accumulation, as soon as the door of intentionality was opened, it could skip the initial entry and directly reach a higher realm. With this, the comprehension ability of Skeleton Boy wasn't bad at all, quite excellent. Interesting, he kept about the same offensive stance and quietly watched. The sword of the Skeleton Boy had sprouted the intentionality, but he was uncertain about its focus. Would it be pressuring aggression, invincible domination, or intricate cleverness? Warning. Your hero Deadbone has learned Sword Intent at %# and Warning. Deadbone enters the initial state of XX intentionality. Warning. Deadbone has reached a minor achievement in XX intentionality. Warning. Deadbone perfects XX intentionality. Sword intent is often associated with sharpness and offensive power. Deadbone wasn't that it wasn't interested, it just didn't want the power of pure offense. It sought stability, but not in a conservative or compromising way. Power that could only protect itself was unnecessary. What it wanted was the whole exploration core coming back unharmed, all threats within miles of the Tianyuan territory being eliminated. That was the kind of stability it was after. The mysterious aura around Deadbone vanished, as if it had failed to open the door of intentionality. Even its entire being, whole body seemed ordinary under the invisible reality. The ordinary Deadbone raised its black giant sword slightly, dropping a dull slash. There was no sharp edge, no admirable skills, no force that stirred the surrounding world as if it were divine or demonic. There was only an unadorned, simple sword, so simple that it felt extreme. Like the plain atomic bomb that exploded the moment it hit the ground, the simple sword also exploded with destructive power that could obliterate everything at the moment of collision. There was no deafening roar. Only, in the direction pointed by the dead bone's heavy sword, the flat and firm ground had been cut away, carving out a crescent shape. The position behind dead bone was intact, without a single pebble. The front and back seemed like two different worlds. It was the wall between these two worlds. Although I'm not quite satisfied, it will do for now. Dead bone sighed. Don's sword, with his ragged clothes in the distance, stood dumbfounded, holding his sword and gazing at the invisible sword intent that seemed to come with a protective shield. He seemed to have something to say but couldn't find the words. This sword intent. Lord Da-Ri has entered the initial state of fire intentions. P.S. Quietly reading, in chapter 131, the penultimate sentence replaced Wang with Lord Wangba. Lord Da-Ri has entered the 4th round. In the hero duel arena, among one of the outer regions of Tai-Zan Alliance controlled by the officials, there was an entrance waiting area. Lord Da-Ri walked out of the light gate. I've reached the 4th stage, not bad. Even just comparing personal combat power, I'm stronger than Lord Wangba. After all, his background was not comparable to Lord Wangba, Lord Shen Lei, Lord of Huan Chao, and others. He needed to fight more, to show off, and at least, in the hero duel arena, his performance was stronger than Lord Wangba. Even, much stronger than Lord Tianyuan. Lord Tianyuan does not seem to have grasped intentionality yet. Maybe his combat power is weaker than assumed, not even appearing on stage during the fight in the secret realm. Lord Tianyuan has weaknesses too. Lord Da-Ri was very clear. He knew there was a huge gap between him and Lord Tianyuan, but at least he had one aspect in which he was stronger than Lord Tianyuan. That was really exciting. Lord Tianyuan is not unbeatable. Another notice appeared on the light gate and then flashed out. Hero Dead Bone perfects XX intentionality. Lord Tianyuan enters the initial state of thunder intentions. Lord Tianyuan enters the initial state of gun artistic conception. Lord Da-Ri. G-Treat Lord Shepherd, who had fought countless battles in the arena, wiped off the sweat on his temples. It took more than 8 hours to realize intentionality. No wonder, it's not easy. After fighting for a while, only until he had exhausted all his time in the hero duel arena did Mu Yuan reluctantly leave. He was kicked out of the combat space. He believed his skills had significantly improved, and he was beginning to understand the artistic conception bit by bit. However, his combat experience, instinct, and courage from his training were not quite there yet. He wanted to die a few more times. Actually, he wanted to experience a few more intense battles. I made it to the 5th gate. This was his combat record. But, he had gained the advantage only because he had used the Duo Light template. If he had used the Rakshasa, Lulu, or even the Dead Bone templates, he would not have been able to defeat the Guardian of the 4th gate. However, using the Rakshasa, Dead Bone, and other templates allowed him to dance on the knife's edge, a feeling he was gradually falling in love with. It must be an illusion, it must be. Dying in the training space is one thing, but in reality, he would much rather stay safely within his territory. If there is a real fight, he needs to dominate, not just a evenly matched battle. Dancing on a knife's edge, this kind of training can greatly enhance my combat intuition, in case in the future I'll not be caught off guard if attacked unexpectedly. But if I really want to fight, of course. Duo Lai mode is simple and safe. He only used the Duo Lai mode for a short while in the 4th and 5th round, and he had already begun to understand the artistic conception of Thunderbolt. Mu Yuan went to the training field and loaded the Rakshasa mode. With a thought, the power of evil converged to form a dark brown spear, and there was faintly a flash of lightning on the spear tip. He didn't possess lightning control ability at the moment, but his attack still carried the destructive power of Thunderbolt. This was the power of artistic conception. 1. The effect of artistic conception is displayed on the panel is to amplify power. Initial stage amplification is about 30%, and small achievement stage amplification is about 60%. Based on personal circumstances, artistic conception also has a tendency to boost certain aspects. His artistic conception of thunderbolt and of spear clearly manifests in speed. It makes his reaction faster or, in other words, makes his opponents appear as if they are in slow motion, giving him ample time to think, react, and control his hands and feet. The invisible artistic conception brings many benefits. After entering the initial stage of artistic conception, Mu Yuan began to practice his swordsmanship, boxing, and other skills more efficiently, progressing several times faster than before. His understanding of abilities and energy control has completely changed. Without saying much, at least now I can fully utilize my power. In actual battle, I won't be weaker than any second-generation lord. As for Duo Lai and Dead Bone, aside from the increase in the power of their abilities, they can also better control their superior powers. Duo Lai has over-limit swallowing, and Dead Bone can gather the power of his troops. Both have incredibly strong burst potential. Even if it's Dead Bone, with the help of artistic conception to control powers beyond his level, he would find it much easier and natural. If the Dead Bone possesses the perfect state of mind in his artistic conception to add to his venue skills, might he be able to create his own sphere of influence before breaking through to the fourth order leader level? Afterwards, he would only need to possess light of will, super limit body, to attempt to attain the legendary realm from the legends. When this happens, maybe he could roam freely around the perilous eternal world. He's thinking too far ahead. Most leaders don't possess any of these three elements. But anyone with just one of them would be a formidable force. As a green hand, he shouldn't be aiming too high. But the artistic conception that the General Dead Bone began to understand truly amazed him. The artistic conception it mastered, it's not about being strong or not, it's the kind of rare conception that can lower its presence, hide its special effect while accumulating and erasing all powers, and it also has defensive capabilities. Maybe it's closer to the sword intent. Because his presence has significantly reduced, the name of the artistic conception that appears on the list is somewhat blurry and unclear. Maybe this is the mystery of artistic conception. Mu Yuan had naturally never heard of X artistic conception. At most, he had heard of sword intent, knife intent, armor intent, etc., but he considered this to be due to his lack of knowledge as a greenhand. For real powerhouse, there's no such thing as an artistic conception that they haven't encountered. Perhaps the X artistic conception of Dead Bone is very common to them. However, General Duo Lai widened his eyes after hearing about the X artistic conception, with a surprised look on his face that revealed his lack of experience. So that's what an artistic conception can do. What Brother Dead Bone said is right. Artistic conception is not a thing of inconvenience. In that case, I can totally create a culinary. No, it should be an eating artistic conception. Outside the duel arena, Duo Lai's face was serious as he used up all his monthly earnestness. But after a while, he still couldn't come up with anything. He looked back at the light gate of the hero duel arena. Let me in quickly, gurgle, thump thump thump. But he didn't have any time left. He drooped his head. He wanted to work hard for the first time as General Duo Lai. But he was not given a chance. HMPH. He took note of this grudge. His time, just like Mu Yuan's, was 3 + 2 + 4 hours, had all been used up. General Dead Bone still had quite a lot of time left, but the time couldn't be transferred, and he had no intention of continuing to hone his skills and struggle. To him, continuing his tough training could indeed improve his realm and push the artistic conception to the perfect level. But he felt that his artistic conception was not perfect yet. It was a bit complicated, and there was still a slight gap from the artistic conception he truly desired. He would think about it later. Mu Yuan was a bit regretful that the likes of Hong Yi, Rakshasa, and other generals from Tianyuan were unable to enter the duel arena. Otherwise, these generals who had also awakened self-consciousness and were not much different in ability would probably be stronger than Duo Lai. Unexpectedly, this special building even discriminates against status. He definitely needs to build a similar training building in the future. Meanwhile, in the highest echelon of the duel arena, within the pure white space, a special life form, Dawn Sword, was glaring at the vacant arena in front of him. Where is the skeleton boy? How come he hasn't come yet? I have been waiting here for half a day. As Mu Yuan was still pondering over the artistic conception, his initiation into gun artistic conception and thunder artistic conception caught the attention of numerous lords. This year's Green Hand is already showing off again. Lord Tianyuan apparently managed to advance to the 5th level, indicating that his combat power is superb. Now I understand why Lord Tianyuan can steadily top the gold list, because he is strong enough. During the Lord trial, he could probably slay professional level monsters as effortlessly as killing chickens. Since he had remarkable combat power from the beginning, he could easily break through monster camps, collect treasures and develop like a snowball. It can be concluded that Lord Tianyuan possesses the top-level combat talent. Lord Da Ri nodded slightly as he read this thousands of words long analysis. In the end, he felt something was wrong. He seemed to have been beaten squarely by General of Lord Tianyuan. Seeing newcomers like Lord Tianyuan, Lord Da Ri, Lord Wangba, and others stepping into the artistic conception level, many high-level lords who have been in power for 2.5 years looked grave. No, we have to work harder now. If we are surpassed by the newcomers during the Hero Festival, it will be a big embarrassment. Ah no, we were never able to compete with these monster-like newcomers. But I do believe our top-ranked, Ba Long, will show them what a real gap is. Even if Ba Long can't, our top-ranked Shen Mao from the northern region is stronger. He has fought 99 matches in the Infinite Arena and he hasn't lost a single game. In the end, there weren't many newcomers still being discussed. The veteran players argued heatedly about who was the most powerful lord of 2.5 years. The next day, after going through several battles, Duo Lai and other generals finally returned to the Tianyuan territory. A slime immediately fell in fatigue. Although there were significant rewards, they did not meet the refugee camps Mu Yuan was most looking forward to. After all, there were as many types of special buildings as there were stars in the sky. It wouldn't be easy to find the one he desired. He had no choice but to spend a lot of money on the purchase of a common-level blueprint for the guiding landmark. He placed the 5th, 6th, 11th landmark in the Tianyuan territory. He aimed to achieve quantity. Eventually, after 10 dull days of eliminating numerous monster groups and monster camps, he managed to scrap together enough to upgrade to a level 2 territory. Of course, he was behind the top-notch second-generation lords. After all, he was just a plebeian. He could only bring out a superb troop to maintain his appearance. Dead Bone arranged for the strongest 30 troops at the Great Perfection level to enter the Breakthrough Dojo. After glancing around and preparing everything, he opened the panel and chose to upgrade. Tip: Soul Crystal -20, Tianyuan territory is upgrading. No extraordinary phenomenon appeared in the sky and earth, the whole process was quite normal. Only Mu Yuan, Dead Bone, and Duo Lai, the two generals, could see the mist outside the territory receding inch by inch from the top, and the territory of Tianyuan territory expanding inch by inch, incorporating more streams, forests, and hills into it. This expansion lasted for about half an hour before finally ending. Tip: Your territory has been upgraded to level 2. Tip: You have unlocked the permanent blueprint, Arrow Tower, warehouse, and received the blueprint, guiding landmark, 3/3. Tip: You have obtained the level 2 territory bonus less than cultivation speed plus 3%, breakthrough rate plus 1% greater than. This was the direct benefit of upgrading the territory to level 2. Especially the territory bonus. Although 3% and 1% might seem not that much, this bonus could apply to all troops within the territory without any extra cost. That's just the bonus of a level 2 territory, high-class village. What about level 3, level 4, and higher level territories? There isn't a lord who doesn't pursue a higher level. For Mu Yuan, bonus and blueprint were secondary. What he valued more was the expansion of the territory, and what followed. Upgrade gifts. This time the natural world wouldn't gift treasures, but light poured down, turning into numerous star specks, falling on each of the troops in the Tianyuan territory. The weak and pitiful little skeletons who were cold and merciless evolution point generators began to upgrade under the falling light. The green-hand little skeletons rose to LV4 and LV5. Some older little skeletons directly advanced to LV7, achieving the late period of apprentice. It is almost time for them to be inducted into the Undead Legion. Many of the main forces reached the stage of great perfection, but their experience values did overflow. Mu Yuan felt it was a pity. Fortunately, he looked at the breakthrough dojo. Inside were the 30 oldest and highest ranked troops, also the earliest ones reaching the stage of great perfection. Skeleton General, God Archer, Royal Guard, and so on. At this moment, under the falling light, their soul energy quickly overflowed, and under the assistance of the breakthrough dojo, it started to compress, overflow again, compress again, and repeat itself. Accompanied by a light, pop, sound, the first troop finally broke through the profession level barrier. Then came the second, the third, the fourth. One after another, they continued to break through. With all of them having at least the rare 3-star stage, nobody failed in the entire breakthrough process. In the blink of an eye, the number of professional superpowers in Tianyuan territory increased by 30. The outpour of professional level power, Red Yi, Lu Lu, Rakshasa and other generals, as well as Lord Shepherd himself, all have seen substantial level increases. This is one of the reasons why he exhausted all means and did not hesitate spending Krypton gold to level up as soon as possible. The other one is, your hero, Dead Bone, level has increased and has reached the first stage of great perfection. Your hero, Duo Lai, level has increased and has reached the first stage of great perfection. Both of them have a slight overflow of experience points. With a touch of regret, Mu Yuan took out the long-treasured, perfect breakthrough stone, Initial. He was reluctant to use even when Red Yi, Lu Lu, and others were making the breakthrough. They are ready to enter the elite level. Once they break through, the top combat power of Tianyuan territory will make a qualitative leap. The vast world could be explored a few hundred kilometers deeper. The breakthrough at the elite level is not as quick and easy as the professional level. Even if superior materials are used for the breakthrough, you need to adjust your status slightly and ensure you are not disturbed during the breakthrough. It takes some time. For this reason, the main forces such as the skeletal generals who just broke through the professional level hastily left the breakthrough dojo. They cleared the large dojo for General Duo Lai and Emperor Deadbone. Deadbone took the breakthrough stone and entered it. Without saying a word, it is unspoken that he will steadfastly defend the glory of Tianyuan and eliminate all external unstable factors. Seeing how serious Deadbone was, Duo Lai didn't feel like asking Lord if there was a promotion banquet. He referred to the territory promotion banquet. No matter the occasion, he just wanted everyone to celebrate together. One skeleton and one history, they adjusted their status and used the perfect breakthrough stone, Initial, to overcome the elite level barrier, which was not difficult for them. Inside the breakthrough dojo, energy began to diffuse. Mu Yuan cast his sight on the newly expanded territory. Regional Security Index, 81%, down pointing arrow. Compared with before the upgrade, this value has decreased quite a bit because scattered red dots appeared in the new territorial expansion area, indicating the existence of monsters within the territory of Tianyuan. Wouldn't the safety index decrease? Most of the fleeing monsters have already been eliminated in the daily patrols, but some inevitably slip through. The area is vast after all. These small monsters and large cockroaches can't be killed completely. Even if they are eliminated today, a few will still appear tomorrow, or hide in some corners, difficult to detect. At this moment, under the Lord's realm of vision, they are exposed. Start cleaning. A faint mental power spread out, linking the soldiers and transmitting his will. The Hurricane War Hawks, skeleton generals, and skeleton warriors strike one after another, using overpowering strength to kill gray wolves, goblins, and walking corpses. If a goblin can die in the hands of a skeleton general, its life must be without regrets. Mu Yuan said it. As his thoughts drifted, his face changed slightly. In the northwest side of the territory, two skeleton warriors who went to clean up the monsters fall suddenly. Their entire helmets were almost shattered, with a dagger infused with shadow energy inserted in them. The soul flame of the skeleton warriors had been extinguished, turning into withered bones on the ground, losing their vitality. Not far away, standing on a branch of a tall tree was a figure cloaked in black armor, his cape fluttering in the wind. He is a shadow chaser, a top-ranked assassin in the underground world. He had been sent out by the new chieftain to search and find Tianming territory. This is the third Tianming territory. Humph. The Spider-Woman is troublesome. It would be better to eliminate these territories when they are discovered. These small territories, like villages, could be completely wiped out by a shadow chaser like him. However, thinking of the ruthless Spider-Woman and some commands that could not be defied, the shadow chaser did not rush into the Tianming territory. He just vented his anger by killing 2 skeletons, and then planned to swagger away. A puff of brown-red smoke suddenly soared like a sharp arrow. The shadow chaser leapt down. The stout tree was blown to pieces with wood chips flying around. The brown-red smoke turned into a burly figure with black skin, a green face, and fangs, holding a long spear. General Rakshasa had intercepted the enemy, however, both Rakshasa and Mu Yuan looked serious. The shadow chaser is a rare 3-star monster, usually found in the underground and belongs to the tribal-level monster powers. But the one in front of us can dodge Rakshasa's deadly blow. Without a doubt, it's an elite level. A formidable enemy. Dead Bone and Duo Lai are still making their breakthrough. Mu Yuan thought about whether he should fight in person. He then thought better of it. This is a formidable enemy. I should command rear support and dispatch troops. The remaining generals are also on the move. At the same time, Rakshasa has fought a few moves with the shadow chaser. Both of them are extremely fast, one weaving through the jungle like a phantom, and the other sometimes disappearing and reappearing, leaving a faint afterimage. The sounds of clashes echoed throughout the forest, creating waves of air that could upheave rocks and small trees. The shadow chaser was getting more and more surprised as they fought. Aren't these territories at the outskirts of human civilization backward and weak? There are such powerful characters? 30 seconds ago, he planned to kill this general and leave gracefully. 20 seconds ago, he planned to probe the situation gradually and take it seriously. And now, he has condensed an energy armor, but still couldn't defeat the brute who looks like an evil ghost. If they continue to fight, he even couldn't guarantee if he could win and survive in the end. Could this territory be the one Lord Orochi is looking for? No wonder the Spider-Woman chief was so serious. The shadow chaser thought about it and tossed out something dark to the ground. It exploded, creating a cloud of black smoke that obscured everything. Taking advantage of this moment, he quickly shook off the extraordinarily tricky green-faced bruiser and dashed off towards the distance. By the name of Fearless, a loud, firm voice imbued with a sort of will suddenly rang out. A black figure crashed through everything in its path, a tower shield crashing down like a mountain. The shadow chaser roared out once more. After entangling for a few more moves, he quickly fled into the distance. This time, I should finally be able to escape. No, I have been ordered to guard this place. The road ahead is forbidden. He looked up and saw a pair of deep eyes, as if they encompassed the entire world. General Rakshasa had already arrived on plumes of smoke, his spear stabbing down heavily, pinning the befuddled shadow chaser directly to the ground, like nailing a live eel. The pupils of the shadow chaser gradually turned red, and a series of red blood threads spread out from them like worms. He roared. General Rakshasa again formed several long brown spears and hurled them all down. HMPH, monster, accept your fate, evil heavenly dragon. The power of evil concentrated at the tip of the spear erupted at this moment. Brown smoke billowed into the sky, like a malevolent dragon. This great enemy likely comes from a tribe surrounding the dungeon. I've given up exploring the underground world and cleaned up any traces, but I still got spotted. This world is indeed far too dangerous. A slight delay in growth could potentially lead to a catastrophe. Fortunately, Tianyuan territory has already been promoted to a level 2 territory, making it a bit stronger in self-defense. Alert! You have consumed 10 soul crystals. The Thunder Magnetic Coil Tower is being upgraded. Alert! You have consumed 10 soul crystals. The Mage Tower, Junior, is being upgraded. With the promotion of the territory, Most of the buildings could be upgraded to the second level by consuming soul sand. Like the Arrow Tower, which could only deal with monsters like Big Goblin at level 1, but, after upgrading, it can even penetrate the defense of profession-level big monsters. The Thunder Magnetic Coil Tower will undoubtedly experience significant growth, regaining the glory of King of Territory Defense from the Duo Lai Cookbook. Ding! Alert! Your hero, Duo Lai, has broken through to the elite level. Duo Lai has broken through, quickly praise me. Through the spiritual link, Duo Lai's emojis burst forth, as if it was saying so. You did very well. After Duo Lai's breakthrough, there was no significant change, but its mental power had a substantial boost, and its energy expanded from the level of a pond to that of a small lake. Based on these, with skill as a springboard, it could unleash power several times or even tens of times stronger than before. What it lacked was just the foundation. As for energy armor, which is the iconic ability of the elite level, other new breakthroughs might take some time to practice and master, but of course, for intelligent Duo Lai, it would understand at once and learn it immediately. Yes, that's right, Duo Lai. Asterisk, its breakthrough was relatively fast, possibly due to its devouring talent, but Emperor Deadbone naturally wouldn't be too far behind. Not long after, Mu Yuan received the sound prompt of Emperor Deadbone's breakthrough. Unlike Duo Lai, who came out excited for praise after breaking through, Emperor Deadbone still stayed in the breakthrough dojo, still sat in meditation, still. It suddenly flew out. Indeed, Emperor Deadbone couldn't possibly always come up with new things. It had just made so many breakthroughs yesterday, it must have exhausted all its potential already. Mr. Mu was initially somewhat disappointed, but after rational thought, he also felt guilty. Emperor Deadbone was, after all, only a skeleton. And still a child. He couldn't and shouldn't. Emperor Deadbone, who had landed in an open wasteland, stood calmly and closed his eyes in meditation. Invisibly, the ground began to churn, exposing harsh white bones, transforming the surrounding area into a stark bone field. But in the next moment, it disappeared without a trace. Bones, trees, rivers, it was as if they were all cut off and disappeared out of nowhere. In addition to what disappeared, was the figure of General Deadbone. No, it's not disappearing. It's just being separated from our vision, from our spirits, from our consciousness. As if we are in a different space. As if the surrounding area is all held in the hand of a bone. Ding! Alert! Your hero, Deadbone, has created a domain using the skill, Withered Bone Land. The black and white domain, with Emperor Deadbone as its center, spread out, engulfing everything surrounding it. Today is the 51st day in the Eternal World. Emperor Deadbone has broken through to the elite level and created a domain known only in legends. Holy smokes! Holy smokes! Holy smokes! Gazing at the domain that spreads out from the center of Deadbone, Lord Shepherd remained silent for a long time. Has a domain already been created? To tell the truth, General Deadbone possessing Hero's Aura, perfect state of mind, and venue skills, as preconditions make it seem reasonable that he could take hold of domain power during his breakthrough. Damn hell no, no. This is a domain, one of the 3 major checkpoints to the Legendary Realm. As for what the Legendary Realm represents, Mu Yuan actually doesn't know. Even with the 3 elements of domain, light of will, and superlimit body, his understanding is only limited to these terms, and beyond that. What exactly is a domain? What is light of will? As a green hand, how could he, Mu Yuan, understand? Not to mention him, even the original newbie guide, not a daughter fan, Yang Kong, a seasoned player who has been gaming for probably 2 to 3 years, said he wasn't sure how powerful the 4th order leader level was, let alone the legendary realm above the leader level. Everyone has heard of the name legendary, but how many people have really seen legendary? However, if General Deadbone can create a domain at the elite level stage, those strong figures, top-tier troops should be able to do it too, right? It seems like the depth of this world is deeper than I thought. In order for Deadbone to absorb more experiences from his predecessors, Mu Yuan went to the forum to search for related information about domains. Luckily, he is now a lord, and his search permissions are relatively high. And with the peaceful environment of the internet era and Zon country, after some effort, he finally manages to download some domain-related materials for a paid fee. As I had guessed, a domain seems to be an extension of the hero's aura, artistic conception, and venue skills. Among these, venue skills are a compulsory prerequisite. However, most of the powerful ones who can create a domain have a very high understanding. A domain can enhance oneself, strengthen teammates, weaken enemies, control the environment, and so on. It is not easy to explain in a few words, but having seen Dead Bone's Withered Bone Realm before, Mu Yuan has understood a bit more. It is worth mentioning that when he uses the Dead Bones template, he is unable to use the domain's power. The information in the materials has already mentioned this. Artistic conception is a state of mind, whereas a domain is a state of mind combined with ability. However, Mu Yuan has a vague sense of grasping something. Although it feels like an illusion, he has still managed to scoop up some ripples. He is getting the hint, even if by a very tiny fraction. Being able to nurture a future emperor like Deadbone, he must be a brilliant and stunning young talent, right? Cough cough. Gathering his thoughts, Mu Yuan contemplates. From the initial entry to full-fledged mastery, the domain has a long way to go, and Deadbone is currently just at the initial stage of entry to the domain. Moreover, there are different levels of domains. It's analogous to regular skills, advanced skills, and top-tier skills. The gap between them is remarkable. The difference between high-order troops and ordinary troops is even more stark. Although there are no inferior domains, there are still stronger ones among the strong ones, and higher-order domains are more profound and have a wider coverage. As for the Withered Bone Realm, Dead Bone seems to have suddenly got it. After creating the domain, Bone always felt something was inadequate, but could not solve this problem despite thinking about it deeply. Now, at last I understand. Indeed, it can only be Lord. Just a few words cleared up its confusion, reminding it not to immerse itself in the creation of the domain, but to constantly look forward. Yes, how could it be enough with just a Withered Bone Realm? A real skeleton should have the courage to create a stronger domain. Mu Yuan. So, what else have you figured out? Emperor Dead Bone, true terror indeed. With Dead Bone and Duo Lai advancing into the elite level, Lord Shepard's confidence has grown slightly. Plus, the crisis is imminent with all eyes from beneath the ground cast on him. He has no choice but to prepare urgently. There's no other way for him to choose. So, Mu Yuan restarted his exploration of the underground world. However, the dungeon is quite far from my territory. Why would the monster tribe cast their gaze on this place so quickly? He happened to glance at the pinned news on the forum and found that his encounter might not be unique. Probably. According to the latest survey by the Tai Zon Pioneer Group, the activity level of the monster tribe is 13.6% higher than before. Some pioneers say that this is also one of the subsequent effect changes manifested by the red fog. The association also reminds all explorers here to be careful and cautious. As a new lord, Mu Yuan also received a specially mass-sent notification related to the increase in monster activity. The notification reminds the new lords that they can ask for help from their surroundings in the face of a major crisis. Officials have set up a rescue strategy for group lords and independent lords. Asking for help requires a certain cost, but when it truly is a matter of survival, any price that can be exchanged for a life-saving straw is worth it. The charging standards of the official defense team is also quite reasonable. Except for, help can only resolve a momentary crisis. If one truly wants to survive securely, one can only rely on their own strength. Only strength is truth. The ambush hunter is very likely from the underground world, but it's still unclear which tribe he belongs to and where these tribes specifically are. This must be figured out before the war. War is not something he wishes to instigate, and he can't do so just because he wants to. Early investigation and preparation are indispensable. Previously, the Dead Bone only vaguely guessed that several tribes existed. That day, the great Lord Shepard led the team, or rather, spiritually led the team deep into the underground world. He indeed wanted to join in person. If he fits into the templates of Duo Lai and Dead Bone, He is an elite-level powerhouse. But General Dead Bone considered it not secure enough. The territory also needs someone to guard it. Under Mu Yuan's command, skeleton generals, skeleton warriors, and resentful spirits continuously swept the surroundings, wiping out one monster camp in turn. This was just a superficial action to attract the enemy's attention. Underground, the real scout soldiers Dead Bone and Rakshasa had already penetrated deep into the soil, heading towards the dungeon. Duo Lai hides within the cleaning troops to resist possible strong enemies. Just like that, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, while Mu Yuan was continuously sweeping and improving regional safety, he naturally intensified patrols around the Tianyuan territory. He put mental effort into controlling Hurricane Hawks, scanning over the land with sharp eyes, but failed to find any traces of underground tribes. Even the cleaning troops encountered no strong enemies after 3 days, only exterminating a dozen professional-level monsters. This number is not high, it's too low. The hidden enemy seems to have disappeared. But Dead Bone and Rakshasa, who had been scouting for 3 days, made a major discovery. The Spider Woman tribe, seizing other tribes around and expanding outwards? Mu Yuan is pondering. At first glance, it doesn't seem wrong. Monster tribes attacking each other is quite normal. However, upon careful consideration, it seems completely abnormal. The Spider Woman tribe likely gained a fortunate opportunity and is developing rapidly. This poses an even greater threat. Dead Bone suggests that the horrifying Spider Woman tribe must be eliminated. Duo Lai summons a fireball, so what are we waiting for? Let's do it quickly. It's impatient to start, no, to test his strength. As General Duo Lai, it's strong, cross his waist with arms. No hurry, let's prepare some more. Mu Yuan has confidence in Dead Bone and Duo Lai, but since they want to initiate the most significant war after the official establishment of Tianyuan territory, they need to be fully prepared. He silently commanded the evolution points. Immediately, one after another light orb appeared in his field of vision. Stars of evolution light emerged and converged on the soldiers, creating a stream of stars. Undead class. Skeleton Series X600, Phantom Series X150, others X3. The number of the Undead System soldiers didn't grow a lot over time. However, within the accumulated evolution, a lot of rare 3-star and even excellent 1-star soldiers are represented. There are 120 skeleton generals and 30 resentful spirits. There are 5 skeleton morticians and 3 evil spirits. The red-clad undead general has evolved into the excellent 3-star stage, Ghost General. Compared to Rakshasa, it doesn't have a prefix, and its awakening talent has changed a bit. However, red-clad is naturally gifted in illusion techniques. Rakshasa, on the other hand, almost discarded the skill, Sinful Eye Prison. A burly man like him can't handle delicate illusionary operations. This is the current main army of the Tianyuan territory. Skeleton warriors have long been eliminated. Now is the era for all rare 3-star soldiers. Even if skeleton generals and evil spirits are of a relatively low level, under the boost of talent and hero's aura, they still possess impressive combat power. They could kill professional-level monsters across levels without a problem. If they attack the Snake Man tribe again with just the main army, no, even if they remove all the professional-level experts from the army, they can still flatten or crush the Snake Man tribe. In his view, evolving skeleton generals and evil spirits was very cost-effective. Coupled with Dead Bone's revival ability, it could be likened to cheating. Additionally, with an energy limit far exceeding its peers, leading such soldiers would enhance Dead Bone's talent, undead domination, beyond ordinary levels, significantly expanding Dead Bone's upper limit, whereas continuous evolving skeleton mortician seems somewhat normal. There were still leftovers of evolution points for the undead system. Mu Yuan didn't continue evolving. Compared to the dead class, the quantity of the human race soldiers was much less, and they were much weaker. Despite that, under the support of 1-star militia, the Imperial Guard had expanded to 30, while the strong shooter team expanded to 40. Both evolved entirely into rare 1-star stage. Among them, 10 elite soldiers evolved into Royal Guard and God Archer. A few of them even broke through to professional level. There were also 3 nuns. This is the secondary force of Tianyuan territory, responsible only for territorial defense, yet still far stronger than the full strength of most of the newly established territories. However, the archer leader, 17, will go on expedition with the Undead Legion to reap enemy lives in the dark. 17. Soldier type. Star Archer, excellent 1 star. Skills. Charging Arrow, Triple Shot, Meteor, Talent, Mind Arrow. Meteor. Burn your own energy, even mental power and will power, to shoot an arrow with much more lethal power and range than ordinary. This arrow will pierce through the stars. Mu Yuan took another look at the other major systems. The number of slimes has increased to 350, with only a few more golden slimes and silver slimes among the rare troops, and no major changes otherwise. He planned to save most of the evolution points for the gluttonous duo Lai. These days, the remnant that cost Lord Shepard the most soul crystals was the Falcon's residual soul. The Hurricane War Hawk was practically his eyes and ears. However, there were too few Falcon-type soldiers in the territory before, and sometimes a few were bought and killed in battle shortly after, almost stopping the growth in numbers. It was challenging to accumulate the evolution points needed to evolve 1 or 2 more Storm Falcons. And if they do not evolve to the rare 3-star stage, there will be no 98% success rate when breaking through the professional level, which would be too risky. Lord Shepard was reluctant to use the limited spots in the Breakthrough Dojo for the Hurricane War Hawks, which only had an 80% chance of breaking through. Even though, with the upgrading of the territory, the usable quota of the Breakthrough Dojo has increased to 60. However, compared to the increasing number of Great Perfection Level 9 feat troops, the spots in the dojo are still tight. After acquiring the Black Wasteland, and having a somewhat less skinny wallet, Mu Yuan began to spend heavily and at high prices to purchase Falcon's residual souls. Fortunately, the newbie trials were over and there were not that many whales competing. He finally managed to buy more than 100 Falcon's residual souls. Finally, he managed to form a reconnaissance corps, headed by Jun, with some scaled 12 Storm Falcons, 40 Hurricane War Hawks, and various Battle Falcons. The last of the natural factions was slightly increased in number. He also evolved some additional Flower Fairies and Treeman Guards, but not in large numbers. Most of the evolution points were saved. Because the ace of the third main force, the Tree Demon Granny, already has a considerable foundation, only 1 evolution away from a complete transformation. Mu Yuan did not forget that the Tree Demon Granny was a troop with great potential and self-consciousness from the moment of its birth. Get up quickly, it's not old enough to retire yet. The Treeman Forest was serene and tranquil, with a stream trickling and flower fairies and flower sprites frolicking in it. And slimes. Guji, a slime screams with a drawn-out sound, rolling out of the forest. Duo Lai glanced over contemptuously. It had long passed the age of eating leaves and knew to wait until mealtime to enjoy the delicacies. In the heart of the forest, the Tree Demon Granny leisurely enjoyed the sun like a retired elder. The Tree Demon Granny doesn't feel young at heart. Even though its existence was only a mere 20 or so days old, it was extraordinary from the moment it was born. It was an excellent tiered troop. This tier has already entered the realm of high rank. The Tree Demon Granny was born with the blessing of the world and woke up with self-consciousness the moment she was born. And received racial heritage. Just as if it had lived through many a life cycle of a treeman, the Tree Demon Granny comprehended many principles and common sense, as soon as it woke up to consciousness and intelligence. How to take care of tree branches, to choose the soil that best suited to its roots. The 1,000-year sleep of a treeman, and so on. The Tree Demon Granny claimed to be well informed. The life of a person, the life of a tree, is destined from the moment of birth. The barrier of ranks cannot be overcome. Goblins will always be goblins, while dragons are born at the top of the world. But more than 10 days ago, she witnessed the evolution of the Flower Fairy. The Tree Demon Granny's worldviews, she felt, were all shattered at the time. In the common sense she received from her inheritance, if she hadn't gotten it wrong, only those who were 1 in 1,000 or even million, only those with great talent and opportunity, could possibly evolve, right? But what did she see? Flower fairies, flower sprites, one after another evolved. What she perceived as miracles were wholesale, like they were free. They still cost money. The higher the order of the evolution, the more difficult it is and the more it consumes. So said Lord. The tree demon Granny thought this was reasonable. Reasonable my ass. It was a cultured tree, and today, Lord had decided to grant her the light of evolution. My old bones, can I evolve too? Of course, it's all basic. Duo Lai preemptively answered, acting like an old senior. Mu Yuan slowly walked over from afar, with flower fairies fluttering around him or perching on his shoulder. He lifted his hand towards the gigantic ancient tree. With a distant wave, the light of evolution was then dropped. This power was mysterious and hard to explain. Only those who had experienced it firsthand would understand the miracle. At this moment, the tree demon Granny, bathed in the miracle, transformed into light. In the light, its tree body kept growing and becoming stronger, and even stronger. Boom, 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 boom. The ground began to tremble. This transformation caused a huge commotion. Countless thick brown roots jumped out like earth dragons, stirring the soil upside down, even threatening to affect the surrounding trees. Some trees couldn't sit still, pulling their roots out of the ground and running off. These were the ordinary treemen that had rooted around the area. But there were still many ordinary trees around which did not have the ability to move. Suddenly, an invisible force spread out from the still evolving tree demon Granny. The next moment, the surrounding trees seemed to come alive, moving out with the surging ground, clearing out large areas of space. Finally, ding! Notification. Your troop, ancient treeman tree demon Granny, basks in the light of evolution, advancing to Wart Treeman, excellent 3-star, and becomes perfect through evolution, gaining the skill, growth of 10,000 woodses, and awakening the talent, Mood Soul Drowning Roots. Mood Soul Drowning Roots. When rooted in the earth, Wart Treeman can absorb a large amount of Earth's force and energy from plants to restore his own energy and body. At the same time, the power and defense of the Wart Treeman will significantly increase when rooted. Growth of 10,000 woods. Can control his branches, becoming more sturdy while rapidly growing. This skill can also be applied to surrounding trees. The tree demon Granny probably used this skill earlier, which influenced the surrounding trees to a certain extent. However, this kind of growth is different from the growth of the flower fairies. It's more like overstepping growth, a destructive mad growth. For the Wart Treeman and Ancient Treeman, this move is best used on themselves, controlling the roots to whip at enemies. Their bodies are the strongest weapons, war weapons. The notification sound suddenly rang again. Notification. Your troop tree demon Granny got a little insight during evolution. Learning the skill, Realm of Thousand Woodses, this skill possesses. This seems to be a venue skill like, Withered Bone Land. Could it be that the tree demon Granny also has the form of the little dead bone? Duo Lai hasn't even gotten a clue about the venue skills yet. No, probably, Duo Lai is just too stupid, Mu Yuan thought for sure. Everything is ready. The Tianyuan territory's main army has already set off. Even though Dead Bone hopes that he will sit and guard the territory, this time the Great Lord Shepherd has decided to go with the army. It's not because he particularly wants to fight, but because some things can only be done by the Lord. If things are as expected, then we can use battle strategy A. In the core, Mu Yuan, dressed in black armor, hides among the skeleton generals, inconspicuously. He looks around him. The underground space is very dark with only some special moss giving off a faint light that doesn't drive much of the darkness away. Incredibly eerie, it always feels like a great horror could pounce out any time. Mu Yuan's mood is unusually calm, not nervous at all. Occasionally, battles break out in the distance, stray arrows fly by, but his face remains unchanged, as natural as if he was back at home. After all, he is a man who has experienced death dozens of times. Based on the investigation, the headquarters of the monster tribe are inside the ancient underground city area, and the roads through the underground city. There are currently 3 discovered routes. The first route is the most secretive, but the path is quite narrow. The second route is spacious, but it goes through a flowing underground river and requires a longer journey. The third route is just right, going through the quiet forest, but this road has a complex environment, suitable for hiding troops. So, we will take the third route. This route, I see. Dead Bone understands. Duo Lai also understands along with Dead Bone, the light of wisdom shining in his eyes. Wait, why are we taking the third route? The main core has no weak ones, so the rugged road is as easy as walking on a flat path. Soon, the silent forest comes into view. The flora here is all black and purple, not very tall, and they grow crookedly. In the dark environment, they look like a bunch of grimacing devils. The devils suddenly tear off their disguise, revealing sharp teeth and tusks. There are many cave people, crypt spiders, jackal men, lizard people, and even higher-order creatures like Man-Niu soldiers and Dark Knight stalkers etc. They appear from all directions, instantly making the silent forest raucously lively with constant sounds of killing. Slash. The outermost skeleton general swings his sword, a single strike killing several cave people and lizard people. But the number of hidden soldiers greatly exceed their imagination. It seems that the enemy's goal is not only to wear down their strength, but to completely bury them here. Even if the skeleton general can face 100 enemies alone, they will eventually be drowned in the surging tide. At this time, the strong ones in the monster tribe have also started to move. It's about time, Mu Yuan said. Having said that, he lifts his hand, the Lord's seal on the back of his hand shines brightly, casting a huge figure in the dense forest not far away. The Wart Tree Man has entered the stage. The tree demon Granny, who is well prepared, appeared and began to root herself all around and extended her roots into the earth. At the same time, she began to madly absorb the surrounding earth's force and energy from plants using the roots that were spreading. Plants and trees with black and purple leaves started to wither at a visible speed. Meanwhile, the already massive body of the tree demon Granny started to grow rapidly again. The hands resembling tree roots with some leaves on them gently came together in front of it. The power radiated in all directions. The ground churned, roots as tough as earth dragons broke out from the ground and turned the surrounding land into a world of trees in the blink of an eye. These roots wrapped around the monsters, binding and strangling each of them, and absorbed their corpses and blood as fertilizer. Invisibly, the talent, mood soul drowning roots seemed to have changed slightly, with large blood-colored buds growing out from the roots, slowly blooming. Inside, there were grotesque monsters covered in slimy liquids. They suddenly opened their eyes and jumped down. This is probably the peace-loving Wart Tree Man. Deep in the shadows underground, the cries of warfare, the clashing of weapons, and the roar of thunder filled the air, incessant and endless. The earth continued to shift, writhe, and churn. Beside Mu Yuan, there were tree roots thicker than his whole body, bursting from the ground, growing leaves, the leaves carrying a trace of bloody red, casting the vast tree realm in an eerie and bloodthirsty light. This is normal, isn't it? After all, the Wart Tree Men, with the prefix, war. What's wrong with a bit more bloodshed in a fight? Mu Yuan assumed it was due to his limited knowledge. Witch troops are not good at fighting. Even those delicate flower fairies can rip apart a goblin with their hands once their level reaches high enough. The All-Woods realm, or the so-called Bloody Tree realm, continued to grow. It turned the killed monsters into nutrients to grow more roots, and these roots in turn strangled more monsters. Like a rolling blood ball, it just kept growing and expanding. Ordinary monsters are meaningless no matter how many are arrayed against the tree demon Granny, they are completely turned into nutrients. Only some elite monsters like Man-Niu Soldier, Dark Knight Stalker have the power to cut through the resilient roots. But in an instant, they again are swallowed by even more roots, being gulped down by carnivorous flowers which appeared like giant mouths, with a series of crunch-crunch, chewing sounds conveying a hair-raising horror. The Battle of Silent Forest lasted for more than half an hour, and in the end, the majority of the ambush monsters ended up annihilated, with very few elite-level wisdom monsters retreating defeated. At this time, the crimson trees and twisted roots gradually lost their nutrients and power to maintain, like the surrounding drained vegetation. They quickly wilted and dried, their bark chipping away, and then the entire tree collapsed. In a blink of an eye, the vast and bizarre bloody tree realm that engulfed everything crumbled and dissipated. Even the tree demon Granny, who had grown to a size of 100 meters, began to shrink. Pieces of tree bark fell off her body, crumbled like ash. Even so, Duo Lai widened its eyes. It glanced at the tree demon Granny, then looked around at the almost non-existent fragments of corpse, wanted to say something but stopped, ultimately said nothing. Indeed. So powerful. Even though the tree demon Granny is currently only at the 6th level of the first rank and far from being elite level, the role it played in this battle was absolutely stronger than Duo Lai's full firepower. The tree demon Granny is very suitable for holding a specific area and fighting with war sustenance. It is also related to the surrounding environment. Venue skills are like fish in water when used in a matching environment, and the tree demon Granny has two talents: Mood Soul, Drowning Roots, and Natural Breath, that also rely heavily on the environment. With the triple cooperation, it's like cheating. The cost, well. The entire silent forest has been drained, almost all the vegetation in sight is completely withered, even the earth's force of this piece of land has almost been drained by the tree demon Granny. It can be predicted that for a long time in the future, it will be impossible for any vegetation to grow here. This damage to the environment seems stronger even than the undead that are adept at sowing death. Mu Yuan vaguely remembers, aren't tree people environmental defenders? After the battle, Lord Shepherd recalled the tree demon Granny, which had also suffered considerable damage to itself, into the mark space. Following a short rest, they continued their march. After that, they encountered several ambushes in succession. Perhaps because of the motto, if consumption fails, then be consumed, the subsequent ambushes were not in large numbers, and they were almost rushing up like suicide squads with the mindset of winning if they could consume even one enemy. Many of these cannon fodder monsters were even tied with high explosive devices. Indeed, they brought a lot of trouble to the Tianyuan Corps. Even the mighty skeleton general would be left exhausted after weathering more than a dozen consecutive explosions. So, Mu Yuan pointed from a distance, with strands of gray smoke erupting from his fingertips, swiftly entering the gnarled body and dim soul flames of the skeleton general. In the blink of an eye, the skeleton general was back to full health, but the undead resurrection skill could not repair the damaged armor. So, Duo Lai opened its bag, reached its hands inside to rummage around, and pulled out a set of brand new armor for the war general that had just been made in the last few days. Skeleton General Bone 4, the revamped version, returns. Not long ago, in the ancient, dilapidated dungeon where the Spider-Woman tribe resided, monsters such as Man Niu, Dark Knight Stalker, and other wisdom monsters that had returned narrated the strength of the enemy incessantly. Giant trees, like mountains, so big. Black armor, warriors, as many as the hairs on a cow. No, more than that, at least double. These wisdom monsters gesticulated wildly. It wasn't that they were not strong, but the enemy was too strong. Even so, they had also killed many enemies and made notable contributions to the war. The Spider-Woman didn't fully believe in these powerful Confederates she had drafted. She merely continued to order constant attrition warfare. Even if she could trade cannon fodder for the enemy's elite forces, any price paid would be worth it. She thought firmly. Sure enough, when Lord Tianmin's corps reached a place not far from the dungeon, there were only about 100 left. Seeing this, the Man Niu soldiers, Dark Knight Stalkers, and other wisdom monsters howled excitedly, causing the ordinary monsters, who didn't understand the reason, to also follow suit, howling as though they had won a great victory. Had they really won a great victory? The Spider-Woman chieftain felt that it wasn't that simple, but even if the Man Niu and others had exaggerated the enemy's numbers, these 10 or so ambushes must have consumed at least half, or even more than half, of the enemy's troops, right? With this thought, she also let out a shriek. All troops attack, annihilate Lord Tianmin's corps. Naturally, the Spider-Woman chieftain still played it safe by letting the fighters from the various tribes she had incorporated take the lead. If things go smoothly, the Spider-Woman tribe would not suffer any losses and they could defeat the enemy's forces and accomplish Lord Orochi's mission. At that time, the Spider-Woman tribe will also receive the snake god's gift, breaking their own cage. Praise the snake god, she murmured. As a Spider-Woman, she truly believes in the spider goddess, but the lady goddess never showed up, so she had to turn to Lord Orochi. However, even if her body leaned towards the snake god, her heart still believed in Lady Goddess. The chieftain of the Spider-Woman tribe thought so. In the empty underground world, a city cast in black stone stands. It did not seem to be originally here, but was brought underground by some kind of natural disaster. The whole territory is in the shape of a sunken valley, at the center of which stands a broken but majestic black ancient city. There are giant buildings hundreds of meters high, lying across the city, crushing countless houses. Various tall buildings in the city are also collapsed and in ruins. However, the ancient city seems to still retain the scene at the time of its collapse, and the rough wooden and stone buildings built in the city seem out of place. Even then, the tribal monsters relied on this ancient city, leveraging the geographical advantage. Looks like we'll have to fight street battles. These ancient city buildings may be very hard, otherwise they wouldn't have survived till now. Probably the monsters would have knocked it down. As such, the strategy of the General Dead Bone relying on the giant beast of death remains to push forward would not be suitable. However, this strategy was ranked behind in Mu Yuan's preset, and he didn't plan on using it. He wanted General Dead Bone to conserve as much power as possible in case of emergencies. It's time for the Undead Legion to truly show their prowess, he murmured. The Vanguard General Bone 2 has already held the Sword of the Dead, charged forward against the arrows falling like locusts. For the glory of Tianyuan, let's kill them, haha. He drew a long, pitch-black sword light over 10 meters long, swept it out, shattering the arrows, obstacles, and watchtowers and arrow towers that were blocking him altogether. Countless skeleton generals followed suit and rushed into the majestic and tall ancient city. Into the boundless monsters. They were like a drop of water, rushing towards the waves. But this was a drop of ink. Cleave, charge, spin, leap. Bone 3's figure was agile, shuttling between monsters, his bone swords slithering like snakes, ruthlessly reaping the lives of monsters. Even the relatively common skeleton generals in the Legion are like fierce generals continuously charging and killing, and ordinary monsters are no match for one sword. There were Man Niu soldiers who roared and used the leap skill, leaping over tens of meters. But they only pushed the 9th level skeleton general back a few steps. The two fought together in the blink of an eye, and after a few moves, they were evenly matched. The next moment, thud! A resentful spirit popped out from the side, slightly disrupted with a fierce skill, and the skeleton general beheaded the bull with one sword. Such scenes are happening everywhere on the battlefield. Under Lord Shepard's micro-control, the already formidable elite units kill occupational-level monsters as if they were chickens, with blood raining down. However, there were still too many monsters. Several thousand, tens of thousands, or more. He could not estimate. With the 1-to-several exchange, plus some sneak attacks by wisdom monsters, the skeleton generals and resentful spirits inevitably suffered, one after another, tumbling down. Seeing this, the Spider-Woman chieftain, the chief of Man Niu, the Lizard Man chief and others who were in the distance finally breathed a sigh of relief and showed their joy. The chief of Man Niu roared in excitement a few times. The Lizard Man chief thought it was almost time to start the feast. But as they were waiting, they suddenly felt that something was wrong. The number, it seems, hasn't reduced? Has it reduced? Not reduced? It has reduced? Even the wisdom monsters, which were not good at math and had not received compulsory education, vaguely felt that something was wrong. Is 100 minus 100 still 100? No, it's just these skeletons that came back to life. The Spider-Woman chieftain, whose wisdom is 2 notches higher, quickly noticed something wasn't right. However, even if the skeletons could revive, their numbers were ultimately too small. If they kept consuming them, the power of resurrection would run out and victory would still be on their side. Just as she thought so, endless black fog suddenly surged up, enveloping the entire city. Following that, like the gates of the underworld being opened, thousands of skeleton soldiers, ghouls, zombies, skeleton mages, abominations, vampires, and other undead creatures gushed out. Under the cover of this black fog, broken bones regenerated quickly and severed limbs healed and reattached in the blink of an eye. Even creatures killed by the undead wobbled up, attacking like walking corpses around them. It's as if an undead legion that would never die is spreading their mark. Crack, crack, the soul crystals in the hands of Dead Bone and Mu Yuan, 16 in total, were completely exhausted and turned into dust, drifting between heaven and earth. This move, Legion of Death, was a combined effort of him, Lord Shepherd, and General Dead Bone. It covered a wide range and summoned many undead. The quantity and level far exceeded last time, so the consumption of soul crystals was more substantial. But he didn't regret it. War should be all out, striving to secure the greatest possible advantage. If he could win decisively, he wouldn't drag it out. Legion of Death comes with a significant enhancement to the healing abilities of undead creatures. Paired with the undead resurrection skill, the invincible army made a name for itself in the dark depths. However, as the monster tribe sensed the looming danger, one powerful creature after another joined the battle, and there seemed to be no shortage of elite-level mini-bosses. Many of these forces were heading towards Mu Yuan outside the city wall. They were intending to behead the leaders. Leave them to me. Duo Lai rubbed his hands. He finally had the opportunity to act. A brown figure floated past him. It was Rakshasa. His upper body was bare, revealing muscles as robust as pythons. Brown patterns crisscrossed his body like fierce dragon heads. As he wielded his long spear, they seemed to come alive, as though about to take flight. HMPH, petty tricks, monster, your life is mine. He thrust his spear out like a dragon, his weapon defying the one held by a mini-boss in just a few moves. The spear pierced through its throat. Death in one strike. Hong Yi elegantly floated in front of another mini-boss. Why don't we sit down and have a cup of tea? She proposed. The lizard man in front of her wanted to roar, but its roar gradually weakened, and it closed its eyes. She floated forward, her blood-colored silk flew out, and sharp as a blade, it spattered a crimson blood spray. I don't like battling and killing, so, why don't you all take your own lives? She suggested, her clear blood-colored eyes swept over, locking gazes with the wisdom creatures of the profession level in front of her. The next moment, they simultaneously raised their weapons and plunged them into their chests. A gush of blood. Moments later, atop a skyscraper next to the old city wall, Duo Lai stood by the half-destructed building, looking around. I'm going to take down 10. Hundreds of monsters were closing in on it, from the sky and the ground. Was this all they had? Did they underestimate him, General Duo Lai? He lifted his hand, and with a snap of his delicate fingers, orange flames fell from the sky, surging and spreading, enveloping a street that was dozens of meters long. In just a few seconds, hundreds of approaching beasts were reduced to ashes. Then Duo Lai started bombarding the enemy-free regions like an artillery. One fireball after another erupted in the historical city, illuminating the dark space. Suddenly, Duo Lai's eyes lit up, and the badge in his hair suddenly flew out, turning into a flying sword, engaging the opponents. A humanoid figure emerged. It was an elite-level Dark Knight Stalker, one of the top wilderness warriors of the Dark Knight tribe. Also appearing was a man Niu Berserker, a Jackal Man leader, a lizard quick shooter, and several elite monsters. As well as, a man Niu chieftain with treasure armor, wielding a gigantic shadow battle axe. This was a powerful gang. The most powerful among them, the man Niu chieftain, had a combat power far exceeding the ferocious wolf warrior from the secret realm. However, Duo Lai was a hero now. Heroes should take on the tasks that ordinary people couldn't. He sucked in his breath sharply, then blew out a fan-shaped blaze, covering the entire building and the surrounding area. In the raging fire, several figures shrouded in intense energy flames charged out. The shadows of the axes, the glimmers of light, and the dark blades, were all flying towards him. Duo Lai's hair started to flutter, his eyes glowed faintly with red and blue lights. The next moment, thick lightning erupted from his body, sparking the intense battle. Mu Yuan looked around. His side was mostly winning on the high-end battlefield. The elite monsters generally weren't as powerful as the main generals of the Lord's house. Rakshasa, Hong Yi, 17 and other generals successively slew them. He again summoned Tree Demon Granny, and with a clap of his hands, he initiated the bizarre and intricate forest domain. However, this time, the scope of the forest domain wasn't as broad as before. Even with the forest domain as the main arena, powerful monsters could jump out from anywhere around, not allowing any carelessness. Whoosh! A spider-woman, with a human face and spider body, stepped across the swaying roots and pounced at him from midair. Perhaps his frequent resurrection of the undead had finally drawn the spider-woman's attention. She launched an unsportsmanlike surprise attack. Standing by his side was the silent chief of the Imperial Guard, Lulu. However, I, the Lord, have died dozens of times. The spider-woman falling from the sky had a seductive face and a fierce lower body. Her arms shimmered with a faint green light like a blade. Her trajectory and even the hair on her body were clearly visible to Mu Yuan. Time seemed to slow down. Only Lord Shepherd moved quickly. Crack KK, unflinchingly, he broke off a piece of bone from his index finger. The bone lengthened in his hand. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a silvery long spear like jade. The 2.3-meter long spear, brimming with shadow energy, was held in his hand as it tightened and compacted. Only by this point did the ambushing Spider-Woman hunter fall several meters away from him. The speared IP flashed from Mu Yuan like a dragon. One stab, two, three. Each strike targeted the blade-like arms of the Spider-Woman. Using his ultimate speed in realm far beyond hers, he firmly controlled the rhythm of the fight. After several stabs, the Spider-Woman, who had been shaken multiple times in midair, had her glistening green blade arms broken apart. Mu Yuan took advantage of the broad opening and thrust his spear in directly. The shadow energy gathered at the spear tip erupted fiercely. An elite-level mini-boss who hadn't had the chance to exhibit their energy armor was killed on the spot. However, in the next instant, the Spider-Woman, her upper body already shattered, suddenly had her lower half inflate as if it were stuffed with explosives. It burst open, spraying countless doses of corrosive and highly toxic green liquid. It appeared to be the real killing move. But, a man who has died dozens of times has seen all kinds of traps. Mu Yuan rotated the long spear, with sparks flashing from the spearhead. As the spear danced, it formed a windproof thunder net, extinguishing all the poisonous matter quickly. Then, he swiftly changed his position, disappearing among the vast trees. This was destined to be a drawn-out confrontation. The commanders and warriors of the Tianyuan territory had killed countless monsters, but the tides of monsters emerging from various parts of the ancient city also seemed endless. It was hard to say who had the upper hand at this moment. The Spider-Woman chieftain was confident she could win. If not, wouldn't her faith in the snake god be in vain? Suddenly, deep within the ancient city, quite far from the main battlefield, a great horror began to rise. On a giant snake sculpture, a viscous, eye-stinging bloodlight spread and it seemed to come alive. The terrifying Orochi was coming. The Spider-Woman chieftain looked startled. Why? They obviously could still fight. But looking at the situation, it seemed like Lord Orochi had prepared to descend even before the war began. She was at a loss. The remaining wisdom monsters and chiefs of various tribes, however, were ecstatic. Lord Orochi is coming. There is hope. They no longer have to suffer under the soldiers of Lord Tianmen. This ascending terror, overshadowing everything under heaven, was the first time Mu Yuan had ever truly felt it. It was very oppressive. He could see the viscous bloodlight from far away, and could vaguely glimpse the figure of a giant snake. A totem. Just like the experience when he attacked the Snake Man tribe. Didn't they say that even during regular invasions of dozens of monster tribes, you might not encounter a reborn totem? This time, however, the totem was resurrecting from afar. They couldn't prevent or destroy it in time. All he could do was watch as a giant snake soared into the sky, rushing towards the battlefield. There was something vaguely familiar about the shape of the giant snake. Those distinct, confused eyes were unforgettable once seen. Oh, this? Orochi ascended to the sky. From a distance, it could see the figure it had been yearning for. Even though it looked different, Orochi would not mistake this aura. Orochi, harbored a grudge. The destruction of this Tianming territory, which was blessed by heaven and earth, would bring it the snake god's reward. The merit was greater than that of destroying 10 or even 20 territories. For this reason, as soon as it smelled this aura from afar, it had quietly started to accumulate energy and descended directly. It learned from its past mistakes. The general of the human lord seems to have gotten stronger. But it doesn't matter. I, Orochi, am personally present. Professionals, elites, and even war generals are merely ants in my presence. Even if limited by its medium of descent and the quality of the sacrifice, this disposable body was not strong enough. Orochi's consciousness, realm, and ability were more than sufficient to deal with everything. It had devoured countless leader-level snakes. It would bring a dimensional strike. With a serious expression, General Dead Bone opened his bone wings and floated up. He had to intercept Orochi and an invisible domain spread out. Hong Yi, Rakshasa, Bone 2, Bone 3, and the others suddenly realized that the oppressive breath enveloping heaven and earth was gone. The domain covered the whole battlefield where naked white bones were strewn about. However, this was just a superficial phenomenon. There were some imperceptible changes occurring that those under the domain were unable to understand or perceive. Peef, a Spider-Woman, was astonished to find that she had unknowingly walked in front of Dead Bone, and there was a hole in her forehead. Her eyes widened as she collapsed to the side. A Man-Niu warrior was just beating its chest and mooing when it found a black greatsword tearing open its armor, shattering its entire upper body. The Dark Knight Stalker, Crypt Assassin, Spider-Woman Dancer, Jackal Man Chieftain. One by one, knowledgeable and powerful tribal powerhouses were beheaded under the Black Sword amidst confusion, shock, and horror. Time and again, it seemed as if they had brought it upon themselves. The remaining tribal powerhouses were even more terrified. They looked in the distance, where Orochi was continually rushing and roaring but didn't seem to have closed the gap at all. Their excitement had long since been doused in cold water, leaving only fear and resentment. They were being slaughtered before Orochi descended. They were being slaughtered after Orochi descended. Wasn't Orochi's descent in vain then? The Orochi is furious? The massive body, hundreds of meters long, is thrashing wildly in midair, shattering countless buildings. In its mismatched eyes, a visible orange rage is shimmering, yet no matter how it speeds up, it seems unable to catch up. Is this domain? This human lord's general, so young yet commanding the power of a domain? The tribal chiefs and elite monsters of the Spider-Woman tribe, the chief of Man-Niu and the others, lacking education and experience, died without knowing why. How could the great Orochi not recognize it? He can identify it with a single glance. General Dead Bone has ascended to the elite level, far more powerful than when they last met. The Orochi did not care much, simply considering it a tasty meal to be devoured. But now, amid the Orochi's fury, there is surprise and astonishment. This general is so terrifying, they must not be allowed to live. However, only a domain can counter a domain, and the Orochi cannot use a domain. No matter how powerful its body, how vast its energy, it is still unable to move freely when stuck in the quagmire of a domain. It can only watch helplessly as the Spider-Woman dancers, the chief of Man-Niu, one by one, fall. Each failure feels like a slap in its face. The Orochi continues to rage. The entire space is shaking, making rumbling noises. But under the coverage of the domain, the pressure and power cannot affect the other soldiers. They continue to follow General Dead Bone, slaughtering chaotically. Dead Bone's expression remains serious. He is not as optimistic as Bone 2 and Bone 3 are, precisely because he realizes that the Orochi is difficult to handle. Therefore, he chose to take advantage of the situation and deal with the other powerful monsters first. In this way, whether to advance or retreat, there is room for choice. After dealing with these, Dead Bone shifts his gaze back to the Orochi. His eyes, radiating a faint blue glow in depths unfathomable, meet the distant, vertical pupils of the giant snake. Energy sparks explode in midair. Dead Bone flies to a high-rise building, away from the main battlefield. As it no longer suppresses fiercely, the furious Orochi springs into the sky. Where its gaze falls, the space even seems to become viscous and heavy. Dead Bone's entire body sinks down, a power similar to gravity. Taking advantage of the power of the domain, it effortlessly shifts, quickly freeing itself. In the blink of an eye, it appears at the side of the Orochi, sweeping out wave after wave of shadow slash. However, at that moment, the already massive body of the Orochi suddenly grew larger. It enlarges against the wind, transforming into a colossal creature encircling gigantic buildings, at least hundreds of meters long. The shadow slash from Dead Bone does wound the giant snake, but the wounds are insignificant in comparison to the massive body of the snake. Moreover, the wounds heal in no time. Boom! With the power of the domain, Dead Bone dodges the Orochi's world-shattering attack. He stretches out his hand, points from afar, and invisible cursed power falls down. Slow, weaken, drain, weakening armor, and so on and so forth. Dead Bone stacks his curses continuously. They work, but not significantly enough. The Orochi still radiates an incredibly strong energy that seems to make the space viscous. If it weren't for the domain and the pressure on the boundary, Dead Bone wouldn't even have the ability to cope with the Orochi. It is still too weak, its power insufficient. Let's have Duo Lai try it. In the distance, Duo Lai, who has freed his hands, also sends out thunderbolts and flames from afar. However, his effectiveness is even more disappointing, doing virtually nothing to the Orochi. If this stalemate continues, Dead Bone undoubtedly will be the first to give out. As an elite body utilizing the domain, even if Dead Bone uses the hidden backup power that has been accumulated for over a month, he still can't hold out for long. Once the domain is gone, there's no way to restrict the Orochi. Should one play it safe and make a strategic retreat, but the Orochi's existence makes the skeletons uneasy. General Dead Bone turns his gaze to the Lord, this time. Lord Shepherd indeed has a solution. The Orochi crosses space to arrive, and it is not without weaknesses. Last time, Dead Bone and the God Monster took action, destroyed the totem, and stopped the arrival of the Orochi. This time, the Orochi has arrived, but, at this moment, several storm falcons that have been stored in the Lord's Seal earlier are flying over the ancient city after the tribal powerhouses are wiped out. After scanning around, they soon locate the anchoring point of the Orochi's arrival. The giant wooden totem located in the Spider-Woman tribe. Most of the giant tree has come alive, becoming part of the Orochi's body, but the base remains. Around the base, tribal monsters of various kinds are lying on the ground in suicide postures. The blood flowing from their bodies is constantly converging towards the base. As expected, the Orochi's gigantic body requires a constant supply of energy. Duo Lai, Captain Duo Lai has received the message. The ever-changing badge transforms into a pair of white wings, attached to Duo Lai's back. In the next moment, he turns into a stream of light, leaving the pursuing monsters far behind, and arrives above the Spider-Woman tribe in no time. Then, it's Duo Lai's forte. Bombardment. The badge transforms into a staff, held in his hand. Giant orange fireballs fall from the sky, followed by a second, a third, and a fourth one. He faithfully carries out the principle of steady output to the end. Bright flames rise, illuminating the dark underground space. Even the entire underground trembles and rumbles, causing worries of a potential collapse. The Orochi is furious, it roars out, but its body keeps shrinking, returning to the normal 100-meter size, and still can't stop continuing to shrink down, coming to a halt at several dozen meters long. Yet, even so, the Orochi still boasts a power and energy far surpassing the single skeleton in front of it. As soon as it had this thought, General Dead Bone swung down a seemingly ordinary sword, merely wrapped in a shadowy glow. However, beneath his sword was a 40-meter sword aura. 9 layers of shadow accumulation condensed, tens of layers of decline of the grief curses gathered at once. The massive power-up brought by wailing death consuming endless dead bodies. And the power gathered from countless skeletons, resentful spirits, abominations, and other undead creatures on the battlefield. All things considered, there was a hidden and unfathomable power beneath the surface of the artistic conception, which revealed itself during the encounter. The tiny pupils of the Orochi expanded in an instant. Behind it, one solid black stone building after another crumbled to dust. What also shattered was the enormous body of the Orochi. It vanished in a tide of black fog as swift as the wind. Crack, prompt. You have killed the projection of the fallen god's servant, causing injury to the servant, Orochi. Prompt. As you killed the projection of the fallen god's servant, the blood totem cleanses itself. Duo Lai had previously only managed to destroy the totem without having the time to use her heroic powers to cleanse it. But with the fall of Orochi, whether it was cleansed or not was irrelevant as the base of the totem was already completely dissipated. Thin droplets of light of heaven and earth fell, forming a large light ball. At the same time, with the extinction of Orochi, the monsters, which were previously frenzied and fearless in the face of death, had the red bloodlust in their eyes fade away. Some monsters began to flee in all directions. Even so, the battle continued for over 2 hours, only barely ending when many skeleton generals were exhausted. The streets of the ancient city were in ruins, covered with the corpses of all kinds of monsters. Copious amounts of soul sand and remnant souls were left behind. Duo Lai was picking up as much as she could, even though she could only indulge herself with these soul sands. Wasn't it great to be happy? Mu Yuan believed it was. Duo Lai derived happiness from it, and he, Mu Yuan, saved the effort of picking up the soul sands, which was a double blessing. Perhaps because there was too much soul sand, scattered all over the place, making it difficult to pick up, Duo Lai squeezed out some extra potential and intuitively learned how to skillfully harness the power of gravity. Wherever she went, the grains of soul sand, which looked like fragments, floated up one by one. They occasionally contained dust and pebbles, requiring filtering. The method was much faster than finding and picking them up by hand. Soon, these soul sands and remnant souls were gathered by Duo Lai and ultimately brought to Mu Yuan. Duo Lai was asking how much these remnant souls would be worth. Mu Yuan gave it a look, and with an arithmetic ability much stronger than Duo Lai's. No, infinitely stronger than Duo Lai's. He estimated the value of these remnant souls in a blink of an eye. 8 rare remnant souls, 65 3-star remnant souls, 2-star remnant souls. The total value should be over 100 soul crystals. It's a pity none of the rare remnant souls I want are here. Jackal warrior, lizard swordsman, serpent shaman or anything like them. He looked disgusted. He would rather sell them for money. As Lord Shepherd, without any investor, gold owner dad, or backer, he could only rely on fighting monster tribes to earn a few hundred soul crystals of hard-earned money. And there's all this. Duo Lai again quickly turned out her pockets, revealing one piece of loot after another, piling up a small mountain in front of them. Mu Yuan originally thought that Duo Lai's habit of picking up everything had flared up again, but upon closer inspection, he found there was something. Indeed, the equipment worn by many humanoid monsters was not bad, with 80% of the standard equipment of soldiers. It was a hassle to sell, and even with cross-dimensional transportation fees and other costs, it was hard to make a profit. But he had a smithy here, and he could just melt and recycle some usable ore. At the top of the loot mountain were several weapons that looked quite impressive. Shadow battle axe, shadow short blade, elemental hand crossbow, thorny spear. A total of 4 pieces of rare equipment. These monsters were equipped more lavishly than his troops in his Tianyuan territory. They indeed deserved to die. And this, after turning out the loot, Duo Lai also brought out the most precious gift ball. Perhaps because there was no purification by the lord or hero, and the totem pole had completely broken, the ball was somewhat different from the past. While there was a single quantity, the size was significantly larger. I wonder what will come out of it. The specifications of the totem pole are not much different from those of the Snake Man tribe. He had previously thought that the snake people were crudely carved, but he didn't expect that the big serpent was naturally crude in appearance. However, the Spider Woman tribe is the overlord of this place and can throw the Snake Man tribe several blocks away, and the gift should be somewhat better, right? Under Duo Lai's eager gaze, Mu Yuan reached out and lightly tapped it. Hum! A ripple spread out, and the half-meter diameter light ball disintegrated like countless crystals. In the next moment, rays of light burst forth. At the same time, there were also the pop-up messages that sounded by his ear. Prompt: You have obtained 10 times soul crystals. Prompt: You have obtained miracle blueprints, guiding landmark, 5/5, common. Prompt: You have obtained miracle blueprints, breakthrough dojo, rare. Prompt: You have obtained a complete building, magic furnace, excellence. A deep blue brilliance burst out from the dissipating light ball, illuminating the faces of the individuals in the history. A top-tier item had appeared. Was this his O Huang moment? Mu Yuan didn't think so. There was a limit to the heavenly gifts from the world, even a O Huang limit. If one could only obtain rare-level items, even being O Huang himself could only yield a rare-level item. At most, it was about going from a rare equipment to a blueprint for a rare item. It probably has something to do with the Orochi. The quality of the giant wooden totem wasn't initially high, but the descent of the Orochi raised its limit and also elevated the heavenly gifts by a notch. I am grateful to the Orochi for traveling thousands of miles to deliver these generous gifts. All 3 treasures were blueprints. The white-level guiding landmark was beneficial for Mu Yuan. After all, upgrading from a level 2 territory to a level 3, small-town level territory, required 3,000 residents, and a guiding landmark could only absorb a small number of refugees. As time passed, this number would gradually decrease until there were hardly any left. The breakthrough dojo was also a good treasure. A level 2 dojo can accommodate 60 soldiers at the great perfection simultaneously. If he built another one, it would be a capacity of 120 units. The speed of the troops breaking through to the professional level would double. And finally, a model of a building the size of his palm, emanating a faint blue glow, was lightly floating above his hand. Precious array patterns surrounded it, and the interlinked nodes inside built up a starry sky window scene. Magic Furnace, Tier. Excellence, Description. You can input one spell after another, and merge them within the furnace to create large-scale magic. Please explore its usage on your own. Note: 1. The higher the user's understanding of spells, the more formidable and marvelous the large-scale magic that's created by merging will be. Many senior mages enjoy spending the whole day in the magic furnace, researching, creating, and striving for higher realms. Note: 2. Gather the magic axis and the magic celestial instrument for a total of 3 excellent tier buildings. You can then form an epic level miracle building. After reading the description of this building, Mu Yuan was deep in thought, itching to fly back to his territory and start construction immediately. But there were many details still not wrapped up. The primary reason for Lord Shepard's expedition against the monster tribe was not for the loot, but rather to create a safe and stable regional environment for the Tianyuan camp. The main force of the monster tribe had been eradicated. After resting, half the strength of the skeleton generals had recovered, and they let out a hearty cheer as the large army continued advancing, sweeping through one tribe after another. Duo Lai was picking up along the way, so much that his dimensional pocket could barely accommodate any more. Suddenly, fighting broke out in the distance. When Mu Yuan looked over through the battle falcon's vision, he saw several skeleton generals engaging with a dozen or so spider women. After a few rounds of combat, 2 of the skeleton generals had been killed in action. They couldn't hold them back at all. These spider women were the most elite of the bunch, and it seemed like the spider woman chieftain was among them. Without needing Mu Yuan to issue an order, the generals within Tianyuan territory who had awakened their self-consciousness and were experienced in combat knew what needed to be done. The Dead Bones swiftly deployed troops for a pincer attack from all sides. Rakshasa turned into a brown mist and shot out like an arrow. Even faster was 17. She stood on a flattened skyscraper with her bow drawn into a full moon shape. The charging arrow shot out like a stream of light and immediately pierced the body of a spider woman. These spider women were formidable. The weakest among them are midway or late professional levels, and there were 2 or 3 were at the elite level. Although they can easily fly between the towering skyscrapers at high speed, They still couldn't outrun Duo Lai and Rakshasa. They were quickly encircled and intercepted. The spider women started looking increasingly fierce and ruthless, and their pupils were beginning to glow a faint, bloody red. However, at that moment the Spider-Woman chieftain raised her hands. "We surrender. We can pledge our loyalty to the honorable lord." Oh, this Duo Lai, who was just about to initiate the combustion operation, was stunned. It was the first time he had seen such a situation. What should he do? However, without waiting for him to ask their omnipotent lord, the faint bloody red glow in the Spider-Woman's eyes rapidly expanded, filling their entire pupils and even seeming to spread outwards with blood vessels. Just like the monsters during the trials. The next moment, including the Spider-Woman chieftain who seemed to genuinely want to surrender, they all let out shrill, hoarse screams. A faint red energy rose, swirling around like mad demons. A few dozen rounds later, they all finally fell. After a day of cleaning, organizing, burning the corpses, and taking away a few useful bodies, the ancient dungeon finally became significantly cleaner and quieter. Mu Yuan, along with Lu Lu, Duo Lai, and a few skeleton generals who were sticking close to him for protection, walked through the ancient city. The city was vast. Spiders, and other tribes, had only occupied a small area to nest. Everywhere you could see tall, black buildings that resembled square columns or large tombstones. These buildings were rugged and didn't have any windows or doors. Most of the black buildings had already collapsed, like knocked down stacks of blocks, scattered everywhere. Occasionally, you could see some large pits, ravines, and blasted buildings. It seemed that this place had experienced a significant disaster in the past. Oh, this 100-meter-long chasm resembling an abyss was caused by dead bone recently, wasn't it? Well, that's all right then. Perhaps it was the recent battle that caused a great deal of damage to the ancient relics? It's an illusion. The monsters have occupied this dungeon long ago, causing it to become unrecognizable. After a whole day of cleaning and sorting, he found nothing of high value in the city. It seemed that the monsters had raided everything. Even within the monster tribe, there was no sign of any high-tiered treasures. Duo Lai's efforts barely uncovered a few rare materials. Where did all the treasures go? These monsters sure knew how to make good use of their resources. However, after much effort expended by Duo, the treasure-seeking mouse, Mu Yuan discovered few antiques from an ancient dungeon outside of the black buildings. A few stone tablets. Information was recorded on them, like a diary. They detailed the escape process of a place called Black Feather City. Today marks the 101st day since our escape began. Our general says we're crossing the Tianshan Mountains and may be able to escape the chase of the evil demons. The 125th day of the escape. Black Feather City has crossed the Tianshan Mountains. The land here may be barren, but it's better than anything, as long as we can survive. It's been 136 days since we left our homeland. We haven't seen any signs of the demons chasing us. Maybe they're blocked on the other side of the mountains? That would be great. Today marks the 143rd day since we left our homeland. Black Feather City is looking for a suitable place to dock. Once everything settles down, I will propose to you. Day 144, we were chased by the fallen god. Fallen god. Fallen god. Ah ha ha. Everyone is going to die, so is the world. The strokes that followed became sloppy and chaotic, but with some imagination, Mu Yuan could picture the overall scene. Fallen god, red fog, great disaster. Servants, Orochi, monsters. What connects these things? The water is too deep here. After tidying up the loot, he triple-checked to make sure he hadn't missed anything before quickly returning to his territory. Back in his territory, without resting, Mu Yuan logged into the forum to search for information about the fallen god, servants, and so on. There was very little information about the fallen god, but there was some about the servants. Half a month ago, the Lord of Maple Leaf Territory encountered a servant while battling a Snake Man tribe. The Lord of Maple Leaf Territory, ranked third on the previous trial golden list, was killed on the spot, a sudden death that caused much lament. 2 months ago, the Silver Army, a top-tier mercenary group from Panchi City, encountered a servant when investigating ancient civilization ruins in a wilderness. According to the leader, Silver Eye, the space became thick as though covered in blood red. They had to sacrifice over 20 elites in order to escape. The vice leader, Silver Left Hand, also said that they would have been completely swallowed had they hesitated or delayed by even a half moment, just like the surrounding monster tribes. 6 months ago, Lord Longshui was ambushed by a servant named Black Crow, while defeating a monster tribe. Lord Longshui and his subordinates, with powerful battle strength, killed the physical body of the Black Crow servant and received rewards from heaven and earth. 2.5 years ago, the Lord of Han Yu City ventured into a desolate land and encountered a snake-like servant. After hundreds of bouts, the Lord of Han Yu City crushed an eye of the servant and managed to retreat from the desolate land. Hiss, the Lord of Han Yu City is so terrifying. Mu Yuan relaxed a little. It seems that the activity of the fallen god's servants is limited. At the most they can indoctrinate the monster tribes to create their physical bodies. If that's the case, he doesn't have to be too afraid of the Orochi. If his Tianyuan territory can kill the Orochi's physical body today, it will surely be even more secure after half a month, 1 month, or 2 months. However, Mu Yuan didn't forget that the ancient city called Black Feather City was once chased by the fallen god. Overthinking is useless. Mu Yuan asked Duo Lai, no, Dead Bone, to construct the guidance markers, while he placed the magic furnace, which did not require any material investment, in the core area of his territory. Just like when the Breakthrough Dojo and the Fountain of Life were constructed, numerous brilliant light patterns interwove to outline the intricate shape of the building. Then, like printing by the heavens and the earth, the miracle building formed inch by inch. In just a few dozen breaths, a silver bowl-shaped building with a diameter of over 10 meters appeared before them. There was also a silver building more than 10 meters high next to it, which was connected to the furnace body, and seemed to be the control room for manipulating, inputting, and fusing magic. Mu Yuan walked in. In the center, surrounded by array patterns, was a crystal pillar taller than him that grew on the formation. He roughly knew how to use it and told Duo, who followed him in. Input the spell in this direction, just use the super large fireball spell you're good at. But you need to slowly pour in the power over a long period of time. Can you do it? Of course, Duo Lai had already attained the artistic conception level and had made great progress in controlling energy, so it was not difficult to perform such precise operations. Flames continuously spewed out of its hands and were being devoured by the crystal pillars, which seemed like black holes. After a while, a red light spot appeared on a control panel. You have stored 1 spell, with the current remaining load, 9/10. After that, Mu Yuan could cast the super large fireball directly through the magic furnace. However, it would not be called a superior building if it only did this. Continue. The second, third, fourth, Duo Lai, who was pouring all of his energy into the super large fireballs, was soon completely drained and collapsed to the ground, seeing stars. Mu Yuan had no choice but to do it himself to input the spells. Even so, it took him more than an hour to finally fill all 10 spell storage slots. Now, it's time to witness the fusion. Notice, you're fusing super large fireball times 10, which will take an estimated 299s. Notice, you have fused the large-scale magic Scorching Sun. In the magic furnace, a silver-white container resembling a huge pot, there was a red-orange colored flame. While it did not seem abundant, it was hiding an enormous destructive energy. The large-scale magic Scorching Sun can be projected, turning into a small sun that can incinerate everything in its path. Its destructive power is far from being as simple as the additive power of 10 super-large fireballs. If it were to fall, even the body of the mighty Orochi, in its peak state, might be overwhelmed. How powerful is this Scorching Sun? It is powerful, but this large-scale magic, in essence, is the super-large fireball of Duo Lai. Its power is intimately related to the energy Duo Lai inputs. If Duo Lai is at the war general level or leader level, the destructive power of the Scorching Sun he fuses will far exceed what it is at this moment. Of course, it only has the power of 1 hit. After forming the Scorching Sun, the storage displayed on the magic furnace is already at maximum. Clearly, large-scale magic created by combining 10 preliminary spells also occupies 10 storage slots. It is impossible to fuse it further after the initial fusion. By fusing one spell after another to create large-scale magic that covers a wider range and contains more energy, and then projecting it, this is the role of the magic furnace. However, forcing 10 of the same spells to fuse together like this may not even bring out 10% of the potential of this miracle building. The more proficiency the user has in magic, the more formidable and miraculous the large-scale magic they create will be. This was a tip Mu Yuan received when he got the building. He naturally understands, but does Duo Lai have a proficiency in magic? No, Duo Lai's magical lethality and destructive power may be very strong, and the control is even more exquisite, but Duo Lai's understanding and cognition of magic can't be said to be very bad, it's almost zero. Unfortunately, Lord Mu's proficiency in magic is also almost zero. Therefore, he used the absolute fusion, but the least amplification change, of the same skill fusion law. The magic furnace is not only capable of creating this slightly rough, but violent large-scale magic. There can be a higher level, such as continuous thundercloud coverage. It can be more exquisite, such as forming a wind barrier to protect the entire territory. It can be more miraculous, for example, why not try it? Despite continuing to experiment, it is necessary to first throw out or annihilate the large-scale magic that has already been fused together, but for the sake of the excellent building, not trying it feels like ants crawling all over the body, very awkward. But Duo Lai can't do it anymore, its eyes are spinning, really can't squeeze out one more full strength. Mu Yuan also understands, he can't force slime to do something it can't do. No matter, we can reduce the energy output, use low energy consumption magic to try. After the test, if this combination is feasible, change to a full output magic. Yes, oh, indeed, the Almighty Lord. Wait, just now, it had output so many super large fireballs at full power? After the scorching sun was dispersed, Mu Yuan commanded Duo Lai to do a new attempt. This time, he selected several spells to match. 3. Super Large Fireball, 3. Thunderbolt, and 4. Endless Whirlwind, are all miniaturized versions. Then, he controlled the building to start the fusion. Tip. Large-scale magic fusion is in progress. Tip. Large-scale magic fusion failed. Don't panic, this is within our expectations. Let's reduce some more combinations, only use simple wind and fire skills. Tip. Large-scale magic fusion failed. Then how about adjusting the ratio of the spells a bit? How many combinations can there be for 2 spells? 5 kinds. Tip. Large-scale magic fusion failed. Then let's change the arrangement of the spell nodes again. How many combinations can there be for 2 spells? Failed. 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 Darling, Duo Lai lay flat on the floor. It seemed to have an image of a feast in its mind, and the main dish on top looked a lot like itself. It even drooled. Great Lord Mu was in contemplation. Lord Mu tried for himself. Mr. Mu also can't. We can't even fuse the most basic 2 spells. Something definitely isn't right. Or should we say, being able to fuse before was just the magic furnace, giving us dumb students a safety net? Mr. Mu tried again. Indeed, if you use the same skills then you can directly fuse in quantity, but if you input different materials, it involves many changes. He is able to use skills, and he is able to bring out the best of them, at least reaching the expert level in controlling the fireball technique. But he does not understand the principles, logic, and theoretical knowledge of magic. No can do. Even General Dead Bone can't. Dead Bone. I get it, I can use it, I created my own skills, I am skilled in 72 changes, but I don't know how to explain to you that I understand this issue. Just like a swordsman might be powerful, but he would likely not forge a peerless sword. These are different fields. It also has to do with one's military background. If it's something one naturally cultivates over 10 or 20 years, cultivating a very solid foundation of elite-level technical strength, then perhaps they would possess some theoretical knowledge of techniques. He heard that there was no such thing as a military background in ancient times. There was also no fixed rank. People could develop into warriors, mages, archers, and other professions through their own cultivation. If they were able to gain some rare inheritance or secrets, they could become ghost swordsmen, explosive flame mages, solar archers, and other high-order professionals. The direction of development was very free. However, it would take a lot of time, energy, and 99% of talent for a professional to learn a skill. So, the operators needed for the magic furnace are mages who have mastered a complete system. They are scholars, researchers, and far beyond just being able to fight. The Magician's Tower has somewhat similar requirements, but it is much less rigorous. This is why he didn't exchange for mage troops. A rare one-star mage at most would put points into the fireball technique. Even if they were to evolve and awaken self-awareness, mastering multiple techniques, they would have to start from scratch if they wanted to make magic scrolls. He'd be better off learning it himself as Lord Shepherd. We still lack talent, top talent. After slaying the Orochi, the next few days were calm. Mu Yuan reduced the frequency of his explorations. Firstly, he temporarily had some money, and it was necessary to slowly convert this wealth into domestic power, which was what really mattered. Secondly, he was worried about running into something unusual. He felt somewhat uneasy about fighting monster tribes now. What if the next attendant ascendant he encountered was stronger than the Orochi? Servants were also ranked, as were totems. Thirdly, to find a suitable raid area now, he needed to go at least 100 kilometers away. The journey would be time-consuming and tiring, which would greatly affect the cultivation of Dead Bone and other deputies. It was time to lay low. Feeling the lack of strength, figures like Dead Bone were deeply immersed in full-force cultivation. Even General Duo Lai felt his strength was insufficient. In the battle in the dungeon, it took a much longer time to kill a minor boss than Rakshasa and Han Yi. As a senior, it was a complete loss of face, so, you need to develop a more penetrative and precise single killing move. Lord Mu said. Using the Duo Lai template, he wove together the power of the wind and fire to form one roaring flame dragon after another, which disappeared in an instant. That's not enough, you need more focused power. Mu Yuan considered that since Duo Lai had control of the thunder element, and could condense steel, why not develop a super electromagnetic cannon type of killing move? However, Duo Lai couldn't really understand the principles and assembly mode of the electromagnetic cannon, and at this stage, he may not necessarily be able to accurately control electromagnetic forces. Mu Yuan thus compromised and said, let's start with the Thunder Spear, and try a more basic fusion of thunder and steel. Then, Great Lord Mu arrived at Rakshasa's cultivation spot where the muscular and dark-skinned man was repeatedly wielding his evil spear. As energy flowed through him, the evil patterns on his body seemed to come alive, exuding formidable power. This was a characteristic of the evil ghost general. Evil power ran through their bodies. Hong Yi did not have these patterns. Your technique is not wrong, but you can dig a bit deeper into the power of evil. For example, you can store the power that is not needed in the normal course of action in the evil patterns. When necessary, you can unseal the pattern to gain more power. This move, he borrowed from Dead Bone. General Dead Bone's talent, Death Extraction, allows him to turn excess energy which cannot further increase the limit into crystals attached to his bones. However, to deal with the Orochi this time, Dead Bone used up at least half of its years of accumulation and felt quite insecure for a while. Rakshasa's evil patterns were somewhat special. Mu Yuan knew very well as he had used Rakshasa's power before. Like this, and like that, it's almost there, you can continue to explore. So instructed Teacher Mu. If it could be created, he, as Great Lord Mu, could also gain access to this move for himself. No, what he taught couldn't be called copying, it should be called an inspection by the teacher. He quickly went on to check on Hong Yi. The construction of the illusory world was progressing rapidly for Lady Hong Yi. Mu Yuan didn't have much he could instruct her in, but based on the scene of the illusion, you could try to develop venue skills. Teacher Mu pointed this out with piercing insight. After satisfying his instructing desires, Mu Yuan hesitated between the training field and the Mage Tower for a moment, eventually choosing to return to the Mage Tower to rest. Hardly had he lain down when the phone in Langsing began to vibrate. Mu Yuan had no choice but to get up, back to Langsing, pick up his phone, and continue to read while lying down. At all members, shocking news, quickly check the forum, there's the latest news about the Hero Festival. The Taizan Astronomical Association predicts that the Hero Festival will very likely start in a month. The lords who have formally established their territories for not more than 2 years and 8 months can prepare in advance. Unlike some predictions, the Astronomical Society's forecasts are not plentiful, but when released, their accuracy rates are exceedingly high. The previous Red Moon Tide 2 years ago, and the year before that, had very accurate predictions from the Astronomical Society. This time, in addition to the time, the Astronomical Society has also predicted more detailed rules for this festival. Mu Yuan immediately perked up and sat up from the sofa, changing from his lying position to one with his elbow propping him up on the armrest as his fingers continuously scrolled through the screen of his phone. Logically speaking, isn't the Hero Festival supposed to happen in 2 months? There's only a month left? It makes sense for the Hero Festival to be moved up if the Lord's trial has also been moved up, right? Hurry up, I'm already restless with anticipation and can't wait to recruit a hero. I feel the same way, I've even prepared my gifts already. Wait, isn't that too soon? It's unfair to us new lords though. But the voices of the new lords were drowned out in the forum due to the numerical advantage of the long-serving lords. They could only grumble within their respective groups of newcomers. They've lost the advantage of timing, however, not all newcomers share the same feelings. Mu Yuan didn't feel too rushed. Actually, he thought it was taking a bit too long. He currently needs a top-tier talent skilled in scholarly and administrative fields, has research and teaching capabilities, and a rich knowledge reserve. A jack of all trades would be even better. But if this was a few years down the line, there might not be such an urgent need anymore. That is, one hero is too little. If one could recruit a team of talents, only then can the weaknesses of Tianyuan territory be completely made up for. The rules of the Hero Festival are rather rigid. Mu Yuan was somewhat confident, but he dared not to be careless. If it was based on the Battle Will rules, honestly speaking, he had no confidence in competing with those lords who had been in power for over 2 years. Being able to defeat old lords such as Lu Cheng and Wang did not mean that he could defeat the most outstanding lords from the same period as Lu Cheng's. After all, he was still a greenhand, and the competition in the Hero Festival reportedly does not compare combat power? Then there is a chance to compete now. In the Baizhang Longtong group, Mr. Tan said, "Don't panic. The competition for heroes is based on charm and special factors. We may not lose to the old lords. Who knows, maybe a hero might see our potential. In terms of potential, they are certainly not inferior to any outstanding lord." Moreover, Mr. Tan had specifically prepared a lavish gifting strategy, which he saw no need to show off in the group. The Hero Festival is like a job fair. However, with more applicants and less availability, not to mention the high standards of the heroes, it is usually not us who choose the heroes, but the heroes who choose us. We need to bring out our own strengths to attract the attention of the heroes. Ultimately, if we can secure the favor of a hero, it would be a great victory. The Hero Festival does not compete in the form of battle will. Fighting is also prohibited in the secret realm, so. According to the information released by the Astronomical Society, this festival will be more specific than the last with the establishment of a certain number and rank of tags based on the lord's situation. For example, if they are lords of level 1 or 2 territories, a village chief tag will be established. And if they are lords of level 3 or 4 territories, they will have the higher level town chief tag. Aside from the tags that very few people have, only outstanding lords can earn extra tags. Symbols of wealth like well off and wealthy, symbols of troop type like mage team, mage battle team, mage army. Different tags can also be established based on the usage of different rare buildings. Some tags have a pretty strong attraction to heroes, such as mansion. The lord's personal outstanding features can also form tags, like sword heart, sword intent, and sword master. These types of tags have extremely strong attraction to certain heroes. However, most lords can hardly earn them. Some tags do not garner heroes' attraction but their disdain, such as Goblin Lair and Goblin Army, etc. Many female heroes have explicitly stated their disgust with goblins, saying they will not join territories that have goblins. In addition, after reading the information released by the Astronomical Society, Mu Yuan had a better understanding. In essence, it was like a job fair where companies showcase their advantages. Unfortunately, most territories appeared like small, insignificant companies to the heroes, experts, and masters being recruited, and were deemed unworthy. Many top-tier heroes didn't take a fancy to any company or territory throughout the entire fair. The rules this time have slightly changed compared to the previous Hero Festival. Armed with the information from the Astronomical Society, Lords are able to prepare in advance, even though it's mostly a last-ditch effort. But Lord Shepard soon discovered that there were many areas where he too needed to make a last-minute effort. For instance, mansion, and mansion, only rare or higher-ranked residential buildings could be considered mansions, yet, in Tianyuan territory, there's only the level 2 civil house. He had to cough up Krypton gold. Luckily he had hundreds of soul crystals at hand. However, by the time Mu Yuan wanted to cough up Krypton gold and looked into purchasing the high-priced, mansion-class, Miracle Blueprint, he realized that the market had already been swept clean. Rare blueprints were scarce to begin with. With the release of the Astronomical Society's news, there wouldn't be even half a piece left. There were still some available for exchange on the Tai Zon Covenant platform, but the exchange rate had also risen by 30%. Of course, even if the price didn't increase, Lord Shepard couldn't afford it. Is it not okay for him to be broke? Forget it. Instead of finding ways to compensate for shortcomings, it's better to continue to strengthen advantages as they are what matter most. But for the majority of new lords who have no advantages and are beset with shortcomings, despair sets in, and their miserable cries can be heard all over the forum. Having gone through the association's data, I feel like I cannot form any additional attributes. Be confident, get rid of, feel like, and seems like. What's wrong with goblins? As a female lord, my entire territory is filled with goblins, and I don't see any issues. Really, I don't believe you. Show a picture. Let me, someone who has a lot of experience, tell you that attributes are not everything. In the previous generation, there was an ordinary young man who successfully connected with a widowed female hero. This shows that everybody has a chance. But of course, if you want to connect with advanced heroes or top-tier heroes, it's not possible without billions of advantages. Besides gaining the favor of the heroes, you also need to stand out in the competition with other lords. It's a cruel world. Wasn't there an extremely powerful hero, the Death Chanter, who was snatched away by a foreign lord? A lord suddenly spoke up. The chat channel for the whole area suddenly went silent. The Greenhands did not understand much, but there were also some old players who were familiar with the history of the Eternal World. In the vast Eternal World, there are both indigenous powers that have been rebuilt after catastrophes, and chosen lords like them who have received the invitation from the heavens and earth, built territories, and expanded the areas of civilization. But the players who have been chosen by the world and have been able to descend to establish territories, are not only from Langsing. 300 years ago, 200 years ago, and 130 years ago, there were chosen lords from other worlds who entered the continent. One semi-old lord who was familiar with history and the world structure said, "There is more than one festival secret realm, and the secret realm space we are about to enter is only open to Langsing lords. Our toughest opponents in the Tai Zon Alliance are actually the Shen Yao Empire created by the Starlight Federation. If it were only that, we would not be scared at all, but..." The semi-old lord changed his tune and said, "Our Tai Zon Alliance, the neighboring Shen Yao Empire, have quite an influence in the Eternal World, and are recognized as the 7 great nations chosen by destiny, along with the Yangxing Empire, Shen Mu Dynasty, Qi Cheng Federation, Wan Shang Country, and the Shi Mo Empire. But because we have been present for a shorter time, whether in terms of the number of lords, the size of our territory, or all kinds of accumulations, we can't compare to the old powers like Yangxing. And these strong nations, they might have a few top-tier new lords who will enter our festival secret realm through special means to fight for the top-tier heroes here. The Death Chanter from the last generation was recruited by a lord from Yongsheng. If we are not as skilled as others, there is nothing we can do. However, the most dazzling lord of the last generation was the lord of Han Yu City from our Tai-Zan alliance. She even struggled to decide which powerful hero she should recruit. Actually, top-tier heroes are either heroic spirits resurrected from ancient empires or native wild heroes scattered outside the eternal world. In theory, they don't have any direct connection to the lords of Zan country. Moreover, whether it's the lords from other countries or the lords of Zan country, they are all competitors during the festival. Even for most of the lords, there is no direct conflict between them, Yongsheng and Shen Miu. They can only possibly compete for, and recruit, the most common heroes. Only the best lords can enter the top-end battlefield. Once the Astronomical Society released the news, all the new lords were stirred up again. Many village-level lords, who were just one step away from becoming town chiefs, made their utmost efforts to sprint forward. Mu Yuan pondered. Even with constant top-ups, it took me a month to upgrade Tianyuan territory to level 2. Now there's only 1 month left, and it doesn't seem so easy to upgrade to level 3 and get rid of the village chief title. Town chief doesn't necessarily sound much more attractive or competitive. There's no point in disrupting your own plans. Even if he only has the stature of a village chief, he can still be the most dazzling guy among the crowd. He wants to attract numerous heroes with his pure charm. Evolution points, I need them in full, however, because he is not very sure about what attributes he can have. Mu Yuan decides to save up more evolution points and make a sprint when more specific rules are announced. Soon, 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. One early morning, as soon as Mu Yuan had finished his morning exercise, a notice from the heavens and the earth sounded in his ear. Ding! Notice. Do you want to connect to the special Secret Realm Festival grounds? Notice. The current Hero Festival has entered a preparatory phase. Lords can visit the festival grounds in advance, read the festival rules. The official start will be in 20 days. At that time, heroes to be recruited will appear. When he silently agrees, beside the black wilderness where the Lord's altar has opened a door, a golden portal slowly appears. Vaguely, he can see the vast and bustling landscape inside. After passing through the golden archway of the secret realm, a white jade cobblestone road appeared before his eyes. The road was wide enough for 2 or 3 carriages to ride abreast. Every few dozen meters stood a majestic arch resembling a doorway. On either side were quaint 2-story and 3-story buildings. Between the buildings hung a number of large red lanterns, their long tassels swaying in the wind, creating a festive scene. After passing about 3 archways, he arrived at a vast square. There were quite a few alleys around him like the one he had come from, and in the distance, there were wide steps that went straight up to the end of the line of sight, where a massive and simple bronze gate stood closed in front of a grand ancient hall shrouded in mist. Perhaps because the secret realm had just opened and it was not yet 6 in the morning, there weren't many people around. He only saw a few or more budding lords like himself, looking around curiously. But he believed that it wouldn't be long before this place became bustling. Ding! Hint. You have entered the festival grounds. This secret realm is a safe zone where the use of power is restricted, and those who start disputes maliciously will be repelled by the secret realm. Hint. The titles are invisible to outsiders. The heroes waiting to be recruited can only see, like, or dislike titles from themselves. Also, the more titles a lord has, the more information they can see from the potential heroes. At this moment, Mu Yuan was wearing black armor that enveloped his entire body. He was gazing down and fiddling with something, just like many other lords. Suddenly, someone not far away shouted, "Ha ha ha, Griffin Breeder, I've really formed a rare title. This will definitely help me recruit heroes." Some envied him. Some were speechless as they looked at their solitary, mayor, title. Motes of light started drifting out from within Mu Yuan, scattering around him, where it began to coalesce amidst the surrounding white mist. Mayor, the standard title appeared in white, making it look particularly unimpressive. Then, Explorer, Pioneer, Enemy of Monsters, Tycoon. He actually had the Tycoon title too, despite being poor all the time? New king, sword mastery, gun mastery, spell mastery, man of battle, micro-operation master, individual of talent, gun intent, thunder intent, etc. He had exactly 17 titles formed by him personally, showcasing his many specialties. Among them, gun intent, thunder intent, man of battle, and micro-operation master were all blue rank titles. Goblin Slayer, Snake Destroyer, Barren Land, 3 feet below, Victor in battle, enemy of divine servants. These were the titles obtained from Tianyuan territories raids from south to north. Fertile land, full of talent, peace and prosperity, practice ground, mage territory. These were the titles formed based on the rare buildings in his domain. Their number was not high, and having a rare building didn't necessarily mean a title would form. Among them, Land of the Undead, Forest of 10,000 Trees, and Mage Territory were blue rank titles, even though there wasn't a single real mage in his Tianyuan territory. When these were formed, he had dozens of titles, but it was far from over. His greatest strength was yet unformed. Skeleton Legions, Night Parade of 100 Spirits, Undead Noble Guest. Treeman Troops, Fairy of Flowers, Friend of Nature. Friend of Elements, Friend of the Nun, and so on. Among them, Undead Noble Guest was a purple rank title, Friend of Nature was a blue rank title, but Friend of the Nun was only a green rank title. Presumably because there were too few nuns. If they hadn't evolved to the priest level, there might not even have been a title formed. Mu Yuan quickly skimmed through these titles and turned his gaze to the most dazzling ones among them. Mighty Troops. A purple rank title. Generals like Rain, also a purple rank title. Matchless even among kings, a light golden title. Enlightenment. A golden title. Emperor's Path, another golden title. 3 gold and 3 purples, his competitiveness wasn't too shabby. Mu Yuan couldn't gauge how strong the top lords who had been developing for more than 2 years had become. Some of them might even have established cities and commanded large armies. If they were to calculate based on the development of over 2.5 years for the Lord of Han Yu, she probably would have already reached a peerless state. However, Mu Yuan had almost understood the rules of the festival, and could upgrade his troops significantly to enhance his own competitiveness. The actualized titles are also a kind of hint, telling the Lord what their strengths are, and in which direction they can develop. This is the hidden benefit of the Hero Festival. It depends on whether the lords can perceive it. He took a tour and appreciated the scenery of the secret realm. However, since the festival hadn't started yet, he planned to return and come back on the day of the opening. He had heard that on the official opening day of the festival, there would be unlimited food available. He thought Duo Lai might like that. He was just on his way back. Big Boss Tianyuan. Mu Yuan instinctively looked back and saw a girl tentatively calling out to him. The girl was wearing a moon-white robe, her hood pulled up, revealing a flawless and exquisite face, and faintly visible cyan blue hair. It seemed to be Lu Miamu. The Big Boss really remembers me. Mu Yuan had only seen Lu Miamu from afar in the secret realm of Challenge. They were not familiar at all. However, this girl had a somewhat unique aura, like tranquil water, which he found somewhat familiar. He recalled her after only 2 seconds of thought. Compared to Lu Miamu, his attire was completely different from the one he wore during the secret realm of Challenge. How did you recognize me? Intuition. If I see the back, I know it's you, proud face. She paused again and asked, do you have time, boss? That is. My sister wants to meet you. Why are you using speech that suggests a misunderstanding? It took a while for Mu Yuan to understand what was going on. It had a lot to do with his secret identity. On the forum, it seemed that Tianyuan territory had lost its heat. In reality, domestic and even international forces were trying to uncover the identity of Lord Tianyuan. The domestic forces began to suspect that Lord Tianyuan did not belong to the elite. After all, there were only so many second-generation elites of the right age and background. The moment investigation started, potential people were eliminated one by one. This made the major forces even more concerned. Whoever could find Tianyuan would have the chance to make an ally of a future great lord. Foreign forces mainly harbored either an intent to rally behind him or destroy him on time. There's a $4 billion reward on the dark web to reveal your real identity and territorial coordinates. It's likely from a person with bad intentions, don't fall for it. Do I look that naive to you? Well, to tell the truth, the $4 billion could be exchanged for a lot of soul crystal coins. He really was tempted for a moment. Just where is this dark web? Lu Miamu quickly summed up the situation and asked, "Do you have time to meet my sister for afternoon tea?" After thinking for a moment, Mu Yuan asked, "How should we meet?" If it was to be a real-world meet-up, then he would decline directly. However, if the meeting place was considered convenient, quick, and safe, he would be open to it. After all, he'd have to deal with more and more such situations in the future. He might encounter some tracking methods that he couldn't anticipate. Lu Miamayu's elder sister, the Lord of Han Yu City, was held in high regard within the Tai-Zan alliance and had an excellent reputation. She was a seemingly wealthy and powerful woman. At this point, Lu Miamu took out a crescent-shaped key from the storage ring. This key will open the small public secret realm, the Elf's Courtyard. The courtyard is a combat-forbidden secret realm just like the festival secret realm. My sister said that she will arrange it there, so she could meet you whenever necessary. Mu Yuan thought for a moment and accepted the key to the secret region. All right. I just asked my sister, and she is free now. How about now? Okay, I'll come in a while. Lu Miamu hopped back to her own encampment. Mu Yuan took a few looks at the key to the secret realm in his hand and also walked towards the entrance. Just as he was about to leave the main gate. Ping. Reminder. Detecting the item, Secret Realms Key, Elf's Courtyard, is moving cross-domain. An additional payment of 3.5 soul crystals is required. Do you wish to pay? Mu Yuan. Damn, the secret realm is such a rip-off. Luckily, Lord Shepherd always carried money on him, otherwise, he might have to let Dead Bone or Duo Lai bring money to the rescue. Why didn't Lu Miamu give a heads up? Oh, maybe she assumed we knew all about it. But we're neither elite second gen nor from a rich civilian background. Or maybe, could she think, there wouldn't be people that can't even afford to pay a few soul crystals, right? Mu Yuan was thinking painfully. If it were not for the fortune he earned, he wouldn't even have had 2 soul crystals to his name. With this thought, he went into the warehouse, grabbed a dozen or so soul crystals, put them into the storage ring, and then placed the key to the secret region inside. The third space gate opened above the Lord's altar, making the place look a bit crowded. Mu Yuan reached out to touch, contemplated for a while, and chose to load the Duo Light template without turning into Lulu. He adjusted his appearance a bit, then stepped in. Reminder. You have entered the Elf's Courtyard, Secret Realm. This realm is a peaceful realm. Combat is forbidden, and only lords or heroes can enter. As Lu Miamu had said, the whole secret realm wasn't large. From afar, he could see the rolling gray fog which marked the end of the secret realm. It was like an island in the sky floating above the boundless gray fog. There were various kinds of flowers planted here, streams of water flowing, small bridges and pavilions, and lush greenery that conjured up beautiful scenery. Lu Miamu, who was far off, waved her hand and led him to a building that looked like a coffee shop. Follow me. As they walked in, a server in a black and white maid dress welcomed them softly. Welcome. They were not humans. Even though they had delicate features, flaxen hair draped over their shoulders, large eyes, and fair skin, there was a prominent joint connection at their elbow and knee distinct to humans. Mu Yuan, due to his sharp observation skills, took a quick glance without lingering. His attention had already shifted to a woman who was walking over from afar. Her appearance was similar to Lu Miamayu's, but it was hard to associate them unless they were placed together for comparison. Because, she was as frosty as ice, her icy gaze, entrancing, yet inscrutable. She seemed like a fairy descending to the world, undefeatable and peerless. Is this what a true bigwig looks like? 3 cups of elves' prestige, one of them super iced? Lu Miamu called out to the maid, lively and enthusiastic. In contrast to her, Lord of Han Yu City seemed like a cold lady from a noble family. Yet, after the brief conversation, she didn't seem unreachable. She was not as intimidating as she appeared. Boss Han Yu, I have heard a lot about you. Now, at last, I am finally able to meet you in person. Mu Yuan said sincerely. Every time he referred to his research materials, the word, Lord of Han Yu City, would appear frequently. He had lost count of the number of times he heard about her. There were tales about the Lord of Han Yu City everywhere. In fact, she had a large number of fans, especially among females. The fan club following Sister Cold Moon was even a top-tier force within the Taizan Alliance. He might also have a fan club of his own within the Great Lord of Tianyuan. Maybe? The Lord of Han Yu City, Lu Shui, was studying Mu Yuan in return. Mu Yuan was no stranger to her. In fact, she had heard so much about him that it was making her ears numb. When her sister first mentioned about the legendary figure Slime, and the invincible skeleton general of the era, she didn't believe it. Not that she didn't trust her sister, but rather she didn't believe in Lu Miamayu's judgment and vision. Later, when Lord Tianyuan surpassed Lord Wangba and her sister to top the gold list and won the title of the most golden new king, she didn't think much about it, considering him as a promising youth. Until, many speculated that Lord Tianyuan wasn't exactly a second-generation player with a powerful background. Lu Shui was genuinely surprised. After all, she wasn't a second-generation player herself, she just came from a wealthy family. Her background was ordinary overall. She made her name from scratch, topped the charts, and then marched on triumphantly. Lord Tianyuan, who suppressed several top-tier second-generation players, could possibly be as talented as she was. I have been paying attention to you as well. The blue-haired girl who surpassed all her competitors in the resource secret realm. If I'm not mistaken, she's the slime you were talking about. Considering what Lu Miamu said about the legendary figure of the slime, alongside her encounters with other unique beings, she came to conclude the only truth through observation, reasoning and simulation. Seeing Mu Yuan's slight surprise, the corners of Lu Shui's mouth raised into a small smirk. Indeed, her deduction was correct. Who would dare to say that she only knew how to swing a sword from south to north? With a huff, she said, "You seem to be more inclined towards being an independent lord. However, I can offer you an investment without any contract to sign. Basically, it's a free offer, a gift." Mu Yuan. Hiss. This was not surprise, but fear. It's true that the Lord of Han Yu City is a rich lady, but even a rich lady can have ulterior motives. The blue child needs to learn how to protect himself when he's away from home. Don't worry, it's truly free. Well, let me put it this way, between our Tai-Zan alliance and the empires such as Shen Yao and Yongsheng, resources often are allocated according to the competitions among young lords. 1 or 2 years from now, you'll definitely be capable enough to hold such a position. In the future, you might be able to help in bigger ways. Just consider it as an upliftment investment from me, your sister, to a promising junior. Just owe me a favor in return. Mu Yuan originally wanted to reject, but the Lord of Han Yu City was offering too much, and it was precisely what he needed. Miracle Blueprint. Domain Interferer, Category, Excellence. Description. After it's built, a special domain field will form, which can block and interfere with most observation, deduction, and divination methods. This is an anti-peeping artifact. Since Mu Yuan had witnessed the wonders of the Astronomical Society, he felt a sense of urgency. How many more magical methods existed in this world? At the moment, Tianyuan territory really isn't worth foreign forces to use strong divination methods. But what if Tianyuan territory draws more and more attention and shines brightly in the night sky? Let's not talk about the distance. On the day of the festival, he too would find it hard not to draw attention. He wanted to keep a low profile, however, oftentimes, the environment did not allow him to do so. This miracle blueprint, as well as the full set of building materials, is something that he really wants. Rich lady, generous, hungry. No, this blueprint is an investment from the officials. The rich lady of the cold moon explains. What's to follow is my personal investment. Saying that, she took out a pile of items glowing with a seductive light. The most valuable of them were the 3 rare items radiating a faint blue halo. Elite-level remnant souls. How about it? It's a nice investment, right? What is it that a lord with a limited background needs the most? They need everything. But as long as they have the most crucial high-order troops, they could slowly earn all the other lacking materials by themselves. And the earlier they obtain the high-order troops, the more time they can save, possibly reducing several months or even years of detouring. When Lu Shaohui comes across promising juniors she admires, she is always this generous and caring. The corners of her mouth slightly rose, like a magnificent crescent moon. But the surprised, excited, thrilled, trembling, teary expressions she expected didn't appear on this handsome young man's face. Only the gaze of hesitation floated within Tianyuan's eyes. Even though he didn't speak, she felt as if she saw him think, "Is this it?" How could a newcomer show a slight color of disappointment towards the elite remnant soul? Wait a minute, there is only one truth to this. Not only does Tianyuan own elite-level troops, but the number might also exceed 3. He already has his own general, so the elite remnant soul was just icing on the cake for him. It was far from reaching the level of sending charcoal in snowy weather. That's not good. It seems you are more excellent than I thought. If that's the case. Lu Shaohui took back the 3 remnant souls, thinking about what to invest in that would surprise the junior in front of her. The hero's proof? She didn't have it either, and even if she did, she would certainly take care of her little sister first. Large batch of soul crystals. Money was too vulgar and too lowly for her. How could she offer it as a gift? She needed something high order, something that matched her status. So be it, here's a perfect breakthrough stone, you've probably seen it before. She promptly produced a bag of breakthrough stones, some were glowing green, and a few were glowing blue. The green light was from low-level breakthrough stones, only useful for profession-level and elite-level breakthroughs. The blue light, however, came from mid-level breakthrough stones, which could be used for war general level and leader level breakthroughs. In total, there were 3 mid-level stones and more than 10 low-level ones. Fearing that Lord Tianyuan might not understand the meaning of a perfect breakthrough stone, she explained, the improvement a perfect breakthrough brings to troops is 15 to 20% greater than a normal one. It might not seem like much, but for the powerhouse aspiring to reach legendary realm, they need to perfect every step, or there's only ever a slim chance of reaching their goal. This was something Mu Yuan was keenly aware of. He had desperately sought perfect breakthrough stones before, but with his thin purse, they were simply out of his reach. Now, he looked at the breakthrough stones glowing with a valuable light, then at Lu Shaohui, who seemed to be bathed in the same light. What great wealth and generosity this was! Eventually, Mu Yuan decided to accept these treasures. After all, accepting one was no different than accepting all, and with more debts, he wouldn't fear rich Lady Han Yu. At most. He couldn't sell himself, but he could let Duo Lai and the others work off the debt. He had heard a bit about the disputes between nations and the new lord's competition. He had heard President Zhang Cheng mention it before. Zhang Cheng. Why'd I even bother? Young man, give it your best shot. I've got high hopes for you, said Lu Shaohui. Starting from the festival, strive to set foot on an invincible path. After Mu Yuan left, Lu Shaohui and Lu Miamu continued drinking their coffee. This young man, he has my old flair. Is he really that amazing? Despite thinking highly of Mu Yuan, Lu Miamayu's #1 idol was still her own sister. At this stage, he does have my old style, but whether he can keep it up is uncertain. Back then, there were other genius lords who weren't any worse than your sister. But now, well, let's just say they failed. Wait a minute. Does this mean I'm far behind Big Boss Tianyuan right now? She had a sudden realization. Lu Shaohui rolled her eyes at her foolish sister. I've already asked someone to bring you an Excellence 3-star Mermaid High Priestess. However, such a troop has high intelligence and pride as soon as they are recruited, so don't use it until you officially reach elite-level profession, or you might not be able to control it. Don't worry, sis, I'll be able to reach elite-level profession very soon. She thumped her chest and then glanced out the floor-to-ceiling window. I wonder which hero Big Boss Tianyuan is planning to recruit. Lu Shaohui said, he's going down a different path than you, so there won't be any direct competition between you two. According to the strategy I gave you, Recruit that hero whenever you have a chance, but if the competition for that hero becomes too intense, particularly when you collide with the lords mentioned before, you should settle for second best and compete for the second and third choice heroes. The previous Heroes Festival had been Lu Shaoyi's playground, so of course she knew which heroes were the best. If only her sister had more time to develop, with her support there was no need to fear any rival. However, time was short, and the same applied to Tianyuan. The problem was that Tianyuan might stubbornly hold on to his desired hero without considering a backup plan. That's how she had been, and still was. However, this festival's schedule was not in Tianyuan's favor. When he got back to his territory and looked at the large amount of glowing treasures in his storage ring, Mu Yuan still felt a bit unreal. How had he managed to meet two rich ladies on just one trip to the festival's secret realm? Notification. You have transported a large amount of goods across regions. 11.5 soul crystals have been deducted for transportation costs. Wake-up call for Mu Yuan. He was brought back to reality like a bucket of ice water was dumped on him in the middle of winter. Despite the aid of the rich ladies, he, Mr. Mu, was still poverty-stricken, barely able to afford the transportation cost. After all, he was transporting several excellence-level items. First, let's set up this domain interferer. It's lucky that it came with a complete set of building materials, otherwise, I'm not sure I could afford them all. As for the rest of the treasures, let's see. There were a batch of cultivation aids and miracle blueprints for City Lord's Mansion, Bathhouse, High-Class House, 3/3 public toilet, 3/3. All of these were life-quality buildings, or rather, luxury constructions. Obviously, rich Lady Lu had perceived his humble background and reasoned that he wouldn't spend his money on these living structures, so she generously provided them as assistance. How thoughtful she was. These items were pretty useful, too. Especially with the festival approaching. Even if we forget about the festival for a moment, a public toilet could effectively improve the sanitary conditions of the territory, helping to significantly improve the environment. Otherwise, as the population of the territory increased, the residential area in the southern part of the Tianyuan territory would unavoidably be suffused with an unbearable stench. A bathhouse could similarly keep the territory's citizens cleaner and healthier, also increasing their happiness. And with high-class houses, the living conditions of his generals could finally be improved. What territory would have its legendary profiled generals living in crude wooden houses? What she gave me is just exactly what I need. The City Lord's mansion was built in front of the Lord's altar, on the open space that Mu Yuan had previously reserved. The building occupies a small area, just a few hundred square meters, containing a hall, study, guest room, underground training field, storeroom, as well as several high-end living rooms and more. The facilities are quite complete, with its own water and electricity supply, semi-automatic system. As long as soul crystals are embedded in the energy storage position, it can constantly provide energy to maintain the operation of the entire mansion. Not only that, but there are also numerous shooting holes that can be opened and closed on the tall, silver-gray walls surrounding the City Lord's mansion. Mu Yuan even found a set of armor and crossbows in the storeroom. This is more than just a residential building, it's simply multifunctional. It has everything you could want. Among buildings of the rare rank, it's definitely the top tier, he exclaimed. And it's completely move-in ready. Mu Yuan immediately moved in, leaving the mage tower and such to the future chief mage of the Tianyuan territory. Duo Lai also picked out a suite for himself and promptly took over the kitchen facilities of the City Lord's mansion. However, the likes of Dead Bone, Hong Yi, and Rakshasa had no desire to live in high-end buildings. Hong Yi's review was, "The tombs are cool and comfortable to sleep in. How can you sleep all day at your age?" But it seems that Hong Yi has researched a method of dream cultivation, building dream illusions, so she is not totally slacking. A short while after the completion of the City Lord's mansion, the earliest started but long-term project, Domain Interferer, was also finally constructed. This excellent tier building looks like a tall antenna inserted straight into the ground. The base is dark gray and round, engraved with twisted symbols that look like tadpoles, guarding the black antenna in the center. Besides that, there's nothing particularly special, It seems ordinary at first glance and no one would think that this is an extremely rare excellent tier building. The maintenance cost of the domain interferer is 200 grams of soul sand per day. A bit pricey, and that's just the daily consumption. If any force tries to divine or observe the Tianyuan territory or me, the consumption will increase tenfold or even 100-fold, and I would also be notified and alerted, Mu Yuan said. Not only the domain interferer, but even public toilets and high-end houses also have energy consumption. That's the thing about rare tier buildings. Despite being useful, they have a high upkeep. Tianyuan territory indeed has some rudimentary pit latrines, and Mu Yuan hadn't bothered replacing them until now as he had no better option before. But now that he has the blueprints, of course, he is going to carry out a major upgrade and renovation for the territory. Building these miracle buildings cost a large amount of soul crystals, flowing out like water. Besides that, there is also the necessity for the main troops to upgrade and cultivate, which is the place where the largest amount of soul sand is consumed. Currently, the skeleton generals have evolved to 130, while my plan is to form a King's Legion composed of 200 skeleton generals and 100 resentful spirits. Additionally, there are also 30 treemen, 30 flower fairies, 30 imperial guards, 30 archers, 10 halberd guards, 30 hawks, as well as 30 slimes, and a few versatile soldiers who also enjoy being part of the main force. Adding up all these, he has about 500 main force slots, which is enough to rival the main force of a great lord's King's Legion. The daily consumption for cultivation is around 5 to 6 soul crystal coins. Hiss. Now with the unstable income from exploration-style earning method, he might not even make 6 soul crystal coins a day. Thankfully, the Black Wasteland Secret Realm could be harvested once a day, yielding around 5,000 to 7,000 grams of soul sand. Just enough to cover the daily consumption. Among the crops grown in the Tianyuan territory, such as snake-scale fruit, jade crystal rice, and others, their growth rate has been very rapid under the influence of the farms and flower sprites. And in a while, they would be ready to harvest. At that time, selling these things in the real world is definitely not an option. The transdimensional fees are too high. The most suitable sales channel for these common goods is to sell them to passing merchant caravans or to transport them to the official cities and sell them there. This is a bit of a headache. Mu Yuan hasn't disclosed the coordinates of his territory and hasn't opened it up for pioneering, so there are hardly any merchant caravans passing by. And the nearest official city, he is pretty certain he is in Panchi City's region, but he doesn't know how far away exactly he is from Panchi City or how to get there. It will take a lot of effort, time, and energy to open a road. Headache. Dead Bone can't help much in this regard, and Mu Yuan doesn't want to rob General Dead Bone of his cultivation time. As for Duo Lai and other officers, better not to mention them. Today he'll do other things and let the future him figure it out slowly. After he had built the city lord's mansion, public toilets, and other buildings, naturally new descriptions like luxurious mansion, bathhouse, etc., appeared for Lord Shepherd. Although they're all just green descriptions, who knows, the top-tier hero he wants might be very demanding, and these things might play a crucial role at a critical time. In the Baizhong Tenglong group, some guy named Mr. Tan was showing off his descriptions. Then he lamented, thinking about it, I'm really lucky. This Zhongnan garden architecture was bought with a large sum of money before. Even with money now, it can't be bought. Sigh, those top second generation must have got inside information early, right? If I had inside information, I could have saved a few more descriptions. Unexpectedly, the Liver Emperor actually has quite a few descriptions too. Seeing that someone had mentioned him, Mu Yuan, after thinking about it, he also didn't want to be too different, so Mu Yuan took screenshots of village chief, luxurious mansion, bathhouse, clean land, rich, and other unimportant descriptions and posted them. Mr. Tan was dumbfounded. Why do the Liver Emperor and Mu Yuan have no fewer descriptions than him, and these descriptions are obviously those of big spenders? He is the one who's supposed to be the big spender. The Liver Emperor also paused. Ah Yuan, have you also hooked up with a rich lady? Even the Liver Emperor has become so strong, we certainly can't underestimate our competitors in this ceremony. especially those upcoming lords who have been growing for over 2 years. However, as a green hand and a non-privileged player, Mr. Mew could only get information about these lords if they revealed themselves. Besides providing a large amount of resources, the rich Lady Lu also thoughtfully included a dossier. Apparently, it was compiled by a high-ranked lord with extensive intelligence networks and was only circulated amongst a small group of people. It recorded some very powerful new lord players we should try our best to avoid competing directly with. Hiss, they're really that strong? Mu Yuan sat up straighter and slowly opened the dossier. Lord Shenmao, a lord that has been in Eternal World for 2 years and 7 or 8 months, ranked first in the newbie trials and has since accumulated luck, now commanding over 200 booted cat swordsmen, corps, with XX, XXX and other notable achievements. Indeed, it's strong. The booted cat swordsman is a rare 2-star unit that can both show cuteness and fight. It is indeed not as high ranked as his own skeleton general, but the boot cat corps of this lord probably has already matured, which can overthrow countless monster tribes. Lord of Ba Long was also the top of the 116th newbie trial. He has a very strong general called Qian Dragon Descendant, who helped the Lord of Ba Long win numerous battle will competitions. According to rumors, this general probably has already passed the hero trial. A new lord already has heroes. Hiss, this is indeed too powerful. The high-ranked lord who summarized this edition of the intelligence dossier rated Ba Long even higher than Shen Mao, which means this information is only provided to a few insiders, otherwise it would definitely cause arguments in the forum. However, Ba Long and Shen Mao are only the strongest in public's opinion, but they can only rank in the top 10 in the dossier. Lord of Kongming City, their territory is not open to outsiders, so few players are aware of it. This Lord of Kongming City has already upgraded his territory to the city level with absolute quietness. The difference between the city-level terrain and the town-level terrain is like heaven and earth. Because, as long as you are a lord, as long as your territory is not broken by the monster tide, you can certainly run your territory to a small town level over time, but to expand to a city level, it is very difficult. Not only the requirements are strict, but you also need to go through challenges similar to Hero Trial and Lord Trial to get promoted. Commercial title as City Lord. The Lord Kongming City can surpass countless people. Another one, who is ranked tie with Lord Kongming City by the compiler, is the Lord Wuji. Wuji Lord possesses no particularly strong generals. The construction of his territory is also just fine. However, this Wuji Lord is a martial arts fanatic with extremely high martial arts talents. He has obtained the knowledge of Wuji faction, and his spear skills are superb. He entered the artistic conception level a long time ago and is now even more unfathomable. I evaluate, first armor up, limited to personal martial arts. Wuji Lord has 50% of the demeanor of the Lord of Han Yu City. This evaluation can't be high, because the rich Lady Han Yu is not only the strongest amongst the young generation of the Tai Zan Alliance, but there is no other lord of her age in the Shen Yao, Yangsheng, Shen Mu and other countries who can compare with her. Her demeanor is not weaker than those several country pillars that came through the wind and rain at the beginning of the establishment of the Tai Zan Alliance. Other foreign lords were also mentioned in the dossier, such as Glory Knight and Queen of Shenyao Empire and so on. Because the other countries have not been able to build up their forces, their competitiveness is a bit weak. The comprehensive and detailed lord information collected in the treasured research materials also includes several new lords. Lord Tianyuan, with a mysterious identity and an unknown background, possesses a potentially high-ranking mage, and probably has 2 types of military buildings, and has already entered into artistic conception level. He is undeniably the current best new king. My evaluation is promising for the future. Even now, Lord Tianyuan has very strong competitiveness and is capable of being in the top 30 in this festival. The information is quite detailed. Almost. This is 10% of his real information, Mr. Mew, which is quite terrifying. Tianyuan is indeed very strong. Even with my all-out effort, I still fall short. In the real world, within a private garden, Wang Erting put down the dossier in his hand, clenched his fists, a touch of unwillingness in his eyes. Sitting next to him was a burly man with muscles like hammered gold and stone. He sat there like a towering mountain. His name was Wang Longtong, the eldest son of Lord Beiding. A legendary man. Compared to his oppressive physical presence, Wang Longtang's smile was warm, especially in front of his family. He said, "It's a good thing to have excellent people to pursue and learn from, but in this festival, you should pay more attention to big enemies like Kong Ming and Wu Ji. They have been in the world for much longer than you have. If you ought to avoid them, then do so, it's not a disgrace." As he spoke, he changed his tone. Of course, the festival isn't directly a comparison of strength. Even when facing these strong enemies, your chances of winning aren't entirely zero. How much chance you have and whether you ought to strive for it depends on how you grasp it yourself. Lords like Wu Ji and Kong Ming, although strong, ultimately do not possess the ability to compete at a higher level, under a very small probability. His younger brother, fighting for a match with a top hero, isn't entirely impossible. Unlike himself back then, with Liu Shui. When facing the Lord of Han Yu City, he experienced the trembling of being completely crushed and dominated. At that time, as long as Lord Han Yu extended an olive branch to a hero, no one could compete. He didn't even have the ability to make the hero hesitate or dawdle. At least his younger brother still has a peer to chase, but he can't see the back of Lady Han Yu anymore. In the Tianyuan territory, the sun was shining brightly and there was not a single cloud in sight within the 10,000-mile radius. Lord Shepherd walked around his territory with his hands clasped behind his back, inspecting every newly constructed building. After nodding his head in approval, he patted Lulu and 17 on the shoulder before turning around to leave. He returned to his small residence within the city lord's mansion, quickly changed his clothes, and lay down on his bed. Then, while lying down, he extended the hand of evolution and pointed it towards a specific location within the Tianyuan territory, showering it with the light of evolution. Over this period of low-profile development, Mr. Mew naturally accumulated high amounts of Evo power. Besides that, his largest troop of undead had grown to 1,300 units. The somewhat smaller natural element troops had increased to 300 units due to constant purchases, including 10 additional treemen recruited in the last month. In his main force, there were also 30 royal guards and god archers each, as well as 30 flower fairies in his reserve force. All of these were rare 3-star troops. In terms of high-ranked troops with unlimited potential, there was an explosive growth of excellent tiered troops for Mu Yuan. Bone 2, Bone 3, and Bone 4, these 3 old but distinguished ministers, all evolved into excellent 3-star skeleton generals. At this stage, even the previously dull and silly Bone 2 and Bone 3 were gradually showing signs of genius. The strength of high-order troops was reflected not just in their abilities and skills, but in many more aspects. Besides, the Tianyuan territory now had 5 skeleton morticians, 5 evil spirits, 5 ancient treemen, as well as the Holy Light Priest, Laney, the Valiant Warhorse, Niu Si, and the Flower Spirit, Wall Lane, making up a total of 18 excellent tier troops. In the Tianyuan territory, these were still not worthy of being considered as generals. Old Lord Jun had also finally evolved into excellent tier, transforming into an azure bird. Lulu and 17 had also advanced further, climbing up to excellent 3-star stage, and received advanced talents that significantly enhance their potential and combat power, Starlight Body and Fearless Body. Now, excluding Dead Bone and Duo Lai, my Tianyuan territory has 8 unbeatable fierce warriors at the excellent 3-star stage, and 19 young warriors at the excellent 1-star stage, with a promising future. There were a few other miscellaneous troops that could be easily evolved to an excellent tier, such as the 2 rare rank troops, Spring Spirit and Earth Spirit, that he had exchanged as rewards from the trial. The former was mainly used for irrigation, as it was exceptional in canal water diversion. The latter, on the other hand, was highly skilled in earthwork. Under these circumstances, Mr. Mew naturally showed no interest in the prestigious excellent tier remnant Su. In his eyes, they were just ordinary young troops. In due course of time, he would be able to achieve the splendid sight of excellent troops being everywhere and rare troops not worth mentioning. As for Dead Bone, it was time for it to step up a level too. Mu Yuan opened Dead Bone's panel. Dead Bone, status, hero. Tier, Skeleton General, level 2, order level 35.6%. Duo Lie, level 2, order level 297.5%. The level upgrading speed, after reaching elite level, became slower and slower. It even stagnated, sometimes between small levels. Of course, this wasn't a problem for Dead Bone and Duo Lie, but their soul sand energy had to be accumulated slowly on a daily basis. The level upgrading speed never caught up to the promotion speed of tiers. However, to evolve from an excellent 3-star to an epic 1-star, it required more evolution points than expected, a full 5,000 units. This seemed to suggest something extraordinary about the epic tier? Indeed, the remnants of the excellent tier could be obtained from external sources like backing, rich patrons, contacts, prices, and so on. But I've hardly ever heard of deals involving epic tier troops. On the forum, information about epic tier troops is extremely scarce. Most of them only have their rank names. Probably, these have already become strategic weapons and are not easily exposed. Since a large number of evolution points were required, Mu Yuan waited for another 2 days and cancelled the replenishment plan for the Skeleton War Generals, just to gather the 5,000 units of evolution points. He walked to the skeleton cemetery. The wind was particularly noisy that night. The Skeleton General stood atop a burial mound, surrounded by a black fog. Like breathing, the fog gathered towards it, then spread apart, gathered again, then slowly spread away, and so it spiraled. The current Skeleton General was not only no less formidable, but even stronger than epic troops of the same level. Mu Yuan believed that, however, evolution could take the invincibility of Dead Bone to the next level. Around the same time, in another location in the Eternal World, under the cover of the Dark Night, Wang Longtong gazed at an ancient palace in the distance where the lights were dim. According to the clues, there is an epic tier unbeatable brute waiting to be recruited inside this palace. My opportunity, it's finally here. He clenched his fists, with anticipation, excitement, and anxiety all surging forth like the tide. He thought of that unreachable figure. He once laughed at himself for not even being able to catch sight of his rival's back. But he was also a genius, who had his own pride and stubbornness. How could he willingly settle for being just a bystander? Once I've acquired the unbeatable brute, I'll have the qualifications to catch up, at least. I'll be able to see his back again. On my orders, the entire army, advance, behind Wang Longtong. A black armored Imperial Guard tore through the night and charged towards the ancient palace in the distance. Ding! Alert! Your hero, Dead Bone, is bathed in the light of evolution, undergoing a metamorphosis. Vibrant white light enveloped the entire form of Dead Bone, forming a radiant pillar that dispersed the drifting black fog within the cemetery, piercing the sky. This time, the duration of evolution was longer: 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 100 seconds. The light of evolution hadn't subsided but had grown brighter. Strands of purple ascended from within the pure white light, faintly illuminating the sky with its purple radiance. Like a rise of purple air from the east, ready to leave their mark in history. The Central Territory, Domain Interferer, had begun operating on its own. Invisible circles of canopy with the exceptional building as the center spread out, obscuring the faint phenomena. Who would have thought that the promotion to epic would cause such anomalies in heaven and earth? Right, I've heard on the forum before that the birth of top-tier troops or treasures would accompany dazzling light and constant anomalies. It doesn't seem like the forum bros were bluffing. Forum bros have not deceived me. No, maybe these seemingly ordinary netizens, who appear to be only good at boasting, are hiding some incredible secrets. Alert! Your hero, Dead Bone, has evolved into Skeleton Lord, Epic 1-star, and awakened. The dazzling light gradually began to fade away. From a distance, Bone 2, Bone 3, Bone N, and others are watching with eager anticipation. Everyone kept their distance, staying at least 1,000 meters back to avoid disturbing. while occasionally, a new skeleton general would like to utter an excited, crackling sound. It would be immediately pushed into the grave mound by a senior skeleton, forcing it to be quiet. Mountain. A black mountain suddenly appeared behind Dead Bone, laden with countless skeletons. At the top of the mountain, a throne was erected. Above the throne, sat the king of skeletons, ruling over everything. Skill. Death remains territory. Description. The skeleton lord needs his own territory, but the territory is not necessarily an inconvenient thing. Thus, the skeleton lord opens up a territory that exists between reality and space. The territory is initially small but can be expanded continuously with the level up and development of the skeleton lord. The specific function is to be explored. Alert! Your hero, Dead Bone, had a slight epiphany during the evolution process, upgrading Dry Bone Realm to Realm of the Dead. Alert! Your hero, Dead Bone, has developed Death Remains territory, transforming it into Wraith Sacred Mountain. And that was the first thing Mu Yuan and his skeletal followers saw. An endless mountain range covered with countless skeletons, and a throne erected at the top. However, this was merely an illusion, an overloaded version. The actual, Wraith Sacred Mountain was just a small mound with several dozen bones sticking out of it. Only that. But Dead Bone was very pleased. Because it immediately figured out the use of this territorial space. It could save troops, cultivate undead creatures, and could be operated independently. If he developed the territory larger, he could obtain more enhancements in battle. Most importantly, the Wraith Sacred Mountain could store a large amount of energy. Since dealing with the Orochi, it had been anxiety-ridden due to consuming most of its reserved hidden energy. It was still too weak, the energy was too meager, far short for need. Now with the storage territory, its reserve of hidden energy could undoubtedly be increased by several levels. Lords, you know the bone too well. Tears in eyes. Mu Yuan felt that the skill of Death Remains territory exceeded the category of skills, carrying some characteristics he didn't comprehend. He would have to take the time to slowly figure it out later. This evolution is far from as simple as gaining an additional skill. Because the epic tier differs from the previous tiers, there's a world of difference. Epic troops possess long lifespans and transcendent aptitudes. Regardless of the type of troop, as long as they reach the epic level, they can undergo a transformation. Also, epic creatures can keep getting stronger with the passage of time, even without practicing with soul sand, and their energy and level will keep rising until they reach the summit of the 4th order leader level. The lower the level, the faster the growth. For an epic creature in its infancy, it could likely surpass the most fragile apprentice stage with just a few days of natural growth. However, if they practice with soul sand, the upgrade speed of epic creatures is even more unimaginable. This is what makes it epic enough to become a legend in history. Many top-level lords have risen because they acquired epic warriors, thus achieving a dramatic overtaking. Epic troops can simply get stronger by breathing? Seeing Dead Bone breathing deeply, Mu Yuan silently left. The next day, Mu Yuan snuck off to the festival grounds for a moment and had a peek. As expected, after multiple batches of evolution, the condensed lines he had gathered had significantly improved. For instance, the previous undead noble guest had been promoted to undead reaverer. After all, he was the man who possessed the skeleton lord and several skeleton generals. Even with 1 or 2 epics and dozens of excellences under his belt, Great Lord Shepherd would never forget his own cultivation. In the following days, he quietly passed the time immersed in his plain yet fulfilling cultivation. Boom! Outside the borders of Tianyuan territory, a monster that dared to venture a few kilometers away from the territory was seized by a large blue bird. The bird's piercing claws thrust into its shoulder blade, hoisting it into the sky before dropping it heavily onto the ground. As a coup de grace, the monster endured several strikes of blue blade of wind. In an eye blink, the monster was transformed into today's meal for the feast of the Tianyuan. Duo Lai said many times, dropping them like this will greatly affect the meat quality. Cuckoo. Apart from lone wandering monsters, occasionally, scattered creatures would group together, forming an invasion of a few hundred, 1,000 or even over 2,000 monsters against the Tianyuan territory. Such invasions are part of the daily routine of a lord. Even outside the Red Moon period, monsters occasionally form a small wave and swarm in. If a lord is careless, his territory might not be breached, but he would suffer a considerable loss. In the Baizhang group, there was a newly appointed lord in tears. A swarm of goblins has stormed his estate and reached his doorstep. Over a dozen civilians have perished, and countless others have been injured. He's currently in a panic buying all kinds of healing supplies. It's said that the morale of the people in his territory has significantly declined. The monster surge that Tianyuan territory encountered had a larger scale. During peaceful times, the largest monster tide exceeded 2,000 and was comprised of over 10 professional-level large monsters. That was no less impactful than the final incursion during the novice trial. Of course, under the round-the-clock surveillance of the Storm Falcon squad of Tianyuan territory, incoming monster tides have always been detected while they are still far away from the territory. And thanks to the increasing number of Storm Falcons awakening their consciousness and becoming smarter, Great Lord Shepherd no longer needs to micromanage them. These falcons have matured, and they now know how to patrol, forage, fight monsters, bring back spoils, and report any unusual situation on their own. When necessary, Mu Yuan would pick up the mental thread that maintains the bare minimum link and connect to a falcon's vision to inspect the situation. That massive monster tide attack, for instance, was eliminated by the Undead Legion while it was still miles away from the territory. Afterwards, General Dead Bone traced the path of the incoming monster tide and found a deeply hidden monster tribe. After a round of strategy and combat, primarily against itself, the Undead Legion swept through this tribe, only slightly tougher than the Snake Man tribe, without encountering any crisis or running into descending servants. After celebrating the victory, General Dead Bone was slightly disappointed. Great Lord Shepherd remained inside his territory throughout. Aside from the occasional inspections to ensure the situation was under control, he didn't need to do much. He continued his cultivation, training, and occasionally helping his subordinates to evolve, granting them the radiance of baptism. This included a general who was preparing to evolve discreetly and stun the world. He spent most of his time not in the luxurious and comfortable city lord's mansion, but in the barren and frigid training field. Fighting, constant fighting. He frequently invited Rakshasa, Lulu, or Hong Yi, 17 to spar. His progress was formidable. Chop. Mu Yuan wielded a war saber and launched a heavy-down chop with the force of a cleave. At this time, he wasn't using any templates and remained in an unenhanced lord state. Skills. Cleave, thrust, charge, tear. After a period of cultivation and the borrowing of templates, he naturally mastered these skills. The Lord's power played a significant role in this, but it's mainly because I'm too talented. Even the festival categories clearly pointed that out. Mr. Mu said so. Of course, high-level, high-grade troops could also learn these skills through efforts. For instance, Bone 2 has learned charge. General Dead Bone naturally could learn more, but he seldom specifically studied these basic skills since there was no need to do so. It already has a plethora of high-level and top-tier skills that are hard to acquire and learn. It only needs deep understanding, further development, occasional improvement, modification, and upgrade. Time gradually passed, and the festival atmosphere grew stronger. Finally, Dong, the melodious bell ringing spread afar, and ripples spread around the golden gate of the secret realm, reminding everyone that the Lord's festival has arrived. Even those who aren't newly appointed lords and don't have a ticket to the festival could hear the resonating bell ringing across the world. Another day of the Heroes' Festival. In the Alliance capital city, two elderly men were playing chess under an ancient and robust tree. One of them had a pipe in his hand, the curling smoke from which seemed to make the surroundings feel ethereal. The other man had white eyebrows and a white beard, with sharp eyes and a spriteful appearance. However, he couldn't help but scratch his head and cheek when he looked at the chessboard. He then picked up the conversation, often mentioned that this batch of newcomers isn't showing promise. Indeed, they're rather mediocre. The pipe-smoking elder said, both the previous batch, where little Han Yu outshone everyone else, and the one before that had very commendable performances from Lu Shi. However, this batch, our Taizan isn't competitive in recruiting top-tier heroes. Even though Wu Ji has decent martial arts skills, unfortunately, he is overly specialized. The elder sighed. He exhaled a couple of smoke rings, then added, "It's not like there are no promising youngsters. This year, a few of the lads that just passed the trial show considerable potential. Tianyuan, Da Ri, Wangba, and others." Han Yu seems to think very highly of Tianyuan, stressing that he's her pick. If only these youngsters were chosen to be lords a few batches earlier, we wouldn't be so worried over who to choose in our competition with countries like Shenyao and Yongqing in the future. At this point, the old man picked up a red chess piece and gently placed it on the board. "Checkmate." "Che, checkmate what?" The old man with white eyebrows on the opposite side froze. Then his face changed dramatically, realizing 6 facial changes in just 2 seconds, looking extremely grave. "Old friend, I forgot to turn off my space pod at home, and it's very urgent. I have to go first. We'll spar again next time we meet." Before his voice had fully faded, his whole being gradually dimmed, turning into countless dust-like particles that dispersed between heaven and earth, leaving only his lingering words echoing around. At the same time, the chess piece marked "General" that was surrounded by a large army also disappeared. "The time has come, we can set off. Dead Bone, aren't you going?" Dead Bone shook its head. For it, spending this time at the festival grounds eating and drinking was not as good as spending it on training to become stronger. It had plans to further improve more than a dozen skills. Furthermore, both the Lord and Duo Lai had left, and someone needed to be constantly guarding the territory. As for Duo Lai's eager anticipation to go and eat, it had no complaints or feelings of frustration. It would take on the burden of the territory, while the other brothers and sisters could go and have fun. Festival grounds, the big red lanterns hung high and swayed in the wind. With the official start of the festival, the entire secret realm was already bustling, with lords stepping in from the outside, and the figures of some foreigners often visible. Moreover, some of the buildings and areas within the festival grounds had already been contracted by whales in the capacity of sponsors, providing a variety of food and beverage services. Of course, it was all free. What these whales were hoping for, naturally, it was an opportunity to make their territories famous and brush up their presence and favorability in front of these potential recruits. Some sponsors also displayed the names of Red Lotus Group, Medicine God Group, White Shark Group, and other large groups. These were probably tasks of the rich backers, also providing unlimited gourmet food. The quality of the food and drinks was not low, most of them were rare-level beverages and food. So, that's how the unlimited food supply on the festival day is arranged. Duo Lai's big eyes were already shining with impatient light. It looked at the Lord and saw Mu Yuan nodding. "Go on, enjoy your day, consider this as your day off." Gululu, Duo Lai suddenly shot off and disappeared into the crowd in a blink of an eye. Only then did Mu Yuan adjust his black armor and walk forward unhurriedly. The festival day would last until midnight, and the last few hours were the competition peak hours. Before that, he should enjoy the festive atmosphere a bit. After some thought, he decided to change his pendant to Duo Lai template. No other reason, in the full body armor of fearless General Lu Lu, how could he enjoy freely? It would be better to slightly alter his shape and facial features using Duo Lai's power and then put on a set of black armor. Half a moment later, Mr. Mew stepped back into the festival grounds, holding a rare-level drink called Ice Heart Snow Lotus, blissfully strolling within this quaint yet bustling secret realm. Most of the lords he saw were brimming with excitement, anticipation, and enthusiasm. After all, even for trivial lords, there is still the opportunity to recruit heroes and make a leap forward. Who wouldn't be excited? Even if they can't recruit heroes, eating and drinking here would make the trip worthwhile. "Bro, over here." In front of an unlimited beverage supply area sponsored by Huan Chao territory, Lu Miamu was waving at him. Looking around, there were a few other familiar faces. Zhang Luoxing, Lord Da Ri, Lord Yanyu Yu Sayu, etc. After all, they were all new lords and ranked highly, naturally forming a small circle to counter the pressure from old lords. However, the main point was, Signs of Luo Xing territory, Da Ri territory, Yanyu territory, Wamba territory, and others were hung around the supply area. Looking around, how come everyone sponsored a large amount of supplies, and only I was freeloading? Cough, cough, Mu Yuan sat down without showing any change in expression. We are regular players, and we are proud. They're here, the heroes are out. Not long after he sat down, there were excited shouts from afar. Mu Yuan looked up, and at a distance, the grand ancient doors of the hall towering atop a mountain finally opened at this moment. One after another, shadows walked out from the hall, taking the long stone steps slowly or quickly down. It was like walking out on a red carpet. They were dressed differently. Some heroes wore silver armor, looking incredibly magnificent, like mighty generals on the battlefield. Some heroes wore luxurious robes, with several gemstone accessories on their fingers, maintaining the elegance and arrogance of a grand noble. Others carried decayed wooden coffins. Some heroes wore one-eyed eye patches. Others were carried forward step by step in a sedan chair by puppets. All of these people had common features, looking extraordinary and exuding a powerful aura. In the eternal world, lords indeed held noble positions, at the very least belonging to the middle and upper classes. However, here and now, the heroes emerging from within the hall, they were the center of attention, attracting countless hopeful gazes. They have arrived. When recruitable heroes appeared, some lords couldn't wait to present themselves. But with Mu Yuan, everyone here were leading newcomers on the golden list of the lords. They certainly wouldn't rush forward. Recruiting heroes is not that simple. It's not just about the fierce competition, high standards of the heroes, but also about avoiding pitfalls. Pitfalls? Yu Saiyu asked. She was just a second-generation player with a bit of family wealth. Her background and information channels were far less than those of a second-generation lord like Zhang Luoxing. Zhang Luoxing nodded slightly. Although he felt it was futile to show off information in front of God Tianyuan and boss Lu Mu Mu, since these two had no intention of speaking up, he continued to talk. Because some heroes are not prepared to accept any lord's recruitment, no matter how excellent or powerful the lord is. There are two types of recruitable heroes. One is ancient heroes, who have been immortalized in history and returned as heroes after falling. The other is wild heroes, who are already active around the world. Most of them hope to serve a lord to lead a better life and further opportunities, but there are a few heroes who already have considerable power in the real world. These heroes are unwilling to serve anyone. They came to the festival Secret Realm just to eat and drink, enjoy the festive atmosphere, and chat with other heroes. This is fine, everyone has the right to choose their own life. But in the last event, a hero pretended to be willing to accept recruitment, led several lords to compete, and eventually deceived a lot of resources and treasures from these lords. There are such cunning heroes? For a simple and kind-hearted lord like him, Mu Yuan, it is easy to be deceived. So, it is best to not compete. The safest option is to sit here and wait for heroes to come and compete for him. At this time, they were in the second stage of the Heroes Festival. The first stage was the opening of the Secret Realm when the heroes had not yet appeared. The second stage was where the heroes gradually arrived, and the wine cups clattered during the banquet. The heroes could not see the sparkle points on the lords during this stage, and the lords could not see the information of the recruitable heroes. Perhaps the festival event left a relaxed time for everyone to eat and drink. Many heroes had already started to eat and drink. Mu Yuan immediately spotted Duo Lai, not because of her size, but because she was eating like a storm, devouring food in a heroic manner. Judge a hero by her appetite. Appetite and combat power often show a proportional relationship. Perhaps it was Duo Lai's all-accepting attitude, competing with other heroes in eating and drinking, that had won over many. In the blink of an eye, she had already formed a bond with many feasting heroes. Although it was still the preparation and observation stage, the competition had already begun. Compared to the carefree heroes, the lords were much more serious and focused, not paying attention to eating, but observing carefully, considering strategies, or taking action. If their abilities were strong enough, before the final stage arrived, the lords could still entice the heroes away and establish contracts. Lu Miamu, Zhang Luoxing and others were also looking for and observing the heroes they wanted. But all along, Mu Yuan was focused on the various kinds of food, eating and drinking non-stop. This was definitely due to the Duo Light template. But one must admit, the meals and drinks provided by different people were really good. Freeloading doubled the joy and he never seemed to feel full due to the Duo Light template, being able to enhance his power by devouring food. That's triple joy.
So cool. Big boss, aren't you ready to make a move yet? We're going to go first. Zhang Luoxing, Lu Miamu, Yu Saiyu, and other lords got up one after another, preparing to go in front of the heroes they liked, to make themselves visible, to show their importance. In this way, they could attract some high-level heroes and top-level heroes. If they wait until the final stage to make a move, what if the heroes feel that you don't value or respect them? With so many competitors, unless they have overwhelming competitiveness, no one dares to be careless. Under the clinking of wine cups, time slowly passed. After Lu Miamu and others left an impression on the heroes, they returned here. They still had some cards and promises yet to be played and naturally, they will only throw them out at the last moment. Look, the Holy Light Master Sacrifice, Windsor, once again rebuked the visiting lord. Zhang Luoxing, like a layman, smacked his lips. Actually, I also want to recruit her. She has top-tier rank and also the highest level hero talent, but I dare not. Windsor has the ability to see through people's hearts. This is not referring to mind reading, but the obscenity in a person's heart can't hide from her eyes. Dirty, fearful, and lustful thoughts absolutely can't fool her. Not only that, but this master is also very solemn and even pedantic. She can't tolerate any obscenity in her eyes. Over the years, the lords who dare to show up in front of Holy Light Master Sacrifice Windsor are less and less. Lu Miamu also didn't dare to go. Although she is a girl, but so scary. Mu Yuan looked over. This Holy Light Master Sacrifice indeed looked sacred, noble and extremely intimidating. Her ability also made people fearful. Mu Yuan was also a person, so of course, he was scared. Luckily, he had no need for nun troops. The Tianyuan territory already had several nuns, so the Holy Light Master Sacrifice Windsor ranked low on his desired recruitment list. High-level heroes and top-level heroes are usually more reserved, thus hard to recruit. Lords, what's your offer to recruit me? Does it include an annual salary of 1 billion? No. Can't afford it. Get away from this hero. Who are you to let this king serve you, when I used to lead 99 mountain strongholds? Young man, you're not bad. Why don't you become my adopted son? However, plenty of ordinary heroes had had a good conversation with the lords, and some lords had even formed contracts under the witness of heaven and earth. Big boss, are you really not making a move yet? Zhang Luoxing was puzzled. Since the big boss Tianyuan arrived, he has been eating constantly, and even if an occasional hero passes by, the talk is limited to food, what's delicious, what's precious, but there is no intention of deep communication. So, big boss Tianyuan loves to eat. How can he be so calm about it though? The boss must have a deep purpose in doing so. Lu Miamu said confidently. Indeed, what we were waiting for was the comprehensive abilities to show up, to lure the heroes to us using our best assets. For civilian lords like him, who has neither money nor access, and couldn't specifically target certain heroes, their best strategy was this kind of passive fishing tactics. Suddenly, a commotion came from far away. A lord was striding towards them, and next to him stood a sturdy young man with a bare torso, his body covered with striking red lines. It's Lord of Balong. And next to him is, it's the Qian dragon descendant, a famous general from his territory. As expected, his general has completed the hero trial. Ordinary soldiers cannot follow lords into this mysterious secret realm. Only heroes can. The Lord of Balong arrived a bit late, yet his arrival, like that of a protagonist, attracted many onlookers, including some heroes. The presence of a hero-level general itself indicated that such a lord wasn't someone to be underestimated. Many heroes thought the same. They were still being cautious, but when the Lord of Balong approached them for a conversation, they all returned the gesture with a smile, no more cold expressions. Owning a hero gives them such a clear advantage. At the scene, lords who had hero-level generals, not just Lord of Balong but also Glory Knight, Lord of Kongming City, the Queen, and so on, were all the focus of the crowd. They each had significant advantages. Lord Wangba seemed a little unwilling upon seeing this. He could have obtained the hero's proof, but he didn't have a general who could confidently complete the hero trial yet. However, compared to Lord Tianyuan, who seemed to do nothing but eat and drink, his results still seemed acceptable. Suddenly, a group of heroes stood up and started to move towards another zone. All of these heroes had one thing in common. They loved to eat. There was a powerhouse of a man who was 3 or 4 meters tall, a majestic woman with red hair like fire due to her giant dragon bloodline. Both were extraordinary individuals, yet they were all huddling around a small, cute-looking, blue-haired girl who looked harmless. It's the gourmet group. The big guy is General Gluttonous, Giant Frog. The majestic woman is Dragon Blood Martial Maiden, Shi Lu. These two are top-tier heroes with 3-star credentials. And, who is that blue-haired girl in the middle? I don't know. She doesn't seem to be on the list of public powerful heroes. Maybe she's a new hero in this round. She's obviously not average. Not average. Look, she eats faster than General Gluttonous. I suspect she's a glutton disguised as a human. Can any lord afford to feed her? As if you could recruit her. I've heard that she ignores all lords. Many of the lords murmured. In the crowd, the Lord of Giant Stone Territory, the Lord of Water Transformation, and just seated Yu Saiyu, looked at the blue-haired girl surrounded by others. They had the feeling that. Could it be, really? The gourmet group had arrived at the supply area indicated by Huanchao Territory banner where more than 10 lords stood up, adjusted their clothing, and put on confident smiles. And then, Lord, I've just met quite a few new people. She looked at General Gluttonous, Dragon Blood Martial Maiden, and others. This is our Lord, loyal, prestigious, and friendly who we follow. If you get the chance, remember to visit Tianyuan territory. Duo Lai introduced her new friends, and Mu Yuan naturally entertained them warmly. Everyone quickly sat down to eat and drink, as if they had been close friends for ages. Such an extravagant way of eating, no wonder you're the lord of Sister Duo Lai. Truly extraordinary. All the heroes were impressed. The surrounding lords were dumbstruck. How could that be possible? No, it's not simple. The strategy of mingling with heroes and then recruiting them was tried decades ago and was mediocre at best. This could only mean that the blue-haired girl is incredibly powerful. Does enjoying food really have such a big advantage? Not entirely. Even if Duo Lai were simply innocent and foolish and looking only for fun, she still discreetly disseminated an aura, a kind of aura that unintentionally earned the respect of the heroes. This was an aura possessed only by high-position creatures. The lords didn't understand. The heroes didn't either. They were genuinely impressed by Duo Lai's capacity to eat. Wait a minute. A lord suddenly realized something. Did the blue-haired girl just say? Tianyuan. Everyone's gaze fell on the still eating and drinking, utterly calm figure draped in black armor. And when comparing with the limited information available. Good heavens, Tianyuan. Lord Tianyuan already possesses a hero. But isn't he a pure beginner? It's only been a few months. Lord Dari, Lord Wangba both clenched their fists in frustration. Lu Miamu admired. Boss really is a boss, he didn't even have to make a move and the heroes have already come to his bowl. So, which one did you prospect? General Gluttonous or Dragon Blood Martial Maiden? Mu Yuan. Could it be possible that he hasn't actually made a move yet?